Hundreds of monsters attacked the man, but it was not difficult for him to send the bastards to the next world. The scumbags simply couldn't believe that some little man was capable of such a thing. The man introduced himself as an apostle of justice who fights evil. His name is Lucas Truman, and he is the strongest master of humanity with 9 stars. The scumbags didn't understand how the man was going to deal with them. But people like Lucas, after they fulfill their desires, always want to help the rest of the world. The next moment, Lucas cast a powerful spell and finished off the bastards without much effort. But then he was interrupted by a voice behind him, and turning around, he saw a huge eye behind which the demigod was hiding. He said that it is the gods who are the law of this world. They are the ones who oppose the disorder in it. The demigod said that they were no longer going to watch as Lucas destroyed their long-established order. He also admitted that Lucas's abilities were much more developed than other people's. But it didn't matter because a person will always remain just a person. The next moment, he summoned the seals to capture Lucas. The man realized that his mana was not concentrating and he couldn't even move. The demigod said that man has no right to oppose God. It is a mortal sin, and he will send the young man to the impenetrable abyss. He warned Lucas to befriend the darkness but never trust it. A man must suspect it, and eventually he will begin to suspect himself. He ordered him to return to the void and make friends with endless suffering. He would regret his existence, and this was his punishment for the man who challenged God. At the moment, a gang of hooligans were beating up the young man and demanding money from him. They had already begun to think that the financial situation of the third son of the noble Blake family was not so good. One of the scumbags said that the fact that the boy is the heir of the Blake family does not change anything, because unlike his successful brothers, he is just an incompetent trash. The bastard continued to humiliate the defenseless boy. He admitted that he was surprised that the young man was still alive, because from the very foundation of the academy, he received all the hatred as its main mediocrity. The young man continued to endure all this, but the scoundrel did not stop there and dealt him another blow to the face, from which the young man could not even get up. The bastard continued to beat the poor guy on the floor and admitted that he would never get tired of beating him. The others joined in and continued to beat the guy with their feet, despite the fact that he begged them to stop. The bastard said that tomorrow after lunch they would have a magic lesson and the young man would be paired with him, which meant that from tomorrow on, the young man would not even be able to walk on his own 2 feet. The young man continued to lie on the ground even after the scum left, because he didn't even have the strength to get up. He only thought about how he wanted to become strong. At that moment, Lucas heard something. He thought that it was just a hallucination, and it was not strange because in such a place you can really go crazy. Lucas didn't understand how much time he spent in this hell, perhaps thousands of years, and he still called to God to ask if this is true fear. He heard someone's words again, and thought that these were not auditory hallucinations, but his own consciousness speaking to him. He did not even realize that he was such a weak and insignificant person. At the same time, the beaten young man finally came to his father, who said that he no longer wanted to see the guy in his life. He couldn't allow the young man to constantly undermine the honor and authority of their family. But the boy didn't understand whether being weak was such a serious sin. Father was not going to answer the question and said that the Black family does not allow those who cannot become strong. He turned to his son Frey and said that from now on he was not going to acknowledge his existence. He was no longer anyone to him. Frey burst into tears because he could not believe that his own father had abandoned him. His whole life had no meaning. Once he got home, he took a bottle of pills to end his life, but the fear of death was truly frightening. At that moment, Lucas remembered the words of the demigod and became furious. He finally understood why this world was so ugly and saw the one who brought it to this state. He shouted that he would never give up, and if the demigod could experience such a life, he would gladly endure this hell again. Suddenly he saw a bright light in front of him, and behind it was hiding Frey, who had taken the pills after all. He did not understand how this young man got into his consciousness. Lucas clearly heard Frey's thoughts that the young man did not blame anyone for his death, because a bird without wings was doomed to this, and it was all his fault. He blamed himself for being born without wings, for not being able to become stronger, and the next moment he fell to the floor, remembering in the last seconds all the insults addressed to him. Lucas just watched all of this, as at some point the seals began to let go of him. He realized that at the moment Frey entered his consciousness, it seemed to him as if a warm sun was shining on him. In the last seconds of his life, Frey thought only that if he had another chance, he would change everything. The next moment, Lucas found himself in Frey's body, and all of the young man's wounds disappeared. Finally, after 4,000 years, he managed to return to life. He understood that Frey Black was the weakest man on Earth, But he is not like that at all. He is the most powerful magician in the world. From that moment on, Lucas promised to give Frey wings because he gave him the freedom that he so needed. Lucas went to the window and made a promise that he would destroy the demigod who made his life hell. Lucas decided not to delay and immediately went to the alley to practice a little, because quite a while had passed since the last time he used magic. He understood that with Frey's current body, he simply could not fully control his power, and first of all, it was necessary to replenish his energy. He also needed to lay the foundation for mana absorption, because in order to fight the demigods, he had to restore his previous strength as quickly as possible. He also understood that he should not rush. He should cast aside his recklessness and tame his anger. He should do what was in his power. When the morning came, Lucas knew that through training he had reached the 5-star level, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sharp pain. He had torn out the toxins that had been building up in Frey's body and mind for years. He needed to completely cleanse himself so that there was nothing left. At the same time, the gang of bastards who had bullied Frey met again. One of the bastards was named David, and the other Jack. David told his teammate that he was looking forward to today's sparring matches, so he could once again smash Frey to smithereens. But even he wasn't sure that there was a single living spot left on the young man after yesterday. Jack said that he saw Frey the other day in the infirmary. He grabbed a can of sleeping pills and then ran to his home. The scoundrels decided to bet on whether Frey would actually commit suicide or whether he wouldn't even be able to do that. At the same time, Lucas finally got rid of the toxins completely. He couldn't even believe that such a huge amount came out of the teenager's body. He understood that Frey had been through a lot, but at the moment he was thinking more about food, since he hadn't eaten for the last 4,000 years. When Lucas came to the academy cafeteria, he took so much food that those around him could not even believe that a person was capable of eating so much. After the meal, Lucas understood that he was now in Frey's body and had to figure out how this world worked, since a lot of time had already passed. He hadn't even entered the classroom when the bastard immediately began to rejoice that he had won the argument, because it was clear that Frey didn't have the guts to commit suicide. Lucas decided to ignore this and went on, but his way was blocked by David, who was already tired of waiting for the young man. Jack approached the young man and began to demand his debt because he lost the bet because of him, and then Lucas realized that they were not friends at all. Lucas knew that in any era you can meet bastards, but suddenly his body began to tremble with fear. He couldn't believe that it was because of this bastard. Jack continued to demand his debt and was already swinging to teach the young man a lesson, but it was not difficult for him to dodge the blow and end up behind the idiot. Everyone present couldn't believe what had just happened, because the young man instantly appeared in another place. And Lucas finally realized that these were the same bastards who had driven Frey to this. Jack decided to try hitting the boy again, but this time Lucas wasn't going to just dodge. He instantly sent the bastard to the other end of the class, causing him to lose consciousness. His classmates simply couldn't believe that Frey had managed to defeat Jack. But Lucas could only think that he had to hit a child, which made him feel ashamed. David couldn't believe his eyes. Could it really be that defenseless Frey? At that moment, Professor Dio entered the classroom, immediately approached Jack, and his surprise knew no bounds, because traces of mana use remained on the bastard's body. Dio didn't understand what happened here because none of the professors had the ability to use such a skill. When the class started, Professor Kevin introduced himself and said that he would be in charge of the class while Dio went to look after Jack. He also said that Jack was simply unconscious, and there was no immediate threat to his life, since he would wake up by the evening, so the guys did not need to worry about him. But this old bastard turned out to be a real pervert, whom the mere smell of the cadet girls brought into real ecstasy, especially the charming Isabella. Suddenly, Professor Kevin noticed that Frey was not even paying attention to him and decided to ask why the young man was not listening to him. Lucas admitted that he was simply busy and had more important things to do than this, because after all, he was now at the peak of his youth. Those present could not believe what Frey had just said, and such words made the professor lose his temper. The professor decided to ask the boy a few questions, but if it happened that he couldn't answer even one of his questions, then he would have to admit his defiant behavior. The first thing he decided to ask the young man about the 3 main weapons of the evil warrior King Kasajin, which brought Lucas into real shock. 4,000 years ago, an unknown man trained and with just one blow was able to destroy an entire mountain. At that moment, he was interrupted by a guest who asked the man to calm down. Otherwise, nothing would be left of the mountains and forest. He doesn't want to destroy the home for all the local animals, does he? It was Lucas who came to visit his old friend Kasajin. Lucas asked Kasajin if he was really going to continue training now that he finally met his old friend after so many years. Kasajin offered his guest some tea, and Lucas, in turn, said that because Kasajin knew nothing but training, he didn't have a girlfriend. The king merely said that the love of women has the sinister purpose of destroying one's self-control and can render even the most indomitable man incapable of standing on his own feet. Lucas begged him to stop this nonsense, but Cassian also added that warriors must be as still as a rock in front of women. These were all Lucas's memories, and sitting in class he couldn't believe that the same idiot Cassian, who knew nothing but training, could become a celebrity 4,000 years later. Professor Kevin was not surprised that the young man could not answer the question, because how the hell could he know something that was not even in the textbooks? Isabella realized that this pervert was using Frey to show off his knowledge, and decided to stand up for him. She said that she thought that the question had nothing to do with the magic lessons. Even Frey paid attention to her. She said that Cassian was a true warrior, and used mana only to help himself during training, and he simply could not be considered a mage. The old pervert came closer and asked if the girl really wanted to insult those who follow the path of the magical warrior. Lucas remembered Cassian and immediately knew that he would have killed Kevin if he had called him a magical warrior. The old bastard grabbed Isabella and suggested that they continue discussing the matter in his office, just the two of them. The girl immediately made it clear that the professor was behaving inappropriately, but Kevin was not going to back down and said that the young lady had no manners at all and asked her to answer his question. Lucas decided to stand up for the girls and named all three of Cassian's main weapons, which were the King Ho's gloves, the Giant's belt, and the Storm necklace. The professor couldn't believe it because it was the correct answer, and everyone present noticed that Frey was acting a little strange today. Even despite this, the old pervert still wasn't going to leave Isabella alone and said again that the girl didn't know the rules of behavior in the classroom at all. The scoundrel grabbed the young lady by the hand and ordered her to immediately go to his office, which frightened the girl and did not know what to do. Lucas interrupted him again and told him that Cassian had a habit of saying things. He always believed that love for women had a sinister design, destroying a person's self-control. He also added that Cassian said that a warrior must be as still as a rock when approaching women, because this desire for an indomitable man makes him incapable of standing on his own feet. The young man said that anyone who failed in these aspects was no better than an animal, but the professor still did not understand why this was said. Lucas admitted that Cassian could have been wrong in his words because Kevin stands on his own 2 feet. This made the professor furious, and he asked the young man if he had really gone mad after answering one pathetic question. The old bastard decided to check where the young man's provocative behavior would lead him. He decided to ask a couple more questions, but if the young man made a mistake in any of them, then he would have to take responsibility as an academy cadet. Lucas was confident in his abilities and was not going to give in to such a pathetic scum. He only asked to hurry up and name the next question. Everyone present was in shock, and the old man couldn't even stand on his feet because Lucas answered all the questions correctly. Kevin didn't believe it. Even the professors of this academy didn't know the history of the Era of Light. Was Frey Blake really the worst student? Lucas noticed that it was time for lunch, and if the bastard had no questions left, he would leave them, as he was very hungry. The professor wondered how a young boy could know in detail the history of 4,000 years ago. Already on the street, Isabella approached Lucas and asked where the young man was going, but the young man was not going to answer her and simply walked on. The young lady decided not to back down and follow him to the end, until eventually the young man's patience snapped and he yelled at her. He asked why the hell she was following him, but the girl only replied that she was also going that way to lunch and had no intention of bothering him. Already in the dining room, Isabella finally sat down with Lucas and could not believe that the young man was capable of eating such a quantity of food. Lucas replied that if she had been hungry for 4,000 years, she would still worship every meal. Isabella couldn't understand what 4,000 years they were talking about, but the young man realized that he had said too much and quickly changed the subject. Isabella apologized for having to sit next to him, but it was only because she couldn't find a free seat. She immediately asked Lucas how he knew the history of the Age of Light, but the young man did not understand what she was talking about. She said that 4,000 years ago, the era of the 4 greatest people began. They were the greatest magicians in history. Lucas was surprised that so much time had passed, and magical development had only degraded if no one stronger had appeared. The young man wondered if this was also the work of the demigods. Isabella spoke about the greatest people who became luminaries in the history of magic, and the first of them was the greatest warrior Cassian. She also mentioned the sage Shui Wiseman, after him about the black witch Iris Fizban, and finally, the strongest magician, who was an idol for the girl herself, was Lucas Trauman. She admitted that if he were alive, she would definitely ask him to marry her, which caused the young man to laugh loudly. He said that the girl's lips were still wet, but she was already getting married, which outraged the girl, because he didn't think that the young man would be such a rude person. Everyone present immediately noticed the strange behavior of this couple. Since when does Isabel have lunch with Frey? Classmates immediately began to discuss that this was the same Isabel who had recently fought for first place in the academy. Even David had been rejected by her several times. At that very moment, David himself entered the dining room and immediately noticed the young man, who had particularly irritated him incredibly today. Isabel asked the young man about the professor's last question about the 3 directions of research of the sage Shui. She remembered that the young man had answered it and told her about assimilation, evolution, and conflictology. But how could he have known about it, since even the girl didn't know about the latter direction? She asked the young man to tell her more about conflictology, but the young man interrupted her and asked what her level of development was. The young lady replied that she currently had 3 stars, which surprised the young man, because for her age, this was a very good result. The girl noticed that this was not the first time the young man spoke like a man who had lived a long life. But weren't they the same age? Lucas did not answer the question and was ready to leave. But the girl stopped him, because he still had not answered what the essence of studying conflictology was. The young man asked to read more of the book because he is only strong in practice, not in theory, and therefore may be biased. This answer surprised the girl. She immediately noticed that Frey had changed, but she had no idea how much. It was as if he had been replaced. When it was time for class, all the students took their seats, and Professor J.N. announced that today they would be practicing magic through a one-on-one battle. She said that in order for everything to be fair, only first-level magic is allowed to be used. David could hardly wait to part ways with the young man, who was still being bombarded with questions by Isabel. The professor also warned that everything else would be like a real fight. Even if the student was injured, all responsibility would be placed on him, so they should fight for real. Lucas immediately noticed how beautiful Jayan was, which made Isabel furious because how dare he say such obscene things about the teacher. Lucas said that the girl could do with learning from her, because that is what is called perfect female beauty. But the girl only came to the conclusion that the young man simply had a fetish for older women. J.N. announced the first fight between David and Frey. David turned to the young man and said that he had been waiting for this so much that he couldn't sleep all night, but Lucas just ignored the idiot. The young man walked towards Jian and decided to hit on her. He said that he had been asleep for a long time, but it was she who was the reason for his awakening. He asked the woman to have dinner with him tonight, but Jayan refused the guy, and he decided to make a bet that if he won this fight, she simply wouldn't be able to refuse. Jian agreed to this, because how could someone who could barely use 1-star magic want to defeat the 3-star David? The woman could barely stand on her feet. She tried to quickly come to her senses because it was impossible for her heart to flutter so much because of a young guy. David immediately began to mock the young man. He asked him if he really asked the professor to cancel the fight. The bastard continued to pester Lucas and warned that he would first rip out his vocal cords and then slowly, one by one, crush all of his limbs. He thought it would be a lot of fun because the boy would not be able to scream or resist, and this day would be the last time he would walk on his own feet. Lucas said that with the magic of the 1st star, David would not be able to inflict such damage, and Z-In announced the start of the battle. The bastard decided not to wait long and used the Stone Fury spell to finish off Lucas that very second. Everyone present was shocked, and Isabella asked Z-In why she wasn't doing anything, since she herself said that only 1st-level magic could be used. The professor replied that David was not breaking the rules because it was a secret family technique, and if all the conditions were followed, even a 1st-level magician could use it. David explained that the secret technique was the same as the symbol of the family, but Lucas was surprised that he used such power to mock people. Lucas also decided not to hesitate and summoned a magic missile, but the scoundrel did not understand how he was going to stop the stone rage with this. Was this magic so simple that even Frey could use it? Lucas was already frankly pissed off by the arrogant bastard, and without thinking twice, he sent a missile straight into the bastard's throat, causing him to fall to the ground. Everyone present was in shock because no one expected such a turn of events. And the scoundrel realized that he couldn't even say a word. His ligaments were torn. Lucas walked closer to the bastard and shamed him for daring to use his family's secret technique for such a thing, since it would only tarnish her reputation. He remembered the words of the bastard and was not going to stop. At the same second, the young man summoned another magic missile. He was going to crush the bastard's limbs one by one while David begged for forgiveness. But alas, he couldn't even say a word. Lucas sent a spell into the bastard's right leg, shattering it into pieces. He recalled that David himself had chosen this scenario, But Isabella understood that this was too much and asked Professor Zayin to stop the fight, since the outcome was already clear. Jayin said that the fight was not over yet because David had not said that he was giving up, but the young lady again asked him to stop it. The professor recalled that she had said that the opponents should fight as if it were a real battle. The path of a master of magic cannot be walked by relying only on hesitation in a dangerous situation. Lucas reminded the bastard how pleased he was when he was tormenting him, but it seemed that he himself didn't really like the role of a victim. The young man said that the world was getting worse because people like David called themselves magicians, so he should never do that again because it would be better for society. Lucas came even closer to the lying David and just laughed in his face. Did he really think that the young man would break all his limbs? He had already turned around and was ready to leave, but at the end he said that he was kind, so his legs would be enough. The bastard was already glad that this hell was over, but Lucas reminded him that he had another leg, and at that very second summoned a magic missile to end it all. The couple in the stands immediately noticed Lucas's abilities, and noted that he was able to achieve this while only being a freshman. After the fight, rumors that Frey had defeated David spread throughout the academy, but no one could understand how such a weakling had managed to do it. Had he really made a deal with the devil? At the same time, fourth-year student Duman Millist approached Lucas to invite the young man to join the Truman fraternity. He explained that this was a group of students representing West Road Academy, and it was an honor to be a member. Not everyone gets the chance. He showed a runic ring on his finger, which confirms membership, and also said that only members of the Brotherhood can personally decide who can join it. Duman also said that if the young man has this ring, then after graduation he will be able to do whatever he wants. In a word, he will no longer have to worry about his future. He also wanted to tell who was in charge of the Brotherhood, but Lucas interrupted the boy because he was not interested in this. He refused such an offer, which brought Duman into real shock. At that moment, Mr. Pierre June came up and asked his partner to leave the young man alone, since he was not the type to be lured by this. Pierre turned to Lucas and introduced himself as the head of the Truman Brotherhood. Pierre apologized for his partner's behavior, but also added that he himself would like to see the young man in Truman rings. Lucas noted that although Pierre was young, he had a good level of skills, but still refused such an offer. Duman was about to teach the arrogant young man a lesson, but Pierre stopped him and with just one look ordered him to ask for forgiveness. In the evening, Jian still kept her promise and went to dinner with Lucas because he won that fight, but she did not expect that Isabella would also be there. The young lady asked not to pay attention to her because that was not why she came here. She said that she couldn't find any information anywhere related to what Lucas told her, and she simply had no choice but to follow him until he told her everything. Jian immediately understood that the girl was talking about Cassigen's training method. She had heard a little about it at the Scientific Conference of Magicians. She also tried to find out more about it, but no matter how much she looked for information among the manuscripts, she could not find out anything. The professor also asked the young man to tell more if it really wasn't just bragging. At that very moment, Lucas walked up to Jae-in and hugged her from behind, the young man saying that he could show her something better when they were alone. The professor did not understand what was happening to her. It felt as if her head and heart were working separately, and she had already reached out to kiss the young man. At this point, Isabella interrupted them, because how could they do such obscenities? Lucas is just a student, and she is a professor at the academy. When Lucas went outside, he noticed that something was wrong here. If the world was now ruled by the demigods, then all traces and reminders of the greatest four should have completely disappeared. He didn't understand why the information about them remained unchanged even after 4,000 years. It was all strange. Could it really be that even now there are those who fight in their name? Isabel noticed that Lucas was thinking about something and decided to come closer to him, and the young man asked the young lady, "Who is the strongest among all the cadets and teachers in this academy?" The young lady did not want to answer the question, because the young man did not answer hers either, but Lucas promised that he would tell everything if she went to meet him. Isabel could not miss such a chance and told that among the students the strongest was Pierre June, and among the teachers Professor Dio Pulsman and Professor Adelina. She also added that the strongest one was the director of the academy, Ceres Trees9, who was also her aunt. At that moment, Jae-in approached the couple and told them that Ceres was a 6-star mage, whom everyone in the kingdom called Eternal Ice. She also added that theoretically, mages could reach the level of 9 stars, but the last one who achieved this lived about 3,000 years ago. Jae-in revealed that there are many speculations about whether this is true or not, So 8 stars is considered the limit for a mage, but even that is less than 10 all over the world. Lucas noticed the magic that protected the academy and asked if it was Cerise who did it. Jie Ying wasn't sure about this, since she herself didn't know whose handiwork it was, but the young man immediately noticed that this magic didn't look like the 6 stars at all. He understood that something was fishy here. He had to figure it all out. Maybe Cerise Trisnan knew something. He wanted to ask Isabel to meet with her, but then he came to the conclusion that it was too early. He did not know how things were with the demigod, and therefore it was impossible to drag a person who knew nothing into all this. He understood that depending on the situation, he might have to fight the director of the academy, and to do this, he needed to level up to 7 stars. Ziyin immediately warned the young man that this could take decades, but Lucas was confident in his abilities. He believed that he could cope with it during the holidays. The professor didn't really believe the guy's words and said that one should dream too. But before she could finish speaking, Lucas hugged her from behind again and started pestering her. Isabel reminded them of herself again and said that they should be careful because she might tell her aunt everything that was happening here. The professor and Lucas agreed that this was why they didn't like these little brats. But the young lady was outraged by such words. She didn't understand what they were talking about. Lucas thought that he shouldn't rush. He needed to do what he could at the moment, and that would be the surest way. 2 weeks later, David came to school on crutches and looked for Lucas to take revenge on him because he was absolutely sure that he could not just lose to such an idiot. He entered the classroom and began to threaten the boy again, but it was easy for Lucas to use a magic missile and knock the bastard out. Lucas initially understood that he shouldn't expect much from these youngsters, but there had to be at least someone strong among them. After all, this is the elite West Road Academy. He knew that in order to get used to using mana in Frey's body, he needed to fight more. At this moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a big guy who turned to Lucas and wanted to go outside to talk to him. When they came out into the yard, there was already a crowd of bastards standing there, and the leader of this gang introduced himself as Alex Dreamed. Alex said that people like Lucas really piss him off. He asked the young man how he dared to touch his little brother David, whom he cared about so much. Lucas asked if he was trying to intimidate him now, which made the big guy lose his temper. He threatened and said that he was the one who rose to 1/16th at the last Gladded Magic competition. Lucas just said that he should have stopped spouting that nonsense, since he brought the poor freshman into this crowd and was now standing there bragging to him. Alex told the boy not to worry about it. They would just watch. He didn't need help dealing with such an idiot. Before the bastard could finish speaking, Lucas used a magic missile with which he knocked out a dozen bastards. The others couldn't believe what had just happened, but Lucas just said that he was just bored being around scum like them. The bastards did not tolerate such humiliation and wanted to deal with the young man, but Lucas somehow did not care, and he again used the magic missile to deal with the idiots. When it was all over, Lucas sat down and thought about how he needed to find someone stronger, because at this rate, he himself would sink to their level. Already in class, Lucas was dying of boredom until Isabel came up to him and told him that due to his frequent use of the magic missile, the young man began to be called the Death Missile. This didn't bother the young man much, and he lay down on the desk again to get some sleep, and the young lady was embarrassed because he looked very cute. Lucas asked the girl why she came to him this time, and Isabel said that she knew that troll blood was effective in sealing, but by mixing it in a ratio of 7-3 with magic water, the result was simply incredible. The young man finally remembered what she was talking about and said that if it came down to it, then the blood of a half-troll would be even better because their energy was mixed in a particularly suitable way. Isabel decided to ask the young man what he would teach her this time, but Lucas did not understand at all since when he began to teach her. Although it was worth admitting that she was quite capable, and if she was trained well, she could even reach the 8-star level. He told the girl that he was going to go training during the holidays, and if she followed him, she would be able to see the battle she wanted to know about. He warned her that it would be a dangerous journey that could cost her life, so she should think carefully about everything. But the girl did not wait a second and agreed to go with Lucas. Lucas was even surprised at how quickly she made a decision, but Isabel was not going to back down. She would go with him to his training. When the time came to meet, the girl came with a huge backpack, but Lucas did not understand why she needed so many things. They were not going on a hike. Isabel said that she was a girl and that there was only the bare necessities, but it didn't matter because she wanted to know where they were going anyway. Lucas told her that he was going to go to the mountains of Spain, which shocked the girl because it was such a dangerous place that it was called a paradise for monsters. The young man didn't even worry about it. and asked Isabel if she knew the way there. But after taking out the map, she realized that even if she teleported from Hispaniola, it would take about a quarter of a day. She also said that she heard that on the way there would also be a huge number of terrible monsters. Lucas said that if a girl was scared, she didn't have to go anywhere. But Isabel didn't expect that traveling with him would be calm and safe. The young man decided to ask the girl what kind of teleport she was talking about, and she said that it was something with which you could travel long distances. Lucas was surprised because this had not happened 4,000 years ago. Magic remained the same, but industry had developed very strongly. He knew there had to be a reason why the students were so weak, but he had to admit that the teleportation idea was really great. The girl said that the disadvantage of the teleport was its enormous cost, which surprised Lucas, because he thought it was free. Isabel said that it was quite a long way from Confronting to Hispaniola, so it would cost them 10 gold coins, which shocked Lucas, since he only had 1 gold coin with him. He couldn't believe that Frey, being an aristocrat, had nothing at all. But then he remembered that Isabel was also an aristocrat, which meant she must have a lot of money. The young lady did not understand why the young man was so upset, but at that very second, Lucas ran up to her and asked how much money she had with her. The girl admitted that she did not take any money, because a rich life makes people lazy, and did she really need to take money for travel in order to accompany the young man? Lucas immediately ordered her to go home and not return to him without money, but the girl resisted and said that any journey begins with earning money for the fare. They started arguing among themselves, but in the end Lucas came to terms with it and decided that when they got to the capital, they would definitely come up with something. When they arrived at the port, Lucas couldn't believe his eyes. Was this huge ship really free? The girl said that travel is free only for the academy students, which is why there are so many cadets here. When it was time to board, it turned out that there were no more places, and we had to wait 4 whole days until the next ship. Lucas fell to the ground and didn't even want to get up after hearing this, but the man suggested that they go to the Cortejo. He showed them a small ship and told them that although it was sailing to Duel, they would be in Confronting in only 5 days, and of course it would all be free. At the same time, a gang of bandits were discussing that they were going on a mission tonight. The captain asked one of the idiots why he tore out his eye, but he only said that being one-eyed is a symbol of piracy. But the captain was only surprised at what a moron he was. The one-eyed man joked that it was obvious anyway, because there couldn't have been anyone normal among the bloody robbers. The captain pointed to the map and said that their target for the day would be a ship sailing to Duel, and they would attack it when it sailed past Oscar Island. The captain said that it was a ship filled with children from rich families, and it was called Cortejo, exactly where Lucas and Isabel were. Already on the ship, Captain McMartins greeted Lucas and his partner, and Isabel decided to ask why there were so few passengers on the ship. Was there really a reason? The captain said that the ship was sailing near the island of Oscar, and the reason for everything was the pirates who were raging there. Captain Mac assured the girl that they should not worry, because despite the fact that this ship is guarded by only 2 military ships, each of them has a 4-star mage. He said that they are true professionals in their field, who were trained in the magic tower of the Battlemaster, and no matter what the pirates do, it will not affect them. The captain added that if the pirates had any sense, they would not even dare to attack a ship that was under the protection of warships. But at that very moment, a huge pirate ship appeared right in front of him, and the staff told him that the warships had been sunk and they were in huge trouble. A few minutes earlier, one of the pirate gang reported to the captain that Cortejo's ship was already here, but they were accompanied by 2 warships. The scoundrel ordered his charges not to panic, and at that very moment a special guest appeared on deck, whom he had managed to invite with difficulty. It turned out to be the lich Duel, who would let them take their share, the one who did not fear death. He had only heard about him, but he actually admitted that in real life he was truly frightening. The bastard admitted that he thought the captain was completely crazy to go after Cortejo, which was under escort of warships. He would never have thought that the captain would agree to sign a contract with Duel. He is a real pioneer who can open a new page in the history of pirates. At that moment, ice spears appeared over the warships, but the mages were not going to give up so easily and tried to repel the lich's attack. Moments later, despite the efforts of the 4-star mages, Duel had no trouble sinking the ships, sending them to the bottom of the ocean. The captain of the thugs could not believe his eyes. He admitted that Duel was really amazing. He managed to deal with strong magicians with ease. But Duel was worried about something completely different. He knew for sure that he had summoned 3 ice spears. But why then was Cortejo unharmed? The captain decided to interrupt the lich and with all due respect reminded him that he himself had warned that this ship should remain unharmed, because they were supposed to use people as hostages. Duller shut the nasty bastard's mouth with just a look and said that he did it with the intention of blocking them, since it would be quite annoying if they tried to escape. He said that the impact was not strong enough to drown him, but he still came to the conclusion that there really was something strange on the ship. Captain Cortezio asked the cadets not to panic and to follow the sailor's instructions, but this did not change the situation much. Isabel couldn't believe her eyes that the warships were sunk so easily, but Lucas asked the girl not to panic because they were ordinary pirates. The young man admitted that something else was bothering him, and Isabel in turn noticed that there were 3 ice spears in the sky, but the one that was supposed to fall on this boat disappeared along the way. She asked if it was Lucas's handiwork, but the young man replied that it was not him. All he could think about was that he could sense the mana wave approaching, but he couldn't even stop it. He was no different from Frey. He remembered that when he looked at the demigod like that, his mind went blank for a moment. It seemed like he was still under the spell of those memories when he was locked in the abyss for 4,000 years. Lucas managed to pull himself together. He came to the conclusion that this was not the work of the demigod, it was the mana of the undead. Isabel didn't understand who protected the ship from the spear, but Lucas immediately turned to the hooded man because he immediately realized that it was he who repelled that spell. At that moment, the pirate ship sailed close to Cortesio. The pirates were already advancing, and the cadets had no choice but to hide wherever they could. The bastards came onto the deck of the ship, and the captain of this gang introduced himself. He turned to the rich cadets and introduced his team. "They are bloody marauders." Captain Mac asked the bastards if they even knew what ship they were attacking. The bastard replied that he had known about it from the beginning. It was a treasure ship, which was filled to capacity with the descendants of ancient houses, which made his gang laugh. One of the cadets decided to object and told the pathetic pirates that they didn't even understand all the consequences and didn't realize their situation. He also added that the pirates on board the ship were students of the academy who would become excellent magicians in the future, and unfortunately for them, they chose the wrong ship to hunt on. The young man wanted to use a spell to deal with the scum, but the captain of the bastards decided to subdue the youth at that very second, sending a dagger right next to the cadet's throat. The bastard couldn't believe that the boy actually thought that they would give him time to prepare. Lucas noticed that someone had slightly deflected the trajectory of the knife that was supposed to hit him in the neck. Could it really have been that mysterious guy in the hood? An unknown man approached the young man and advised him not to stick his neck out, because this opponent was too tough for him. One of the pirates turned to his captain and was surprised that he could not hit the only target, but the captain began to justify himself, because he did not want to kill the guy, because he was a potential bag of money. This time, the bastard decided to show his strength and chose the bespectacled man as his next target, who immediately fell to the ground and wet himself from fear. One of the bastards picked up the poor guy and threw him overboard the ship straight into the cold water, leaving the boy no chance of survival. The rest of the cadets decided that they would not let this go and sent their strongest spells straight at the captain of this gang. To their surprise, none of them hit the target, and at that very moment a lich appeared and repelled their pathetic attempts at attack. Captain Mac couldn't believe that the pirates would sign a contract with the undead, because those who don't fear death don't do business with the living, which only meant that they were simply being used. The bastard admitted that he was not very interested in this. He only needed money, but the scoundrels did not even understand what consequences would follow from this. At that moment, Isabel clung to Lucas in fear and said that they were not just pirates, and they were in a dangerous situation. Lucas knew that the Lich Duller was a 5-star level, and now everything became clear why 4-star battle mages couldn't even get close to him. At the same time, Duller asked the one who managed to stop his magic to come out, because he knew perfectly well that he was here. He threatened that if he continued to hide, he would kill everyone right now by summoning a huge number of ice spears right above the ship. The pirate captain wanted to dissuade the Lich, but one look was enough to make him change his mind about even opening his mouth. The same man in the hood came out to the Lich and confessed that it was he who stopped his magic, and his name is Pierre June. Isabel was surprised that the head of the Truman Brotherhood himself was on this ship. There was no one in their academy who did not know him. She also added that Pierre was a full-fledged scion of the June family, one of the 3 most influential families in the entire empire. Isabel remembered that his grades were simply excellent, so they were constantly competing for the highest places in the academy. She admitted that although they have almost the same grades, Pierre is on a completely different level, because he possesses magic that sometimes goes beyond understanding. The The young lady was sure that he would definitely cope with the enemies, but Lucas did not think so, because the young man could barely stand on his feet. Lucas said that the lich was definitely above level 5, and Pierre had already realized that he was beyond his capabilities. His strength would be enough for level 5, but no more. Lucas added that the fact that he managed to reflect magic higher than his level and not die was a real miracle. Isabel wanted to know from Lucas if he really meant to say that he possessed a higher level of magic than the lich. At this time, Pierre regretted that he had boarded this particular ship at all. He did not want to stand out, so he chose the one with fewer students, but now he would have to take the rap. The young man understood that after reflecting his magic, his body barely obeyed him. He was clearly not Delaru's opponent. Lich turned to the young man and said that he hoped that with his help he would find excellent material. The pirate captain said that the young cadets must go through this ordeal, but he guarantees that he will deliver them to the port of Cows safe and sound at top speed. Pierre offered the bastard a deal. He offered to take only him, because for the amount he would receive from the June family, he would be able to buy 2 such ships, but only on the condition that they would let everyone else go. The captain decided that the boy had gone crazy, because why should he listen to him? Because he had the immortal dollar on his side and he could get money for everyone. Pierre admitted that he was no match for the hired lich and would most likely die in battle. But if it came to that, he would drag them to the grave with him. Lucas was surprised by the boy's decision and admitted to himself that he was starting to like him more and more. Duller understood that this was just a bluff. With Pierre's mana level, it was nothing more than a grab. He was going to completely absorb the youth and turn the remaining empty body into an undead being to use as a storage for spare limbs. At that very moment, Duller grabbed Pierre with his magic, and the captain of the window ordered his gang to attack the remaining cadets. The bastards started to grab the young mages, but one bastard's gaze was directed at Isabel. He wanted to grab her personally. The bastard ordered Lucas to step aside, but the young man did not understand who this idiot was talking to, and the pirate, in turn, ordered the youngster to step aside if he wanted to live. He warned the young man one last time to step aside, but Lucas had a different opinion. He didn't understand how this scum even had the courage to talk like that. The other cadets did not understand why the young man continued to add fuel to the fire. Could he really not see what was going on? The bastard took out his blade to finish off the guy who had completely forgotten his place, but he easily smashed the bastard's face on the floor, because he knows perfectly well what he is capable of. The bastard went to be fed to the fish, and everyone present could not believe what had just happened. Pierre was perfectly aware of everything. The young man accelerated many times with the help of mana and struck the enemy, but his speed was truly amazing that even he was unable to see his movements. He knew that the guy was hiding his powerful abilities, but he couldn't even imagine using mana at this level. Lucas reassured Isabel that this bastard was clearly stronger than her, so he simply got rid of the inequality. One of the pirates was not surprised that this idiot lost. He wanted to show off in front of the girl, and now he will die because of it. At that very moment, Lucas appeared in front of the bastard, not leaving him even time to think. Even the lich Duller noted how fast his movements were. Lucas didn't hesitate and pierced the bastard with his bare hand. Sending him to the next world, he only told the pirate scum that they should have agreed to Pierre's offer. He said that, unlike him, he was not so kind and would not have mercy on them. Otherwise, they would all have remained whole and would have all gone their separate ways peacefully. But what could be done now? Because they still did not look like people. Such words angered the pirates, and they attacked the young man in a crowd from all sides. But Lucas had no trouble dealing with all this scum in an instant. He continued to destroy one after another, not even giving them a chance to react, which brought everyone present into a state of real horror. Lucas was so fast that the idiots couldn't even hit him and were already cutting each other. But before they could even think, Lucas found himself in the air. He used the strongest spell and dealt with all the remnants of the pathetic pirates. But he was stopped by a big guy who still managed to take Isabel hostage. The scoundrel warned that if the young man moved from his place again, he would immediately cut her throat, sending her to the next world. Lucas was surprised by the words of this idiot because Isabel can stand up for herself. At that very second, the girl used a lightning strike to deal with this trash like him. No one could believe what the pair had done, but Isabel was more worried about what Lucas would say about her skills. The young man admitted that it was delightful. The young lady really decided to show off. The pirate captain clapped the boy and concluded that, judging by his movements, he was a guard pretending to be a student, wasn't he? He admitted that the guy really surprised him and offered the young man a deal. He already understood that he was a difficult person, But in any case, it would be difficult for him to deal with his entire team. Lucas decided to listen to the scoundrel, and he said that he would take only half of all the cadets who were on this ship. The bastard added that this would be a fair decision, and the young man would become a hero in any case. Everyone would win. Lucas didn't understand what benefit was being discussed. He had already lost a lot of people, but the bastard didn't care much. He suggested that the young man choose those who would remain on the ship and those who would come under his control. One of the students couldn't wait any longer and broke free from the hands of one of the pirates to run to Lucas. She begged him to leave her. She was even ready to pay 100 gold pieces. Following her example, all the other cadets also rushed to the young man and offered even more money, but Lucas did not know what to do and asked Isabel for advice. The young lady would never agree to such a thing, but the young man understood that in this way they could earn money for teleportation and decided to hold an auction among the students. Each of the rich cadets begged to be left on the ship. They promised the young man great wealth, but Lucas got tired of it and ordered them all to shut up. He said that they were all taught from infancy how to spend money properly, but did they ever think that it was their parents who had earned it all their lives through hard work? He didn't believe that these weaklings called themselves future magicians, because all they did was tremble for their own souls. It was disgusting to look at them. Lucas said that a real magician is first and foremost a hero who protects the weak, and no matter how great the danger, he thinks first of all about saving others. The pirate captain noticed that Duller was standing silently and watching, but was there really anyone who could defeat him? Duller responded to the captain's thoughts because he had the ability to read thoughts. He was just curious about where Lucas got such a level of mana. He had never met such a person before. He came to the conclusion that the young man would make an excellent test subject, but he was unlikely to be above level 5, so he would not be a worthy opponent. Duller knew he couldn't miss such a chance. He needed his beautiful body, so he ordered the guy to surrender and become his property. Lucas was once again surprised by how tactless they all were, and how they spoke in cliches, but Duller wasn't going to let it go. He summoned several living missiles to send the young man to the next world, leaving him no chance of survival. Lucas reacted in time and was able to dodge, but Isabel noticed and warned the young man that this was homing magic that would haunt him until the very end. The guy himself knew this very well. If this was truly homing magic, then it would rush after the target without any external control. But he was wondering what other aces the lich had up his sleeve. Lucas continued to dodge each missile, but the lich just used one of his secret spells and opened a portal from which hundreds of hands appeared to catch the young man off guard. Isabel was able to react in time and repel Dullard's attack on the other cadets, but Lucas was left behind and did not even respond. At that moment, missiles began flying towards the lich, and he had no choice but to use the barrier to reflect them. It was at that very same second that the magic of the shackles fell from Pierre, and Dullard's hands were blocked so that he would definitely not be able to reflect his own spell this time. Lich didn't understand how this was even possible, because the missiles were supposed to be chasing the sample with white hair, because even if the target suddenly disappeared, they still had to find it on their own. At that moment, Lucas found himself behind Dullard. But all he could think about was how the boy had managed to avoid being attacked from 4 sides and then take up such a position. The lich flew into the air to protect himself. He didn't even think that Lucas was capable of such a thing. In that case, the young man would have to do at least 5 calculations at the same time. He admitted that even he was not capable of this. Such skill could not be available to ordinary people. Isabel asked Lucas if he was okay, but he calmed the girl down with just one look, and she noticed the incredible resemblance between him and that same legendary magician Lucas Trauman. Duller knew things were going badly and summoned dozens of ice spears to destroy the entire ship. Of course, he was sorry that he had missed out on such a capable guy like Pierre, but there was no other choice, and it was better to be on the safe side. But to his surprise, none of the copies reached their target, and Duller noticed a huge barrier that protected the ship. It was Lucas's doing, which surprised the lich incredibly, and Pierre also noticed that his abilities were definitely on another level, because even he almost lost consciousness when he reflected just one such spear. The lich wasn't going to leave it like that and summoned a huge spear that was the size of several of these ships. Lucas flew into the air in an instant and easily split the huge block, and the next moment he was right in front of the bastard's face. Duller didn't understand how some young man, barely reaching the level of 5 stars, was capable of such a thing. Lucas asked the bastard if he already knew the way, but the lich did not understand what the young man was talking about. Did he really want Duller to show him the way to become stronger? The young man admitted that he hadn't used anything stronger than magic missiles for a long time, so the lich really pleased him. The bastard didn't understand how an ordinary person would even dare to say such a thing, but the young man decided to reveal all his cards and said that his real name was Lucas Troman. He said that he returned after 4,000 years to teach a lesson to scumbags like him, because Lucas is the most powerful archmage in the world. Isabel and Pierre watched from the ship, but they could hardly hear anything because the couple was too far away from them. At the same time, Duller went crazy. He did not believe the guy's words, because he knew for sure that Lucas Troman had died a long time ago and decided to attack the young man again. At that very moment, Lucas found himself behind the bastard's back. He had already warned the bastard, but this time he wouldn't just leave it like that. He tore out the bastard's heart in one motion. Lucas knew for sure that if it was not destroyed, the lich would not die. Lucas admitted that he was already pretty tired of this, and he decided to end it by crushing the bastard's heart, which caused Duller to disappear from this world forever. No one believed their eyes, and Pierre even admitted that it was too easy for the young man. The pirate captain didn't understand how the lich died at all since he was immortal. But Lucas didn't give the bastard time to think, appearing behind him. Lucas said that the time for negotiations is over, and every bastard who dared to attack the ship will die. The young man easily destroyed each bastard and tore off half of the captain's body, leaving him no chance of survival. Lucas noticed that all the cadets were looking only at him, but they didn't dare say a word until the end of the trip. Already at the pier, Pierre approached Lucas and noted his incredible strength, but the young man was not going to start a conversation with him and simply ignored him. Pierre bowed low to Lucas because it was only thanks to him that he was alive now, and he gave his word that he would never forget it. Lucas decided to talk to the head of the Brotherhood. He asked him how he felt because after the destruction of the lich's magic, he should have felt a twist inside. Pierre only said that he was fine. On the contrary, he felt relieved after the accumulated blood came out, but Lucas did not believe him. Lucas knew the young man was bluffing, but Isabel was more concerned with how easily he dealt with Duller, who was too tough even for the royal mages. Pierre admitted that he also did not expect something like this, because he had heard about Frey Blake as the most talentless student in the entire history of West Road Academy. But the young man had been showing his talents for the last 2 weeks. Had he been hiding his abilities all this time? Lucas replied that even if that were the case, everyone's life was different, so it didn't change the essence. Pierre agreed with the guy. He suggested that he somehow visit their clan. He wanted to thank him. Isabel couldn't believe that the captain himself personally invited Lucas. But the guy wasn't very happy. He didn't care about it. Isabel couldn't believe how the guy was behaving, because a huge number of aristocrats were trying to find at least some opportunity to visit the Jun clan. Lucas immediately remembered the young lady's words about the most influential clans in the empire, and could not miss such an opportunity to ask Pierre for some money. The young lady could not believe the impudence of the young man. How could he ask for money, taking advantage of Pierre's good nature? Pierre decided to stop their quarrel and said that there was no problem with it, but still decided to ask why they were young men. Lucas said that he wanted to use the teleport, and Pierre immediately understood why the guy was heading to the capital. Pierre handed over 300 gold pieces as a token of gratitude, because that was the least he could do for him now. Lucas could not believe the young man's generosity. He only needed 20 gold pieces, but Pierre admitted that he simply had no less. Pierre admitted that he would be happy to invite Lucas to visit right now. But preparations for the wedding are currently underway, and there are probably various preparations going on at home. Pierre admitted that he was marrying the daughter of the Aquarid clan, but he was not sure if she was right for him, but he knew for sure that many outstanding knights came from this clan. He admitted that if they had known that the young man was so weak in magic, they would have definitely been disappointed in him. Lucas decided to cheer up Pierre. He told him not to lose heart, because he was a handsome man, but still decided to ask his future bride about his sister, so that she could also marry successfully. Isabel shut Lucas's mouth again, because his behavior was beyond all bounds. Was there really nothing in his head except all sorts of bad thoughts? Pierre just laughed and admitted that they really were funny guys, and they would definitely meet again. Pierre admitted that it was time for them to say goodbye. But before leaving, he asked Lucas to be sure to come visit him, because he didn't want to seem like an ungrateful fool. Lucas promised that he would definitely drop by sometime if he had free time, and Isabel immediately noticed that the young men were behaving like good old friends. Lucas admitted to the young lady that Pierre was indeed a good guy and behaved as an aristocrat should, and also spent a lot of money. Isabel immediately realized that the young man had decided to play a joke on her, and she apologized for not having a penny. Already in the clothing store, Isabel was choosing a new outfit for herself. But Lucas did not understand how she was going to the mountains in such clothes. She should choose something light, so that nothing would get in the way, and there would be an opportunity to quickly change. Isabel knew it herself, but there were just so many beautiful things here. Couldn't she even try them on once? The consultant decided to suggest to the young man that this was all because the young lady had most likely not been on such trips before, and Lucas thought that he had taken her with him in vain. Eventually, they managed to choose suitable clothes for themselves and were ready to set off. Lucas was incredibly happy with his new purchase. He took out a bag into which, with the help of magic, he could stuff various objects that were even bigger than himself. Isabel was surprised that the young man was seeing something like this for the first time, because it was not that uncommon, and Lucas, in turn, noticed that the young lady was in a bad mood. He reflected on the fact that technology at this time had become much more advanced than in his time, and also that the population had clearly increased. However, such progress was not particularly beyond his imagination, because if you think about it, more could have been achieved in 4,000 years. Lucas was almost sure that the demigods deliberately interfered with the development of civilization, but he did not understand why he needed it. The young man thought that the demigods might not be sure that they could cope with humanity, which would become stronger as a result of evolution. But how could that be possible, since they considered all people to be bugs? Isabel pulled the young man away from his thoughts and asked him what he had been thinking about so intently the whole way that he hadn't even noticed that they had arrived at the place where the teleport was. Lucas decided that there was no point in brainstorming now. He would definitely find out everything himself when he met them in person. The man with the megaphone warned people not to go beyond the magic circle, because now the teleportation process itself would begin. The young man decided to play a joke on Isabel and said that those who are not used to teleportation might feel nauseous, but the girl knew this perfectly well. At that moment, the process itself began, and in a split second, they were already near the mountains of Spain. Lucas noticed that these places had not changed at all even after 4,000 years. He was already ready to leave, but Isabel could not stand such a load and stepped aside because she was very nauseous. Isabel quickly made an excuse that it was all because she hadn't eaten anything since the morning, but Lucas was only thinking that he really shouldn't have taken her with him. Later in the evening, the couple came to the pub and Lucas decided not to skimp. He ordered bread and 5 portions of meat as well as a glass of beer. Isabel couldn't believe that the young man was going to drink alcohol, but Lucas asked her to calm down because she couldn't even imagine how long it had been since he had drunk it. He wondered why they didn't sell it at the academy, but it was obvious, because minors are prohibited from drinking alcohol. Lucas replied that there was nothing wrong with that, because in his time everyone started drinking at 13, but the girl again did not understand what the young man was talking about. At this time, the owner of the establishment brought their order and decided to ask the couple if they were mercenaries by any chance. He came to the conclusion that they were newbies, since they were going to the mountains of Spain. Did they really think that they could catch a dragon by buying only new equipment? The old man admitted that they had enough courage after all, but said that after dinner they should return to where they came from, because the mountains of Spain were too tough for children like them. Isabel admitted that hearing that this place was called a monster paradise, so they initially knew that they were going to a dangerous place. The old man couldn't stand it and yelled at them because they didn't even know where they were going. And the other visitors also didn't understand this decision. Did they really have several spare lives? The owner apologized and again tried to dissuade the cadets from going there and admitted that he also had a son who looked like them. He decided to tell how his son had been telling him since childhood that he would become a mercenary, but he was extremely stubborn and did not listen to him at all. Isabel decided to ask where his son was now, but before she could finish speaking, the old man said that he had died in the mountains of Spain. The young lady asked for forgiveness, but the owner did not tell this so that they would sympathize with him. He said that his son was entrusted with guarding the mother and daughter who had gone to get medicinal herbs, but only the daughter returned alive. He was not going to tell anything more bad and simply asked not to go into those mountains. Even experienced mercenaries have little chance of returning from there safe and sound. Lucas finally finished his meal and decided to ask the old man about the monsters that lived there. The owner did not understand whether they really needed to go there, even if they were facing death. The old man understood that he would not be able to sleep peacefully today and decided to tell everything he knew about these places. The young man thanked his grandfather and wanted to thank him in return, but the old man refused to accept the money. He said that they would only give it back when they returned alive. The couple thanked him for the dinner, but the old man was surprised because they usually said that only the beer was tasty in their establishment and everything else was terrible. He promised that next time he would definitely prepare the most delicious dish for them and said goodbye to the young cadets. Lucas and Isabel went to the most dangerous place in the empire. There was no way back. and a long journey lay ahead of them. No sooner had they entered the mountain territory than a huge number of monsters immediately attacked them. But it was not difficult for them to destroy the scoundrels. Isabel finally understood why Lucas brought her here, because in such a place 1 month of training would be enough for good training. Lucas said that they weren't here for that, because he wasn't going to catch some small fry that was hanging around near the entrance. They were heading to the Shui dungeon. The girl couldn't believe it, because this was the very dungeon that the great sage Shui had created and left behind. She remembered that it was there that one could gain the power that would allow one to rule the whole world. But isn't that a legend? Lucas remembered how Shui told him about a high mountain rising above the clouds, and at its top, there was a beautiful lake in which there was a small island. He promised that he would wait for him there. The young man came to the conclusion that the high Drake mountain in front of him was the place that would be quite to the liking of the sage. He told the girl that although it was a legend, there was no exaggeration in it. It was indeed a dangerous place, because it was necessary to have at least 6 stars to fight there. The young lady couldn't believe what was said, but Lucas promised that they would only need 1 month, and during that time, they would be able to reach such a level. Isabel thought the guy was crazy, because even if he put in all his efforts, achieving 6 stars would take several decades. Lucas reassured the young lady and said that he would first find a suitable place to train, and she should also try to find a safe place to concentrate her mana. After a while, the couple continued to exterminate monsters, and Isabel began to notice that they gradually began to get used to these battles. But what was Lucas thinking about all this time? Lucas finally spotted a wonderful and suitable place, and they came to a large waterfall that flowed down the mountain. Behind the water was a secret cave protected on all sides, and it was here that they would train for a month. He told Isabel that from today on he would show her the Casagen teaching method that she so wanted to know. The girl was incredibly happy, but the young man warned her that he had not shown her this before, only because it was very dangerous. He told her that if she repeated it thoughtlessly, she could even lose her life. So for now, she should just watch how Lucas did it. Lucas took a position and sat in the lotus position, and a moment later he was levitating in the air. The girl couldn't believe that Lucas was collecting all the mana that was in this cave. But in fact, the young man was collecting all the possible mana from all of Mount Spain. Closer to the morning, Lucas finished his preparations. But when he opened his eyes, he could not believe that Isabel was able to repeat everything after him. The young man even admitted that Isabel's abilities exceeded all his expectations. Moreover, she had a thirst for knowledge, which could not but please. Lucas suggested taking a break to eat because you can't torture yourself with hunger, even during training. Lucas took advantage of his new purchase and took all his things out of the bag. He handed Isabel some food, but she said she wasn't hungry, and it would be better to leave it for later. Lucas insisted on his own, because the girl was now filled with mana, so she thought she was feeling full. They sat down to dinner, and Isabel said that until recently she had never imagined that they would live like this. The girl admitted that she felt an unusual energy from Lucas, although she was just an inexperienced student. But for some reason, she saw his strong will. Isabel said that the young man had not been himself lately, as if he knew exactly where they needed to go, and there was not the slightest hesitation in him. Lucas replied that people don't change, they just grow. But the girl didn't understand whether she should praise him for his change. Suddenly she realized that they would spend a whole month alone in this narrow cave, which made the young lady blush. Lucas assured her that she should stop worrying about trifles. He had already said that he was not interested in minors. Isabel couldn't understand what this unpleasant feeling was, but the young man interrupted her thoughts, and she noticed that he was using some kind of magic. Lucas said that he was setting up a protective field to prevent monsters from running in while they were sleeping. The young man was about to go to bed and told the young lady to go to bed too, since today was only the first day and they should get a good night's sleep. When Lucas fell asleep, Isabel felt a great relief, but for some reason she still wanted to punch him once. The next morning, Isabel woke up, but Lucas was already on his feet and asked her if she had slept enough. The girl in turn asked how long the young man slept, and Lucas answered that it was about 5 hours. Lucas warned her to think of this as their last vacation, because from that day on the real training would begin. The young man said that he would now demonstrate the Casagen technique, but again warned Isabel that this was a very dangerous way of training. He told her that she shouldn't repeat what he did without thinking, but just watch. At that moment, the young man got down to business and began to separate the mana collected in his body into fire and water, which left the girl speechless. She realized that the mana was conflicting and fighting with itself, as if a real war had begun in his body. Lucas said that in order for neither side to be superior to the other, it is necessary to adjust your balance very seriously, like adjusting a scale so that there is no imbalance. Isabel was surprised by what an amazing method it was. Now she understood that this was wrestling, the legendary method of training Casagen. The young girl decided to repeat after Lucas, as it was last time, but not even a second passed before she felt hellish pain. She realized that if the balance was disturbed even a little, it would be incredibly painful. But how could Lucas train so calmly, as if he were meditating? She didn't understand who was sitting in front of her. Who was he really? After a while, Isabel decided to swim under the waterfall and thought only about the fact that about 2 weeks had already passed, and Lucas had not even moved during this time. She didn't understand how long they would continue these terrible training sessions. She entered the cave and suddenly noticed that Lucas was able to achieve mana materialization, which meant that he was able to reach the 6th star in just 2 weeks. Isabel couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't know that a human was capable of such an incredible growth rate. At this time, Lucas was thinking that it was still too slow. He needed to act faster and more efficiently. Isabel decided to try to master this method again, and she even succeeded for a while. But it was worth losing concentration for just a moment, as the whole balance was disturbed. She realized that this method required a huge amount of patience and endurance. But did the great people of antiquity really devote themselves entirely to such a terrible method? Isabel came to the conclusion that the level of today's mages cannot be compared with the archmages of the past. She felt some unpleasant smell, and at the same second she noticed that the protective barrier was collapsing. Could someone really want to get in from the outside? At that very moment, a huge phoenix burst into the cave, but the young man was not at all surprised, unlike the young lady. She asked if this was the same phoenix that belonged to the rare divine species. She had assumed that there were all sorts of monsters in the mountains of Spain, but she would never have believed that there were representatives of a divine species here. Lucas explained that the phoenix was attracted by the huge amount of uncontrolled mana due to the use of the fighting method. The young man extended his hand to the monster to tame it, but Isabel did not understand what he was counting on at all, because divine monsters cannot be subject to man. Lucas told the girl to look at him carefully because the phoenix came here for help. At that very second, the young man approached him and began to stroke him, which left the girl in real shock. She couldn't believe that Lucas was just petting him, because the phoenix's plumage was made of flashes of flame. Lucas explained that this was all because the phoenix did not see the youth as an enemy. He asked the girl to forget that this was a representative of a divine species and asked her to look at his chest, which was covered in wounds from some giant claws. The young man said that the phoenix survived only thanks to a miracle, because a little more and the blow would have hit the heart. Isabel didn't understand what the young man was talking about. She thought that phoenixes never die. Lucas explained that unlike other creatures, phoenixes are freed after death, but this did not mean they were immortal. At the moment, the young man was concerned with only one question. Who in these places could inflict such a serious wound on a deity? Lucas concluded that the phoenix had encountered an opponent it could not defeat. The young man understood that apparently the deity knew that Lucas could help him. Isabel didn't understand how he managed to communicate with the phoenix as if it were some kind of small bird. Lucas said that with his training he would be able to completely cure him. He asked the phoenix to lie still and soon everything would pass. The girl noticed that his facial expression and even his manner of speech were completely different from the Frey she knew. She noticed that even the air around her became softer and more comfortable after the young man began his treatment. At the same time, Lucas remembered how 4,000 years ago he had already communicated with the phoenix. Then there was a heavy rain, and he was surprised that some small rain was able to stop it. Phoenix, after the young man's words, decided to prove the opposite, and they flew together. And Lucas teased him that if he didn't want to remain hungry, he should have worked his wings more actively. At the same time, Lucas admitted that a long time ago, he had already encountered a representative of this species. A moment later, the animal's wounds began to heal, and the girl wondered if the young man would be able to achieve immortality if he continued to develop his healing skills. A few moments later, the phoenix was already completely healthy, and Lucas thanked him for the opportunity to reminisce. He suggested to the phoenix that next time they repeat that old fight and clash as worthy opponents. The phoenix showed gratitude to the young man with all its appearance, and a moment later flew out. Lucas noticed that the deity had left his feather, but what did he mean by that? The young man said that the phoenix feather could be used to heal wounds or create magical artifacts, and it could also be sold for a very high price. He came to the conclusion that the animal was not one of those who liked to remain in debt, unlike someone who spent all day eating and goofing off without helping him at all. The girl realized that the young man was hinting at her, but maybe he should have asked her from the beginning. like all normal people? Lucas resumed his training and 2 more weeks passed, and the girl turned her attention to his body. She had a feeling that Lucas was about to dry up completely, because he hadn't eaten anything since last week. She knew that on the one hand she was worried about him, since it really did look dangerous. But for some reason, this image gave her a feeling of the presence of something mystical or even divine. She understood that the young man was incredibly strange, but strong and completely ill-mannered. Sometimes he seemed cold-blooded and calculating to her, and sometimes gentle and soft, like then with the phoenix. Isabel came to the conclusion that the young man evoked contradictory feelings. He was very erudite in the field of history, and his experience could only be envied, as if he was already an ideal magician. She looked at the boy again, and sometimes she noticed the essence of Lucas Trauman, which showed itself in all its glory. But in any case, she loved and respected her mentor Frey with all her heart. A moment later, Lucas opened his eyes and stood up, as he had finally managed to reach the required level in such a short period of time. Isabel couldn't believe what was happening, even though she was next to Lucas the whole time. The youngest mage to reach the 6th star was 35 years old, and if word got out that an academy student had done the same, the whole world would be turned upside down. Lucas understood that now he could collect mana with just his breath. But at that moment, the young man began to lose consciousness, but Isabel managed to catch him. He said that it was all because he had not eaten anything for a whole week, and suggested that the young lady go hunting because his body needed refueling. When the couple went outside, they noticed a bunch of dead monsters, and Lucas immediately realized that this was the work of the Phoenix, which is why no one bothered them during training. Lucas remembered telling the Phoenix that thanks to his training he was able to heal him. Did that phrase really leave such a mark on his soul? Since that was the case, the young man said that there was no need to hunt. They would eat the monsters and then immediately go to the Shui dungeon. At that moment, a human cry was heard not far from where they were, which attracted their attention. At that very moment, Lucas flew into the air, leaving Isabel alone, not knowing what she should do. It turned out that he was a prisoner who had been captured by a gang of bandits who had already dealt with his partners. The bastards tied the poor guy to a tree and threw daggers at him. But one of the idiots couldn't finish what he started, and Juan took the dagger from Victor to show him how it was done. The leader of the scoundrels, Lauren, ordered the idiots to stop, but Juan persuaded him, since his turn had ended with him, to which Lauren gave his approval. He asked his subordinates how much longer they had to wait for this woman. They had been stuck here in these fucking mountains for over a month already. Juan decided to show off to the others and show who the real master was, and at that very second he threw a dagger, which was aimed straight at the poor guy's head. But a moment later, the dagger lost its trajectory, as if someone had deliberately blocked it. The bastards didn't understand what had just happened, and Victor didn't miss the opportunity to make fun of Juan. Suddenly, Lucas himself appeared behind Victor. The bastard did not expect such a turn of events, and he decided to deal with the uninvited guest. Lucas noticed the dead bodies of the poor guys, but what did they want to achieve by killing the last survivor? He understood that the tied-up guys were also alive until recently, until they became a target for darts. Victor decided to ask the young man who he was and what he was doing there, but Lucas didn't waste time and immediately cut off the head of the dishonest bastard. No one could believe what had happened, and the leader immediately realized that it was 5th-level magic, a line of light. Lucas greeted the scumbags and said that he was about to teach them an important lesson. At this time, Isabel was finally able to find the young man, but when she arrived at the place, she saw only a multitude of corpses of vile scum. The girl ran up to Lucas and asked if he had killed them all, but the guy replied that he had left one alive. He left that same Lauren alive, but came to the conclusion that he was just a henchman, which meant that they still had a leader. Lucas said he couldn't just turn a blind eye and pretend he didn't see them killing innocent people for no reason. The young man did not understand whether the demigod really enjoyed seeing people kill and hate each other. If this was really the case, then Lucas was going to stop all of this. The poor guy, tied to a tree, turned to the couple and asked if they would really save him. Lucas said that the boy had lost too much blood, so he couldn't take him with him, but the man continued to beg for help because he didn't want to die like that. He burst into tears and said that he wanted to apologize to his father before he died, which caught Lucas's attention. Still, one bastard managed to escape, and he came to Captain Carlson and told him everything that had happened. He said he saw a long-haired guy suddenly appear and silently unleash all his anger on them. He was sure that this was not just an ordinary young man, because he was so well versed in battles that it was impossible to even get close to him. The bastard also reported that in the blink of an eye, all the members of the group became corpses and flew in different directions, and only he managed to escape. Carls concluded that it was the work of a magician, and his right hand confirmed his words. because at least the unknown youth was capable of a double throw. And Karlst realized that it was none other than the battle mage who was behind this. He immediately ordered his wards to strengthen their borders, and as soon as the uninvited guest appeared, to give a signal. He told them all to take precautions in advance and attack him at the first report. The bastard's right hand asked, or does the leader think that this mage was hired by the Aquarid family? Karlst, in turn, was sure that this stingy knightly family could not hire a magician as a bodyguard. The leader asked the last survivor what kind of people they killed, and the bastard said that they were ordinary mercenaries. But why did it bother him so much? Karlst simply did not understand what this unknown ghost was and what he wanted at all. After some time, they attacked the knights of the Aquarid family, who were accompanying the eldest daughter of that family, Sonia Aquarid. The girl was not one to give up easily. She continued to cut his men into small pieces. In the end, the girl was ready to deal with Karlst himself, but his right hand intervened again and stopped the young lady's attack. The leader admitted that the fire sword from the Ruinball Kingdom, as the girl was called, was not actually just bragging. Karlst admitted that it was really worth waiting more than a month in these damn mountains. He admitted that Sonia was indeed as beautiful as the rumors said. Not only was she born the eldest sister in such a prestigious family, but she also had a talent greater than any other male heir. He knew that Sonia was a brilliant knight who was given the title of Pouring Rain by the king at only 18 years old. Sonia realized that all the knights had been killed, and only the maids and Sir Luther remained alive. She understood perfectly well that Luther had long since retired, and the only person capable of fighting was herself. The young lady realized that she would have to face about 20 men, and they were all very talented. This was the worst-case scenario. Karlst asked the girl where their accompanying magician was, but Sonia didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. She asked the bastard if he really thought that the knightly house of Aquarid, which had a long history, would hire some magician as protection. The bastard confirmed his suspicions and realized that the guy who had killed all of his subordinates was not connected to them. But that didn't change the fact that he was incredibly interested in finding out who it was. He told the girl that he was not going to kill her right away, but the girl did not understand what he was getting at. The pervert didn't want to explain everything in detail, because she herself could guess what was going to happen. He didn't believe that guys like them would get a chance to frolic with the respected daughter of a noble family, because it was such a rarity. Sonia couldn't believe the words of the bastards. She would rather bite her tongue than become their toy. Karlst said that her death wouldn't change much, since they still had 2 sisters behind her to play with. The bastard admitted that they had waited too long for them, so his guys were now hungrier than ever. Sonia finally realized that these bastards didn't just leave the girls alive for no reason. The sisters and Sir Luther said that they were ready to give their lives for the young lady. For them, it was a matter of honor. Sonia only asked for their forgiveness and said that it was her incompetence that led them all to death. The sisters immediately began to dissuade the girl and asked her not to say that again, because they all grew up healthy and prosperous, thanks to the help of the respected house of Aquarid. They asked Sonia to end their lives, because if they were defiled, they would not be able to meet with dignity in heaven. The lady agreed and said that their heads would be held high and their chests full of pride when they were all reunited in heaven. Karlst did not understand what they wanted to do now, and at the same moment, Sonia screamed that in the name of the honor of the 2 maidens and for the honor of the Aquarid house, she would gratefully see the girls off on their new journey. The bastard ordered his charges to stop her quickly, because she was going to end the girls' lives. When the girl opened her eyes, she realized that her sword had disappeared. Could this really be the work of bandits? Sonia realized that in the end, she would have to endure the most terrible humiliation for a night and apologize to the girls for not being able to provide them with a dignified death. She was about to order the girls to bite off their tongues, but suddenly Lucas appeared next to her, who finally decided to reveal himself. Karlst admitted that he had already heard rumors about the long-haired guy who had dealt with his squad. Lucas immediately realized which of them was the leader and returned the sword to young Sonia, who did not understand what was going on here. The leader of the bastards came to the conclusion that the young man had come down from the mountain, since that was where their base camp was located. He asked Lucas what he had done to his people, but the young man replied that the bastard knew everything perfectly well himself. Such impudence infuriated the scoundrel, and he ordered his pawns to attack and kill the guy, not even giving him the opportunity to use magic. Karlst knew that according to the reports, this young man should be a battle mage, but he thought that against their numerical superiority, he simply didn't stand a chance. At this moment, Lucas used the strongest firepower with which he dealt with a large number of scumbags in the blink of an eye. Sonia decided to ask Isabel who they were and what their goal was. But the young lady assured them that now they could all be calm because they were not their enemies. Karlst continued to fight off Lucas's attacks. He knew a little about battle mages, but he clearly understood that the young man would not be able to hold out for so long, because there is a certain cycle of magic spells. The bastard couldn't believe the amount of spells the boy had been casting all this time and admitted that his skills were truly impressive. He decided to check whether the young man would collapse from fatigue faster, or whether the blades of his men would reach him first while he was focused on him. He was confident that he would be able to achieve his goal and not see Lucas lose his head on his shoulders. After a few moments, the bastard couldn't believe his eyes, as almost all of his men fell from the massive amount of firepower. But how could the young man use so much energy at once? The bastard had never heard of anything like this, because it was impossible to use magic for so long. Eventually, Lucas got to the bastard and hit him with his spell, causing Karlst to fall to the ground. The bastard immediately began to beg the guy for mercy, but Lucas was not going to attack, and when the bastard noticed this, he immediately ordered his men to attack the young man, because he thought that he had run out of mana. The gang of bandits immediately began to rise to their feet, and Sonia offered the guy her help, but the young man ordered her to get out of the way. At that very second, he began to use the most powerful spell that even the earth trembled. The bastards realized that the guy had caused an earthquake, causing the ground beneath their feet to collapse. They were literally buried under stones and begged for mercy, and Sonia could not say a word when she saw what was happening, because he destroyed everyone in an instant. Sonia realized that if it really was an earthquake, then it meant it was the magic of the 5 stars. Isabel revealed that Lucas had been stalling for time all this time, using these spells as a distraction so that he could then use a control attack. Sonia couldn't believe that this storm of light arrows was just a distraction. It was the first time she heard of such a skill as a double throw. Isabel also admitted that she had never seen anything like it until she met him. Sonia Ackred introduced herself to the couple as she believed, and thanked Lucas for saving them. The young man introduced himself as Frey Blake, but the girl could not believe that the young man was speaking informally, because she thought that he was a battle mage. Isabel apologized for her friend's behavior and decided to introduce herself. She asked Lucas to behave at least half as he did with the Phoenix. Sonia smelled a very unpleasant odor from them, but they definitely didn't look homeless. Maybe they were hermits living in these mountains. Luther remembered that he had heard about the Blake family before and told Sonia that they were one of the strongest families that supported the Caste Cow Empire. The man said that the head of the family was Isaka Blake, and among the 8 ranks, he ranks 7th in the entire empire and is considered the 6th strongest of them. Lucas decided to ask them where they were heading, and Luther said that they would first go to the nearest town, because they had heard that there was a town nearby called Hispaniola. The young man admitted that they were also heading there and decided to accompany them, which surprised Luther. The man noticed the huge number of dead knights and said that before they left, they needed to put their bodies to rest, and that would take some time. Lucas decided to ask if they were going to bury all the bodies right there, but Luther admitted that they had no other choice, because they could take them all to the city. The young man said that it was no problem and he would help with it, and the next moment he assembled the broken carriage, putting all the bodies of the fallen knights into it. Already on the way to the city, Sonia learned that the young man was only 20 years old. She couldn't believe it. Lucas decided to ask the young lady if she didn't find it suspicious that the bandits were waiting for them in an ambush. The girl admitted that now that she thinks back on it, she said they talked about waiting about a month to capture them. Luther concluded that if they had indeed been waiting for them for a month, it would have coincided with the time they had left Luanobla. The man said that he had no idea who it could be, because the Ackred family has many allies and just as many enemies. Sonia admitted that, whatever the case, the bastards were very skilled mercenaries. She understood that they were definitely hired by a very powerful person, because there were too many bastards. Sonia really wanted to know from the young man how he managed to achieve such power, because all her life she considered magicians weaklings, but today she completely changed her mind. Lucas replied that only through effort can one achieve anything in this life. Upon arrival at the port, they loaded the bodies of the dead knights and sent them by ship to their homeland, accompanied by one of the sisters. Luther expressed his deep gratitude to Lucas, because thanks to him, their bodies will be able to return to their families. Lucas was glad to help and was ready to say goodbye to his new acquaintances, but suddenly, Sonia grabbed his hand. She wanted to thank the young man for saving them, but Lucas said that he didn't need anything, because they should help each other. Luther insisted that they be able to thank him, because if the guy left, the Ackred family would fall flat on their face in front of him. Lucas finally agreed, and said that he wouldn't mind having a little snack and told them that he knew a place that made incredibly delicious food. When they returned to the city, they went into the same bar where Lucas and Isbael had been before going into the mountains. Luther said that this place was not really suitable for aristocrats, but Lucas assured that this scruffy and dirty restaurant was the best place in town. The owner recognized our young man and heard his words about the restaurant, but was still glad that they returned alive. Lucas decided to imagine the man they saved from the bandits, and the old man immediately threw all the food on the floor. He couldn't believe his eyes. The young man turned out to be his son Kajani. The man immediately gave him first aid, and Lucas said that the young man needed to rest for a couple of days. Lucas said Kajani was taken hostage while guarding a mother and daughter, but he helped him escape. The boy started crying and asking his father for forgiveness, because that day he yelled at him and ran away. Father didn't care about this. The most important thing for him was that he returned alive and unharmed. Isabel decided to ask Lucas how he guessed that they were father and son, but the young man replied that they just looked alike. Lucas said that his ballast turned out to be surprisingly talented in healing magic. The girl immediately understood that he was talking about her and fell into a rage. The young master admitted that he came here to visit with his company, but as he saw, the restaurant was already full. Luther said that this restaurant was really good since it had so many customers, and suggested looking for someplace. The owner shouted across the entire room and told all the guests to stop eating. The restaurant was closed for today. The guests began to complain that it was still very early and they were already closing. But the old man didn't care. He kicked out everyone who was in his restaurant. The owner immediately approached Lucas and said that there was plenty of space and they could stay as long as they wanted. The old man admitted that he hadn't shown his skills to the young man for a long time and asked him to wait a little. He would prepare everything, and the guests could sit down in the meantime. While everyone was eating, Sonia was taking a shower and later also went down to her new acquaintances. Lucas apologized for losing control and starting to eat before she arrived, which made the girl blush. The young man immediately noticed this and decided to ask her directly, but Sonia began to refute everything. The next moment she slipped and was already flying face down, but Lucas managed to catch her. The young man noticed the wounds on the young lady's body and decided to ask her about it, but the girl immediately removed her hand and tried to hide them. Lucas, on the contrary, praised her because these are not just wounds but traces of effort. The young man admitted that he had learned that they were heading to Kastkow, but what was their final destination? Sonia said that she was heading to June's family, and Lucas immediately realized that she was the very bride for the young master Pierre. Luther was surprised that they knew Pierre, and Isabel said that they were all students at the same academy, and the young man was their friend, and that they had heard about this marriage from him. Lucas envied Pierre in his thoughts and admitted that he was a real lucky man if Sonia was his bride. When morning came, it was time for them to say goodbye, and Sonia finally suggested that the young man visit June's family sometime when he had finished with all his business. The young man said that anything was possible. He would definitely try to visit them, at which point their paths diverged. After a while, Isabel said that it seemed that Miss Sonia liked decent people of noble birth, but Lucas was more annoyed by the fact that Pierre was constantly lucky in everything in life. Lucas decided not to continue this conversation further and showed the girl that they were already very close to the entrance to Schweitzer's dungeon. The young man said that this huge mountain is called Drake, and all because drakes, the largest and most powerful predators in the world of monsters, live here. Isabel couldn't believe her eyes. Was Lucas really saying that if they went in there, they would have to fight those creatures? Lucas said that was not all and pointed to the ground where there was a huge paw print left by the Drake King, which was tens of times larger than normal. Isabel fell to the ground in fear. She had never heard of such huge monsters, but the young man asked her to calm down and not to forget that they were in the mountains of Spain. Lucas used a spell to throw the young lady aside because there was already a vile monster behind her who wanted to kill her. The young man analyzed the bastard with just one glance and came to the conclusion that it was an ogre, but not an ordinary one. It was a mutant because it had red skin and 3 eyes. Lucas was surprised that the old man did not lie about mutants living in this mountain range. The ogre was about to finish off the fragile Isabel with his huge club, but the girl did not lose her head and used a fireball to throw the bastard aside. Lucas was surprised that her strength had grown much more than he expected, but still, such a spell would not defeat a mutant. The young man said that the ogre had already evolved, and his skin was now resistant to fire magic. But Isabel did not understand what they should do next. Lucas said that if fire didn't help, he would use something else, and the next moment he summoned ice spears to finish off the bastard. 2 small ice spears appeared in the air, but it even felt like the season had changed. Isabel was once again surprised by Lucas's abilities and admitted that he was truly incomparable. The young man really reminded her a lot of the archmage Lucas Troman. The young man sent the spears straight into the ogre's face, but to his surprise, even this powerful blow did not penetrate his impenetrable skin. The mutant continued to advance on the pair, and Isabel continued to use fireballs to buy them time. They managed to hide, and the ogre lost sight of them, and Lucas said that evolution had given the mutant not only distinctive features, but also skin and a skeleton stronger than steel, which were without a single flaw. Isabel had concluded that since he was so dense, focusing on fire would be most effective, but she had forgotten that his skin was resistant to such magic. The young lady suggested burying him alive with an earthquake, just like Lucas had done with those bandits earlier. Lucas said that the girl was acting too recklessly because such chaotic magic would attract all the drakes in this area. The young man said that in this situation, he would have to resort to the most effective strategy, and the next moment he was already near the ogre. He summoned a dozen ice spears, but Isabel didn't understand why he was using them again if they had been useless against the mutant last time. Lucas decided not to hesitate and attracted the attention of the scoundrel, and after that he sent one spear after another straight into the bastard's head. All the ice spears hit one point, and a moment later he still managed to pierce his armor and defeat the mutant. Before they had time to finish with one, the roar of a flock of drakes could be heard behind them, having flown in at the noise of the ogre. Lucas expected something like this and ordered Isabel to get ready, because now it will be more fun. The drakes decided not to waste time and attacked the couple with flames of fire, but Lucas managed to fight off their attacks with the help of a protective barrier. Isabel also decided to help the young man and tried to attack the monster with ice arrows. But this did not bring much result. The next moment, Lucas was already behind the drake and pierced the bastard's neck with an ice spear. A few moments later, the Drake King appeared and Lucas hurried to cover Isabel's mouth so that she wouldn't scream in fear. Lucas admitted that the Drake King is not an opponent he can defeat right now, so they should just wait until he leaves. The king passed right by the couple, but they were lucky that he did not notice them and went in the other direction. Once they were safe, Isabel set about healing the young master. Lucas understood that since they had been fighting monsters for the past 2 weeks, his mind was now completely synchronized with Frey's body. The young man knew that it was worth coming to this mountain range. It was more than enough, but he still had to decide something. Lucas told Isabel to get ready because they were heading straight to Shuhei's dungeon. They flew straight to that, and Lucas warned the girl not to let her guard down, because given Shuhei's personality, he wouldn't be surprised if he kept monsters in that lake. Isabel decided to ask how the young man knew that the dungeon was located here. Lucas admitted that Shuhei had a bad habit of talking a lot. He wanted to live in such a beautiful place. The girl didn't understand how the guy knew about this at all, but Lucas interrupted her and said that they were already there. Isabel was indeed surprised by the beauty of this wonderful place, but the young man was more concerned about the fact that the dungeon was located directly under this island, which was many times larger than the island itself. Lucas said that the island was simply an entrance to the dungeon itself. The couple approached a huge tree, which was the entrance to the cave. Lucas was surprised that Shuhei even made a ladder. It was so nice of him. Isabel was becoming increasingly concerned about the fact that Lucas knew more than anyone else, but she didn't ask him directly right now. The couple came to a huge door, but the girl did not understand how Lucas was going to open it. The young man said that it would not be possible to open it just like that, because the door was imprinted with a magical technique created by Shuhei himself, and if they used its power, they would immediately explode. He walked up to the magic ball and touched it, and after a few moments, some child appeared. The girl didn't understand who he was at all, but she immediately noticed that Lucas was stunned by what he saw. The little boy greeted the couple in his dungeon. He was sure that in front of him stood true magicians who had come here for a reason. Lucas tried to touch it, but his hand passed through it, and Isabel concluded that it was simply a greeting recorded with mana. The young man greeted his old acquaintance and said that he was glad to see him, and the young lady finally realized that it was Shuhei Stro himself in front of them. Shuhei asked them why they came here and admitted that he can only say what he can say. It happens automatically. He said that they would get their hands on anything they wanted, but Lucas was more concerned about how his old friend died. Shuhei ignored the boy's question and said that he was not going to just let them into the dungeon. They had to answer one of his questions in order to get inside. He warned that if they made a mistake, they might never get out of here again, so they should be careful. Lucas was tormented by the thought that his friend was the same as he had been 4,000 years ago. But was he really the only one who had managed to survive? He understood that all those he loved had turned to dust over time. and those who had made them so still reigned in this world. He promised that he would definitely crush everyone who was behind this. Shuhei interrupted the young master's thoughts and asked his first question. He asked about what caused him the most hatred. Lucas immediately answered that he hated the demigods the most, and this turned out to be the correct answer, and a moment later the door opened. Isabel did not understand how the young man managed to answer correctly, and she was already ready to directly ask him who he was. But Lucas interrupted her and asked her not to forget that they were now in the dungeon. Lucas admitted that he didn't know what traps would come next, but if she wanted to become stronger, she had to push aside all distractions and focus. They walked inside, not knowing what awaited them next, but Lucas was absolutely sure that he would not back down. When the couple opened the next door, Shuhei was already in his teenage years in front of them. Shuhei decided to move on to the second question right away. But before that, he said that the further they went into the dungeon, the more amazing things they could get, but they could only take one. He warned that if they broke the rule, the golems would get angry, and if they made even one mistake in the answer, then their game would end. Shuhei named Iris Fizban and admitted that he could never understand what she was even thinking. Isabel remembered that it was the name of the Black Witch, a woman with jet black hair and an enigmatic smile. Lucas said that she was a woman that no man in this world could help but fall in love with, and if he thought about it, he had never met such a beautiful girl again. Shuhei interrupted the couple's conversation and said that he hated Lucas Troman the most, because he didn't notice that he was the whole world for Iris. Such words took Lucas by surprise, and Isabel again noticed that her partner Frey very much resembled that very archmage Lucas Troman. Shuhei continued to speak unflatteringly about his old acquaintance, and said that even the golem behind him would have figured it out faster than him, which made the young man very angry. Shuhei finally decided to get to his question and said that Iris served 3 powerful demons, and one of them had 6 arms, each with a different weapon. Before he could finish speaking, Lucas immediately replied that the answer was Asura, and it turned out to be correct. They entered the next room, where an older Shuhei was already waiting for them, ready to ask the next question. Lucas realized that the further they went, the older and older his friend became. He realized that this was his personal diary. The young master could not understand for what purpose Shuhei created this place, what and for whom he wanted to convey. They went through room after room, and Isabel admitted that the guy was really amazing. He had already reached the 5th room. Lucas said that he noticed something strange, because the further they go, the more questions there are that have nothing to do with magic. They entered the next room, where Shuhei was already waiting for them, looking like he had looked just before his death. Shuhei said that this was the last room, and told that Lucas Troman was an archmage who rose to the top at the age of only 40. The old man confessed that Lucas was a great teacher of all mankind, and friendship with such a man was the greatest pride and great happiness in his life. Lucas quietly whispered that it was a great honor for him too to be Shuhei's friend, but his words did not go unnoticed, and Isabel heard everything perfectly well. Shuhei moved on to the last question and asked them about his real name. Lucas understood that the more questions there were, the more mysterious they sounded, but that wasn't even the point. He was the only one who could answer them. The young man said that his real name was Shuhei Weissman, which surprised the girl, because she had always thought that his last name was Straw. Finally, Shuhei addressed Lucas directly and told them to go inside, where everything was already prepared for him. Shuhei asked Lucas to come back quickly, but the young man was not going to let his old friend go so easily. But alas, he simply disappeared. Isabel was shocked because the great sage Shuhei had just called Frey Lucas. They entered the last room, and Isabel noticed that, unlike the other rooms, it felt alive. Lucas opened the chest and finally found what he came here for. He took out a flask with an icy river. The girl could not believe her eyes because, according to legends, the icy river was oil, a drop of which could be found in underground caves only once every 1,000 years. She knew that one drop of this liquid could cause an explosion of mana throughout the entire body. This remedy would cause a fantastic leap, that even an ordinary person could reach the 4-star level in the shortest time. Lucas admitted that Isabel's knowledge was truly amazing, but the girl said that she thought it was all just a fantasy. Lucas said that he needed the ice river to get to the 7-star level. Isabel also noticed some strange earrings which shocked Lucas, because they were the typhoon earrings that he had made himself. The girl didn't understand how something made by Frey could end up in the last room of Shuhei's dungeon. Lucas admitted that he made these earrings about 4,000 years ago just because he was bored, but Shuhei strangely liked them and gave them to him. He admitted that he would never have thought that they would be so dear to him that he would keep them here. Isabel asked the guy to tell her more about what he had just said. The young man finally admitted that he was the same Lucas Troman who fought against the demigod lord together with Shui 4,000 years ago. He also spoke of how he spent 4,000 years in the darkness of the underworld, undergoing its trials. But then one day the darkness receded, and he heard someone's voice, which belonged to that same Frey Blake. He didn't know why Frey had called him or why their consciousnesses had become synchronous at that moment, but he knew for sure that the young man was calling him specifically. Lucas admitted that he only got this body thanks to Frey, but Isabel wasn't very surprised by what he told her. She admitted that it was indeed an absurd story, but everything that had happened earlier really confirmed his words. She knelt down, holding out the earrings to the boy, and once again greeted the great archmage Lucas Troman. Lucas took the earrings from her and asked her to call him Frem from now on, because it would be easier for him to achieve his goal. He asked Isabel to behave the same way she had behaved before, because such treatment would make him vomit. Isabel noticed some strange bracelet and asked Lucas, or did he make it himself? Lucas revealed that it was made by Shui, and that it was not a bracelet, but the staff of a great sage that he used for his alter ego. He took it from the young lady and said that if she wore it, she would not be able to handle the mana and would be greatly exhausted. Lucas put on earrings and a bracelet, which caused a huge surge of mana. He admitted that it was not his style to use various magical artifacts, but it was still a memory of his friend. Isabel once again took out some strange core that concentrated mana, but the young man took it from her again. He drew the girl's attention to Shuhei's desk, on which stood a candle that never went out thanks to mana. Lucas admitted that his comrade was a big fan of such nonsense. He could still feel Shuhei's warm heart that greeted them as if he was alive. The guy opened the book that was lying on the table, and the very first page brought him into a wild shock. It said that Lucas Troman had disappeared. Shuhei wrote in his book about his guesses. He believed that the Lord was involved in Lucas's disappearance, because no one but him could have gotten rid of him without leaving a trace. The sage didn't know what to do. It wasn't just the disappearance of a 5-star archmage, because Lucas was the fundamental link that could bring them all together, and with him, the last hope of humanity disappeared. Shuhei's diary recorded the events after Lucas's disappearance, and he wrote about the conflict between the warrior Kasajin and the swordmaster Rushid. It was also told about the sudden disappearance of Iris, and that the influence of the demigod had already penetrated deep into the continent. Shuhei wrote that when he was left completely alone, he could not trust anyone, even the people around him. Putting on masks, the people pretended to admire him, quietly observing the situation and controlling it, so that at any moment they could pounce on Shuhei and finish him off. The diary recorded every day of his bitter struggle, and Lucas realized that his friend, who had no one to rely on, continued the difficult struggle alone. Shuhei wrote that Luca was an independent person, and no one else could replace him. He certainly tried to take on his burden, but the more effort he put in, the more he realized that with every second his mana was leaving him. The sage asked for forgiveness from Lucas, writing in his diary that he was too weak for this role. Lucas burst into tears after reading this. He didn't blame his old friend at all, because he understood perfectly well what it was like to be alone. Lucas promised that from now on he would inherit Shuhei's will, and asked him to slowly watch as he smashed the demigod's head. The young man was about to leave, but Isabel noticed that there was something else written in the book. On the last page, it was stated that Shuhei requested that those who read his diary complete Anastasia, his greatest masterpiece. The girl decided to ask the young man if he knew which Anastasia they were talking about, and Lucas immediately guessed what they were talking about after looking again at the core they had found earlier. Lucas revealed that Shuhei was an unrivaled puppeteer and that the core was intended for the golem. The young man himself did not understand what Anastasia was, even if Shuhei himself was proud of what was his greatest masterpiece. Lucas finally understood what they were talking about. He remembered how he created his first golem, but Shuhei just laughed at what he had created. He continued to mock Lucas and asked him that next time he wanted to make a golem, he should ask him, because even if he failed, he would still do better than him. Lucas couldn't stand this attitude and launched a fireball straight at his friend. At the same time, Isabel tore the guy away from his thoughts and asked if he knew what to do with this core. Lucas replied that, no matter what, when they finished everything, the history of the unrecorded gaps would be fully revealed. Isabel didn't understand what other gaps they were talking about, but Lucas replied that it meant that they would be able to find out what had happened while he was in the abyss. Lucas was stunned again, and the girl noticed it again and asked, "What happened this time?" The guy ordered her to return to the city immediately as soon as they left here. When they came outside, the king of the Drakes was already waiting for them with his army, who was definitely not there for nothing. Lucas turned to the Drake King and asked him why he was waiting for him, since he knew perfectly well that he had intelligence. The king admitted that Lucas was quite funny. He had been waiting for him for a long time because he dared to enter the kingdom of Torkud. Lucas decided to ask him why he had gotten so ready that he didn't see them and just walked past. Isabel noticed that Lucas's voice was shaking. She had never seen him like that before. The king said that he waited on purpose until he came out of the dungeon because the guy who went there earlier had one good thing that he needed. Lucas realized that he needed the flask with the ice river and why the king hunted people near this dungeon. The king used this place which Shui treasured so much as a trap to simply fill his belly. Luke looked at him and said that he would not forgive him for this. He was going to finish him off. The king noticed the boy's gaze and immediately remembered how the black witch Iris ordered him to stay put. She said then that if the king followed her, she would kill him. Lucas ordered Isabel to run and admitted that he himself, frankly speaking, was not sure that he could cope with such an opponent this time. The king said that the couple looked quite tasty, and at that moment began to spew out dozens of fireballs. The young man used the bracelet that Shui had created and turned it into a staff to fight off the bastard. He used it to summon a stone wall, which easily blocked all of the giant monster's attacks. Lucas again ordered Isabel to stay out of the way. She wouldn't be of any help to him here. She would only get in the way. Isabel decided to listen to the young master, but promised that she would return soon. The king continued to attack Lucas harder and harder, but the boy managed to dodge all of his attacks. Lucas flew into the air, but the king was not going to let him go so easily. Before the young man could dodge another fire blast, a whole flock of drakes appeared in front of him. He decided to use the earrings he made himself 4,000 years ago, and used dozens of ice spears and a storm wind. In that same second, there was no trace left of the drakes that were blocking his path. He finished them off in a split second. Lucas understood perfectly well that he would have to fight them off for a long time, and until he got rid of the king, there would be no end to this. The guy calculated the speed and direction of the king and realized that 3 seconds before the explosion would be enough. Exactly 3 seconds later, a huge explosion thundered right next to the king. It was the planned magic that Lucas used while in flight. Much to his surprise, such an attack could not defeat the king. He admitted that Lucas was indeed not bad, but he was not at his level. The king said that calculating its speed in such a short time and causing an explosion really requires a lot of skill, but the guy has terribly little strength. Lucas already knew that he couldn't win this way, since he was facing the Drake King Torkuda. But he also shouldn't forget about the bunch of small drakes behind him. The boy was thinking about drinking the flask of ice river that he received from Shui right now. Isabel had already asked the young man why he didn't drink it right now when they were still in the dungeon because that was the purpose of his expedition. Lucas then replied that the girl did not fully understand what kind of drink it was. It would take him a week to stabilize the energy of the icy river. At the same time, Lucas continued to destroy small drakes and understood perfectly well that if he accepted her right now, it would end in death for him. He continued to fight off the attacks of the drakes, but did not notice how King Torkuda appeared in front of him, who was preparing a powerful attack against the young man. But at the last moment, Lucas managed to dodge. Suddenly, the same phoenix he had cured earlier appeared in front of him and helped Lucas fight off a bunch of small drakes. Torkuda turned to the phoenix and ordered it to get out of here if it didn't want to die right there. The phoenix had no intention of retreating and immediately attacked Torkud's right wing, but Lucas knew perfectly well that the phoenix was no match for him because the king was resistant to fire. Phoenix himself knew all this very well, but he still wanted to help Lucas. He was trying to buy him time. Lucas realized that the phoenix wanted the boy to run away, but did he really think that the great Lucas Troman would back down? The boy thought that his current self was so helpless that his teeth were shaking with fear. He began to ask himself questions. Was he really so weak just because it wasn't his body? Or could it be because magic had brought him back to the world after 4,000 years? But all this was not the reason for his weakness. The reason was that his determination was not enough. He asked the phoenix for forgiveness and said that he needed some time, and the next second he went into the cave. He was ready to drink a flask of icy river right now, because death for him would be just another chapter in his life. He drank the contents, and the next moment he fell to his knees. His eyes lit up and his whole body was pierced by unbearable pain. While Lucas writhed in hellish pain, the phoenix continued to stall for time against Torquard. The king remembered that they had already met a few days ago. Torquard admitted that the escaped man was indeed good, but the inexorable life force of the phoenix was much stronger. Phoenix remembered how a couple of days ago he had already been defeated by Torquard. Then, in order to save himself, he used an explosion and used the curtain to escape. It was then that he flew to the waterfall and Lucas healed him. He remembered how Lucas called him his friend and with renewed strength was going to attack Torquard. But be that as it may, Torquard turned out to be much stronger than him and inflicted another serious wound on him, while Lucas continued to fight against that pain. He understood that he had made his decision without thinking about how hard it would be. He had already asked for forgiveness from Shui for having so stupidly missed his second chance. The young man was already ready to die. He realized that all this happened because of his arrogance and complacency. He had no strength left for his body to absorb this elixir. Lucas fell to the ground, resigned to his fate. A moment later, when he thought it was the end, the young man felt the return of energy and a strange warmth. It turned out to be Isabel, who had returned to help the young master, and she began the healing process. She remembered Lucas talking about eating well to digest the icy river, and she brought it just for that purpose. Isabel said that she doesn't know what Lucas is trying to achieve in this world, but she's never going to leave him because she believes in the guy. Lucas thanked the young lady and finally realized what he was missing. What he was missing was not despair or lack of determination. It was trust in the people around him now. At the same time, Torquard felt a terrible cold coming from the cave where Lucas was. Phoenix realized that this was his opportunity. While the king was distracted, he attacked the giant right in the eye. This angered Torquard, and he grabbed him with his huge mouth and later stuck the poor deity right into the ground. Phoenix continued to fight with all his might, which angered Torquard. The bastard was going to kill him right now. At the last moment, he was stopped by a powerful spell straight from that cave. Even the Drake King admitted that it was indeed dangerous, but he still didn't understand what the hell was going on there. The next moment, all the small drakes froze in a second, and Torquard admitted that he had never felt like this in the last 1,000 years. His instincts told him to run. Was that true fear? Lucas came out of the cave, and Torquard immediately began to fly away. But the thought that the king of the drakes himself was afraid of a man did not leave his head. The bastard thought that the man was no match for him anyway. He just needed to wait until his eyes recovered, and for now he needed to stay away from Lucas. At that very moment, the young master appeared right in front of the bastard's face, which shocked Torquard, because how could an ordinary person catch up with him? Lucas didn't give the king time to think, and the next moment he summoned dozens of ice spears that pierced Torquard. This was not enough, and the king was about to attack the young man, but when he came to his senses, Lucas was no longer visible. Lucas stood right in the bastard's face again and said that he was too arrogant. Torquard was just a 1,000-year-old fool who relied only on his eyes. Torquard knew the boy was heading straight for his blind spot, and before he could even think about his actions, Lucas had once again launched the ice spear straight into his second eye. A moment later, Lucas froze the bastard's tail, causing him to fall to the ground. Torquard didn't understand if there really was a man standing in front of him. Isabel watched this fight and understood perfectly well that Lucas could fall at any moment, and this would not be surprising at all, because being in such a state for such a long time was very dangerous. Lucas summoned a huge ice spear again, and Torquard couldn't believe the boy's monstrous energy. Did he really want to win that much? Torquard decided not to give up and use the most powerful fireball again. He didn't know what changes had happened to this man, but he refused to believe that his fire breath wouldn't work on him, because even the phoenix couldn't resist him. The collision of two spells made the entire mountain range shake. Isabel couldn't believe that she was watching such a fight live. The girl noticed that Lucas was gradually losing ground, and the fire was overcoming his ice. She didn't know what to do if he lost. She understood perfectly well that she couldn't help in any way now. But suddenly she noticed that Lucas had disappeared somewhere. Torquard was sure that the boy was about to fall before him, because a human being could never defeat him. Before the bastard could finish speaking, Lucas appeared right above him, summoning a huge ice scythe, with which he chopped off the bastard's head. Isabel couldn't believe her eyes, because the young man had been behind Torquard the whole time. She just couldn't believe that the 1,000-year-old Drake King had fallen. But what interested her more was that if the guy was fighting at half strength, then what was Lucas Troman's real strength? The next moment, Lucas began to fall to the ground, but the girl managed to catch him. The young man said that they needed to find the phoenix. Isabel said that the young man was incredibly amazing, but Lucas admitted that he was only able to defeat the king because he was inexperienced. The girl did not understand what the master was talking about, because Torquard had lived for 1,000 years. But the young man explained that there was a huge difference between killing and combat experience. He said that in battle, it is necessary to develop a strategy and tactics in order to defeat the enemy. Lucas admitted that he intentionally caused the mana explosion to make it appear as if he was giving his all in the attack. But in reality, he was only using 80% of his full power. Moving to the rear of Torquard, he created an ice scythe and struck with 20% force. When they found the phoenix, the young man came to the conclusion that it was already dead, but he was not going to just let his friend who saved his life die. He lifted the phoenix's body with magic and placed it next to Torquata's body, but the girl did not understand why he needed this. Lucas explained that the flame energy from Torquata's heart is being absorbed into the phoenix body, and he must be resurrected once he has absorbed all of its power. The guy said that Torquata was the ruler of this mountain range, and he thinks that with his disappearance, a power struggle will begin between the monsters. He understood that in order to decide who would rule these mountains, the monsters would arrange a bloody massacre here. He turned to the phoenix and said that he would be the new ruler. Lucas wanted the phoenix to protect his friend's dungeon and finally said that he would look forward to their next meeting. When they returned to the city, Isabel had already booked places on the ship, but as expected, they would not make it today. The girl told Lucas that the Shui armor from Torquata's nest had proven very useful, and the salamander's powerful fire properties kept the cold of the icy river at bay. But she wondered if Lucas really needed to take all the weapons from the nest, so that even the spatial bag became so heavy. Lucas admitted that he might not need them all, but he couldn't let his friend's things rot in a place like that. Isabel said that their holidays would soon be over, and a new school term would begin. She admitted that for her, this vacation lasted as if it were a whole year, but they stayed in Hispaniola for only a week. The girl suggested that they visit Pierre's mansion, which was nearby, since they would have to stay here today anyway. Lucas agreed, and when they arrived at the mansion, she was speechless from the luxury and grandeur of this estate. A guard met them and asked the young couple what brought them here. Lucas said that he had come to visit his friend Pierre, but the man didn't care. He wanted to know their names. Lucas introduced himself as Frey Blake, and the guard immediately remembered how Mr. Pierre had warned him earlier that his friend named Frey might come to visit him before the end of the holidays. Pierre had already warned them that the servants should be as polite to Frey as they were to him. They should greet him with the greatest courtesy. Here their conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the lady, who was returning home. The guards immediately greeted Lady Lelia and said that a friend of young Master Pierre's had come to see him. Lelia admitted that she had also heard a lot about his new friend from her brother, as well as about young Isabel. She invited the couple into her carriage. She will personally take them to the main building. Isabel immediately noticed Lelia's wonderful beauty, although she was not ugly either, but just looking at her took her breath away. The guard tried to say that they had not yet fully confirmed the identity of the guests, but one look from Lelia was enough for the man to stop appearing. Already in the carriage, Lucas was thinking that despite the fact that they were riding in a carriage, he still hadn't seen the main building. How big was this mansion? Lucas noticed that Lady Lelia was looking at him carefully the whole way, and he decided to ask the reason for the girl's behavior. The girl admitted that the young man was a little different from how her brother described him. She heard that his hair was gray, but now it is white. The young man admitted that a lot had happened since then, but Lelia insisted that the boy could talk to her informally. She said that he was her brother's friend, and also the young man was the child of the Blake family. And Lucas, without thinking for long, began to behave as before. This behavior angered Isabel, and she asked him to behave more modestly, but Lucas did not understand what was wrong this time, because Lelia herself asked him to communicate as he was used to. Lelia admitted that she had heard that he and her brother Pierre were studying together at West Road Academy and decided to ask the young man's opinion about the institution. Lucas admitted that he didn't know what to answer to this question, since Pierre was a second-year student, so he hadn't had to deal with him yet. Lelia was shocked that the boy was only 2 years younger than her, but could her brother really be friends with a guy like him? When they arrived at the place, Pierre was already waiting for them, who was incredibly happy to see his friend Frey. Pierre asked the young man if he had finished all his business, and the guy admitted that everything had gone well. He had even changed his image a little. Lucas admitted that he was incredibly tired and very hungry, but he didn't have to say this because Pierre remembered the young man's love for food very well. Lelia couldn't believe her eyes, because she had never seen her brother so excited before. She decided to remind of her presence as well. Had her brother forgotten that she was here too? Pierre hastened to assure her that it was impossible that he would not notice his beloved sister. The girl was apparently upset and said that she would not disturb them. She wished the guys a good time and then went inside. Pierre admitted that he didn't think that Lucas would go to the hellish mountains, but the guy didn't understand how Pierre knew this, because he hadn't told him anything like that. The young gentleman confessed that he recognized this as his bride, whom they saved in these mountains. Isabel immediately understood that Pierre was talking about Madame Sonia. The young man completely forgot about her and asked his friend how things were going with her. Pierre admitted that Sonia is still busy with fencing training. She's such a hard worker, so at this age she fully deserves the title of pouring rain. Lucas decided to ask where they were heading now, and the young man said that there was an urgent rule in this mansion. First, you had to greet the members of June's family. They approached the huge door, where all the members of the June family, as well as the head of the family himself, were already waiting for them. The chief decided to ask the young man how Count Blake was doing, and the boy replied that he was fine. Lucas thought that he had only borrowed Frey's body, but had never met his father before. The boy knew that the head of the family was Shepherd Jun, a 7-star mage and master of the 4th tower. In the entire empire, there were only 5 such outstanding people. All Lucas could think was that perhaps Shepherd had the key to solving the mystery of the demigod. The leader admitted that the 6th tower is quite far away, so he only sees Count Blake once a year at meetings. Lucas noticed a magical tattoo under Shepherd's eye and was sure that it was made by none other than his friend Shui. Shepherd wanted to express his sincere gratitude to the young man because he not only took care of his son, but also of his bride. But Shepherd still decided to ask directly because he didn't understand what kind of work the young man could have in the hellish mountains. Lucas replied that he had personal business there, which surprised the chief, and he decided to change the subject. He asked Pierre how the preparations for the banquet were going, because it was an important event that would be attended by many important people. Pierre promised that he would make sure that everything went perfectly. Shepherd decided to turn to Lucas one last time and said that he had magic that he had been personally working on lately, and he would be curious to hear his opinion. The young man admitted that he did not know or could help in such a matter, but the head did not care. He needed new perspectives and incentive. He just wanted to know the opinion of a young magician like him. Pierre decided to leave them alone and said that he would wait for the guy in the banquet hall. And Lucas in turn told Isabel to help the young master. When they were alone, Shepherd looked menacingly at the young man and wanted to immediately get to the point. He was interested in what the young man had in mind. Lucas didn't understand what was being discussed, but the leader was interested in why a man from the Truman Brotherhood came to his house. Lucas replied that there was some kind of misunderstanding, but Shepherd didn't even want to listen. She said that it was quite smart to use Pierre to get here. Shepherd guessed that the young man had heard from Pierre that he would be home at this time. But wasn't it too reckless to come here so brazenly? Lucas remembered that he was wearing the Typhoon earrings, but he didn't understand what was going on here, since the Truman Brotherhood was run by Pierre himself. The guy quickly replied that he had no idea what the chief was talking about because he had found these earrings in the mountains of Spain. The chief did not understand whether the young man was really not a member of the Truman Brotherhood, and Lucas replied that no, Pierre had once asked him to join, but he had refused. Shepherd shouted that he was not talking about the community that Pierre led, but after a moment he calmed down and came to the conclusion that the guy was just a wanderer. The leader apologized to Lucas for misunderstanding everything. He no longer had anything to fear. Lucas responded cheekily to Shepherd, who immediately noticed that the young man was a cheeky boy. He asked him where he thought he was now, and Lucas immediately replied that he was at his friend's house. Lucas said that he just came to see his friend, and he was very sorry that the boss didn't understand that. Shepherd admitted that he still did not fully trust him, but was ready to explain the reason for his rudeness. He said that he would not treat the boy as a stranger since he had these earrings, but as long as he wore them, he could not assume that the boy had nothing to do with them. Shepherd explained that the Cascow Empire was the greatest of human nations, but it could not lay claim to more than 1/10 of the continent's landmass. The head also said that the first thing that comes to mind in this whole situation is the power of intellectuals living on a nameless continent. He continued and conditionally assumed that the entire continent is 10 fingers, among which human strength occupies at least 3 fingers. Shepherd said that there are a lot of people who say that they are the masters of the continent, but there is only one real ruler who controls everything from the shadows, and his name is Demigod. Lucas was simply shocked by what he heard. He did not believe that someone else could know about the demigod. Shepherd continued and explained that demigods are super beings that are superior to ordinary people. They are true predators that dominate human society. He admitted that it might seem like a silly conspiracy theory to him, but it was obvious that something else was going on. Shepherd noticed that Lucas literally turned pale, and the young man at that moment thought about the fact that there were only 5 people who risked their lives fighting against the demigod. Lucas was surprised that even after 4,000 years, the world was still under the control of the demigod, but there were still people who followed the same goal as him. He realized that all across the continent, people who knew of the demigod's existence were holding their breath, never giving up, waiting for the right moment. Lucas began to smile because for the first time in this era he could see a ray of hope. Shepherd immediately noticed the strange behavior of the young man and came to the conclusion that the guy knew something about the demigods. Lucas knew full well that because they were allies in this regard, he shouldn't reveal his identity now. The guy said that when he got to the earrings he was currently wearing, there was a note from Shui next to them. The chief could not believe what was said and immediately asked if this note was now with him. But after a moment, Shepard pulled himself together and realized that first, he had to tell all the information he had. The leader said that no one knows much about the demigods, how many of them exist, what their ultimate goal is, and why they operate in the shadows. No one knows any of this. But Shepard knew one thing for sure: they were strong enough to destroy all races at their own will. Lucas already knew all these facts very well. He was sure that the number of demigods did not exceed more than 100. But each of them was God, not even that. Each of them was like a catastrophe. Shepard continued and said that 4,000 years ago, 5 heroes fought against the demigod. The leader said that the supreme sage Shui, the warrior king Kasajan, the swordsman Regressed, the black witch Iris, and the supreme mage Lucas were all great people that everyone knew. But after the disappearance of the supreme mage, the relationship between the others began to deteriorate. A conflict arose between the warrior king Kasajan and the swordmaster Regressed, and the black witch Iris disappeared altogether. Only the great sage Shui remained alone and continued to fight until the very end, but this was not enough to fight the demigod. Lucas realized that everything was as recorded in Shuhei's journal, and he came to the conclusion that Shepard's information could be trusted. The leader admitted that their circle was an organization that inherited their will, but Lucas did not understand what other circle he was talking about. Shepard said that he calls it that, but in reality it was chaotically divided. He said that as the years passed, the will that was one became divided, and now they all keep each other in check. The leader continued and said that the circle is broken into many others, but the biggest force right now is Straw Neckles, Fizban Amlet, Rushid Soth. Lucas realized that these were circles that used the heroes' names, but what about his and Kasagan? Shepard said he didn't know about other circles, but rumors were that things weren't going well in the Troman Brotherhood. Lucas decided to ask about Kasajan, and the leader told him that there were rumors that the warrior king's inheritance was passed down to one person at a time, but there was no way to know where the heir was. Shepard also said that the clubs created at the academy had nothing to do with this. They were created just for fun. He said that when they find worthy talents, they try to lure them to their side, and the cadets don't even know about the existence of these circles. Shepard said there is nothing wrong with them having a lot of similar names because it reduces the chances of getting caught. He admitted that he simply had no choice but to think that the young man was a member of the Troman Circle and had come to declare war on them. That's all Shepard could tell the guy, and now it's his turn to tell the information he has. He asked how the young man managed to get these earrings. Shepard said that he had heard rumors that there were artifacts of heroes there, but of those who went there, only a handful returned alive and none of them could prove anything. Lucas himself understood that this was predictable, because it was impossible to determine the location of the dungeon so easily, and even if they were lucky enough to find it, Torquato still would not let them leave. The guy said that he was just lucky he got into trouble, which is why he went in an unfamiliar direction. This is how he accidentally stumbled upon Shuhei's dungeon, which left the chapter in shock. Shepard begged the boy to tell him the way to get there, but Lucas replied that he got there by accident, so he did not remember the way. The chief admitted that he still cannot completely get rid of his doubts about the young man. Shepard asked Lucas to show the Typhoon earrings in action, and the guy decided to demonstrate the power of this artifact. The leader saw them in action and said that this was not the worst option. He was afraid of the young man, not at all because he mistook him for a member of the Troman Brotherhood. There is a more serious reason for this. As the night wore on, all the guests gathered for the banquet, and Lucas continued to think that he had finally managed to find people who knew who the demigod was. He was pleased to learn that circles were named after the 5 heroes, and that there were people who had inherited their will. He understood that he needed to learn more about the circle, calm the energy of the ice Rakea, and also finish the golem Anastasia. He came to the conclusion that the synchronization with Frey might not have been just a coincidence. At that moment, Isabel came to Lucas and tore him away from his obsessive thoughts. She decided to ask the young man's opinion about her new dress. Lucas said that the girl is very lucky because she just lives her life without worrying about anything. He once again remembered the conversation with Shepard and how the leader had told him that a month ago, someone had entered into a contract with the demigod. It turned out to be Isaac Blake, his father. At the same time, an unknown man was sucking up to some gentleman who immediately invited him to come to their family banquet. The man turned out to be quite cunning. He knew perfectly well that it was quite easy to deal with this type of people. He was sure that he only needed to show a little revenge and everyone would be on his hook. He understood that this was the only way he could get to the banquet, Everything went according to his plan. The next moment, the man noticed Lucas, who was talking to Isabel. A few seconds later, Sonia approached them and asked how their evening was going. Lucas looked closely at the young lady and said that her new dress suited her very well, but Isabel was upset that he did not care when she showed him hers. The young man noticed that Sonia was very shy and seemed to want to say something, and then he offered her a drink. Their conversation was interrupted by the same sly man who turned to Lucas. He said that he would never have thought that he would see him here. Lucas didn't understand if Frey knew this man, but the bastard interrupted him and said that he would never have thought that he would meet a loser from the Blake family in such a place. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, because he thought he was just another hooligan. The scoundrel asked whether a loser like the young man could attend a banquet given by Pierre himself, just because he was from the Blake family. The bastard immediately hated the guy, because he had put in so much effort to get here. He believed that such trash had no place at an event at the pinnacle of capital society. The bastard continued and said that a person like that young man who was not as good as him couldn't just get into West Road Academy. Lucas didn't listen to this idiot any longer and ordered him to disappear. He wasn't going to repeat it twice. Sonia asked the bastard if he knew Frey, and he admitted that he had known him for a long time, but he was more concerned about those beautiful girls next to him. He had known before that Pierre's parties were attended by pretty girls, but these two were second to none. The bastard couldn't understand that such beauties were standing with a guy like Frey. At that moment, Mr. Patrick and his friends approached and addressed the scumbag named Guspa. Patrick introduced himself to Sonia and asked her to state her name, and Guspa could only think that these bastards were like hyenas. He talked to them earlier to make friends, and they used the pretext of picking up girls that he noticed first. The young lady introduced herself and said that her name was Sonia Aquarid, which shocked the bastard. He realized that the girl was a foreigner, so she couldn't possibly know who Frey was, and if that was the case, the young man would be humiliated today. Guspa pushed Patrick away and said that it was impolite of him not to recognize Mr. Pierre's fiancée right away. Sonia turned to Lucas and said that it had not yet been completely decided, but the young man did not understand why she told him this at all. Guspa dared to intervene again and said that her concern for the guests as the bride of the banquet organizer was indeed admirable, but Frey Blake was not the guy Sonia should answer to at all. Patrick heard the boy's name and said that he knew Michel and Heinz, who were the wizards of the tower and also his brothers. He told Lucas that Michel had recently become the owner of the tower, but the guy didn't care much about it. The bastard decided to press on a weak point and said that he knew that Count Isaka had banished the young man, and he even knew why. Patrick continued and said that he found it hard to believe that someone like Frey inherited the same blood as these great men. Isabel decided to intervene and said that the bastard talks too much. She doesn't know who he is, but no matter how brave he is not worthy of Frey's toes. She told him to apologize to the young man, but the bastard didn't understand. Did she really want the eldest son of the Teosidi family to apologize to such a loser? He thought that the girl must be joking, because the one who should apologize is the one who invites such a person to a party, who did not even fit into the atmosphere of such an event. He asked the young man who dared to invite him at all, but suddenly they were interrupted by Mr. Pierre himself, who said that he greatly regretted it. Pierre admitted that he personally invited Frey, and the scumbags clearly did not expect to hear something like that. He apologized to Patrick and said he didn't know he needed permission from the Teosidi house to invite his friend. The bastard immediately began to make excuses, but Pierre continued. He said that Frey was the most honored guest he had ever invited. Guspa wanted to hide while such an opportunity arose, but Pierre stopped him too. He whispered to the bastard that if it weren't for this banquet in honor of his wedding with Sonia, the bastards would have been dead long ago. The bastards immediately realized their mistakes and began to run away, leaving Pierre alone with his old acquaintances. Lucas admitted that Pierre's character was much worse than he expected. The boys began to make friendly jokes about each other, but Pierre said that if what Lucas did on the Cortesco became known to the general public, no one would dare to call him a loser. Lucas replied that real men don't brag about things like that, and Pierre decided to change the subject and find out what the guy was talking about with his father. The young man admitted that Chief Shepherd suspected him of being a member of the Truman Brotherhood. Pierre was surprised. Was the young man finally interested in joining their club? At that moment, Lucas remembered how Shepherd told him that there was a person who could confirm his identity, but the young man did not understand who it could be. The chief replied that it was Heinz Blake, who, like the chief, was a man of the Straw-Neckle Circle, and also his brother. Shepherd said that he knew about how the Blake family treated him and about the wounds that the boy received. He admitted that he was in no position to argue, but he still said that Heinz was very different from Count Isaac and Michel. The chief said that there was a reason why he agreed to his exile, That was all he could tell the boy now. Breaking away from his thoughts, Lucas confessed to Pierre that he had no intention of returning to the academy. Isabel heard this too, which left her in shock. Lucas said he had no reason to stay there any longer. Isabel didn't understand what she would do if Frey never returned to the academy again. Pierre decided to find out from the young man what he was going to do next, and Lucas admitted that Duke Shepard recommended the third tower to him. The guy admitted that the curriculum at the academy was nothing special for him, but the quantity and quality of the books stored in the third tower exceeded all expectations. Isabel hurried to leave the banquet after hearing this, and as the night drew closer, she thought only of the fact that this was where her path with Lucas would diverge. The girl understood perfectly well that this day would come one day after she found out that Frey was Lucas Troman. She herself still did not understand what she should strive for, what she should achieve, and what she should learn by following Mato's path. At the same time, in the next room, Lucas thanked Pierre for such gracious hospitality and said that the banquet was truly magnificent. Lucas admitted that Pierre was the genius of the June family who had an excellent reputation. Pierre himself did not understand whether he was a genius and said that he first felt mana when he was only 5 years old. Lucas was surprised because even he and Shui were able to sense mana for the first time when they were 7 years old. Pierre really is a genius. Pierre continued and said that he achieved 4 stars at the age of 17. Although this is usually achieved by the age of 20, the young man stood up abruptly and admitted that for the first time in his life, he wanted to open up to someone, and the young man was the only one he could tell this to. Pierre turned pale and admitted that from the very moment of his birth, he had been cursed by his own talent. Pierre said that he had a teacher who was a 6-star wizard and also the master of the 5th tower. When he asked him questions, he always answered him with a kind smile and stroked his head. He was so happy about this that he began to ask him even more questions and began to study harder. Pierre admitted that the teacher was a real guide for him, teaching him the joys of life and the science of magic. That's exactly what Pierre thought until he reached the 4th star. One day he asked a question that even the teacher could not answer. The old man then flew into a rage and shouted loudly at the young man that he was a real monster. Pierre admitted that it wasn't even rage. His gaze was full of horror. The teacher saw him develop at an incredible rate at such a young age and felt an ominous feeling. Soon Pierre became completely confused. He said that he still liked studying magic, but every time he really delved into it, it was as if something was piercing him. He admitted that every time the teacher's face appeared before him as if it were cursed. The young man said that he cursed his talent tens of thousands of times a day, and later he even began to cry. Pierre wished he were ordinary, so he could study magic with more joy and enthusiasm, and if he were, no one would call him a monster. Lucas approached the young man and put his hand on his shoulder, and later even said that he was overestimating himself. He asked him to listen carefully and told him that there was a place that could not be reached so easily, even if you were called a genius. Talent alone is not enough, and he will never be able to reveal the true meaning of magic through talent alone. The guy said that this was not the kind of world a guy could end up in, who was at a loss when meeting a bad teacher who felt jealousy and envy towards his student. Lucas swore that the next time he met him, he would be several times stronger than he was now. Pierre said that the guy was too self-confident and vain, but Lucas replied that he himself would do well to do the same. Lucas decided to tell about the demigod, and Pierre's reaction made it clear that the young man had already heard about him. Lucas revealed that he is the one who dominates not only human beings, but all minds in the world. He told that this is a false god who changed the rules of this world, and also that being led by him and not even realizing it is ordinary human stupidity. Lucas said that it was also an opportunity for humanity to never give up and try to change this world by defeating it. The young man said that this was a task that only humans could accomplish. And if Pierre wanted to continue pretending to be a genius all his life, he could continue to live as he did now. But if he wants to defeat the demigod, then his goal is to reveal the true meaning of magic, which is the path Lucas has chosen. Pierre said that he simply had no choice. He would compete with the young man, paving his own path. After hearing these words, Lucas remembered how he and Shui stood shoulder to shoulder in the distant past. These words really brought back memories. Lucas patted the young man on the shoulder and told Pierre not to hurry so much, because he would always be one step ahead. This entire conversation was overheard by Isabel, who could not hold back her tears after everything she heard. The next morning, Lucas was ready to set off on another journey when suddenly Isabel appeared. Lucas was surprised and asked if the girl would really go with him. But what about her studies at the academy? She admitted that she went to the academy to learn the art of magic, but right now, the greatest mage in history was standing in front of her. She said that no one could compare to a teacher like him, so she had made this decision for herself a long time ago. Lucas said that the girl would regret it, but Isabel replied that even if this road she had chosen was damn difficult, she would still be with him until the very end. These words brought a smile to Lucas's face, and they set off on another journey. At the same time, that same bastard Patrick came to Lord Michel and reported that Frey was quite close with Monsieur Pierre. Patrick also said that Pierre announced that Frey was the most honored guest at the banquet in such a way that everyone in the room could hear it. Michel didn't understand why the idiot would even tell him this. He didn't care who his brother was getting close to, and ordered Patrick to get out of there. Michel decided to ask his brother Heinz what he thought about their brother Frey's friendship with Pierre June himself. Heinz said he wasn't interested, but it wasn't surprising that they became close since they attended the same academy. Michel couldn't wait to tell his father about this, because they could take advantage of this whole situation. Lucas showed the girl the strange card he had received from Duke Shepard and explained that it was a qualification to take the entrance exam into the circle. Isabel realized that this was a great opportunity to join the secret association and learn more information about the demigod. Isabel admitted that she had never heard of the demigod and the 5 heroes that Lucas was a part of before. All she knew was that they were great people who tried to fix the system of this world, but they were lost to a powerful enemy. She admitted that if Lucas hadn't told her everything, she would have continued to think that it was just some kind of children's fairy tale. Lucas said that people are now just happy slaves who don't even realize that they are under control. The young man was struck by the girl's words that the heroes had lost. He said that he had never been defeated and promised that he would definitely win. They had already arrived at their destination, and Isabel admitted that it was the first time she had seen the magic tower and said that it really exerted a lot of pressure. Lucas understood that he would only be able to join the circle in 6 months, and until then, he would train in the tower to stabilize the icy river and restore it to its original state. He admitted to Isabel that the place brought back memories of the old days when the magic tower was the place where he really focused on studying magic. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of dark elves, which surprised Lucas. Isabel explained that this was not surprising, since elves and dwarves were races that could travel freely among humans. Lucas was shocked by what he heard. He had, of course, read about it at the academy, but it was amazing to see it with his own eyes. He admitted that 4,000 years ago, he would not have been able to even think about something like this. Lucas realized that the elves were able to achieve great unity because all the dense forests in the far north were their domain. When the couple entered the tower, they immediately began training. Isabel realized that she had already become quite accustomed to the combat training technique, but suddenly she noticed Lucas's smooth movements. She was interrupted from her thoughts by a strange guy who told her that there were rumors about this guy, that he danced all day and then hung out in the library all night. He said that the girl really did have a very strange friend. Isabel herself understood that at first glance it really looked strange, but now she could read the flow of energy, studying the fighting technique. She finally sees the powerful blows that are hidden in his movements. The young lady understood that Lucas was doing this with such a great speed that it was impossible to catch with the naked eye, and when he put his hands and feet in place, it looked like a smooth dance. She truly admired Lucas's amazing level of martial arts. At the same time, a dark elf easily defeated some young man, and he had no choice but to admit his defeat. The elf said that people were indeed weak, but suddenly his teacher came up and told him that his behavior was not befitting a worthy warrior. He offered his hand to the guy and helped him stand up, but then noticed Lucas, who continued to practice his punches. He approached him, and Isabel remembered that she had already seen him at the entrance to the tower. He was then in front of the whole group. The elf asked Lucas if he was a battle mage, but the boy replied that he was just an ordinary mage. The elf immediately realized that something was wrong here, because his movements were in no way similar to the movements of a simple magician. He turned to the man, but Lucas asked him to address him by his name Frey, and the elf in turn said that his was Liamson. Liamson decided not to waste time and asked the young man to fight him one-on-one. Liamson quickly corrected himself. That's not what he meant, and his teacher reminded him that it was called sparring, not fighting. She introduced herself and said that her name was Camila, and that she was looking forward to working with the young man and his partner. She apologized for her student that he had interrupted them from their training. Camila said that Liamson was just an idiot and shouldn't be paid attention to. Liamson was outraged by the way the teacher called him, because he just wanted to spar with him like a real warrior, because Lucas's movements were unusual. Isabel didn't understand what they were talking about since it was the first time she heard the Elven language. Lucas interrupted their conversation and said in their own language that there was nothing rude about it. He was always happy with any fight. Liamson was surprised that the boy could speak Elvish. The longer he looked at the young man, the more interesting he seemed to him. Lucas was curious and asked Leomund why elves study human magic. The elf realized that the guy was speaking exactly like them and took a stance to begin their fight. Lucas looked at his complex movements, which were unique to dark elves. He was like a night predator. The next moment, Leomund delivered a devastating kick, but Lucas had no trouble blocking it, which surprised him greatly. Lucas knew that the elves used a technique called Shadow Silent Step, the key to which was the foot. At the same moment, he struck Leomund's supporting leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Leomund was not upset at all, but on the contrary, he flared up and began to attack Lucas with even greater force. The spectators watching all this could not believe their eyes, because the speed of these two was on a completely different level. The other dark elves could not understand how a human could even fight on equal terms with Leomund, especially since his blow strength was equal to Leomund's blows. The couple dealt each other a blow from which they both flew to the sides, and Camilla noticed that, as the young man himself had said, his muscle mass was far from being the same as that of a magical warrior. But she didn't understand how he managed to withstand Leomund's attacks. She noticed the incredibly precise distribution of mana, but the young man looked no more than 20 years old. She didn't understand who the hell he was. Camilla decided to stop this pointless sparring, and the guys praised each other's movements. Lucas even admitted that if this were a fight on the street on a dark night, he wouldn't be able to resist him like that. He also said that Leomund himself is not used to fighting with bare hands, isn't he right? The elf was surprised by the young man's intelligence and decided to ask him how long he would remain in the tower. Lucas replied that he would be here for about another 6 months, which could not but please Leomund. Camilla turned to Lucas and said that he showed great skill. She couldn't even believe that he was really human. Suddenly she noticed Typhoon's earrings, and the guy noticed this and asked the elf why she suddenly became silent. Camilla wanted to know why he chose the third tower. Lucas admitted that he had an elixir he wanted to finish, so he chose the place with the most in-depth literature. The audience was shocked that the young man was talking so casually to the head of the Dark Elves. They thought that he was an ordinary dancer who was nothing special. The young man confessed to the elf that his expectations were not met, because he looked through all the library books, but still did not find the information he needed. Camilla decided to ask about magical grimoires, but Lucas did not understand what they were talking about. She explained that the library only contained books of the third class. The first class could only be viewed after the youth was recognized by 3 floor guardians through the qualification test of reading magic books. Lucas heard about it for the first time and asked when this test would be, and Camilla said that it would take place right tomorrow. The crowd continued to discuss Lucas. They all thought that he was an ordinary weirdo, but nevertheless he fought with the dark elf on equal terms. They didn't understand why he needed to take the exam at all if he was already a combat mage. The next day, Lucas and Isabel came to take the exam and met Camilla and Leomund. The elf admitted that she was interested in what would happen if the young man took part. She brought Leomund with her because she was bored alone, and Lucas admitted that Isabel was there for the same reason. Leomund approached Lucas again and offered to fight again when the exam was over. The next moment, the main door opened and 3 leaders of this tower came out. Camilla said that the guy should pay attention to the man standing in the middle. His name is Mikkel, and he is a very influential man. The leaders did not waste time on unnecessary chatter and announced the start of the exam right away. They asked participants to create energy balls and try to concentrate them. The participants couldn't believe that the first task would be so easy. Is it all because it's only the first exam? Mikkel praised everyone, and after a few seconds said that they had to make balls smaller than the bead he had in his hands in order to move on. A moment later, the mood of the participants changed dramatically, and the leaders began to disqualify one after another. The leaders didn't give anyone a chance, and the poor guys simply didn't believe that it was even possible to reduce the ball to such a size. Mikkel approached Isabel, who surprisingly completed the task, and he said that the girl would pass on. Then the leader noticed Camilla and Leomund, who had done the task perfectly. He said that there was no point in them taking the exam any further. He would allow them to read the magical grimoires. At that moment, one of the leaders approached Lucas, who did not understand what the young man was doing. Was he really refusing to take the exam because his ball was not even visible? Mikkel couldn't believe his eyes. He asked his comrade not to rely on sight, but to feel his mana. He explained that his energy is concentrated so densely that it is not even visible. Mikkel approached Lucas and told him that he no longer had to take any exams at all. He asked the boy's name, and Lucas replied that he was the 3rd son of the Blake family, Frey. Mikkel said that he would allow the young man to read the magical grimoires, but he would also like to have a little private conversation with him. The young man agreed, and when they were alone in the room, Mikkel admitted that the boy had extraordinary abilities and was interested in how he got into the 3rd tower. Lucas said that Duke Shepard helped him, and since that was the case, Mikkel said that their dialogue would be quite quick. The manager told the guy about his guesses. He knew for sure that the young man had reached a minimum 5-star level, and Lucas did not deny it. The guy knew he was about to reach the 7-star level, but Mikkel didn't need to know that. Mikkel immediately got to the point and asked the young man if he knew anything about the demigod. Lucas admitted that he knew only a little, and Mikkel said that not long ago, traces of the demigod were discovered in Utiano. He said that to be precise, it was the sign of the apostles who were chosen by the demigod himself to use divine power. Mikkel said that the demigod's fanatics were already crowding around the apostles, but Lucas simply couldn't believe that the demigod was using people. Lucas had never heard of this. Even 4,000 years ago, there was nothing like this, and he decided to find out what Michelle wanted from him. Mikkel explained that Utiano had come under the jurisdiction of Honor Lucas, honor being the level of respect, or more simply, the name given to the leaders of the towers. He said that at this rate, some cities would disappear in an instant, and they needed to investigate immediately. Mikkel asked for help from the young man, and Lucas happily agreed. He had no other choice. The leader warned him that it was a dangerous mission, and he could give him a little more time to think. Since this is the case, Lucas decided to find out why the old man chose him. Mikkel pulled down his sleeve and showed the relic to Iris, which the young man immediately recognized. The leader already understood that the guy belonged to the Amulet Circle, and said that after the Circle's master Troman was killed by the demigod, their opponents became even more aggressive. Mikkel explained that this was the reason the Circle was forced to act more covertly, and he also explained that the Dark Elves in the tower were the reinforcements the Black Fangs had asked for. The old man did not believe that he was aging so quickly, and admitted that he accidentally noticed the typhoon earrings that the young man was wearing. Lucas never thought about it, but those earrings were surprisingly noticeable to everyone. The young man asked the leader when they were leaving for the mission, and the old man replied that it would take a week to prepare. Lucas knew he had to stabilize the icy river during this time. Mikkel decided to ask the guy why he needed the grimoires, and Lucas replied that he needed to make an elixir, so he wanted to study alchemy. The old man said that in that case he could help the young man. He should ask her for help rather than looking for a suitable grimoire. The young man did not understand who Mikkel was talking about, and a few moments later he came to the room at the old man's order, where an unknown girl was already waiting for him. He introduced himself as Frey and said that Mikkel had directed him to her. Lucas learned from the old man that the girl's name is Adelia, and she is known as a brilliant professor at West Road Academy, but he sees her for the first time. She let him in and asked him to sit down for a minute. She hastened to warn the guy that she was very tired and asked him to spare her the details and convey the essence of the matter in a few words. Lucas said that he was interested in creating liquid mana, and the girl noted that the young man was not very talkative. He replied in a few words, and Adelia admitted that he was quite a sweet but cheeky guy. She asked herself what other liquid mana the young man was talking about, and Lucas took out a flask with an incomprehensible liquid. Adelia looked at it closely and realized that it contained a huge concentrate of mana, which she had never seen before. The girl asked the young man not to remain silent and to tell her everything in more detail. Lucas said that this is the heart of a 1,000-year-old Drake King, and its estimated mana energy is about 100,000. The girl couldn't believe her eyes, and the young man asked if he could make an elixir out of it himself. Adelia said the recipe was a bit complicated, but she could do it. The only problem was the ingredients. She said she needed something she couldn't get, namely a phoenix feather. The next moment, Lucas took out the very feather left by the phoenix and handed it to the girl, which shocked her even more. She had never seen him before and said that she would also need a good assistant who could distribute mana. He should be able to shrink the energy ball to the size of a fingernail, and Lucas demonstrated his skills the next second. The girl's eyes brightened as never before, and she set to work. She couldn't help but ask who the hell this young man was. Adelia assumed that since he was from the Blake family, his father was Count Isaka. She admitted that she often heard the names of his brothers, but she never knew about me before. She said that his ability to distribute mana was truly amazing, and the young man was also well-versed in alchemy. She was incredibly curious as to why she had never heard of him before if he was so good. She grabbed Lucas and said that he would be her assistant, but the young man immediately refused such a thing. Adelia begged the young man on her knees, saying that she would pay him an hourly wage. She said that he could never learn alchemy better than she did, but Lucas stood his ground. He didn't want that. Adelia understood perfectly well that if this guy were her assistant, it would be incredibly convenient for her. She was thinking how to lure him. She also noticed that the young man constantly called her professor, but why? Lucas revealed that he was a student at West Road Academy, which surprised the girl. Adelia planned to use his scores and employment at the academy as a pretext to threaten him. After a couple of seconds, the young man finally said that he had recently left there, which made Adelia very angry. The young man decided to ask if Adelia knew anything about the production of golems. She replied that it was not her specialty, but she understood it better than those who called themselves puppeteers. Lucas decided to ask, and asked the girl to guess, for example, if she had a core of 1 million mana energy, could she make a golem out of it? Adelia replied that this was madness, because first of all, such a core simply could not exist. But even if it did, without an orichalcum body and a nervous system cast from mithril, Lucas would never have been able to control it. She explained that the golem had to be made from a mineral that only existed in legends. As for the skin, it was obvious that it would be much more difficult to design the body by compiling a formula and entering into it the commands to form its ego. Lucas once again remembered Shuhei's request for the boy to complete Anastasia, but this task turned out to be much more difficult than he had expected. Adelia wondered why the young man even asked about this, since he didn't have an energy core for 1 million mana. The young man just smiled sweetly, knowing full well that he had it in his bag. But now was not the time to reveal all his cards. After some time, Lucas and Liaman began their sparring again, in which the young man easily defeated the dark elf. Liaman admitted that it was the first time he had lost, but it was not surprising because the young man had a full understanding of his movements. At the same time, Isabel taught the dark elves how to control mana more easily. They were incredibly grateful to the young lady. Camilla approached Lucas and explained that Isabel's lessons were quite detailed and easy to understand, and the dark elves had opened their hearts to her. Isabel approached Lucas and asked if he had finished his elixir, and the young man replied that it would be completed tonight. She congratulated the young man on the fact that he would soon reach the level of 7 stars. But the young man only replied that he was only at the beginning of his journey. Camilla heard this, but she didn't ask about it right away. She asked the guys if they wanted to learn spiritual skills. The elf said that signing a contract with a spirit that is close to them will give them enormous power. She said that they taught her comrades how to distribute mana, so she could teach them this in return. This spiritual skill was passed down from generation to generation and was unique to the dark elves. A little later, Lucas came to Adelia to find out how things were going with the elixir, and the girl told him that the elixir he asked for was finally completed. She didn't believe that he was actually going to drink it. She said that he shouldn't do it. Lucas asked if the girl had failed in its creation, but quite the opposite. The elixir was made too well. She explained that it was twice as strong as his mana energy, and if the boy drank it incorrectly, the elixir would literally melt his body, leaving not even his bones. Luca was incredibly happy to hear this and immediately snatched the liquid from Adelia's hands. She finally told the guy to do whatever he wanted because it was his life, so she wouldn't interfere. As a token of gratitude, Lucas gave her Aegis necklace. The girl was very embarrassed by such a gift, but Lucas explained that if she put it on, she would improve her concentration. Adelia showed with her whole appearance that she wanted him incredibly much, but continued to refuse. Lucas finally gave her his gift and came to the conclusion that the more often he saw her, the more strange she seemed to him. Already in the room, Lucas scattered magic stones on the floor and later drank the entire elixir prepared by Adelia. An incredible aura immediately appeared around the young man, causing the entire room to become lit up with bright light. At the same time, Camilla approached Isabel and asked her to explain how great the power of the 7 stars was in the human world. The elf said that they had just started learning human magic, so it was hard for her to understand it now. She clarified, or in the human world, magic is like a status class, isn't it? Isabel told about the archmages, who are considered great wizards. She explained that in any country, the title and address of count will be guaranteed for them. The name of such a great wizard will be written on the stone tablets of the imperial palace. In other words, the name of this person will forever remain in history. Camilla asked if her partner had already achieved this, but Isabel said that he was only at the beginning of his journey. She said that his goal is a much more difficult path than any success. The mere mention of the demigod from Isabel's lips was enough to leave Camilla speechless. The girl said that the young man is doing all this in order to bring peace back. At the same time, Lucas managed to fully absorb the elixir and reach the level of 7 stars. The next day, Mikkel gathered Lucas and Isabel as well as Camilla and Liaman, and they went to Hall Bridge. When they arrived at the place, they immediately noticed the traces of the apostles, and Lucas admitted that this city was much smaller than he expected. He said that there was an ominous energy emanating from this place. He knew for sure that it was divine power. Lucas thought that he hadn't felt such energy for a long time. It was so disgusting that it made him feel sick. The young man decided to ask Mikkel what kind of power the demigod bestows on the people he chooses. Mikkel told the boys that it was a small town with a population of less than 500 people, and since it was autonomous, it had very little interaction with its villages. Leomund admitted that using the apostles was a good ploy. The old man reminded Lucas once again that this would be a dangerous mission. He asked the young man why his partner Isabel had not said a word all this time. Lucas assured Mikkel that he had no need to worry, since she had a special role to play in all of this. Isabel noticed that a man appeared in front of them, who could not believe that wizards had come to such a wretched place. He introduced himself and said that his name was Aladir, and that he was the mayor of the local town of Hall Bridge. Mikkel greeted the man and said he would like to ask him something. Aladir was glad to help so many respected people, and the old man asked if anything had changed in the town recently. The mayor did not understand what the old man was talking about, and he asked if there was something unusual. Aladir didn't understand what could happen in such a small town, the same routine every day. Lucas asked the mayor where all the city's residents were because it was already the middle of the day, and they were nowhere to be seen. The mayor hastened to justify himself and say that they had some work to do today nearby in the forest. Lucas noticed that Aladir had just said that every day was the same routine here, so what had changed now? The man immediately became nervous, and Lucas ordered Leomund to check if this was true. The elf vanished in an instant, and Mikkel couldn't believe that a high dark elf would listen to a human. A few moments later, Leomund returned. He managed to check every house in such a short time and reported to the young man that he did not see a single person. But the most important thing is that everything around the houses was covered in blood. Aladir realized that he had been exposed and there was no point in hiding anymore. The bastard took on his true form and became a terrible monster. All the men who stood before them turned into creations of the demigod. The bastard, who just recently pretended to be the mayor, ordered the rest of the monsters to kill them all. The monsters immediately attacked Old Man Mikkel, but he was protected by Isabel, who used a wall of fire to fight off the scoundrels. The bastards didn't stop and continued to attack, but suddenly Lucas used the wind cutter and instantly chopped off the heads of the bastards. The leader of this gang could not believe his eyes. He did not believe that people were able to defeat those who received the power of the demigod with such ease. He started to run away, but Leomund immediately caught up with him, and a moment later cut off the bastard's leg. Lucas stepped on the monster and ordered it to tell him everything it knew. The scoundrel hastened to justify himself by saying that he knew nothing, but Lucas made it perfectly clear that he was not to be trifled with. Camilla approached the young man and said that she would handle it herself. For her, it was a great opportunity, so she asked him to watch carefully. She used her spiritual art and summoned the spirit of darkness. It was the Dark Garoon, who stole information like no one else. The elf ordered the spirit to take control of the monster's mind, and Goran instantly entered the bastard's body. Mikkel noticed how much this sight pleased Camilla, and he understood for sure that he would never in his life go against the Dark Elves. Camilla approached the monster and asked where all the city's inhabitants had gone, and the bastard replied that they were all dead. The scoundrel admitted that they were needed as an offering to create the creation and release the apostles' power. The next second, the monster started to shake violently, and Camilla told everyone to get out of here because it was dangerous. A moment later, the bastard exploded, and the explosion itself was incredibly powerful. Lucas managed to use a protective barrier using Typhoon's earrings and explained that the monster had been mind-controlled to self-destruct before it could give out any key information. The young man came to the conclusion that the demigod's apostles were behind this. Mikkel immediately began to panic and asked everyone to go back today because the situation did not look very good. The old man said that if there was an apostle here who was skilled enough to create such creatures, then they would not be able to deal with him. Lucas didn't listen to Mikkel and said that they would move on. The guy said that the apostles must have already noticed them, and if they lost sight of them, they would not have another chance like this. Mikkel didn't even want to listen to the young man. He was literally shaking with fear and repeated again that they had to wait for Honor Lux to return. The old man said that Lux was a 7-star mage, and meeting such a powerful opponent without him was equal to 100% death. Lucas immediately said that she would take his place, but Mikkel replied that the young man was not in a position to be so arrogant because a man with 7 stars was capable of merging incompatible phases. The elves did not understand what the old man was talking about, and he explained that when elements with opposite properties meet, a big explosion occurs. Lucas replied to the old man that it was not arrogance on his part, and the next moment he summoned the elements of fire and water. Mikkel shouted at the young man not to mix them up, because if he continued, he would kill everyone here. But the boy did not listen to him and continued. The old man shouted that a young guy like him could not achieve something like this, but the next moment he fell silent. Mikkel couldn't believe that the young man had managed to combine the elements into such a huge power. Had he already reached the level of the 7th star? Lucas did not explain anything, but once again confidently stated that he would replace Honor Lux. That same evening, the boys continued to explore the village, and Camilla drew Lucas's attention to the fact that the monster did not burn completely, but was burned by lightning. Mikkel said that the Apostle's master is a demigod who commands lightning. Lucas realized that the enemy could use the power of a demigod, which made things even more difficult. The old man said that the existence of the Apostles was not entirely disadvantageous for them, and Lucas decided to find out what he meant. Mikkel said that their first enslavement of the Apostle took place in Castcow, and then something happened that they could not have foreseen even in their wildest fantasies. He explained that after the death of the Apostle, the demigod who controlled him disappeared, which shocked Lucas. The old man said that this does not happen every time, and they still do not know how exactly it happens. But he was sure of one thing. If he eliminated an apostle who had received the power of a demigod, it would directly affect the demigods themselves. Lucas didn't understand why they would use apostles if it exposed them to such a risk. At least 4,000 years ago, there was no such thing as an apostle. Had anything changed among the demigods during that time? When the group arrived in the forest, Lucas admitted that he did not feel any life force in this place. It was a dead forest. All the trees and animals were dead. Not even a single insect remained. Camilla didn't understand why the bastard had to do this to nature, sucking out all the life force. Isabel touched the ground and said that the entire forest seemed like a huge trap because some kind of powerful barrier had been erected, so any further exploration seemed impossible. Lucas said that in that case he would have to destroy everything here, because the forest was already dead, and if it accidentally caught fire, the flames would reach the neighboring villages. Camilla agreed to do so, but Mikkel said that if they tried to break such a complex barrier, it would take them at least 2 days. Lucas touched the tree, but the elf did not understand what the guy was doing, and Isabel explained that he was scanning the barrier to destroy it. Camilla admitted that the young man was indeed very similar to them, the dark elves, because he preferred to act immediately rather than think for too long. She said that the guy could calmly concentrate on studying it, and they would cover his back during this time. But the young man replied that he wouldn't need it, because he was already done with it, which shocked the elf. He turned to his group and ordered them to stay behind him, and the next moment he summoned the magic of the storm wind. The next moment, he literally destroyed the entire forest, protecting his comrades with his own barrier. The old man couldn't believe what he saw. Was this really the power of a 20-year-old guy? Mikkel knew perfectly well that he was the master of the floor in the tower, but he was hardly useful at all. Maybe it was time for the next generation to replace them. At the same time, the apostle finally showed himself. All this time he had been watching the boys, hiding in the forest. The old man simply couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand how this could even happen, because Honor Lux was that bastard. Lux turned to his friend Mikkel and said that he had asked him to wait a little. The old man said that there was some kind of misunderstanding here, because a person like Lux could not become like that. Lux said he was very sorry to hear that, but Mikkel should have curbed his curiosity. The next moment, the scoundrel attacked his former friend, but to his surprise, Lucas was able to easily block such a spell. Mikkel fell to the ground, still unable to believe that the head of the circle, Honor Lux, had become like this. Lucas said that the old man needed to pull himself together, because this man was no longer the one he knew. The young man was able to clearly determine that this man was moving of his own free will, and asked the bastard why he had betrayed the circle. The bastard replied that the young man had very bad manners. Luke said that he simply learned the power of the demigod. Before him, every person, no matter how hard he tried, was just a bug. The young man interrupted the scoundrel and said that this was not so, and replied that people were not pathetic bugs. He was just a coward. This was the first time Isabel had seen Lucas so angry. What the hell had he been through in these 4,000 years? The apostle replied that he was not afraid, but simply recognized the demigod. The guy said that everyone in the circle knows about the incredible power of the demigod, and asked the bastard what he thinks. They all fight him because they don't know fear. The young man said that they were all desperately trying to get up off their knees step by step, time after time. They were all trying not to give in to what was happening, to protect what they loved. Lucas explained to the bastard that this was the nobility of the man he had rejected. The next moment, the apostle used the power of lightning, striking next to Lucas, and replied that all this made no sense. It was just the stupidity of humans. Isabel was speechless. She couldn't believe that the bastard was able to cast such a powerful spell with just one finger, without even casting a spell. The bastard completely saturated his entire body with lightning, and began to explain that this lightning could not be created with magic. There was no longer any need for him to study it. This alone gave him more strength and power than any other seven-star wizard. The next moment, dark clouds literally swallowed the entire sky, and Camilla could not believe that such a thing was even possible to do with human power. Lucas explained to her that this was not human power, it was the power of a demigod. The young man began to explain his plan. Liaman must take the front line, but not forget that he is responsible for 3 lives. He told Camilla that she had to cover Liaman and support the back magic circle. He asked Mr. Meikle to stand behind them, but not to do anything dangerous, just to cover them. Lucas walked up to Isabel and whispered something in her ear, but the girl objected, because the plan was too dangerous. But Lucas said that they didn't have time to argue. He promised that the young lady would be able to talk when they survived. He gave his word that he would listen to her even all night. The next moment, he transformed the bracelet into the staff he received from Shui in the dungeon and gave the order to attack. Liaman began to rush forward at breakneck speed, dodging Luke's lightning strikes along the way. The elf was able to reach the bastard and dealt his blow, but he couldn't touch the bastard with his finger because there was a strong protective barrier around him. The apostle attacked Liaman, but he managed to dodge, and the next moment, Luke appeared right in front of him, ready to strike. Lucas used the Burning Earth spell, dealing a powerful blow that caused an earthquake beneath the bastard. Meikle couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Was this really the boy's true skill? But all this turned out to be useless, and the apostle continued to attack Lucas with lightning. The cloud of dust disappeared, and everyone saw that even this could not scratch the bastard. Luke said that all their efforts were useless, and they would all die right here. The bastard said that no matter how strong Lucas is, human strength can't break through his lightning barrier, since that's the power of a demigod. Lucas didn't even listen to the bastard, and a moment later attacked him again with a fiery explosion, followed by an ice sheet. It still didn't do any damage to the apostle, and everyone began to realize that things were bad. Camilla knew full well that the plan was for Lucas to attack the apostle while they were attracting his attention. But now all his attacks were focused only on the young man. She was afraid that at this rate the guy would soon run out of steam. But Isabel assured the elf that everything was going according to his plan. Isabel remembered Lucas coming up to her and explaining that the apostle would be trying to understand his power, and if they split up, the bastard would believe that their group was just bait, and that Lucas would be the one to attack him from behind. Even before the fight, Lucas understood that the apostle received an unlimited supply of energy from the thunderstorm that he had summoned earlier, and while it was there, he was invulnerable. He said that he would get rid of this storm, and Isabel, Camilla, and Meikle would help him together. Lucas said that his life is in Isabel's hands, and as long as he is bait, the girl will be responsible for everyone. At the same time, Isabel ordered Camilla and Meikle to gather as much mana as possible, as much as possible. The outcome of this battle rests on their shoulders. At the same time, Lucas continued to attack the apostle, but the bastard only laughed at the guy's pathetic attempts. But even despite this, the apostle himself understood perfectly well that the youth's strength was truly overwhelming. He had definitely gone beyond the 7 stars, and without the demigod's barrier, he would have long since turned to dust. Lucas knew that the guy didn't look a day over 20, and that was what was making him doubt himself. It was better for him to get rid of him right away, without even giving him a chance to interfere with their plans in the future. The young man continued to attack the scoundrel with fire arrows, but the apostle did not understand why he was doing this, because he should have already understood that his spells did not work against him. And suddenly it dawned on the little brat that Lucas was trying to block his view. He noticed that his teammates were building up mana to get rid of the storm, but he wouldn't let that happen that easily. The next moment, he summoned lightning and attacked all 3 of them, causing them to fall to the ground. The apostle said they were just a bunch of sneaks and he would cut their throats. Lucas tried to distract the apostle, but he knew perfectly well that he would not have time to protect his comrades. At that moment, Liaman appeared in front of the bastard and blocked his lightning. Lucas immediately went to Isabel to find out if they were all okay. The girl asked him not to look at them with such pity. He should concentrate on the apostle because otherwise they would not win. They rose to their feet again, not intending to give up, and promised that they would get rid of this damn storm. At the same time, Liaman continued to distract the scoundrel, but he managed to grab the elf with his lightning hand. The apostle did not understand why they were in a hurry to die, although they were still very young. The bastard was not going to drag this out any longer and wanted to finish off the elf. But a moment later, the barrier disappeared and Liaman was freed and was able to injure the bastard with his weapon. The apostle managed to immediately restore his barrier and heal his wound. At this time, Lucas rose into the air and began to use the most powerful spell, which even the apostle was surprised. because he had never seen such a huge mana energy before. Lucas knew that now was not the time to conserve mana. He had to use every last drop to protect his friends. He ordered Lehman to run, and a moment later he unleashed a blast of lava right on the bastard. There was an incredible explosion, but Lucas knew he had no mana left. Lehman saw a huge crater after using this spell. Could this be the true power of the young man? But even after this, the apostle remained alive. He only lost his left hand. The bastard knew the guy was out of mana and was going to finish him off right now. The apostle was going to show the difference between them. Lucas wasn't going to just give up. He did all this because he can keep fighting without mana. He'll kick the worthless old man's ass. Lucas understood perfectly well that the apostle's barrier had become unstable and he could not be given time to recover. The bastard attacked the boy again with lightning, but the boy dodged each one. A moment later, he was already next to the scoundrel and delivered a powerful blow straight to the bastard's chest. Lucas continued to attack him over and over again until the apostle fell to the ground. The apostle could not believe that the young man was the same man as he was. Lucas told the bastard that he was no longer a man, but just a demigod's mutt. The bastard's whole body was shaking. Is this even possible? The apostle was not going to give up so easily and immediately rose into the air to attack Lucas again. He flew straight to the center of the storm and said that as long as it was there, his mana was infinite. The apostle said that no matter how much the young man resisted, he would still remain an ordinary fly, and as soon as all his mana was fully restored, he would burn him to ashes. The next second, Lehman appeared in front of him and slammed the bastard straight into the ground. At the same time, Isabel understood that they needed just a little more time, and Lucas and Lehman continued to distract the bastard. The apostle was still able to fight off their attacks and pierced each of them with his lightning, causing the couple to fall to the ground. The bastard stood right up to Lucas and said he would rip him to pieces and then roast him to death. He continued to shoot lightning through the guy's body, but was suddenly distracted by a bright light behind him. These were the guys who used the howling storm, sending it straight into the sky to disperse the thunderstorm. A moment later, the apostle began to literally melt before their eyes, and the young man told him that it was he who lost. The bastard couldn't believe that he had lost to such pathetic people, and with his last strength, he prayed to the demigod for salvation. But no one answered him, and he literally burned alive, leaving behind a scorched body, and the guys realized that now everything was over. Mikkel approached the body of what was once his comrade, and the apostle was still conscious. Finally, he said that Mr. Demigod promised to save humanity and free people from diseases and limited life through evolution, and it was they who prevented the development of all humanity. Lucas wanted to finish it all, but Mikkel asked him to wait a little longer. The young man said that they needed to finish him off right now, but the old man begged him to wait a little longer. It wouldn't take long. The old man turned to honor Lucas and said that his comrade had simply chosen the wrong path and that he could fight by their side again. The apostle took Mikkel's hand, and a moment later the bastard's body began to detonate, and he said that he had gone too far to retreat now. Lucas screamed at Mikkel to get away from him quickly, and a moment later the bastard exploded, taking the old man with him to the next world. Isabel couldn't believe what had just happened. She didn't understand why someone who intended to do good had to die like that. Lucas tried to calm the young lady down. He said that everything in this world had gone wrong, and so they had to put everything back in its place. He warned that next time it could be her or him in Michele's place, but they all had to keep fighting. Even if they were alone, they had to go to the very end. They all returned to the tower, and Lucas sat in his room, thinking about everything that had happened. He was interrupted from his thoughts by the arrival of Isabel, who said that Madame Camilla had left to visit Fizban Amlet. Lucas looked at the crystal in his hand that had appeared from the apostle's body. He explained that depending on how it was used, it could have tremendous power. Lucas was going to show it to Professor Adelia. Isabel sat down on the bed, and Lucas decided to ask if the girl was still thinking about that incident. Isabel admitted that this was the first time she had encountered the death of someone who had fought side by side with her. The young lady said that she had heard that Mr. Mikkel was a member of Fizban Amlet, but apparently there were more than just witches there. Lucas admitted that it was a bit of a surprise to learn that Mr. Mikkel was a member of Fizban Amlet. He also thought that it was only made up of witches. He remembered how the old man told him that although this community was called secret, there were always not enough participants, so any capable person could join it. Lucas said that Mikkel also offered him to join, but warned that the Fizban Amlet were actually summoners or contracted troops. That is why, compared to other circles, their scope is much smaller, and yet their influence is simply incredible. The old man said that Mr. Altan, who is a master, made a contract with Barbados. Lucas was very surprised that Mikkel was talking about the greedy Barbatos. He is the great prince of the demonic world. Mikkel was surprised that the young man knew about him, Was he also interested in demons? Lucas knew that the great princes of the demon world were incredibly proud, and they treated people like insects, which made the likelihood of making a contract with them almost zero. In fact, the young man also did not see anyone who would make a deal with them except for Iris. He was wondering who this Master Altan really was. He told Isabel that they needed to find out more about Fizban Amlet, but their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. It was Professor Adelia, and Lucas admitted that he was just about to meet her. Adelia said that Professor Yullian was looking for the young man, but the young man did not know who it was. The professor said that this was the head of this Tower of Magicians, which surprised the guy very much. When Lucas came to his office, Julian said that he had heard a lot about the young man. He introduced himself and said that he was the head of the third Tower of Magicians, Julian Montolibert. Lucas replied that he already knew that the man was a very respected person, which surprised Adelia, because when she told him his name, the guy didn't even understand what she was talking about. Julian said that after reading the report he sent about the incident that happened 4 days ago, the leader realized that the apostle was really strong because Lucas described his abilities clearly and distinctly. He regrets what happened to Mr. Meikle because he was an incredibly loyal person. Julian asked about the fact that the report did not contain personal information about the apostle. Was the young man not acquainted with him? Lucas said he didn't know him personally, and the leader said the guys were too hasty. They should have waited for Honor Luke's before going on such a difficult mission. Julian decided to find out what the last minutes of Meikle's life were like. Lucas said he never lost his faith and devotion, and his end was faith-filled and honorable. The head of the tower asked the young man to continue Meikle's work and become the new owner of the floor. Lucas was surprised by such a proposal and asked if there were any young owners of the floor like him. Ilian said that his brother Michel became the owner of the floor at 26, so Lucas would be the youngest. The chief said that apparently there are quite a few geniuses in the Blake family, and he thinks that his father will be very proud of him. Ilian said that this was not an offer worth thinking about. If he became the owner of the floor, it would be much more convenient for him to do any of his business. He said that the young man would receive a private mansion, a research laboratory, and colossal support, and his scientific and technical developments would become much more complete. The leader said that depending on his success, he would be able to supply hard-to-find materials and magical devices, which could not but please Adelia. But to the surprise of everyone present, Lucas decided to refuse such an offer. The leader came to the conclusion that if the young man refused, then he was going to join the circle. Lucas said that this was not the only reason, but Julian would accept his decision anyway. When they left the office, Adelia started yelling at the young man that this was the first time she had seen an idiot who had refused an offer to become the owner of a floor. She believed that although the young man was going to join the circle, he could at the same time be the master of the floor. Lucas ignored the girl, but eventually said that he needed to show her something. They came to the lab and Lucas took out the apostle crystal that remained after Honor Luke's death. She couldn't believe that the young man was able to kill the apostle because he didn't even tell her about it. Adelia began to examine the crystal closely and admitted that when she heard about Meikle's death, she was absolutely sure that they had all escaped. She came to the conclusion that the crystal contains the supernatural power of the demigod, although in this form it is just trash. But if you perform a few machinations on it, it will become an incredible secret potion, incomparable in power to the heart of the Drake King. This is exactly what Lucas wanted to ask the professor, which delighted the girl. When the young man and Isabel went out into the training room of the tower, they met Camila along with strangers. The elf approached the boy and said that the disgusting-looking old man was Fossanoin Tuganjar from Fizban Amlet, and it was better to be careful with him, because his character was as unpleasant as his face. The old man ordered the elf to speak in human language and not whisper like a rat. He approached Lucas and asked if it was he, the same bastard who went with Meikle to battle the apostle. The old man asked the young man to tell him what happened there. Lucas replied that, as written in the report, during the battle with the apostle, Meikle died. But the old man himself knew this very well. He started shouting and said he wanted to know details that were left out of the report. Lehman wanted to stand up for his friend, but Lucas asked him to calm down. He had everything under control. Lucas told the nasty old man that he was not a member of Fizban Amleti and had no reason to tolerate his disdainful attitude. The old man could not believe that the young man was talking to him like that, but the man behind him asked him to calm down and said that he would continue the conversation himself. Tuganjar didn't even want to listen, but the unknown person turned to him again and asked if he had to repeat it twice. The old man fell silent, and the man in the robe finally showed his face. It was his brother, Heinz Blake. They entered Lucas's room together, and Heinz told him that he had heard about the talk going on about his brother, and admitted that he knew about his friendship with Pierre, from the June clan. Heinz said that it looked like the boy had indeed awakened, and yet the blood of the Blake family flowed through him. Lucas knew that Heinz was the second son of the Blake family, and at the same time Frey's older brother. And he was also his guarantor for Shepherd June. Heinz felt some negative energy, but he still said that his brother had been too frivolous before. He said that even though Frey was a half-blood, Tugunjar was too strong in the circle, so giving into emotion and starting a fight was not the wisest decision. Heinz warned that a man from their clan would soon come for Frey and asked his brother to refuse him. He explained that it was too dangerous in the Blake clan now, after all. The young man had heard about his father from Honor Shepherd. Lucas remembered how Shepherd told him that he received a report that a month ago at the meeting of the Tower of Mages, there was a person who contacted the demigod, and it turned out to be his father, Isaka Blake. Lucas decided to ask Heinz why he was doing this, and admitted that he was indeed acting like an older brother. Lucas said that until recently, Heinz didn't even consider him a human being, isn't he right? Lucas knew that even though it wasn't the same despair that Frey felt, he still had his memories alive in him, and this man was one of the reasons that made him disappointed in himself. He knew that although he was not so loyal to Frey as to take revenge on Heinz, he was truly upset that the man who called himself an older brother would suddenly change his attitude when the young man rose a little in status. Heinz admitted that he had no regrets or remorse for how he treated you in the past, but he had hoped that the young man would not study magic. Lucas didn't understand what that meant, but Heinz simply replied that he simply shouldn't trust circles too much. Heinz began to leave, even though the young man tried to stop him. When Lucas followed him out, he was met by Alexander, who had not seen the young master for a long time. Lucas knew it was the Blake family butler, even though he had confirmed it with Heinz, but he came faster than he thought. The young man again remembered Heinz's words that things were very dangerous in the Blake family now, and what his father had done. Lucas knew he had to act like Frey so as not to arouse any suspicion from the butler. It worked, and Alexander saw that, apart from the guy getting a little taller, nothing else had changed. He came to the conclusion that the rumors about him communicating with Pierre Jeune or about his communication with pirates were complete nonsense. The butler said that the head of the family was calling the young man, and that the dream would immediately take him to the mansion. Lucas said that he had some other things to do at the moment, and asked Alexander to tell his father that he was very sorry, and that he would visit him himself soon. Alexander could not believe that the boy contradicted what the master had ordered, and said that it was the order of the head of the family. Lucas continued to play the role and said that he still had things to do here, and it was very important. It was hard to put off. The butler finally realized that the young man had changed at least a little, and said that he would wait for him at the Blake estate. As soon as Alexander left, Lucas began to behave as before again. Lucas went to Adelia and she gave him the potion she made from the Apostle's crystal. She said that this crystal stores lightning energy, and it is the most difficult to control, and also that she spent several hundred gold to buy the necessary equipment. Lucas said he would pay all expenses as well as her reward. The girl didn't even want to listen, because she couldn't take payment from her student, but if he really wanted to thank her, he could become her assistant. Lucas refused Adelia again and asked for the second flask of potion. Was it really a clot of extracted lightning energy? Adelia said that it couldn't be opened just like that because it would cause big problems, because she put him there by force. She admitted that she simply thought that someone like him might find her useful in the future. Lucas returned to the room and drank the elixir prepared by Adelia. He felt that his abilities had improved so much that he could now use his entire body as a mana storage. Later in the evening, Isabel came to the young man because he invited her to a meeting, but her attention was immediately drawn to the incredibly cute cat that was sitting next to Lucas. He explained that it was the spirit of darkness, Darkman, which surprised the girl, because it had only been a short time since Lucas began studying the art of spirits with Lady Camilla, but he had already managed to make a contract. She would never have thought that a dark spirit could have such a cute appearance. Isabel said that Lucas had already managed to calm the energy of the icy river and achieved significant results with the demigod, and in addition, mastered the spirit technique. She was wondering what goal he would set for himself next, and Lucas said that it was time for them to gradually get ready and leave here. The girl agreed with this and decided to ask if Lucas was going to take a closer look at the exam to join the circle. When they went to their rooms, Lucas began to collect his things, but suddenly felt a strange sensation coming from the opposite side of the door. He understood that it was not an enemy, it was a feeling of overwhelming emotions. Lucas opened the door and behind it stood an unknown girl who was looking for Frey Blake. The young man immediately noticed her cape and asked, and the girl introduced herself as Benny in Argento, who was the head of the Trauman Circle. Lucas invited Banyan inside and over a cup of tea decided to ask the girl why the head of the circle herself had come to see him. Banyan replied that she would like to invite the young man to join their circle. Isabel was surprised because Lucas hadn't even passed his exams yet. Banyan said that when she learned that a newcomer with incredible abilities had appeared, she wanted to get closer to him before anyone else. And she believes that people from other circles will soon come to him. Isabel admitted that Lucas was truly incredible, but the leader of the circle added that this also applies to Isabel. She would like to see her in their circle too. The girl was surprised, but Banyan hastened to explain that recently, the news of the battle with the Apostle had been the main topic of discussion in all circles, and the leadership was interested in the successes and triple strength she had shown. Isabel immediately began to justify herself, saying that everything was not like that at all. She was simply repeating after Frey. Lucas couldn't help but notice the leader's cape, which he himself had worn 4,000 years ago. Although it had been altered by magic, he was absolutely sure of that. But something interested him more, and he decided not to waste time and asked Banyan if she was a dragon. The head of the circle immediately shuddered and stood up from the table. She did not understand how the young man guessed. Lucas explained that dragons do not have a vessel for mana because the dragon's heart is a mechanism that is superior to it in itself. The dragon could use mana immediately without having to collect it from the surrounding nature, even though she had such a vessel. But the young man could still feel her purest mana. Banyan admitted that the guy knew quite a lot about dragons, and Lucas replied that he had just read about it in a book. Isabel remembered that she had once heard about this from a guy 4,000 years ago. When he was still in his body, his mentor was a dragon. Banyan admitted that the young man was right, but she was only half dragon, a half-breed born from the union of a human and a dragon. They agreed that the head of the circle would wait for them downstairs while Lucas and Isabel finished packing their things. Lucas was left alone with Isabel, and the girl admitted that she was very impressed by how desperate the Trauman circle was now, and how Banyan spoke about everything directly, without hiding anything. The girl also said that it would be logical if, when coming to persuade a person to join her organization, Banyan would only talk about her strengths. But this is just proof that she does not know how to lie. Lucas agreed with the young lady's words and said that Banyan was ideal for the role of the head of the circle. Isabel admitted that there was something that surprised her. After all, Lucas was the first to ask her permission to inspect the Trauman circle. She asked if Banyan was of interest to him. Lucas replied that he was not going to get involved in politics, and that the only thing that mattered now was how to gather all the forces in one place. Isabel was well aware that Lucas was not looking for a circle that would become his power. Was all this being done in order to find a center in which the circles scattered here and there would be collected? She once again recalled Shuhei's words in his diary about Lucas Trauman being the only center of attraction and realized that a truly great man would not change his words. The couple went outside and saw the same nasty old man who had yelled at Banyan for moving too quickly towards Frey. This continued until the old man saw the young man himself with Isabel. Before Lucas could even figure out what was going on, Jerome Bernod from Rushid Soth and Stephen Giac from Straw Neckles had already approached him. They admitted that they had come here to invite the young man to join their circles, but apparently they were too late. The old man asked the boy if he was going to join Trauman's circle. Lucas didn't understand what the problem was, even if it was, and this answer greatly surprised Banyan. Stephen nevertheless approached Lucas and handed him a teleportation scroll with the entrance to the secret office of their circle marked on it, and asked him to come to them after he examined the Trauman circle. Jerome also came up and asked for forgiveness, that he did not have time to prepare the scroll. But the young man could visit them in Rushid Sot when he was in the kingdom of Ruinbol, Xiotanbul, or Silkid. Lucas said he would think about inviting the men, and they left. He turned his attention to the grumpy old man and asked him if he had come too, to try to invite him into their circle. The old man replied that there were too many eyes watching them, and asked them to follow him. But Master Banyan could stay here. Banyan tensed up and asked Lucas to be careful, and the young man asked Isabel to stay here as well. He was going alone. The young man asked Banyan to wait a little, and with a smile on his face said that he would be back soon. It was already evening, and the old man led Lucas into some dark forest, and the guy asked if this wasn't a bad enough place to invite someone into his circle. The old man replied that the young man was indeed a fool, because no one would lure a rogue like him to themselves. Lucas asked what the old man was going to do, and he replied that someone like the young man could never defeat the apostle, and he would personally give him a test. The old man immediately summoned thorn vines and attacked Lucas, but what would he do if he actually killed the apostle? The old bastard told the little bastard not to worry about it because he would never be able to handle him. Does he really think all 7 stars are the same? Lucas agreed and said that they were all indeed different, and a moment later he destroyed all the vines that were around him. The old man could not believe that the young man had dealt with his spell so easily. Lucas replied that Tugunjar had no right to be called a 7-star, because he simply shamelessly took possession of incredibly powerful mana, but everything else was still unattainable for him. The bastard couldn't believe what he just saw, because the guy didn't even lift a finger. The old man was not going to give up and used flame wave magic, but Lucas easily canceled it. Tugunjar realized that this only meant that he had seen right through his next attack. He thought it was simply impossible because it was more difficult than perfectly predicting the direction of the flying blades and making them fall. A moment later, Lucas had trapped the old man, immobilizing him with ice. Tugunjar admitted his defeat and asked what the young man's next steps would be. Would he kill him? Lucas admitted that it was a good option, but he had a better idea. He was going to test the old man. Lucas explained that with the coming of tomorrow, this ice would lead him straight into the arms of death. Lucas said that if his soul and body could be reborn again to match the 7-star, then he would be able to melt it. But if he couldn't, then he would simply die. Tugunjar started shouting at the young man because how dared he say that he would check him, on what grounds? Lucas didn't say a word, but the old man felt something strange. There was still a little boy standing in front of him. But why did he seem so huge? Lucas said again that Tugunjar would have to kill his past self and bury it in his heart. This is his sincere advice. On this note, the young man began to leave and said in parting that he really hoped that the old man would cope with this test. Lucas returned to Banyan and Isabel, and they immediately started asking how everything went. But the guy only apologized for making them wait so long. They can move on. Isabel asked Lucas again if nothing had really happened, which the young man did not like. But she explained that she was worried not about him, but about the life of Mr. Tugunjar. Lucas replied that the girl shouldn't worry. This old man won't die. He understood that even if he did not overcome his test, by tomorrow the ice would melt and disappear. But then he would be tormented by a feeling of shame, which was more terrible than death itself. They all stopped for the night, and Banyan cooked an incredibly delicious meal that made Lucas's mouth water. Isabel noticed that sleeping in the open air was quite usual for Banyan, and she replied that this was her daily life. It didn't take more than a few seconds before Lucas asked for a second helping of the stew. He asked Banyan or was the master of the circle of great ancestors called Osil Argento. Lucas also asked which of the demigods killed her father. Isabel hastened to tell the young man that it was wrong to ask such questions so suddenly, but Banyan said that everything was fine. Banyan said that the demigods also have a hierarchy of statuses, and the one who stands at the very top they call Lord. Lucas immediately remembered the very same demigod who had sent him into captivity for 4,000 years. Banyan continued and said that among the demigods standing below him, there are those who stand out for their strength, and for convenience they call them Apocalypse. She also said that they had studied the powers of 3 of them. It was the sword, poison, and death, and about 2 years ago, her father died at the hands of the demigod who controlled death. Lucas only thought that he already knew the one who controlled the poison, and he was sure that the old man was incredibly strong. When morning came, the boys continued on their way, and Banyan told them that from here begins the Francisco Forest, where the Trauman rings live. Lucas immediately noticed the high-class barrier. Could it be that the girl installed it herself? She replied that this was not true. She could only repair it if it broke. Her father had installed it. Lucas was sure that her father was a real master, who was at least an 8-star magician, and Banyan should be around a 6-star. He understood that this was all because, despite having dragon abilities, she was trained in human ways, and would have been much better off if she had been born as a normal human. Lucas pulled himself together. It was rude of him to sympathize with her power level. They entered some village, which was the place where Truman Rings lived. Banyan herself realized that she looked bad if she considered this to be the main place of the circle, but the guys immediately objected to this. Suddenly, a scream was heard from behind. It was Honor Gisellen, who said that while they were unable to contact Banyan, they were attacked again, and the relic was taken. He said that those hyena-like creatures, the basilisk tails, had come here again. Banyan quickly apologized to Lucas and Isabel because they had come all the way here, but as it turned out, it was not very peaceful here. Gisellen immediately recognized Frey and apologized for not being able to prepare a greeting for him. Banyan asked Gisellen what relic they had stolen this time, and he replied that it was a red ring. Lucas couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was he really talking about one of the 7 rings that he himself had made? A moment later, a gang of idiots appeared in front of them, and one of them greeted Banyan as they had failed to do the last time they came here. It turned out to be Launder Antoine, and the girl said that they had been seeing each other quite often lately. Launder replied that the beautiful lady's words upset him, They felt that they had too much baggage, so they decided to at least lighten her load a little. Finally, he said that he would like to have tea with her for the first time in a long time, but they were a little busy right now. Banyan admitted to Lucas that she regretted him, seeing this side of them that they were ashamed of. She invited him to join their organization, but it seemed that their authority had fallen in his eyes. Lucas decided to ask what the fight for the relic meant, and Giselan explained that, as the name says, it is a competition with a heroic relic at stake, which the winner receives. Lucas was surprised that they were actually fighting for the relics. Giselan explained that it might seem silly that they would do this to such precious things, but it was a custom that had arisen as a desperate measure for friendship-seeking circles that were already having a hard time containing each other. He added that it had changed a bit now, but Lucas wondered why they didn't just give up on it. Giselin explained that on the surface, it still looked like a way to make friends, so it was easier said than done, because if their reputation was tarnished, they would be called uncooperative, and it would become even more difficult to control the circle. Lucas had a rough idea of what was going on here and came to the conclusion that the Basilisk Tails were a group of hyena-like people who were stealing relics from the weakened Trauman circle. Giselian added that not only they, but all the middle and small circles around them have already united and take advantage of the moment when Master Benian or the rest of the leadership is not there, and come here about once a month. The man asked Lucas if he knew that things weren't going so well for the Trauman circle. He admitted that in reality, everything here is much worse. The current scale does not reach even 1/10 of what it was before the times of the highest flourishing of the circle, and the already small number of members of the organization leave for long-term assignments in order to gain at least some skills. Giselan explained that if they did not do this, they would either disappear or be absorbed into other circles. He felt awkward that they had invited the young man and were doing nothing but complaining. He was ashamed to even look him in the eye, but Benian ordered them to tell him the whole truth as it was. Isabel drew Lucas's attention to his statue, which was erected in the center of the village. An unknown man suddenly approached him and asked if the young man liked her, but Lucas said that he didn't really. The man apologized for not introducing himself and said his name was Fion and he was honor of the Trauman circle. Lucas also introduced himself as Frey Blake. Isabel also introduced herself, and Fion admitted that he had heard a lot about them. The young man decided to find out something. He was interested in something that perhaps would not be very polite to ask during an acquaintance. Fion asked the guy not to be shy and ask questions. He would be happy to answer every question. Lucas asked him why he still remained in the almost collapsed circle. And it wasn't just him. They were also talking about Giselan and Banyan. Lucas explained that with abilities like theirs, they would be welcome in any other circle. Lucas was just wondering why they stayed in the sinking boat and continued bailing out water. Isabel said that she had warned him to choose his words carefully, but Fion simply laughed because the young man had chosen the perfect comparison. He explained that they already knew all this, and that dispersing would be a much more convenient and better way. Fion said they simply couldn't do that, or the Trauman circle would be wiped off the face of the earth. He added that it might seem a bit boring to the young man, but the basis of each circle is respect for its founder, and they all just don't want to lose their roots. Fion asked the guy if he knew why Lucas Trauman was the only one in history called an Archmage. Lucas became embarrassed, and Fion continued and said that it was all because he was the predecessor of all the current magicians. The man said that 4,000 years ago, magicians and warrior magicians ignored and disdained each other, hated each other, and fought from time to time to such an extent that they even lost their lives. Fion said that there was no point in talking about witches because they were called sectarians. They were expelled, and no one considered them their comrades, but Mr. Lucas Trauman was different from everyone else. The man continued and said that Lucas had said that all people who follow the path of magic are comrades to each other, aiming to develop magic. It was then that the warrior mages, witches, and even ordinary mages considered him their rival, but he did not cease to show steadfastness. Fion said that it was Lucas who endured and overcame all the difficulties until the very end and eventually created a world in which you were kind to each other. He believed that even despite their current weakness, they would never give up until the forces scattered here and there united as one, just as this great man had said. The man believed that if Lucas were alive, he would definitely have done exactly the same. Fion hastened to apologize because he was clearly talking about something completely useless. Lucas and Isabel just smiled after his story, and the young man said that he himself thought that Lucas would be very glad that he had such magnificent followers. Fiona just thought the guy really did look like Lucas Trauman. The couple said goodbye to Banyan and Giselin and went somewhere. Banyan said that the boy asked her about the location of the Basilisk's tails. and about some rules established between the circles. Gisellen concluded that the boy was interested in a group larger than Troman's weakened circle and asked the girl not to take it too seriously, because something even better was waiting for them. Bennion said that wasn't the issue. She was worried about the question the guy had asked her last. She said that the young man asked her if a stranger could submit an application to fight for the relic. At the same time, that same bastard Launder Antoine suggested to his gang that they could take advantage of the opportunity and suck every last drop out of the Troman circle. He said that if they did not have Master Banyan and Honor Ajeng, then the rings of Troman would belong to them. He was interrupted by one of his charges, who said that some vagabonds had come to him and said that they wanted to fight for the relic. Launder ordered them to be hit on the head and driven away, because he was not going to waste time on this kind of trash. At that moment, Lucas appeared in front of him with Isabel, which took everyone present by surprise, and the young man asked if it was not forbidden by the rules to refuse to fight. The bastards immediately pulled out their weapons to kick their ass. They didn't understand how the guy managed to break the barrier and get through it. Lucas remembered that the barrier was indeed there, but he didn't even notice it because it was so weak that he thought it was an insect screen. Launder took a closer look at the guy and realized that he seemed quite young, but not such a simpleton. Perhaps he had already reached the 6-star level. Launder laughed and asked the young man what he would bet, since he had started all this with some kind of stake. Lucas threw Kung Neil's dagger right at the scoundrel's feet and said that if the scum had eyes, they themselves could guess what its price was. One of the wards picked up the dagger and noticed that it had a mithril engraving on it, revealing a secret technique. It was a relic of the Age of Light. Launder finally decided to fight Lucas and admitted that an amazing guy had come to see them. He asked the young man to follow him. They came to the arena, and the bastard asked if the guy knew the rules of the fight for the relic. Launder explained that it cannot be refused, and there is a limit of up to 3 times a day, and by mutual agreement, it is possible to increase the number of items delivered. Lucas added that he didn't have to take responsibility for killing an enemy yet, and the scoundrel was surprised that the young man was so well informed. The bastard even became interested in what else this young man had hidden in his hidden space, and he said that he would put a red ring. Launder was going to take everything from Lucas after they killed him, covering himself with a fight, and a moment later sent his pawn Ellen Fiax. The bastard took a stance, and Lucas immediately realized that he was a warrior mage, and Ellen clarified the young man's orientation, and he answered that he was a mage. Did the bastard think that a mage who only memorized his spells actually wanted to fight him? He was about to kill the guy with one blow, and the referee announced the start of the fight. At that very moment, Ellen fell to the ground immediately after the fight began. No one could believe what just happened. Launder was sure that the youth had used an ice arrow, but how could he have made Ellen fall with some kind of 2-star technique? He thought that this could be a secret technique, and if so, then there would be no need to memorize the spell, and it would become clear where such power came from. Launder was sure that in such a case, the consumption of the youth's mana to use the secret technique would be incredibly high. Lucas turned around and started to leave, and at the end he said that he had had a good time. Launder was sure that although the young man was pretending to be calm, he had actually used too much mana, which was why he wanted to leave quickly. Launder asked Lucas to stop, which brought a smile to his face as everything was going according to his plan. The bastard said he was challenging him to a duel, and this time they would bet on Kelvin's stone and the winged boots. Lucas replied that there was nothing to be done, and then he would put up Kung Neil's dagger and the red ring, which could not but please the scoundrel. He ordered another of his pawns, named Killa, to fight against the boy and warned that the boy would try to end the fight quickly. All because he used too much mana for his secret technique. Launder explained that Killa would naturally win if he dragged out the fight a bit, and once it started he should focus on creating a protective barrier and forcing the kid to use up all of his mana. Killa promised that no matter how strong the boy was, he was too young to overcome the difference between their experience levels. The bastard was confident that victory was already in his pocket. Lucas asked, or were they done with their strategy meeting? The referee started the fight again, and Lucas again launched an ice arrow straight at the bastard, but he managed to set up a protective barrier. Killa thought he could easily block his attack, but a moment later, the protective barrier shattered, and an arrow hit the bastard right in the stomach. Lucas thought he had one more fight left, as they can only be fought 3 times a day. Launder shouted that he didn't know what the boy's secret was, but it wouldn't work on him, and he would be his last opponent. The referee started the fight again, and Launder immediately used a barrier that was many times more powerful than Killa's. Lucas launched the ice arrow again, and the bastard was only glad of it, because he was absolutely sure that no matter what monster the young man was hitting, his mana should have already reached the bottom. But to his surprise, Lucas summoned dozens more of the same arrows, which shocked the little bastard. He couldn't believe it. Launder was speechless, but eventually asked the boy if this wasn't secret magic. Lucas didn't understand what the bastard was muttering about all the time, because it was the most ordinary ice arrow. The bastard couldn't believe it. There was no way that low-level magic like ice arrow could be that strong. Lucas explained that it was actually simple. Either he was too strong, or they were incredibly weak. Loudon ordered his pawns to grab Isabel, while the rest of the mages directed fire magic straight at the young man. Launder ordered to kill everyone and take all the relics, because the dead don't need any objects. As the dust from the explosion began to clear, Lucas still stood motionless. The bastards simply couldn't believe their eyes, because after all these blows, the young man didn't even move from his place. At the same time, Isabel got rid of all the scum that attacked her in a matter of seconds using lightning magic. Launder didn't believe that these two could win out of all of them, and Lucas asked if he was going to continue sending his henchmen to certain death. The young man admitted that he does not understand how an idiot who in any dangerous situation is only busy trying to quickly hide behind others and save his own life could become a leader. These words deeply affected the bastard, and he was about to attack, but before he could take a step, he was stopped by a wind cutter, which almost cut the bastard's throat, leaving only a small scratch. Launder couldn't believe that the boy used the wind cutter without even casting a spell. Lucas told him to be careful because he really did almost die. The bastard fell to the ground, and at that moment Master Felix entered, and everyone present knelt down to greet her. Lucas realized that she was the master of basilisk tales, and Felix decided to ask if the young man had acted too rudely for a first meeting. Felix took a closer look at the guy, but suddenly she felt an incredible pressure that seemed to be squeezing her heart. She understood that the young man could easily kill them all, and decided to introduce herself. She is Felix Obiet, and she is interested in what purpose he came here for. Lucas wanted to ask her the same question. He asked her what was the purpose of this circle. The scumbags were furious at the way Lucas condescended to Master Felix. At the same time, Felix knelt down in front of the guy and said that their goal was to free people from the demigods. The bastards couldn't believe that the master had knelt before this boy. Lucas asked her who these demigods were. She replied that these are the ones who can destroy an entire city with one wave of their hand. These are the strongest creatures whose power goes beyond human understanding. Lucas understood that the girl knew everything perfectly well, but she was still only engaged in increasing her power, wasn't she? At that moment, the entire ground around froze, and Felix ordered no one to move, otherwise their limbs would turn into pieces of meat. She begged for mercy and said that she would do whatever Lucas told her. She asked to leave at least their circle itself, even without people. Lucas said that in that case, he was only interested in her life, and Felix agreed if that was what it took to preserve the circle. At that moment, Lucas began to use his magic, and Felicity had already come to terms with her studies. At the last moment, the young man interrupted the spell and admitted that the Basilisk Tailmaster was not so bad. Lucas ordered Felix to bring everything they had taken from the Troman Circle here right now. She said that she would do everything now, but the young man was interested in something else. He asked her to tell him everything about the location of the medium and small circles nearby, about all of them without exception. It was already night, and Banyan continued to stand at the entrance to the village. But Gisellen noticed this and said that she might catch a cold if she continued to stand there. Banyan admitted that she was worried about Frey. Was he able to safely reach the basilisk's tails? Giselle asked her not to worry so much because one day she would meet another, better fate. At that moment, Lucas appeared behind them and was surprised that Banyan was being counseled on the topic of love relationships. Gisellen was very surprised that the young man was here. Hadn't he left them? Lucas replied that he couldn't have done that without telling them. He was on a light stroll, if you could call it that. When they all sat down at the table, Banyan asked what important business the young man had that he had to leave. Lucas decided not to hesitate and said that he was going to wipe the demigods off the face of the earth, and for this he needed power. No one at the table could believe what they heard because the young man said it so suddenly. Lucas continued and said that he could not rely on the circles in the form they were in now, because not only were they not combining their powers, but they were, on the contrary, only thinking about absorbing each other. Banyan agreed with the guy's words, but replied that they simply had no other choice. Lucas said he wanted the Troman Circle to be the center of gravity, and for him to act as a leader, not only for the small and medium circles, but also for the 3 strongest circles. Banyan began to object that this was impossible, but Lucas banged the table and said loudly that all he wanted to hear was that they were ready to do it. The young man warned that this would be followed by incredible pain, comparable to having bones cut off, and they would see hell with their own eyes. Lucas said it would be hard to the point that they would even start to miss the sad times they were in. But if they said they were ready to deal with it, then he would do whatever it took to make sure that the Trauman circle rose to the top. At that moment, he took out all the relics that had been taken from them earlier and laid them all out on the table. They just couldn't believe it. Could it be that the young man had left here yesterday to bring them back? Isabel revealed that Frey had already subjugated 6 nearby small and medium circles, and they had all promised to unite with the Trauman circle and submit to him. Fian couldn't believe it. Could the young man really have achieved all this in just one day? Did Benyon ask that, or is the guy giving them the relics so they will agree to his proposal? Lucas explained that he would never do such a thing, because these relics originally belonged to them. It was just a small reward for the fact that they treated him and Isabel well. The young man said that he understood that they needed time to make a decision. He would wait one day. But Banyan got up from the table and said that she didn't need time. She wanted the guy to answer one of her questions. She asked, is it really possible for the Trauman circle to become the center of attraction for all circles? Lucas swore in all seriousness that he would put everything he had on the line and make it happen. The next morning, Banyan gathered all the members of the circle and announced that she had an important message for them. The townspeople did not understand what kind of message this was, and since the morning they had been worried that the master would now announce that they were breaking up. Banyan introduced them to Lucas as the new deputy circle master. The residents recognized him as the same man who had come to them for an excursion the day before yesterday. Lucas introduced himself to him. He said that his name was Frey Blake, and from that day on he was the deputy head of this circle. He understood that there would be many who would not like that suddenly some kid took this position. Fian also understood this perfectly well, because if he told everyone that such a young guy was being appointed as deputy, the discontent of the members of the circle would know no bounds. He was interested in how the guy was going to act next. Lucas decided to say only one thing, that the residents had no right to do this. None of them had the right to criticize his appointment. He said that there was such a shortage of strong members here, that the deputy position was given to a newcomer who had only joined the circle yesterday. They really should think about it. The residents immediately began to show their displeasure, but Lucas immediately jumped down to them. He said that he would be glad to see all those who were dissatisfied, but warned that they would not resolve all their indignation with words. Lucas said that if there was anyone who could tear his clothes even a little, then he would not only immediately vacate the position of deputy, but also give him a relic, the Taipun earrings, created personally by Lucas Trauman. Fian couldn't figure out what the boy was thinking at all, but Giselan assumed he had two intentions. He wants to personally test the abilities of the circle's participants and also intends to gather onto himself all the discontent that exists within the circle. Lucas smiled and asked who would dare to attack him first. And such a daredevil turned out to be Pio Guntar, an ordinary magician. Pio asked if the guy was sure of his position, and Lucas replied that if Pio turned out to be better than he thought, he would take his hands out of his pockets. Such words made Pio angry, and he was about to kick this arrogant guy's ass right away. And the next moment, he sent a fireball straight at Lucas. Lucas fought off his attack without much effort, and the villagers couldn't believe that the young man did it without even casting a spell. Pio realized that the boy was at least a 6-star, but he didn't understand how this was possible, because the boy was about his age, and the size of his ball and the power of fire were identical to his ball. But he didn't understand how the boy could make it so identical. Lucas approached Pio Guntar and concluded that he specialized in fire magic, right? Pio replied that it was so. And then Lucas asked him what the advantages of this magic were, and the boy replied that it was its destructive power. Lucas confirmed his words and added that, if compared to other types of magic of the same level, fire magic would have a more pronounced destructive power. Lucas said that from the level of completion of his fireball, one can tell that Pio really trained day and night. Pio thanked him for these words, but Lucas also added that the guy was spending too much energy on maintaining the shape of the ball. Lucas explained that the destructive power would not become stronger with the achievement of a perfect spherical shape, and that he would be better off focusing on increasing the power. Pio asked how he could achieve this, and Lucas replied that he simply needed to experience fear. Lucas said that among his acquaintances there was one mage who received a severe burn all over his body, and everyone thought that he would not be able to recover as a mage, but in the end, he managed to overcome it and become a very respected fire mage. He explained that the negative aspects hidden behind the positive ones were the result of his being able to personally experience the duality of fire. Lucas said that the most important thing in all this is imagination, and Pio will see the right path when he clearly draws the essence of the flame in his head. Pio bowed low before Lucas and thanked him for such precious instruction. The villagers did not understand why Pio was so happy even after he lost, but he only replied that they should fight the deputy themselves, and they would understand everything. Pio explained that Lucas had managed to pinpoint exactly what they needed in one blow and give practical advice. He was confident that the deputy knew exactly the right path. One of the residents did not believe in this nonsense and decided to show by his own example that he could easily overcome it. The fight had just begun, but Lucas immediately used earth magic and summoned a huge stone fist under the guy, ending the fight in an instant. He also returned to Pio and said that the deputy really knew the right way. Beninin understood that in just one day, the young man had managed to completely win the hearts of the circle's participants. When they all gathered around the table again, Lucas said that he only needed 3 months, and during that time he would raise the abilities of the members of the Troman Circle to a new level. He explained that this also applied to Bohemian, Gizelan, and Fianna. 3 months later, they would hold a competition to celebrate the beginning of friendly relations with the nearest small and medium circles. Lucas said that it would not be a fight for the relic, but a competition, the purpose of which was to be able to establish friends with them, since they had already entered under their leadership. The young man also added that they would still need to show strength that was far superior to them. He said they needed a victory after which all these circles would not dare to even be dissatisfied with their position under the Troman Circle. Fianna objected that it seemed almost impossible, but Lucas had warned them that they would see hell. The next day, Lucas took Banyan with him to the mountain and asked her to activate her magic. Banyan followed Lucas' instructions and everything turned out as he thought. The girl specially created a mana room inside herself. The girl admitted that this was true because she was told that without it she would not be able to use magic. Lucas explained that dragons do not need to create such rooms and accumulate mana within themselves because they can directly use mana obtained from nature. Lucas said that first, Banyan needs to get rid of the room and get rid of all the mana that is in it. Banyan tried to object, but Lucas took most of the mana from the girl's body with just one touch. He explained that she only thought she felt some kind of heaviness, because it was a side effect that appeared because she created an unnecessary mana room. Lucas was going to destroy her now, and in the meantime, Banyan had to focus on making sure the mana remaining inside her didn't interfere with him. Lucas was able to reach this room, but it turned out to be more durable and stable than he thought, and the young man warned the girl that it would hurt a little now. The young man understood that it would take a long time, but he was more worried about whether Banyan would be able to withstand it. The girl, gritting her teeth, continued to endure the unbearable pain, and Lucas immediately removed the stupid thoughts from his head because Banyan was the master of the Troman Circle and would endure it in any case. Lucas interrupted, and Banyan sighed with relief and asked if he was done with this. The young man replied that they were finished for today, but it would take at least a month to completely destroy the room. The girl couldn't believe it. Did he really want her dead? Lucas remembered his own words again. He had warned them all that they would see hell. Lucas continued his training, and next in line was Fian, who practiced his strikes on the young man. The guy easily blocked the blow with his hand, but Fian did not give up and attacked with his foot. But Lucas also easily parried the blow. Not a single blow of Fianna's hit the target. He had the feeling as if he was attacking a rock. Lucas stopped the training and said that Fianna's skills were worse than those of a second-rate warrior. The young man noticed that he had hurt the pride of the Fianna, and that was good, because it meant that he could become stronger. Lucas remembered that Fian said that his technique was called the 100 Royal Blows. As he understood, this was a normal basic combat ability, and there was no special or unusual technique in it. Fian agreed with the guy's words. That's why if you use it for a long time, the opponent quickly understands the attack pattern, and it becomes much more difficult to fight. Lucas said that it's all because Fian is weak. His technique is great because it's basic. The young man explained that Fian must carefully observe his opponent and determine his weak points, and only then will he be able to destroy him with one blow. Fian asked how he could become stronger. Lucas said that there were no shortcuts for warrior mages. They had to go step by step. He would have no choice but to gradually climb them. However, the young man can make it so that he can climb this ladder quickly, even very quickly. Lucas began his hellish training, and Fian simply fell to the floor from exhaustion, but the young man only asked him not to pretend. He said they still had half of their training to finish, which horrified Fianna. After some time, Lucas came to Gizelan. The young man gave him an artifact of the Age of Light, the Kung Nil dagger, and said that the man should use it. Lucas explained that the dagger had several techniques sealed within it and was made of mithril, so as a dagger, it could not be faulted. Gizelan didn't understand why he needed this, because he was a magician. Lucas knew that he had been using the sword for a very long time and believed that the man had not forgotten all the techniques he had mastered. Ji-Salong couldn't believe that the boy knew about this, but Lucas explained that just by looking at his hands and the calluses that never disappeared, one could immediately tell how experienced a swordsman he was. Lucas is going to help him develop as a swordsman mage, and although Giselle's magical skills are only at 5 stars, if he can use this dagger properly, then we can hope for his rapid development. Giselle said he's focused on that, although to be honest, he's not very confident in himself. Lucas asked not to worry about it, because he would take care of his self-confidence. It was already night when Giselle entered his house, where Fian was already lying, exhausted beyond measure after training with Lucas. Giselle admitted that it was truly hell and immediately fell to the floor. He could not feel his hands. The next moment, Benyon came in and also fell to the floor from exhaustion. Before the trio had time to rest, Lucas entered the house and said that they had 5 minutes to eat, and then they would go to evening training. At that moment, an unknown man came in and addressed Master Benyon, who had completed her task. But suddenly he noticed that all 3 were lying on the floor and came to the conclusion that the young man was a hired killer. The unknown man took out a sword and wanted to take revenge on the young man for daring to deal with the entire leadership of the circle while he was away. The man struck with his sword, but Lucas easily blocked it, summoning a protective barrier. The young man asked the man who he was. The stranger had no intention of answering his questions and continued to attack. At that moment, Professor Adelia approached and immediately noticed Lucas and Isabel. Benyon still managed to squeeze out a few words and explained to Lucas that the man in front of him was their ally, whom they sent to another place because of one task, and his name was Iseg. Benyon asked Eisenach to lower his sword. She wanted to introduce the young man formally. The girl explained that the guy was the new deputy head of the Troman Circle, and his name was Frey Blake, and next to him was his assistant, Isabel Trisnane. Adelia simply couldn't believe that the young man managed to become a deputy. Eisenach hastened to apologize to the young man, because he did not know that he was the new deputy, and was very rude, but Lucas asked him not to worry about it. He would have done the same in a similar situation. Adelia asked the guy what made him suddenly become the deputy of the Troman Circle. Lucas replied that it just happened that way, but he was more interested in the fact that Professor Adelia was also in the Troman Circle, wasn't she? The young man said that he was now higher in rank than Adelia, and asked her to speak to him more respectfully, which infuriated the girl. They all gathered at the table, and Iseg told them that after they had gone to search for traces left by the successor of the king of the warrior magicians in the lands of the elves, they had discovered a clue about his whereabouts, so they had immediately figured him out and caught up with him. But in the end, he was not at all inclined to join the circle. He said that he was not going to talk to the dogs from the rotten circle. Iseg also said that the guy knew very well about the demigods, but it seemed that he was not interested in either the circles or the battles, and the most important thing for him was checking the magical effect. Lucas asked Isabel how long it would take to get from here to the Elven lands, to Reynolds de Millima. The girl replied that first you would need to go along the southern road to the city, and then move to Filat using a teleportation stone. This would all take about 3 days. Lucas remembered about Filat, in other words. This was the place where his family was. Lucas stood up abruptly from the table and turned to Benyon. He himself would go and meet with the successor of the king of the warrior magicians. Iseg said that it was very dangerous, but Benyon only asked when the young man was going to leave. Lucas replied that he was leaving right now, and the girl wished him good luck. Eisenstein noticed that Master Benyon trusted the young man very much, but who was he really? Lucas and Isabel entered his room, and the girl asked if he was going to go on this trip alone. Lucas replied that they were now on the steps, when the foundation of the circle had only just been laid with great difficulty, and they could not be sure that until he was here, unrest would not begin here. Isabel asked him not to worry. She would temporarily take his place so that he could concentrate on the bigger matter, but asked him to send news of himself more often. Finally, the girl said that if something happened to him, she would immediately go to him. Lucas laughed and said that the young lady had grown a lot, and Isabel turned away from him so that her tears would not be seen. The young man said goodbye to his new comrades and said that he was setting off on his journey. Lucas walked outside and was immediately speechless. All the villagers gathered to say goodbye to him. They all cried because he was leaving them so abruptly, and what would they do without him? Lucas asked them not to pretend, because in his absence such hell would begin that they would even forget him. He stroked Isabel's head and said that although she looked like a simpleton, if she got angry once, she would show them her whole terrible character. The young man reminded that in a month there would be friendly battles with neighboring circles and warned that he would personally deal with anyone who dared to lose. Finally, Lucas said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. At the same time, the phoenix that Lucas saved and resurrected was reborn as a human. He managed to absorb all of King Drake's life force and remembered the promise he made to Lucas. He will become the ruler of this mountain range and protect Shuhei's dungeon, just like he promised him. After some time, Lucas arrived in the city of Grodd and stayed at a local hotel. The young man used transformation magic and became a different person. From now on, his name is Kane Ligston, and he is a mercenary. He thought out his story. He's 26 years old, and he lives in the southernmost city of Temigoya and is a member of the Mercenary Guild, and is known as a 3-star C-rank mage. Lucas remembered how Eisenstein asked him before his hike why he needed a fake ID. The young man replied that it was all because the territories of Philip belonged to his family, and Isaac himself had heard rumors about his father, Isaac Blake, and his connections with the demigod. Lucas explained that someday he would have to go and restore order in the Blake family, but for now he wanted to avoid conflict. At the same time, the young man had already reached Philad and he had a surprisingly familiar feeling. Perhaps this was Frey reacting inside him. Lucas went into a local dive bar, where the local drunks immediately began to mock and insult him. The young man remembered Isagos' words that the mountain road from Philat to Demilim was incredibly long and dangerous, so he should use a cart to save his strength and time. Lucas didn't understand how the cart would be able to reach the very heart of the mountains, but Iseg said that there was one group of traders who made deals with the elves every month, and that's why they recruited high-class mercenaries. The young man approached the girl behind the bar and handed over his ID. He said that he had come here to get a job. The girl asked what job he wanted, and Lucas replied that he wanted to guard the merchants who would go to Reynolds Demilim. The lady said that such a task is given only to mercenaries above the C rank, but in this case, the young man will sign up for the exam to increase his rank. The girl asked him what day would be convenient for him to take the exam, but Lucas was going to do it right now. The girl told him to follow her, but warned him that the registration fee would be 10 silver coins. They went down into the dungeon and entered the office of an unknown man. The girl explained to the man that the young man wanted to raise his level, but the boss said that Irene could figure it out herself since his head was splitting from a hangover. Irene explained that there are 2 types of exams for promotion, assignment, and confirmation. The assignment will mean that the young man will receive a task from the examiner, and having completed it, will demonstrate his abilities. And by choosing confirmation, the guy will have to show his abilities, standing right in front of them. But in the last 10 years, not a single person has managed this method. She explained that it was because they were very picky in their choice of people. Irene asked which method he would choose, but Lucas decided not to waste time and chose the confirmation method, because he did not have time. So he asked to start right now. The head was even happy about this decision, because it had been a long time since such an interesting specimen had come to them. They entered an empty metal room, and the young man asked what he should do. Just fight them? Irene said that they didn't want to waste their power, and asked to just use their magic on this wall once. She asked the guy not to worry about the wall collapsing because their only 5-star mage in the entire guild had cast several layers of protective magic on it. Irene mocked the chief and said that even if a drunkard like him stabbed her with all his might, it was far from certain that she would break. Lucas asked the chief if he had a rank, and he confirmed the guy's words. The young man asked if he could destroy the wall. Would he also become a rank? The couple were at first speechless, but a moment later they burst into loud laughter. Lucas asked them to move a little, and a moment later he used a fireball, which surprised them because it was 5-star magic. The chief ordered Irene to lie down, and Lucas sent the ball straight into the wall, making a huge hole in it. The leader immediately recognized the youth's strength and congratulated him on reaching rank A. The chief admitted that the young man was quite good at such a young age. He introduced himself and said that his name was Domke. Domke asked the guy if he had joined any mercenary group, but Lucas replied that he was not planning to join anything yet. The chief noticed that the guy was in a hurry to raise his level, but what was the reason then? Irene replied that the boy wanted to protect the people heading to Reynolds Demilim. Domke was surprised that the young man actually wanted this at such a time. Lucas asked if there was some problem with this, and Domke said that in his case there would be no difficulties, because his abilities could be trusted. In the tavern, local drunks discussed rumors that Count Isaka Blake would step down as head of the 5th Tower of Mages. One of them noticed that the Count actually stayed in his estate for quite a long time this time. The second one also said that it was pretty obvious that Isak was simply fired, since the position of the head of the Mage Tower cannot remain empty for too long. At that moment, Lucas came up to them and said that he had not been in this world for long, and the state of affairs in it was rather dark. Would they mind if he sat down and listened to some of their teachings? Lucas said that he was treating them today, and asked the waiter to bring them beer and snacks, and lots of them. They all drank together, and the young man said that he really wanted to be a security guard for the Blake family. Lucas asked if his new acquaintances had any information about the Blake family. He wanted to know at least something, even if it was something frivolous. One of the drunkards admitted that his friend Hans said that he saw several carts driving up to the estate. But what's wrong with that? Because for such a huge mansion, even delivery would require several carriages. But it was still a little strange, because there were too many of them even for delivery, and from inside it seemed like human voices were heard, as if someone was screaming. Lucas walked behind the bar and thought that this could all be for a sacrifice. But suddenly, a man distracted him from his thoughts. He greeted the young man and said that his name was Alkan, and that he was the leader of the guard heading to Reynolds de Millam. Alkan said that he heard from Domke that the young man was a very talented magician. He said that Domke is very picky about people, so he can't wait to see the young man in action. Even though it's a simple defense mission, it's better to always be on guard. Alkan said that last month everyone who went to de Millam died, and Lucas decided to find out who was behind it all. Alkan said that this was the work of immortals. Lately on the continent, every now and then immortals appear, although they almost never united with anyone. But their appearance is not such good news. Lucas remembered the same lich who had made a contract with the pirates. He himself understood that it was very strange, because immortals are driven only by hatred for the living. The young man understood that it was useless to think about this now. He needed to focus only on what awaited him now. Closer to night, the detachment set off on the road, and Lucas noticed some old man, which surprised him quite a lot. He was interrupted from his thoughts by Alkan, who asked the guy how he was feeling. Lucas replied that everything was fine, and Alkan advised him to get some rest, because as soon as they entered the forest, everything would start for real. The young man asked him who this strange old man was who was traveling with them. Alkan said that this was Shiax, a 5-star mage and A-rank mercenary. He also added that the old man was quite famous in their circles, that he was even called the Green Wind Shiax. After some time, the group stopped at the counter and Lucas began to eat, when Shiax approached him and asked permission to sit next to the young man. Lucas decided not to refuse him, and the old man admitted that he felt the energy of a very rare spirit from the boy. Could the young man really be a summoner? Lucas knew perfectly well that Shiax was interested in him because of Darkman's energy, which meant that he had not guessed about his transformation technique. The young man asked the old man if he was a summoner, and Shiax replied that it could be said that way. The guy said that although he had signed a contract with a spirit, he was not a summoner. He was more concerned about how the old man had managed to sense his energy, since an ordinary person would not be able to guess anything. Shiax immediately became nervous, but Lucas said that if he couldn't tell him anything, then he shouldn't say anything. The young man asked the old man why he had joined this quest, and Shiax replied that it was all because of the immortals. He said that immortals almost never appear near Reynolds de Millam. At least they haven't been here for the last several millennia. Lucas replied that the old man spoke as if he himself had lived for thousands of years, which again caught Shiax off guard. The young man saw clearly that the old man was using transformation magic and was clearly hiding something. He clearly saw the elf in front of him, but he didn't say it. He was interested in what he was hiding. At that moment, one of the group of guards ran up to Alkan and said that they had big problems because a group of immortals had appeared. Alkan wasn't sure they could avoid them, since they were right in the direction they were heading. Alkan turned to Lucas and Shiax. He said that they needed to go on reconnaissance, and also asked to enchant the weapons of the members of the reconnaissance squad. Lucas began to cast spells on the group's weapons, but at some point, although not strongly, he felt a sacred power. Could this really be a demigod? But he immediately dismissed these thoughts because for a demigod, this power was too superficial. The squad headed in the direction of the immortals, but suddenly felt an unbearable smell of rotten meat. The group was well aware that there was an immortal nearby, and Alkan gave the order to attack. They came out into the clearing but saw only a multitude of undead corpses, but did not understand what had happened here. Lucas was already at the scene of the battle and was examining the corpses. He turned to Alkan and said that it was done by one person, and besides, it took him no more than 10 minutes to kill them all. Lucas finally found a clue and realized that the successor of the warrior king was behind this. They walked further and saw a man who easily dealt with every scumbag. Alkan turned to the man and asked who he was and for what purpose he was killing all the immortals. The man ordered him to back off if he didn't want to end up in their place along with his comrades. Lucas noticed his physique. He accurately confirmed his guesses. The successor of the warrior magician stands in front of him. The young man said that it would be dangerous to leave the man alone, since this was a road that was constantly used by a trading organization. He explained that circumstances did not allow them to leave such a monster here, but Alkan was quick to object. He believed that the man was not someone they could compete with. Lucas said that in that case he would follow him. He was going to follow him and come back when he knew whether he was dangerous or not. Alkan objected, since he didn't want to send the magician alone, but the young man assured him not to worry, since he was confident in his stealth skills. Lucas said he would give him a report soon, and the chief should finish here for now and continue moving in the right direction. At the same time, the successor of the king of warrior magicians continued to kill the undead, but they appeared without stopping. He used his blade fist to fight off the bastard, but one still managed to attack from behind and bite him on the shoulder. But to the bastard's surprise, he couldn't even leave a scratch on him. His skin was like steel, and the man instantly tore the bastard into small pieces. At that moment, Lucas himself appeared, having gotten rid of the transformation technique. The man asked the guy who he was, and Lucas decided not to answer his question, but in response asked him how long he had been studying the art of the warrior magician. The successor thought that the young man was another dog of the circles, and Lucas confirmed his guesses. He said that he came from the circle of Trauman. At that very moment, the successor dealt a crushing blow directly to Lucas. He did not understand why the Trauman circle continued to pester him, because he warned the guy who came to him earlier that he would kill the one who came to him again. To his surprise, the young man stood still, not even moving. Lucas used a protective barrier and easily repelled his attack. The successor grabbed Lucas and ordered him to fuck off. If he didn't want to die, he wasn't going to mess with the mongrels from the circles. The young man asked if the man who had taken over the powers of the warrior mage simply did not want to get involved with the demigods. The man said that this was all nonsense. Does the guy really mean to say that the circles are trying to get rid of the demigods? The successor replied that the circles were places where brainless pigs only went to fill their bellies, so why should he enter such a rotten pigsty? Lucas replied that the man was indeed well informed. He explained that at the moment, all the circles were busy fighting and holding each other back, and what they were doing had nothing to do with breaking the demigods. He explained that this is exactly what he was going to fix. Lucas said that although the existence of corruption was true, in order to pose a threat to the demigods, the power of the circles was needed, because in order to concentrate disparate forces in one place, renewal was necessary. The successor asked, or is the guy really going to unite the scattered circles? The successor pushed Lucas aside and took a fighting stance. He admitted that this time a very interesting guy came to him from the circle. He was going to test whether the boy had the ability to say such things, but this was exactly what Lucas was waiting for. Lucas asked his successor to attack faster, and he immediately attacked him with a crushing blow that broke the ground. But the young man managed to dodge. The young man began to retreat, but his successor continued to catch up with him. But this was only part of his plan. Lucas attacked him with ice spears and a storm wind, but the man continued to move forward, breaking every spear in his path. The young man admitted that the successor, in his stubbornness, was indeed a copy of Cassigen, and the next moment, he used frost breath magic. Lucas managed to trap the successor by grabbing his legs with his icy hands and directed his frost breath straight at him. The man used a stone shield to repel the boy's attack, and Lucas suggested they talk calmly again. He managed to freeze the successor completely, but the successor still managed to break the ice around him. The successor attacked the young man again and thought he had caught him, but Lucas was able to counterattack and knocked the man to the ground. The successor realized that the guy had just used the bullpen technique, but how could he have known that? Lucas extended his hand to the man and asked if he had managed to interest him enough to continue the conversation. But it was not to be, and the man was able to get up and hit Lucas right in the chin. The next moment he began to run away at incredible speed, and the young man had no choice but to pursue him. Lucas caught up with him and realized that the successor was not actually running away from him, but was leading him to someplace. He could of course say this in words and he would calmly follow him, but apparently the man does not know how to express himself at all. The successor realized that the young man had also studied the same techniques as him, since he used the Jester's Gate and the Bull's Pen, which are the abilities of a warrior mage. The man asked Lucas where he learned all this, because such abilities can only be passed on to one person. Lucas dodged the question and asked his successor his name, and he replied that his name was Ivan. Lucas also introduced himself as Frey, and asked Ivan where they were going, but the man replied that it didn't matter. They continued running and stopped only near some house, and Ivan shouted with all his might to some Ricky that he had arrived. Lucas was not ready for this. Ivan could have at least warned the young man, but the man replied that if this was not done, he would not wake up. Lucas didn't understand who Ivan was talking about, and he explained that he was calling the demigod, which shocked the young man. The next moment, that same Ricky came out of the house and asked who the guy was standing next to Ivan was. Lucas analyzed Ricky with just one glance and realized that there was no mistake. He really did exude incredible power. There was definitely a demigod standing in front of him. The young man also noticed that he was similar to the old man who used poison, and he was at the apocalypse level. Ivan introduced Lucas and said that he came from the circle. Ricky just looked at the young man and asked Ivan if he had done everything he told him to do. Ivan replied that he had done everything, and Ricky invited him into the house. It was time to gradually move on to the next stage. He also told Ivan to take the young man with him, but Lucas grabbed the man because he did not understand how he, the successor of the warrior magician's technique, got involved with the demigod. Ivan asked to let him go, but Lucas was serious and told him to speak right now and his life would depend on it. The young man said that he could kill him right now, but Ivan did not take his words seriously. He pushed Lucas away and said that the reason he was cooperating with Ricky was because he was a traitor, and his goal was to exterminate the demigods. Lucas couldn't believe that the man actually bought it, but Ivan replied that it was his business to believe him or not. The guy had time, so he could decide after hearing him out. They entered a small old house, which turned out to be a huge, well-kept palace inside, and Lucas realized that this was a space distortion technique. Even Ivan didn't know what it was, and the young man explained that it was an expansion of a limited territory several dozen times through the distortion of time and space. Lucas admitted that this is an incredible ability, and a person who has not received access here will not even be able to identify this place. They entered the room and Ricky asked them to sit down, and Ivan admitted that he didn't think the demigod would let this guy in here so easily. Ricky told him to look at the guy more closely. He noticed that his look was different from people who had only lived for about 100 years. Lucas decided to get straight to the point and asked Ricky if he really had betrayed the rest of the demigods. Ricky confirmed his words, but the young man was more concerned about the reason for such an act, but the demigod replied that he did not need to know. The demigod invited him here not to win his trust, but to help him in his plans. He said that if the apostle was killed, the demigod would go into hibernation, which surprised Lucas immensely. Ricky also added that during the time the demigod was in hibernation, it would be possible to kill him, even just by cutting his throat. He explained that the reason why the number of immortals has increased recently is because an apostle who creates them is found in the surrounding area. Ricky instructed Ivan to destroy all the undead to provoke this apostle. He also told that the apostle is somewhere in Reynolds Demillum. The next moment he held out a photo of this apostle and introduced him. It was Oiden Fridikud, the apostle of the demigod Nozdok, who controlled death. Ricky said that the young man and Ivan must destroy him, and Lucas immediately guessed that while Nozdok was in hibernation, Ricky was going to kill him. Lucas asked Ricky why he didn't act on his own, since it shouldn't be difficult for someone like him to deal with the apostle. Ricky replied that if he did anything, it would be too noticeable, because the apostle's consciousness was connected to the demigod. He explained that he could only directly engage in the murder of the demigod himself, because if his betrayal was revealed, the whole plan would burst like a soap bubble. Lucas didn't believe that it was really possible to deal so easily with a demigod who possessed powers with which he could easily wipe out an entire city by simply killing an apostle. Ivan said that Ricky means that they just need to deal with this apostle, right? The demigod replied that it would not be so easy, but Lucas interrupted them and said that he had previously killed the apostle who controlled lightning. Lucas said that even though he was the apostle of the apocalypse, it was incredibly difficult to fight him. Ricky immediately understood who he was talking about and said that the young man had killed Indra's apostle. The demigod said that of all the apostles, only Indra is able to control lightning. But can the young man prove it? Lucas remembered the clot filled with lightning energy obtained from the crystal and handed it to Ricky. Ricky immediately confirmed the young man's words, because he was absolutely sure that it was Indra's lightning. He said that this was energy that could only be obtained by getting rid of the apostle, and admitted that he began to trust the young man much faster than he had expected. Ricky picked up his katana and said he would be back soon. The next moment, he cut the space in the room and went into it, and a second later, the cut disappeared. A few moments later, Ricky returned to the room with the head of that same Indra. Lucas couldn't believe he did it so easily. Ricky said that they had the same goal and understood each other well. Did the young man still have any reason not to unite with them? Ricky tossed Indra's head up and sliced it into tiny pieces, and a moment later it exploded. Lucas decided to ask why the demigods create apostles at all. Ricky explained that the power controlled by the apostles was no match for the power of the demigods, and it was too dangerous to create subordinates who could only wield powers like those of the apostle Indra. He said that they had no choice but to try to reduce this risk, and also admitted that the demigods had destroyed too many lives over the past few thousand years. Ricky said that this meant that by continuing to do all this personally, one could disappear from the face of the earth completely, Lucas thought that this was some kind of nonsense. Who could even make the demigods disappear? Ricky replied that God could do it. He said that although he calls him God, he is not the almighty one that people first think of. He said that it can be called the great law that governs this world. It is like a perfect clot of energy that maintains the balance of this world, and the demigods are just small parts separated from it. Lucas admitted that if it weren't for the demigod himself saying it, he would have thought that he had just been asked to join a new religion. Ivan decided to ask if there were even a couple of demigods who had actually disappeared. Ricky said that of those he knows of, about 20 demigods have passed into oblivion. He also added that this was all he had to do, and in a month, the young man and Ivan would meet in one place not only with the family, but also with the 5 supreme beings called apocalypses, as well as with many demigods. Ricky said that before that moment they must destroy Oiden at all costs. He explained that the purpose of the meeting would be to purge traitors, and he also revealed that over the past few decades he had neutralized several dormant demigods. Ricky said that if the demigods weren't fools, they would understand that only a demigod like them could continue to do something like this. He said that they didn't yet even know that it was him, but that all the demigods and their apostles would gather in that place. And of course, Oiden would be there too, and that there was a high probability that after the meeting was over, he and Nasdaq would hide. Ricky explained that if this happened, he would no longer have the opportunity to find them. Ivan finally realized that now was their only chance to destroy that apostle, right? Lucas immediately realized that in order to do this, he needed to find a way to penetrate Demilim. Ivan said it would be easy. On the way here, he noticed that the boy could fly, which meant that it would be possible to simply take off and land right in Demilim. Lucas didn't know what he was going to do once he got there. Whether they got there by air or dug a tunnel underground, if they entered without permission, they would be trespassers. Ivan replied that in that case, they simply couldn't be seen. Lucas couldn't believe that Ricky was going to catch the apostle with such a man, and he in turn said that the young man's agreement to help calmed him down a lot. The young man asked Ivan to listen to him carefully now, and told him that in the village of the High Elves, there is a huge tree in the center of the world that supports Raynol's Demilim. It represents life itself, connected with all the cores of Demilim, that is, with its trees, and also the goddess of this place is spiritually connected with all the trees of the world. After such a detailed explanation, he asked Ivan how many seconds he thought it would take them to figure out the intruders. Ivan got angry. He didn't understand what the young man wanted from him. Did he have another plan? Lucas said he had an idea. At the same time, the group that went to Demilim built a pass right in front of the village. They had no choice since humans can't enter inside. But on the other hand, they came very quickly and didn't even meet any immortals, all thanks to that big guy who killed them all. Alkin came up to them and told everyone that the deal with the elves would take place tomorrow, so they should get a good rest. At the same time, an unknown elf stood on the Tree of Peace and noticed that the forest was groaning. She understood that the situation was not the best, because if immortals continued to appear and disappear here, then these lands could truly come to an end. At the same time, Shiax entered the forest and was finally able to remove his disguise, but suddenly he heard someone's footsteps. He quickly turned around and used the transformation technique again, and as it turned out, Lucas was standing behind him, who was also using disguise. Shiax said he was glad to see the boy was back safe and asked if he had managed to find out anything about the big guy. But as it turned out, Lucas was not alone, and Ivan was with him, but Shiax did not understand what was going on here at all. Ivan came closer to him and ordered them to be taken inside Demilim immediately if he did not want to see all the arrogant elves die. Lucas asked Ivan to step aside and decided to talk to Shiax himself. He said that they needed to get inside Demilim, and could he help with that? Shiax began to justify himself and said that he did not know what had happened to them, but first they should show respect to their elders. Lucas grabbed him by the shoulders and said that now was not the time for this stupid performance because this was a matter that had to be resolved as soon as possible. The young man admitted that he knew from the very beginning that Shiax was a high elf, and a moment later he removed his disguise. Lucas admitted that he was a magician who came from the circle and he needed his help. Shiax finally took off her disguise and asked what this was all about. Ivan was very surprised because he thought that in front of him was a really decrepit old man, and not a young skinny girl who looked like a doll. Lucas asked the elf if she knew anything about the demigods, but she replied that she knew nothing except that they were being superior to others and close to God. Shiax immediately guessed that the necromancer who appeared in the forest was somehow connected with the demigod. The young man explained that there was a high probability that this was a subordinate of the demigod and that he was currently in Demilim. Shiax couldn't believe it, because demigod doesn't let people from outside into its territories. Even if they enter by force, the goddess will immediately know about it. Lucas remembered Ricky's words that the apostle was the same high elf as Eden, so it would be better not to reveal information about the apostle. The young man said he didn't have time to tell her everything in detail, but she could be sure that only they would be able to track him down. Shiax understood the situation, but she still had one question. She asked Lucas how he managed to make a contract with a spirit if he's not a summoner. Lucas said that he learned this from a close friend, a dark elf. Shiax couldn't believe it. Could it be that one of the dark elves, who were even more hidden from society than the high elves, had passed on the technique to a human? Lucas was surprised, because he had not noticed their secrecy at all, and his friend Camilla really has wonderful personal qualities. Shiax immediately understood that the young man was talking about that very panther Camilla, because in demigod, there is no elf who does not know her. Could it be that the strongest panther in the world recognized an ordinary person as a friend? The elf believed the young man and said that she would lead them to the village. At the same time, Oiden called upon the demigod, who told him about Indra's death, and also that the killer again left no traces. The demigod warned Oiden to be careful until the next meeting, and the elf made a promise to the demigod that he would be extremely careful. At that moment there was a knock on the door, and the demigod disappeared, and one of the servants told Oiden that the goddess was calling him. Oiden asked to tell her what would happen now, and he himself thought that the words of the demigod were exaggerated, because it was unlikely that there would be a fool in Reynolds demigod who would risk threatening the queen's older brother. At the same time, Lucas and Ivan followed Shiax, and she led them to the village. The elf said that in front of them was the tree of the world, and they called it Kruhiral in the language of the elves. They went to the gates of the ancient city where guards were waiting for them. Surprised that Shiax had returned faster than they expected, the elves began a dialogue in Elvish, but Lucas knew their language, and he heard the elf asking Shiax if she had found any information about the necromancer. But suddenly she noticed Lucas and Ivan and asked what people were doing here, and Shiax explained that they were her comrades with whom she cooperated. She said that they helped her when she was on the trail of a necromancer, which is why she works with them. The elf came closer to the boys and said that even if that was the case, people from outside could only enter after they greeted the goddess and received her permission. She said she would send a request for an audience if they were going to go straight to Kruhiral. They walked into the village and Shax explained to Ivan that according to the rules, everyone who came must greet the goddess, so they immediately go to her. Ivan was surprised that they walked much easier than he expected, but suddenly the elf stopped. She said that the goddess was the heart of demigod, and that the audience with her would not last long, and also asked them to behave politely. Ivan said that in life he was quite cold, so naturally she might have a prejudice that he was ill-mannered. But Shiax replied that it was the pure truth. Ivan asked her not to worry, because the technique of the fighting king is an art that tempers both the mind and the body, and continued walking, whistling a melody. Shiax confessed to the young man that she was worried, as if she was marking time, unable to get rid of the negative energy. Lucas asked her not to be so serious. He told her that Ivan was an exact copy of Cassigan. She didn't understand what it meant, but Lucas explained that Cassigan was constantly talking about meeting women. But as soon as they appeared in front of him, he froze like a stone. They entered the temple where the goddess sat, and she greeted them in demigod. Her name is Snow de Fridikvud, and she is the queen of all elves. Ivan immediately froze and became like a stone, and Lucas told Shiax that this is exactly how it would be. Lucas noticed that Fridikvud's surname was the same as Oidine's, meaning that the apostle was a blood relative of the queen. He finally understood why Oidine could operate calmly on demigod territory. Lucas looked at Snow again and realized that she was not a high elf, but as far as he knew, all elf queens were of the high race. The elf knelt down and told the goddess that Aniril's first daughter, Shiax, had requested an audience with her. She said that her new comrades were helping with her task. As the report said, Shiax asked her to let them stay here for a few days before they set off again. Shiax quietly turned to the guy and said that the goddess knew the human language perfectly well, so they should quickly introduce themselves. Ivan remained motionless. He couldn't even move. He only thought about how the goddess's skin was like white jade, and her refined movements were like the flapping of a butterfly's wings. The man was also crazy about her graceful voice, which made his knees buckle. Compared to her, Shiax seemed like a goblin to him. Shiax reminded Ivan to introduce himself again, but as soon as he saw her face, he immediately couldn't think straight. The goddess doesn't let him pull himself together. Ivan remembered Cassigan's instructions and was still able to calm down, and Lucas noticed that he was trying incredibly hard. One of the elves could not believe the man's impudence, but the goddess stopped him. Lucas knelt down and decided to be the first to greet Snow. He said that he hoped that the mercy of the forest would be eternal, and the warm rays of the sun would illuminate the blue sky. The magician of the Kostkau Empire, Frey, greets your majesty the queen. Snow was surprised and said that despite his human origin, he was well aware of elven etiquette. Lucas thanked her, and she in turn gave permission for them to stay here and said that they could leave when they were properly recovered from the long journey. Shiax led the guys to their room, but when they entered, Ivan noticed a pile of some kind of greenery on the floor and did not understand what it was. Lucas explained that this was their dinner, which made Ivan angry. Were they really such goats that they eat grass? The young man explained that in the elven village, they didn't eat anything else. But he took some dried meat out of his bag and handed it to the man. Ivan was delighted. He admitted that the young man was well prepared for everything. That's why he liked him. The man asked where Shiax had gone after bringing them here, and Lucas concluded that she had a lot to account for after what had happened. Lucas used telekinesis, and through his thoughts conveyed information to Ivan that everything was going more difficult than he thought. Ivan asked him to speak in simple words, but Lucas explained that they were being watched, and that elves' hearing was several dozen times sharper than human hearing. At the same time, there were several elves standing outside the window trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, and Lucas explained that the apostle Oidine was a relative of the queen. He also added that they had no direct evidence of his connection with the demigod, so if they interrogated him, they would find themselves accused of rebellion, and then the entire village would become their enemies. Lucas reminded Ivan of Ricky's words that the apostle and the apocalypse needed a mediator to communicate, so he came up with a plan. The young man said that when Oidin tries to contact Nozdok, they will at least feel a little bit of holy power, and perhaps by following it, it will be possible to find a mediator. Ivan didn't really want to sit here and wait for it to happen, but Lucas was sure it would happen today or tomorrow. The man did not understand why the young man was so sure of this, and the young man explained that Ivan had been destroying immortals for more than a week, and Oidine was a devil addicted to killing, so he would not be able to hold out for long. At the same time, Shiax came into them. Her face was gone. She had been walking around the village all night and came here to get at least a little sleep. Ivan was surprised that Shiax was so careless, considering that she brought home 2 men she didn't know. But Lucas explained that the elf treated human cancer men the same way she treated cats or dogs. Lucas used telekinesis again and told Ivan that he had some things to do, so he would be leaving for a while. The young man also asked Ivan for a favor. He would like to send a message to one of his friends. A few moments later, Lucas was already sitting outside the village and had disconnected his spiritual body from his physical one. Lucas went straight to the world tree to find out what happened 4,000 years ago and what happened to his friends after that. Entering the world of souls, he was transformed into his original appearance. He had not felt so calm for a long time. At that moment, an unknown elf appeared in front of him, who admitted that she had been waiting for a long time to meet him. This stranger turned out to be Kruheral herself, and she greeted the young man. The girl immediately began to cry and said that Lucas had survived all the difficulties that had happened during this time well. He had come an extremely long way, filled to the brim with suffering and loneliness. Kruheral said that the guy endured everything that is beyond the strength of any ordinary person. He really held up well. She wiped away her tears and asked Lucas what he wanted to ask her. Kruheral admitted that even though she was currently limited by the powers of the demigod rod, she would tell him everything she could. Lucas wanted to know about the last minutes of his friends' lives. He knew that Kruheral was connected to all the lands of this world, so she should know about everything. A moment later, they found themselves in some kind of room, and she asked the young man to sit down because it would be a long story. She told him that his friend, the king of the warrior magicians Kasajin, met his last moments of life in the Amakan desert. Kruheral said that after a long fight with one demigod, which lasted about a week, the 2 of them disappeared. Lucas remembered his old friend, and it really did sound like him. The girl continued and said that the swordmaster Rushid died along with his homeland, Ecolium. Kruheral admitted that she was a little hesitant about telling Lucas the truth about the great sage Shuhei Stro, because there was something in this story that would be better left unknown to the young man. Lucas insisted on his own he should know, because now he went out to fight against the self-proclaimed gods. He said that no matter how cruel the reality was, he could not miss anything that happened before. Kruheral realized that the young man had already prepared for this and decided that in that case, it would be better for him to see everything with his own eyes so that he would not have any reservations. A moment later, Lucas found himself in an unknown place when he suddenly noticed Shuhei, who was dying and lying on the ground after a brutal fight. Shui said that he finally understood everything. He realized why the relationship between Rashid and Kassajan had deteriorated so much. He would never have thought that she was a traitor. At that moment, some silhouette appeared behind Lucas, and when the guy turned around, he saw Iris Fiesbin. Iris turned to Shuhei and asked him to stop making her laugh. Did he really believe her for even 1 second? Shuhei said he never trusted her, but Lucas believed her. Iris also admitted that she only trusted Lucas. Shuhei asked her or imagined what she was doing now, because Lucas's cherished desire throughout his life was the destruction of the demigods, and she betrayed him. Iris said it was this very limitation that led Lucas to this end. Shuhei was asked if the girl was upset with them, but Iris replied that she didn't feel anything towards them. Although she eventually admitted that she was a little irritated by how Shuhei decided to completely take Lucas's empty place. Shuhei himself admitted that he was not enough to replace Lucas. Iris laughed back and asked him to pretend to be so calm, it made her sick. Shuhei asked Iris why she joined forces with the demigods. After hearing this, Lucas couldn't believe it. Could this all be true? Shuhei said that if Lucas had seen this, he would have been very disappointed in her, and perhaps, fortunately, he died. Iris got really angry and screamed that Lucas wasn't dead. A moment later, she pulled herself together and cast a spell to end her old comrade's life. Finally, she asked Shuhei not to worry and to have a good rest in the next world, and she would fulfill Lucas's dream. Iris said that in this era it is impossible to resist the demigods, and it is necessary to wait until some time passes, until the demigods are sufficiently driven into a dead end. Before closing his eyes forever, Shuhei thought about how he ultimately couldn't do anything in this world. All he could think about was that he had failed to get rid of the demigods, or improve the relationship between his friends, or even prevent Iris from becoming a traitor. But the most important thing was that he failed to prevent Lucas's death. It was a useless life. He did not understand why he was called a great sage, because all this time he lived in endlessly repeating failures. In the last second of his life, he asked Lucas for forgiveness for having so stupidly missed his chance. A moment later, Kruhiral snapped her fingers and Lucas found himself back in the room. Lucas couldn't believe it. He sat down at the table and quietly began to cry. Kruhiral told Lucas that Iris was still alive, although she could not guarantee that she was still the same girl the boy knew. Lucas said that Shuhei's last words were an apology to him. The young man said that his shortcomings had turned into words spoken by a friend, but the girl hastened to answer that Lucas was very strict with himself. Lucas clenched his fist tightly and warned Kruhiral that the forest would be a bit noisy tonight. Finally, Kruhiral wished the guy good luck and blessed him, and a moment later Lucas found himself in his physical body. He was surprised that the day had flown by so quickly, and also noticed that he was still being followed. Ivan, meanwhile, was doing push-ups on one finger all this time until Lucas returned. They used telekinesis again, and Ivan said that he had conveyed what the young man had asked him for. He also said that she would come when the sun had completely set. Lucas told Ivan that he was going to finish off Oidin tonight, and Ivan immediately stopped his exercises to take a shower before such fun. After some time, Lucas continued to meditate, but he was interrupted by someone's voice, which said that the successor of the warrior king, the magician, had contacted her out of the blue and said that the young man was looking for her. It turned out to be Camilla, who admitted that she was surprised that they met again in the High Elf village. Lucas explained to her the whole situation regarding Oidin, which surprised the elf. The young man himself admitted that he was also surprised, because the apostle turned out to be a blood relative of the queen, but Camilla said that they were not related. Camilla explained that Queen Snow was adopted, although since ancient times queens came from the Fritickwood family, but this time they did not have a daughter, and they could not pass this place to Oidin, because he is a man. Lucas finally realized what was going on. Even the first time he saw Snow, he noticed that she was not a high elf, which surprised him greatly. Camilla explained that Snow is an ice elf, a small race that lives in the snowy regions of the north. The elves continued to follow them, but Camilla still asked Lucas when he was going to act. Lucas said what would happen tonight, but Camilla didn't understand what she had to do. Was she supposed to silence the watchers assigned to him? The young man admitted that Camilla grasped everything at half a word, but the elf warned that she was also here as a guest, so they should not cause noise. Camilla said that if they all got caught, she would say that Lucas threatened her and she had no other choice. Lucas wasn't worried about it, because he was sure that no one would believe that the strongest panther on earth was afraid of human threats. The young man thanked Camilla for her help, but the elf was still interested in where the young man had left Isabel, and came here alone. Lucas revealed that Isabel would be replacing him as the instructor for the circle members, which surprised Camilla, who had considered the girl a gentle child. At the same time, Isabel was in full control and forcing the members of the circle to perform incredibly difficult exercises. Camilla said goodbye to Lucas, but before leaving, she asked the young man to be careful because Oidin is a summoner, so he has very good abilities. She also said that when a mage becomes an apostle and gains powers, he loses the ability to use magic, but the ability to summon does not disharmonize with the power of a demigod. Lucas understood perfectly well what Camilla was talking about. She wanted to say that Oidin was very different from Lucas, and everything would be much more difficult than last time. At the same time, one of the servants came to Oidin because he called her for something. The scoundrel stood up and came closer to her, and a moment later he stabbed the poor elf to death. But all this turned out to be just his imagination, and the girl asked if Mr. Oidin still needed her, but he answered that she could be free. When she was left alone, he literally began to go crazy. Due to the powers of the demigod who controlled death, he was completely unable to suppress the urge to kill that was overwhelming him. At this time, Shiax was walking at night when suddenly Oidin appeared, who hastened to hide his desire to kill. He greeted the elf and said that she had come here after a long time, so he thought that she was getting tired of doing all these endless things. Shiax replied that it was okay. She had to do all of this since she brought people from outside with her. Oidin admitted that he had heard that those guys had helped her in pursuing the necromancer and asked how things were going. She explained that everything was stranger than she had guessed. She said that those guys told her that a necromancer was hiding in their village. Oidin's expression immediately changed, but he still said that if it was true, then they were in big trouble. But thoughts about killing Shiax did not leave his head. He came closer to her, but suddenly Ivan appeared, pushed the girl away, and stood between them. Shiax didn't understand why the man was behaving this way. Was it all because she fed them only grass? Ivan turned around and Shiax noticed a scratch on his face. He told her that if he hadn't intervened, the girl would already be dead. The girl noticed the high-level wind spirit Stonia behind Oidin. Was the master really going to kill her? Oidin admitted that he was even a little surprised. He didn't think that the stranger Shiax brought would turn out to be the warrior mage who destroyed his immortals. The bastard admitted that he really didn't want to tell anything. But since they were going to die anyway, there was no point in holding back. Ivan immediately appeared in front of the bastard's face and dealt a crushing blow. But Oidin managed to dodge at the last moment. The man was about to deal with this scoundrel, but Oidin ordered him to watch his words, because such a low person as he had no right to say anything to a member of the noble Fritikvud family. Ivan asked not to make him laugh, because Oidin was just a servant of the demigod and nothing more. Shiax didn't understand what the hell was going on here. Oidin realized that he couldn't come to a normal agreement with the man, and he would have to finish him off. At that very moment, Oidin used the abilities of the demigod and began to summon an army of undead that crawled out from underground. Shiax finally realized that Mr. Oidin was the very necromancer who summoned the immortals. She was so focused on this that she didn't notice how one of the immortals attacked her from behind. But Ivan easily dealt with him and asked the girl not to stand there like a pillar. The girl noticed that these immortals were much stronger than those she had seen outside, and there were also an unusually large number of them. She understood that at this rate the village would be in danger. Ivan continued to get rid of the undead one by one and turned to Shiax. He saw how Oidin used divine powers, so he will witness that he is an apostle. The man said that Frey had warned him that if they attacked the queen's brother without any evidence, not only would they suffer, but she would too. Shiax realized that this was why Ivan had deliberately provoked Oidin. Oidin went down to them and asked them how they liked his friends, who were emitting the wonderful scent of death. Ivan continued to get rid of them and said that they really looked like Oidin, especially their disgusting faces, which made you want to burp. These words angered the elf, and he said that the man was becoming more and more impudent, so he would kill him right now. But suddenly a huge column of flame appeared under the bastard, which almost touched him, but he managed to jump away. Oidin couldn't believe it because the spell was of an incredible level. Behind it, there was definitely someone who had reached 7 stars. Lucas appeared behind the bastard and apologized, as he just wanted to say hello. Lucas approached Ivan, and the man asked why he was gone for so long, but the young man said that he was just delayed in the toilet. Lucas turned to Oidin and said that he was much more disgusting than he thought. He continued to mock the bastard and asked how an elf could even have such an ugly face. Shiax confirmed her suspicions about them. She realized that this was not a provocation, but their true characters. Oidin became incredibly angry and said that he would destroy them. The next moment he rose to his feet and took out a blade, with which he cut his own half. Blood flowed onto the ground and he began some kind of spell. And Ivan realized that the elf had completely gone off the rails. Not only had he become a minion of the demigod, but he had also signed a contract with the devil. The next moment, the war demon Asura appeared in front of them, which surprised the young man, because he did not expect to see him here. At this time, Ivan continued to exterminate the immortals, and ordered Shiax to be sent to the queen and report everything to her. The elf noticed that the man's heart began to beat incredibly strongly when he simply remembered the queen. A moment later, she rushed straight to her and said that she would be back soon. Ivan looked at Asura and realized that this was the very same great prince he had heard about, but the man did not think at all that he could handle him. Oidin ordered Asura to finish off Lucas and Ivan immediately. The demon couldn't believe that he was now on the lands of the elves, but Oidin again ordered him to deal with the guys and not waste time. Asura turned to Oidin and said that he was too noisy, and that he shouldn't think that he became his servant if he managed to make a contract with his worthless abilities. He warned the elf that if he did not correct his behavior, he would have to kill him first. But still, Asura understood that a contract is a contract and turned to Lucas. He said that he had no feelings for people, and they would die now. He was about to step on them, but Lucas didn't lose his composure and turned to him. The young man asked, "Is the demon the great prince of the devilish world, the lord of hell, Asura?" The demon stopped and stepped next to the guys, killing all the immortals who were around. Asura turned to Lucas and came to the conclusion that the young man knew perfectly well who he was. Lucas said that the demon's memory was much worse than he thought. Asura noticed the guy's gaze. It wasn't the first time he saw him. This gaze was very familiar to him. The next moment, the demon began to use some technique, due to which Lucas lost consciousness. The next moment, the two of them found themselves in Asura's domain. The demon asked the young man who he was and how he knew him. Lucas decided not to answer his question, since he asked him first, which made Asura smile. The demon thought that the young man was quite stupid if he still hadn't figured out where they were and what situation he was in. The demon said that this was a hell of horrific deaths, but Lucas knew very well what kind of place it was. Asura could make his body and soul completely disappear from this world by moving just one finger. The young man perfectly understood the whole situation he found himself in, which could not but please the demon, because the guy would die, at least knowing the reason. The demon dealt a crushing blow to Lucas, but the young man easily dodged it. Lucas turned to the demon and said that he had lost his grip, and also admitted that he was the man who helped him watch everything that was happening from the very top. The young man asked Asura if he would not recognize his savior just because he had to change his appearance. The demon finally realized everything and laughed loudly. Asura said that during the time they had not seen each other, Lucas had become a very fragile person. The demon asked the guy what really happened to him because he heard that Lucas died in a battle with the demigod clan. Lucas told him that he didn't have time and now was not the time to leisurely exchange greetings. Asura was surprised that the guy came here just to collect a debt. He really knows how to irritate. The demon said that he would fulfill any one of his wishes for his help earlier. Lucas said that he heard that Iris Fizbin was alive, and since Asura made a contract with her, he should know for sure where she is now. Asura said that he also doesn't know where she is now, because after she united with the demigod Rod, she unilaterally broke the contract with him. Lucas couldn't believe it. Could Iris really do this? Asura was absolutely sure of this because not only he was present then, but also Barbados and Japar. He said that she had agreed on something with Rod. Most likely, Iris had called them in order to take the most advantageous position in the fight, with energies against Rod. Asura also remembered that Iris seemed quite sane and fully aware of her actions. The demon said that there was also no evidence of her being controlled, so he is certain that Iris simply changed her position shortly after Lucas went missing. Asura also remembered about Shuhei's straw and said that if Iris is really alive, then most likely she is still looking for traces of him. The demon heard her talking about finding his core, and Lucas immediately realized that she was talking about Anastasia's core. Lucas knew that Anastasia was the name Shuhei gave to the golem core, which was the masterpiece of his life, but he did not understand why Iris was looking for it. The young man understood that in order to put all the events in their place, he needed to create Anastasia, but he did not have time. Lucas thanked Asura and said that he had fully paid his debt. The demon admitted that Lucas was indeed an unusual person, because he thought that since Asura himself was indebted to him, he would ask the demon to hand over this entire world into his hands, but he simply asked about the whereabouts of his ex. Lucas replied that they hadn't actually met, and the demon said that it was truly incredible, because he didn't understand how a person who, upon leaving here, would be killed by him, could continue to speak so confidently. The young man completely forgot that Oidin had made a contract with the demon. Lucas still stopped the demon, and decided to take advantage of what Asura owed him once again. But the demon did not understand what the guy was talking about, because he himself said that his debt was paid. The young man asked him to make a contract with him. Asura was surprised by such a request from the young man because he thought that he was skeptical about all kinds of contracts. Lucas admitted that things would soon be tough for him, but Asura would see it for himself soon if he fulfilled his request. Asura didn't understand what the young man could give him in his current state. Lucas confidently replied that he would give him the last minutes of the demigod's life. The demon was surprised and asked if the young man still harbored vain hopes of defeating the demigods. The young man was absolutely sure of this, but still said that in case of failure, Asura could do whatever he wanted with his soul. The demon admitted that someone like him was well worth signing a contract with. He was a very interesting person after all. He, Asura, would gladly lend him his power, and a moment later the process of signing the contract itself began. Lucas came to his senses again on the battlefield, and Ivan asked him what happened to him. The young man admitted that he had gone away for a short while, but Ivan did not understand what the boy was talking about. Lucas said he had been to hell, which left the man incredibly surprised. At the same time, Asura approached Oidin and said that he could not kill the young man because he was a new person with whom he had made a contract. So the demon returns to hell, but the elf continued to order him to stay because he had summoned him with such difficulty. Asura used his technique and launched it right next to the elf, which destroyed everything in its path. This was the final warning, and the demon said that Oidin had better focus on surviving here. The elf was left completely alone, but Ivan still could not understand why Asura just left, and Lucas explained to him that he went to hell to bribe him. Oidin lost his temper and again summoned an incredibly large number of immortals. He thirsted for death. Lucas also noticed that not only the number of immortals had increased, but a moment later a huge number of undead on horses appeared. The young man explained to Ivan that this was a bloody darkness. These immortals were several times stronger than those who had been before. Ivan wasn't surprised at all, he asked Lucas. Or did he want to say that they were just more durable punching bags? Lucas confirmed the man's words, but suddenly noticed that Oidin had disappeared and immediately started running away. At the same time, the elf was thinking that he needed to get to Kruhiral as soon as possible, because if she helped him, he would be able to throw Lucas and Ivan out of the village without any problems. Ivan was going to deal with all this undead, and at that time the young man would take the apostle on himself. Lucas turned to the man and asked him to be more careful, casting a spell that strengthened his blows. Ivan immediately rushed into the attack and destroyed the immortals one after another, and Lucas went after Oidin. He couldn't catch up with the bastard, and now they met face to face. Oidin was incredibly angry that the young man was able to lure Asura to his side, and a moment later summoned immortal dragons from the sky. But Lucas had no trouble dealing with them right away, turning them into ice sculptures. Lucas turned to the elf and said that he really wanted to know something from him. But Oidin didn't even intend to listen to him, and again summoned a huge number of immortals. The young man froze them all again and said that Oidin could do nothing at all except summon immortals. This made the bastard even more angry, and he shouted that this was the power of death, and he was the apostle who controlled it. Lucas said that it was just a simple summoning technique, and he couldn't defeat him just by relying on it. The young man said that Nasdaq was the true ruler of death, who could revive the dead or kill by letting a person inhale even a little of the purple mist emitted from his body. Only Nasdaq controls even ghosts, and if he touches someone, their skin will melt, and heavy rain and wind will begin. The young man walked closer to the bastard, who had just been humiliated, and did not understand what Lucas wanted to say with this. The guy grabbed the bastard by the neck and threw him to the ground. He explained that Oidin was too weak. Lucas looked at the bastard with contempt and said that he couldn't even believe that such a weakling was really an apostle. At the same time, a desperate Oidin began to summon Nasdaq, which greatly surprised Lucas. The young man immediately felt incredible pressure, which made it difficult to breathe, and he realized that there could be no mistake. In front of him was indeed the demigod Nasdaq. The elf turned to the demigod and said that he had been insulted by this youth, who said that he had no power, and also that the apostle of Nasdaq could not be so weak. He called him to defend his honor, which made the demigod laugh, and he admitted that although the bait was chosen hastily, even he did not think that it would be discovered so quickly. The elf did not understand what the demigod was talking about, and Lucas finally realized that Oidin was not actually an apostle, which meant that someone else was. Lucas knew that even if they killed Oidin, they wouldn't be able to destroy Nasdaq, which meant that Ricky had been tricked. Nasdaq asked Lucas how he managed to guess, and the young man answered that it was quite easy, because the whole of Demilim is filled to the brim with traces of divine power. The demigod admitted that sometimes there really are some rather sensitive guys. But doesn't the young man think that it's a bit too fast that they were discovered? It only meant that someone who knew about the demigods had given him this clue. Nasdaq said that lately too many suspicious things have been happening among the demigods, and out of nowhere, powerful demigods are dying without anyone knowing anything about it. Lucas understood that Nasdaq suspected the traitor, and that was why Oiden was made a bait, created for the purpose of finding the traitor. The young man sees the demigod with his own eyes for the first time, and he turns to Nasdaq and says that he looks completely different from what he imagined. Lucas knew he had to keep a low profile, because if the demigod really got angry, it would be the end for him. Nasdaq admitted that the young man was indeed an interesting guy, but they were interrupted by Oiden, who asked the demigod what he meant by the puppet, since he had to give up everything he had and follow him. The demigod instantly turned the elf into a mountain of bones, because he prevented him from thinking, even despite Oiden's plea. Nasdaq turned to Lucas again and said that he had truly surprised him, since it was rare that he could not see through the intentions of a man who had not lived even 100 years. The demigod corrected himself. It was the first time this had happened to him, and it was enough for him to begin to suspect the young man. Nasdaq disappeared and finally said that he should take a closer look at the guy. Lucas let out a sigh of relief and turned to the one hiding behind the wall behind him. He asked if he would remain hidden for much longer, and a moment later, Queen Snow appeared before the young man. The guy didn't understand why she was here, but he also noticed that she had deliberately revealed her presence. She approached the bones of her half-brother and admitted that she should have done it herself. She expresses great gratitude to the young man. Lucas asked her, or did she know that her brother was a puppet of the demigod? The queen admitted that she also learned about this from Ricky, which surprised the young man. But she assured him not to worry about it because she was on his side. Lucas asked her who she really was, but suddenly a strong earthquake began, and some kind of huge magic circle appeared. At the same time, Ivan continued to exterminate the immortals, but suddenly he also noticed a strange earthquake in the direction of the village. And the queen realized that Nasdaq had implanted a seed into her brother, and if he was absorbing and feeding on its divine power, then now someone truly indomitable must appear. Lucas knew perfectly well that if the magic circle was that big, then a dragon should appear. The queen put on her mask and completely changed her appearance. She explained to the young man that this was Jenka's mask, and that because she had such a striking appearance, she had to hide. The dragon had already begun to destroy the village, but the local elves continued to try to fight him off. The entire village gathered together and attacked the dragon, but it was all in vain, as there wasn't even a scratch on him. The dragon flew into the air and launched a powerful column of blue flame straight at the elves. Shiax lost faith. She was absolutely sure that the village would be completely destroyed. The dragon continued to attack, but the next moment it fell to the ground. No one understood what had just happened. It was Ivan who was able to jump on the dragon's head and knock it down. The next moment, many huge ice spears appeared and pierced straight into the dragon. The elves thought that an army of mages had appeared, but it was only Lucas. Ivan asked Lucas what happened to Oiden, and the young man said that he was dead. The young man said that all they had to do was deal with the dragon, but Ivan was surprised at how calmly he spoke about it. The dragon was about to attack the guys, but suddenly the queen appeared and repelled his attack. The elves immediately recognized her. They believed that she was Lady Sadna, who was the guardian of Hiral. Lucas turned to her and complimented her on how even her middle name was very well known. The young man explained to Ivan that they were now together on the same side, although even he did not know whether she could really be trusted. The queen objected that the young man spoke so rudely of her. Couldn't he have introduced her better somehow? Lucas replied that if she was unhappy about something, she could introduce herself again. But there was no time for this. They had to quickly deal with the dragon, and all three took up fighting positions. The elves couldn't believe that two strangers were fighting on the same side with Lady Sadna and asked if it was Shiax who brought them here. At the same time, the trio began to attack the dragon together with all their strength. Lucas used a gravity technique and pinned the bastard to the ground, allowing the queen to easily cut off the bastard's head. But that wasn't the end, and the huge head flew straight at Shiax, who didn't have time to react to it. Suddenly, Ivan appeared in front of her, easily knocking off the dragon's head and asking Shiax to serve them some meat today. A week later, Ivan and Lucas came to the queen, who incredibly embarrassed the man, and she asked how much longer he was going to stand like a stone. Ivan turned to her and said that she was too careless for a queen, because she brought two unknown men into a closed room when there was not even a guard next to her. Snow asked the man to talk with his eyes open, and Ivan managed to calm himself down. He opened his eyes and saw in front of him the same stranger who had fought with them against the huge dragon. She turned to the guys and expressed her deep gratitude to them for their help, especially to Lucas, because he helped rebuild the destroyed village in a few days. She admitted that it was hard to believe that a person could have such a cleansing technique as his. He really surprised them all. Lucas asked to drop the formalities and finally start telling everyone who she really is. Snow admitted that she was actually Ricky's apostle, which left Ivan incredibly surprised that a moron like Ricky had an apostle. She also revealed that she is the only ice elf on the continent. Snow told that all her tribesmen were destroyed by the demigod. She wanted to avenge her comrades, but the demigods turned out to be so strong that she could not even get close to them. The queen admitted that she simply had no reason to refuse Ricky's offer. Lucas confirmed Ivan's words that the girl was indeed too careless. The young man didn't understand how she could just tell them such things. Because what if they turned out to be puppets of another demigod and wanted to betray Ricky? She asked if it was really true, but the guy said it just as an example. The queen replied that she trusted them not because she trusted Ricky, but because Ruhural trusted them. She heard that the young man, while in a human body, met his mother in her spiritual world and said that Kruhiral was incredibly grateful for their feat. Ivan didn't understand what she was talking about, but he was absolutely sure that gratitude was not something that could be expressed in words. The queen herself understood this perfectly well and asked the boys to follow her. She would give them what they needed. Ivan replied that she would be in trouble if it was some kind of grass, and Lucas was surprised by this, because until recently the man could not even open his eyes. They went down into some kind of dungeon, and Ivan asked where they were going to go down to, and Snow said, all the way to the roots of the mother. She warned them that they were the first people to set foot there. They went down even lower, right down to the ground, and Ivan noticed some glowing flies, but Lucas explained to him that these were not flies, but souls. The young man admitted that it was truly a fantastic sight, looking at which it was hard to believe that all this was happening in their world. They came to some tree, and Snow explained that it was the basis of the mother. Snow picked the fruit from the tree and handed it to the boys to eat. But Ivan was angry because he warned her that he would kill her if she gave him some grass. The queen said that it was not a herb but a fruit, but for the man this did not play any special role. Lucas hastened to explain to his comrade that this was not just a fruit. If you eat it, your mana reserves will double in one day. Lucas decided not to eat the fruit right away. He explained that if he ate it in a human body without special preparation, he would experience truly mortal pain over the next week. He was going to absorb him when he was developed enough. But Ivan apparently didn't even listen to the young man and had already swallowed him completely. Lucas yelled at the man, and a moment later he fell down from hellish pain. The young man told the man to concentrate and sit in the lotus position, and he himself temporarily extracted some mana from that fruit. But very soon it would return to him again. Ivan screamed that he would beat the elf for slipping him poison, but Lucas ordered him to shut up and relax, otherwise all his insides would melt. Snow came close to the man and said that apparently the village would be quiet for a week, and also admitted that Ivan was really interesting to tease. Ivan was sure that she was a monster in female form who was going to catch him and eat him. When Lucas came up, the elves greeted him as a savior. They thanked him because thanks to his help, their families managed to survive such a disaster, and he also helped to restore destroyed houses, so they did not even know how to repay him for this. Lucas felt incredibly awkward. He cursed Snow for setting this all up and then running away, leaving him in such an awkward position. At the same time, Ivan slowly coped with the pain from the fruit and concentrated on completely absorbing it. Lucas already regretted that he himself did not eat that fruit so that he could stay there with Ivan. He was distracted from his thoughts by Camila, who said that the young man had truly succeeded in becoming a hero. Lucas immediately realized that this was his opportunity and came up with some important business and asked the elf to cover for him so that he could hide from these thanks of the saved elves. They returned to the house where Snow was already sitting with Shiax. Shiax hurried to leave, and the queen told her that she had been her best friend ever since she came to Rerend. Snow revealed that Shiax had become close to her, despite being an ice elf. But Lucas didn't care. He was so exhausted that the queen thought that an immortal dragon had appeared in the village again. The young man denied her fears, but the queen admitted that she was sorry to say this when he was in such a state. But it was time for him to get ready to go out, because they had to go to Ricky. The young man didn't understand why. Even Snow herself didn't know all the details. She said that Ricky told her that he needed to discuss something with them. They sent to Ricky, and Lucas asked Snuo if the elf queen could just leave the village like that. After all, she had to protect Demillum. Snow put her mask back on and said that if she wasn't noticed, there wouldn't be any problem with it. She asked the guy to hurry up because Ricky doesn't like to wait for a long time. Lucas asked her if she was going to walk, but Snow explained that moving quickly was too conspicuous, so they had no other choice. The young man touched the queen and at the same moment began to use teleportation magic. But the girl didn't understand how he was going to do this, because in order to use the teleporter, a magic circle must also be drawn in Ricky's secret hideout. Lucas assured her that he didn't need it, and the next moment they were already outside the demigod's house. The girl was surprised because for the first time she saw such a stable teleport, and even without a prepared circle at the final location, but simply by coordinates. They went inside and Lucas admitted that he also wanted to check something related to Ricky. They entered his room and Lucas told him that Oiden was not an apostle of Nasdaq. The boy asked, or Ricky didn't want to say anything about this. Ricky said he was really impressed because he didn't think such a simple method existed. Lucas didn't like his answer and kicked over everything on the table. He also told Ricky that it was because of him that the three of them almost died. Did the demigod ask, or did the young man want him to apologize to them? Lucas replied that it would be the right thing for him to do. Snow didn't understand how the young man dared to provoke a demigod, and even an apocalypse, who was one of the 5 strongest demigods. She knew he was strong enough to get rid of the likes of them with the lift of a single finger. In the end, despite Snow's fears, Ricky apologized to them and promised that he would check the information more thoroughly in the future. Lucas was glad that Ricky understood everything, and also sat down at the table with them. Snow couldn't believe it. Was this really what the boy wanted to check about Ricky? She understood that the boy was still trying to make sure that Ricky had betrayed the demigods, because if he were a deceiver, he would not be able to tolerate such humiliation. But she still did not understand what the young man would do if Ricky really turned out to be an enemy. Ricky turned to them and said that he called them because he had something to convey. He placed the crystal that appeared after killing Indra on the table. Lucas took it in his hands and noticed the difference, because its level was different from what he drank before. This is a crystal received not from an apostle, but from the demigod himself. The young man understood that with the help of such energy, one could not only instantly reach the 8 stars, but also take possession of Indra's abilities. However, when a person gains demigod powers, they lose their mana, meaning they are no longer a mage, so Lucas puts them back on the table. Lucas wondered why Ricky gave him this, and the demigod explained that he wanted the boy to drink it and attend the demigod meeting with him in 3 months. The young man did not understand what Ricky was talking about, because only the apostles and their demigods could find it there. Ricky approached Lucas and offered him to become his apostle. Snow didn't understand what Ricky was talking about at all. Even though divine powers appear with the help of the secret recipe of other demigods, she doesn't think that the young man can become his apostle. She also said that the Lord would be present at the meeting. Does Ricky really think that they won't get caught by him? Ricky explained to her that demigods were not all powerful, and just as he had failed to realize that Oiden was bait, so too would the Lord make a mistake in his analysis. Lucas refused the offer, but Ricky didn't understand why he decided to do so. The young man explained that it was all because he was a magician and could receive divine power, but losing his mana was tantamount to death for him. Ricky asked him if this was something like a mage's pride, but Lucas replied that it was just the thought of a realist who wanted to destroy the demigods. Ricky asked the guy what he's going to do if he can wield both divine power and mana at the same time. Lucas replied that hypotheses that could not be put into practice were useless, but Ricky hastened to reply that it was quite possible. Ricky said that Lucas is the one who can do this because he has Blake family blood in him. Lucas thought that this was some kind of nonsense. What does his family have to do with it? Ricky admitted that he had known about his existence for quite some time. Even though he was the 3rd son of this family, he was completely ignored due to his lack of magical abilities. Ricky also said that he actually got the chills when he first heard his name. He said that the scum of the Blake family were constantly talking about how they would destroy all the demigods. Lucas asked him how he, a demigod, knew so much about some human race. Ricky said that there was no demigod who didn't know about them, because their family had always been a kind of huge place for them to experiment. He told that research into the interaction of divine power and mana had been going on for a long time, and once one of the apocalypses, Rayron, took control of them, they accelerated even more. Thousands and tens of thousands of trials and errors were repeated, and research continued for hundreds of years, but then the Blake family appeared. Lucas became very nervous. Was Ricky really trying to tell him that his family came from the demigods? This is exactly what Ricky wanted to say. He said that the Kastkow Empire was one of the countries that the demigods had a particularly strong influence on. Lucas simply couldn't believe it. He immediately remembered Shepard's words about his father, as well as Heinz's warning that the young man would be better off not trusting the circles too much. Ricky interrupted his thoughts and said that people from his lineage do not lose their mana even after becoming apostles, and once again invited him to become his apostle and attend the demigod meeting. Lucas himself understood perfectly well that there were too many unclear moments before this. Could it be that the transfer into Frey's body was not an accident, but an inevitability? Lucas finally pulled himself together and calmed down. He put Indra's crystal in the bag and said that he needed time to think about everything. Ricky asked him not to let the boy stay long, because he hated long waits. At the same time, the Phoenix was able to seize power over the drakes in the mountains, and knew for sure that she would keep her promise. She would become the queen of these territories and protect the Shui dungeon. She flew up to the very mountain where the dungeon was located, but some unknown girl was already standing there. The Phoenix's head ached incredibly, and Torkuta's memories appeared in her head about how this stranger warned him that she would kill him if he followed her. She followed the girl, and when they approached the dungeon, the stranger was incredibly surprised that the last room was already open. The stranger realized that he had returned, but the Phoenix did not understand who she was talking about and asked her about it. She shouted at her and ordered her to introduce herself, but the next moment the girl disappeared. At the same time, Ivan continued to digest the fruit, sitting near his mother's tree, and Lucas asked Snow to take that place as well. He explained that if you take the demigod crystal, it will take about a week for all the mana to melt away. Snow asked him not to worry about it. He could also drink and eat the water she left for Ivan. Lucas noticed a pile of grass lying near the man and was incredibly surprised, because he would never have thought that Ivan, who had only eaten meat since birth, would suddenly start eating such things. Snow said goodbye to the young man, and in the end she said that she hoped that the boy would survive and that they would see each other again. Lucas sat in the lotus position and thought only about the fact that he had a body that could possess both divine power and mana. He was afraid that if he drank the liquid from the demigod's crystal, he too would cease to be human. But he still decided and drank the liquid completely, because if it was for the sake of destroying the demigods, then he was ready for anything. In an instant, divine power filled the young man's body, causing enormous and unbearable pain. At the same time, Snow absolutely did not understand how a young man who had not lived even 100 years was able to amuse her so well. After a few moments, Ivan finally managed to calm this damned mana with difficulty. He almost died. He stood up and actually realized that his mana had doubled in size. He was called by Lucas, who had also come to his senses and was able to absorb Indra's crystal, and offered the man some herbs to eat. But Ivan would rather starve to death than eat that again. The man asked how long he had been there, and Lucas replied that he had spent a week and 2 days there. Ivan turned his attention to Lucas and realized that he did not feel his mana at all, as if he were an absolutely ordinary person. But he still had a feeling that was similar to confidence and resistance to any temptations that came from his master. He asked Lucas if he had managed to develop, and the guy said that he had managed to move to the 8th star. Even Ivan was surprised and asked how old he was. But Lucas himself didn't know for sure. It was about 20. Ivan thought that there was no one stronger than him, but the young man is truly incredible. He sat down next to Lucas and said that their common task was now over, and it was time for him to gradually finish what he was doing. The young man did not understand what he was talking about, and Ivan said that he was looking for Kasajan's legacy. He remembered how the master had told him that if he wanted to surpass Kasajan, he would have to find all 3 of the divine artifacts that belonged to him. Lucas asked who he was calling master, the previous successor of the warrior king, the magician. Ivan said that he had a disgusting character, but possessed incredible strength. The man asked Lucas what he was going to do now, and the young man told him that Ricky had offered him to become an apostle and go with him to the meeting of the demigods. Ivan was surprised that all this happened so suddenly, but Lucas hastened to explain everything to him. The man admitted that although he didn't understand all the details, did the guy really want to say that he was a hybrid, capable of using both divine power and mana at the same time? Lucas confirmed his words, and Ivan only thought that the guy's life was just as disgusting and unsuccessful. It was time for the young man to leave the village, and he asked Shiax to take care of his foolish friend, which angered Ivan. Shiax promised that she would show him the way to Demilim, and it would not be difficult. Lucas turned to Ivan and said that in about a year and a half, there would be a period of holding a meeting of the circles, and they say that this is a very important meeting, at which all the most important people from each circle will be present. The young man said that he was going to go there and turn everything upside down, but the man did not understand what Lucas was talking about, because he himself said that the circles are now pigsties. Lucas said that's exactly why it's necessary to do a general cleaning and get rid of the stench and also put everything in its place. Ivan did not understand what the young man was getting at, and Lucas said that he wanted to make him a special guest at this meeting, which made the man laugh. They bumped fists and promised that they would meet again in exactly 1.5 years. Before Ivan and Shiax had time to leave, Snow appeared behind the guy, and Lucas asked her what happened this time. The queen asked her to call her Sadna when she was in a different form, but the guy explained that the energy remains exactly the same, so he cannot tell when she's behind his back. Snow also noticed that Lucas looked like a completely different person. Could this really be the power of the crystal? She asked Lucas if he was going to Ricky's and said that she would go with him too. A moment later, they found themselves back near Ricky's house using teleportation. But as soon as they reached the door, Ricky used telekinesis and hurried to tell them not to enter and to hide so that they would not be noticed. The couple managed to jump into the bushes, and a moment later Hydra came out of the house, who was absolutely sure that she felt someone's mana. Ricky hastened to tell her that she was simply mistaken, that such things happen, and Lucas understood perfectly well that a demigod was standing in front of them. But at that moment, Snow lost her balance and Hydra heard their rustling, as well as the energy emanating from there. Ricky said that his apostle is there, and also that Hydra doesn't even know that the demigods have to hide from all their apostles. Hydra agreed with his words because she remembered that the Lord also said to do so. But it seems Ricky forgot that she has excellent eyesight. Is his apostle an elf? Ricky didn't understand what was wrong with that, but Hydra asked if it didn't seem strange to him, since the bait that Nasdaq had created not long ago was also an elf. A moment later, Ricky cut off the scumbag's head, and she realized that he was the traitor. The next second, many snakes started to crawl out of her body and run in different directions. She planned to tell everything to Ananta. Ricky took out his katana again and cut all the snakes into small pieces. Lucas noticed that the ground where the Hydra's blood had landed was completely corroded, since the blood itself is a strong acid. But more importantly, the young man couldn't even see Ricky take out his sword. Apparently, this is the so-called technique of wielding the sword of the apocalypse. Ricky turned to Lucas and told him that he had lost 2 snakes. One was to the south, and the other was towards the forest. He revealed that Hydra's powers include incredible survivability and the ability to regenerate, as well as deadly poison. Ricky warned them to be careful with the green blood she spits out, because if it gets on their skin, their bodies will melt completely very quickly. She also said that she was weak to fire magic, but even though she had broken into 9 pieces, she was still a demigod, so they should just try to immobilize her, and he would come to them as soon as he dealt with the other piece. At the same time, one of the Hydra units continued to move away from the boys at full speed, so Lucas told Snow that they should split up. Lucas still managed to catch up with the scoundrel and used a lava explosion, which affected only part of her body, but she regenerated in an instant. And the next moment, Snow struck while Hydra was distracted by Lucas and cut off her head. But even so, Hydra was a danger and launched that very green blood into the girl, which could melt the body in an instant. Snow understood that there were no weak points in the Hydra's movements. She would not have time to dodge this attack. When the blood almost reached the girl, Lucas managed to put a protective barrier on her, which saved the elf from certain death. The Hydra grew 2 heads again and attacked her, but Snow knew perfectly well that she just needed to buy time. Hydra grabbed Snow and rammed her into dozens of trees, which could not help but affect the queen's health. Snow didn't understand why she was so strong. She had no idea what her real strength was before she split herself into 9 pieces. The Hydra attacked the elf again, using a rain of poisonous snakes which instantly appeared in the sky. Snow managed to fight off each one, but each of these snakes was so heavy, as if they weighed a ton. She would never have thought the demigods were so strong. She understood perfectly well that her strength was not enough and was ready to give up. Snow mentally asked for forgiveness from the young man that she could not even buy him a little time. But the next moment, the protective barrier appeared again, protecting her from certain death. And Hydra's attention was drawn to the sun, which was in the north. But she was absolutely sure that it could not be in the north. Hydra turned back and saw the real sun, but what was it then? As it turned out, it was Lucas who used the technique of another sun to finish off this creature once and for all. The next moment, he sent his spell straight into the Hydra, which literally melted from such an attack. Snow was incredibly tired, but she still saw everything that had just happened. She couldn't believe that the young man had managed to deal with the demigod so easily and began to blame herself for becoming just a burden to him. Lucas remembered at that moment how in the darkness of the abyss, he was only allowed to think. So for 4,000 years, he thought about magic as if it was entertainment for him. He understood that the high-speed abilities he had achieved were impossible to use with the strength he had possessed up until that point. But he had obtained them, along with reaching the 8th star. He took Snow in his arms and was absolutely sure that he could win this unequal fight against the demigods. Snow noticed that the young man didn't seem tired at all. Did that mean that even for such a spell, he didn't need to use all his strength? At that moment, Ricky appeared, surprised that Lucas managed to kill the last part of Hydra. Later in the evening, they returned to his hideout, and Ricky told them that it would not be possible to hide Hydra's death for a long time, and that Ananta would soon find out about it. The guys didn't understand who Ricky was talking about, and he explained that he was talking about the apocalypse, controlled by poison. Lucas immediately understood who they were talking about, because he had already met this old man. Ricky turned to the guy and said that they were running out of time, and he needed to make a decision right now. Lucas said that he had already drunk the liquid from Indra's crystal that Ricky had given him, although he admitted that he had not yet tested the divine powers. Ricky gave Lucas credit for being able to control the demigod's powers on his own was amazing, but the boy replied that it wasn't that hard. Ricky said that there were 3 months left until the meeting, and until then Lucas would train not to use magic, but to use only divine power. The young man did not understand why he could not use magic, but Ricky replied that although the Lord was not omnipotent, he was very clever, so it was necessary to completely block the remaining traces of mana in his body with the help of divine power. Ricky stood up from the table and said that they should start training already, but warned in advance that it would be very difficult. Would the guy be able to withstand it? Lucas reminded him of his own words about how they didn't have time for any nonsense. The young man was determined and asked to start quickly. Snow called out to Lucas one last time, and a moment later she found herself in his arms. She said she had heard that people do exactly that when saying goodbye to people they trust. Lucas was amused by this and said that if Snow had done the same to Ivan, he would have fainted with foam coming out of his mouth. Ricky was also surprised by such an action, because he himself did not know that people rub against each other like that when they say goodbye. Snow asked Lucas to be careful, and the boy smiled back at her and asked her to say hello to Shiax and Camilla, and also to tell her that he was sorry he left without saying goodbye. After some time, Lucas began his training in wielding Indra's power. He attacked Ricky with lightning time after time, but Ricky had no trouble repelling them. The next moment, the young man rose into the air and sent a powerful column of lightning straight at Ricky. But it didn't work against him again. He managed to repel Lucas's attack with just one swing of his sword. Even the young man was glad of this outcome, because Ricky did manage to get his sword out. Ricky said that this was the end of the training of divine powers, which could not but please Lucas. Even Ricky was surprised, because he didn't think that the guy would be able to achieve such a level of control over divine powers in just 2 months, because until now, of all living beings, Snow seemed to him an incomprehensible genius, but the young man surpasses even her. Ricky approached Lucas and explained that no one knew about Hydra's death yet, and Lucas would be present at the meeting as they had planned. He said that it was about time for them to head there, which scared Lucas because he didn't think it would happen so quickly. Ricky explained that they needed to go to the kingdom of Ruanable, and in Pilat they would use the teleportation stone. Lucas was surprised that demigods also used this, but Ricky explained that it was all because the boy's body was not able to withstand the space-time transfer. Soon they set off on their journey, and Lucas was only thinking about how he would never have thought that he would go somewhere with a demigod. The next moment, a bunch of thugs appeared in front of them, asking for money if they wanted to go further. The leader of this gang started shouting at them and warned them that if they gave them everything they had, they would spare their lives. Ricky didn't understand how these idiots were going to kill them, because it was the first time he encountered such trash. One of them called Ricky thin as a skeleton, but noticed his sword, which caught his attention. Ricky thought that they were the ones people called doctors, because they would keep them alive if they gave them everything they had. But Lucas was quick to explain that it didn't work that way. Such words angered the bastards, and they were about to attack the guys. Ricky tried to settle things peacefully again, but Lucas stopped him and snapped his fingers and sent lightning straight at the idiots. They all fell to the ground at once, and Ricky noticed that the young man had not killed them, and Lucas admitted that he was ashamed to even kill people like that. Ricky was once again convinced that humans are the strangest and most intricate of all life forms. They continued on their way, passing through an obstacle in the form of a gang of bandits. At the same time, the heads of all the major circles gathered together, and the girl asked if it was true that the sword had already made its move. Shepard turned to a girl named Charles. She was the second person in Fizban Amlet, although the lady looks like a little girl, but in fact, she is a vampire who has lived for hundreds of years. Shepard got goosebumps just from looking at her. Charles asked about the destination, and Shepard replied that it would be Filat. She asked, were they really going to catch the demigods with such a composition? It seems they have already forgotten what happened during that terrible battle with Nozdok, when the Truman Brotherhood was destroyed in just one night. She explained that they had one important lesson to remember from last time, that Nasdaq controlled time. Shepard explained to her that they were not going to fight the demigods. The young man added that they were simply planning to keep them under surveillance. Charles asked his name, and he introduced himself as Heinz Blake, and the girl immediately remembered him because he is the youngest director of Straw Knuckles. Heinz said that he had learned of a meeting where all the demigods would gather in one place. Charles asked how he knew about something so important, but the young man remained silent, and the girl immediately came to the conclusion that the guy had simply overheard his dad's conversations. She asked him not to worry about it, since it was he who first reported that Isaac Blake, his father, was collaborating with the demigods. Charles admitted that, on the other hand, it was Heinz who was the most suspicious, because how can you trust someone who gained his authority by selling his own father? Heinz decided not to respond to her provocations and said that the meeting of the demigods would take place somewhere in Ruinoble. This means that the sword is going to move from Fillet to Ruinoble using the teleportation stone. Everyone present did not understand why he was so sure of this, because the demigods do not need to use such stones. Heinz admitted that it was a good point, but the fact that the demigod was going to use a teleporter only meant that he wanted to bring along an apostle who was unable to freely use space-time travel. The guy said that at this meeting, each demigod will come with their own apostle, and this is the reason why they must learn everything about this meeting, regardless of the possible danger. Heinz also said that there had never been a gathering of more than a few dozen demigods in history, and it was obvious that they would be discussing something incredibly important. He understood perfectly well that even so, spying on the demigods was tantamount to suicide, because one tiny mistake could destroy the entire circle. But it would be a different matter if they paid more attention to the apostles, because even in case of failure, they could simply get rid of them. They decided to wait in Fillet and watch the movement of the sword. At this time, Lucas and Ricky were already standing near the entrance to the city. The young man again used transformation magic and introduced himself as Kane Ligston, a rank A mercenary. The guards let the young man into the city with ease, and next was Ricky himself, who held out his fake name card and introduced himself as Ricky, a mercenary of the D rank, and also entered the city with ease. Lucas couldn't believe that this idiot made a fake document with his real name. Ricky immediately noticed the boy's fear and decided to ask what was wrong with him, but Lucas replied that everything was fine. Lucas suggested that they register for the teleportation stone right away, and Ricky didn't object. After checking in, they went to a local diner, where Lucas explained that the teleport to Ruinoble would only be operational in 3 days. Lucas said they were lucky because it was overseas, so if he was picky, he could end up with his hands and feet tied for weeks. Ricky had just finished his meal and said he was going to take a little walk around town. Lucas decided to ask where he was going alone, and Ricky replied that he was going to the Blake family estate, which surprised the guy. Ricky explained that they knew for sure that he was already here, so if he didn't go, they would find him themselves. Ricky said that if that happened, then despite his fake documents, they would also turn their attention to Lucas. Besides, this was an opportunity to find out Rayron's direction, since he suspects that the boy's father, Isaka Blake, might be her apostle. Lucas also stood up from the table and told Ricky that the circles already knew that Isaac Blake had contacted the demigods, but even so, they did not suspect that he could be an apostle since he continued to use mana. The ability to use mana even after accepting sacred powers was a family secret of the Blake family, which was also the circle's weak point. Lucas knew perfectly well that it was none other than Heinz Blake who reported to the circle about his father's movement. But then why didn't he tell them about this secret of their family? The young man was incredibly curious about what Heinz was planning. Ricky came closer to the guy and told him that they were already under surveillance. Someone was watching him with the help of tamed spirits. Lucas finally realized why he couldn't notice it, because from the moment he was alone in the forest, someone was hiding nearby, and apparently, they followed him after he closed the barrier and left there. The young man came to the conclusion that it was someone from the circle, but Ricky said that it was much more serious because someone from the leadership was behind it. Ricky guessed that they would most likely try to approach him once he left, since it was much safer for them to attack an apostle than a demigod. He asked how the guy would act in such a situation, but in any case, Ricky could kill them all right now if he wanted to. Lucas said that there was no need for that. He too was interested in how well the members of the circle were doing their job. Ricky asked the boy if he was going to conduct an exam and see if they could be used in the future. He himself understood everything perfectly well and said goodbye to Lucas, asking him to be careful. As Ricky exited the building, a huge beetle flew in and was clearly staring at Lucas. At the same time, the leaders of the circle watched as Ricky left the pub and went somewhere. They concluded that he was heading to the Blake family estate, and Hines said he would follow him. At the same time, Charles was watching Lucas with her beetle. Shepard said that the guy is a mercenary named Kane Ligston, and he is listed as a mage of the A rank, but about 2 months ago he suddenly disappeared during a mission. Shepard suggested investigating everything from the very beginning, but Charles thought otherwise. She would figure it all out herself. As the night approached, the girl went to her room and closed all the windows so that no light could enter the room. Charles bit her hand and drew a magic sign on the floor, and a moment later an unknown woman appeared. Charles approached a woman named Rillis and said that she had one request for her. Rillis happily agreed to fulfill her sweet bat's request, and Charles asked her to spy on Lucas's sleep, who was spending the night on the 3rd floor of a local hotel. Rillis couldn't believe that the girl had summoned the succubus queen to ask her for such a trifle. Charles admitted that she could not leave any trace of outside interference, so now he could only trust her. Rillis was touched by the way the girl was talking to her and asked what exactly she needed to know. Charles asked her to find out if there really would be a meeting of the demigods, and if so, to find out what the purpose of this meeting was. Rillis disappeared at the same moment, and a little later returned to Charles. The queen said that she had not succeeded in anything, which greatly surprised Charles, because even she had not been able to find out anything. Rillis asked if the young man was really a man, because usually, if she moved her body even a little, then any man would immediately open his soul to her. But the guy didn't even flinch. She didn't understand how a person could have such willpower. Maybe he became a magician because he was a castrate. After all, they say that if a man remains a virgin until he is 30, he will become a magician as soon as he discovers the mana within himself. Charles asked her to stop and just go home, but Rillis also admitted that she thought about entering his mind by force and then erasing his memory, but decided it was too dangerous, so she didn't do it. Charles could not believe that the queen herself was saying that it was dangerous for her, but Rillis explained this by the fact that the young man had made a contract with the Grand Duke. The queen admitted that although she could not find out which prince exactly, if she had continued, they would have been exposed. Rillis apologized to the girl for not being able to be of use, and also said that Charles would be better off forgetting about the young man. Charles couldn't believe that an ordinary magician had signed a contract with the Grand Duke. At the same time, Lucas was sitting on the bed, and Asura was next to him. Lucas admitted that he thought they would try to get close to him, but he didn't expect that they would send the succubus queen into his sleep to get all the information. The young man thanked Asura, who drove her away. Otherwise, everything could have ended much worse. Lucas admitted that if you look at the queen even out of the corner of your eye, you can really open up to her, and not just your soul. Asura got up from the bed and said that he was disgusted even by looking at her. He felt disgusted immediately as soon as he saw her. He was angry at how frivolously this useless dream devil, who was also nicknamed the Great Prince, was behaving. Lucas realized that Asura really hated her, and the next moment the demon said goodbye to the young man and finally said that there was no need to worry about someone like him, but still asked him to be careful. When Lucas was left alone, he realized that if someone was able to summon the Grand Duke, then most likely he was definitely higher than the deputy of the circle. Lucas realized that it could be a vampire named Charles Laurent. He heard about her from Ivan. The young man understood perfectly well that his future comrades, with whom he would one day unite, were behind this, so he was not even able to harm them. But even so, he could not explain the whole situation to them and hoped that they would believe him. In the morning, Ricky returned to the guy and said that he could not find out anything because neither Rayron nor Isaka Blake were in the estate. Lucas asked why he only returned the next day. Ricky revealed that even though he couldn't find Isak and Rayron, his older brother Hines was there and told him everything. Lucas knew it was obvious because as soon as they saw Ricky heading to the Blake estate, they immediately sent the least suspicious Hines there. The young man understood that it would be better to start by not telling Ricky that Hines was a member of the circle, even though he was his partner at the moment, but he still couldn't completely trust the demigods. Lucas was almost certain that Hines was part of Straw Knuckles. He was curious about what form their circle had already taken. Ricky noticed that something was wrong with the guy, and Lucas said that the circle was acting more cautiously than they thought. They went outside, but Ricky couldn't shake the thought that the guy was hiding something. Ricky said that they were now in Ruinball, in its largest city, Frey, and Lucas realized that this was where the meeting of the demigods would take place. But Ricky hastened to say that the meeting would not be held here. He simply had some business here. Ricky noticed that they were still being followed and told Lucas about it. The young man did not believe that they were really so stupid that they did not understand how useless it was to follow the demigod. Ricky said that he was not going to kill them because they would be useful to them in the future. He had another idea, but Lucas didn't understand what he was talking about. Ricky said he wanted to try reacting like a real person for once. The next moment, they rushed as fast as they could to escape their surveillance. The pursuers from the circle noticed this and rushed after them, but the guys managed to escape, and Charles admitted that they really were moving fast. They decided to split up and find them because they couldn't miss them at any cost. At the same time, Lucas and Ricky were in some dark alley. Lucas said that although it was hard, it seemed like they managed to break away, and Ricky replied that sometimes it was fun to be human. They came to some door, and Ricky asked the young man to go in there and get his mask. Ricky explained that there would be a man inside wearing an old hat, and the mask would completely contain his divine powers. He explained that in order for Lucas to take part in this meeting, he would need to properly hide his identity. Lucas asked why Ricky wouldn't go in with him, and he explained that the man he had just spoken of was the Lord's subordinate. So if they went in together, he would guess that the boy was his apostle. Lucas began to descend the long staircase, the end of which was in sight. He would never have thought that such a place existed on the other side of Grenoble. The young man went down to the very bottom and found himself near some house. He walked inside and thought it was some kind of antique shop. Lucas's attention fell on some strange armor that was suspended by chains. But he was distracted from his thoughts by someone's voice that greeted him. A young girl in a hat appeared in front of Lucas. But what surprised the guy more was that he did not feel anyone's presence at all. He immediately guessed that a golem was standing in front of him, and a voice from another room admitted that the young man was indeed smart. At that moment, the man showed up and ordered his golem, Eiley, that she could go free, because their guest definitely had some personal business with him. The man greeted the young man at Hector's haberdashery, which was his name. Lucas immediately guessed that in front of him was the same man Ricky was talking about. Hector decided to immediately take out the mask because he noticed that the young man was not very talkative. Lucas reached out to take the mask, but Hector suddenly noticed that he was wearing the bracelet Lucas had taken from Shuhai's dungeon. Hector immediately began to beg the boy to show it to him. Lucas didn't understand why the man would suddenly ask for it, and the man said that he made his living as an observer. So even without being sure what exactly it was, he could immediately understand how precious the item was. Hector can't even remember how much time has passed since he was so delighted to see a magical item. If his guess is correct, then it must definitely be an item from the Age of Light. Lucas still refused Hector such a favor, but the man continued to beg him, but the young man stood his ground. Hector knew that words wouldn't solve anything here, but Lucas immediately warned him that it would be better for him to give up right away. But everything was not at all as Lucas imagined. Hector fell to his knees and began to beg the guy to show him the bracelet just once. Lucas finally realized what a suck-up Hector really was. The young man decided to ask him something, and the man was happy to answer any of his questions, just to look at the bracelet closer. Lucas asked him, or could he create a golem with a 1 million mana core? Hector never thought about it. There's no core with that much mana, right? The young man replied that he was simply interested, and the man said that it was difficult. Lucas admitted that he thought so because one of his friends, the best alchemist, also said that this was a crazy idea. These words touched Hector, and he asked how the guy could call someone the best while sitting in front of him. He said that there were only 3 best alchemists on the continent, the first being the master of the 11th magic tower. But Lucas didn't understand what kind of 11th tower they were talking about, because he only knew about the existence of 10 towers. Hector said that her master was one of the secret protectors of the Kostkau Empire, but he couldn't tell the boy more details. The second best alchemist is the Archlich of the northern snowy lands, although he is not an alchemist, but a magician. But his knowledge of alchemy is even better than that of the owner of the 11th magic tower. Lucas asked if the Archlich was the best, but Hector immediately began to say that it would be impossible to ask him for anything. The Archlich has locked himself in the depths of a snowy dungeon and is focused only on studying magic. And he also has a terrible character, so even just trying to get close to him can result in him not coming out alive. Hector continued and said that the third best alchemist on the continent was himself. But Lucas wasn't really interested, because he thought the man was just lying to him to get a closer look at the bracelet. Hector said that this was the pure truth, but Lucas replied that those who themselves talk about their incredible abilities are in fact nothing special. The man agreed with the young man's words and admitted that he really was nothing special. Hector said that it was because he was trapped in this weak body and given such a sad status that it became pointless to be humble or care about his own dignity. He told that although he looks like this now, in the past he belonged to a truly outstanding family. Hector said that he had strong scales that could not be cut even by a precious sword, a huge body that could eclipse the heavens, and a heart that surpassed the most powerful engine. He said that all this was taken from him by the demigods and admitted that he continued to live only because of his wisdom. But in reality, perhaps they intend to keep us near them and smile, watching their sad appearance. Lucas finally realized that Hector was a dragon. Lucas remembered what Banyan had said, that according to the records made at the time, the dragon's lair had already been razed to the ground and their bodies could not be found, and the only thing left in the lair was her egg. The young man understood perfectly well the value of the dragon bodies and thought that there was nothing surprising in the fact that such valuable bodies disappeared. But looking at the whole situation, it becomes clear that then only the demigods and no one else could have taken all this. But the guy still didn't understand why they needed this at all, because for them the dragon's corpse had absolutely no value. Hector apologized to the guy who started this depressing conversation and asked him to pretend that he had not heard anything about it. Lucas understood that if he believed the man's words and they really did not kill the dragons, but only subjugated their minds, then all this made perfect sense. Finally, he was convinced that it really did look like the vile demigods. Hector turned to the young man and said that he was a very kind man, which surprised the boy. The man said that this is a place that every apostle must visit, all for the sake of getting a mask. He is a great dragon who became a slave of the demigods, and most of the apostles smile when they look at him, because each of them betrayed something of their own and decided to follow the demigods. And the demigods in turn show their apostles his sad appearance, thereby making them believe that they made the right choice. But Lucas is very different from all the apostles who came to him before, because instead of mocking him, the young man sympathizes with him. The guy replied that it was not sympathy for him, but fear and respect. Lucas knew very well that 4,000 years ago, it was the dragons who first realized the danger coming from the demigods and began to fight them. In fact, it would be much more accurate to say that during the battles 4,000 years ago, humans only helped the dragons a little in the final part of their battles with the demigods. Only one kind of living being was capable of resisting the demigods, and they were the dragons. Lucas turned to the man and said that they had not lost this battle yet. They were winning now. Hector laughed awkwardly and suggested that the boy also had his own long and complicated history. Lucas asked him if there were other dragons in the same situation as him. Hector said that only a few, but most still died, which angered the guy. Hector noticed this immediately and asked him not to become so serious. He handed the guy a mask, and Lucas decided to ask him, or was he always here? Hector thought that the young man would figure it out himself, because he was locked up here for the hell of it. Lucas finally decided to ask him to create a body for the golem with a 1 million mana core that he had spoken about earlier. Hector said that for such a case, it would not be enough to simply show the bracelet. The young man asked him what he wanted, and Hector asked to give it to him forever, to which Lucas immediately agreed. But in return, he asked to give him one communication in the language of dragons, which greatly surprised Hector. He laughed and admitted that the guy really knew dragons well. Hector admitted that the request to give him the bracelet was just a joke. He just wanted to test the young man. He just asked to show him this bracelet just once because it was useless to him anyway. Hector asked Lucas if there were any special details he should pay attention to. Lucas replied that it was all up to Hector to decide. He only wanted the body to be able to unite with the core, and the rest didn't matter. Hector was even a little surprised, and warned that it would take at least 6 months to find the necessary materials and manufacture them. When Lucas left the shop, Hector turned to his golem and admitted that the guy was a rather unusual customer. Eiley said that Hector even became more cheerful after the arrival of this young man. The man confessed to her that he couldn't even remember the last time his heart fluttered like that. By this time, Lucas had already returned to Ricky, who was puzzled that it had taken the guy longer than he had expected. Lucas said it just took too long to get down. The young man asked Ricky what he was going to do now, since there was still about a month left before the meeting. Ricky said that although the kingdom of Ruanoble is called the Land of Knights, it is the most corrupt of all the human states he knows, but they still dared to lie about supporting the traditions of that man. Lucas didn't understand what kind of man they were talking about, but he decided to ignore it and said that it would be stranger if there was no corruption at all in human society. Ricky drew the boys' attention to the mountain that was in front of them. It seemed incredible, because most of the surroundings of Ruanoble were plains. He also told about Marquis Dalaman. He is the most disgusting old man among the aristocrats of Ruanoble, and a scumbag who does not choose the means and methods to satisfy his greed. Ricky said that in several places on that mountain there are slave prisons created by the Marquis. Lucas was furious when he heard about slaves, because it had been a long time since the abolition of slavery. Ricky admitted that the guy was surprisingly naive, because slave ownership continues to exist secretly. Rather, on the contrary, now the supplies cannot catch up with demand. Ricky remembered Lucas telling him about his hesitation before killing Scum, didn't he? Besides, he needed to use as much of his divine power as possible in the remaining month, but the guy didn't understand where he was leading. Ricky said that the young man needed to get rid of all the slave points on this mountain. Lucas said that he would first personally inspect everything with his own eyes and then decide what to do. Was Ricky asked, or is the guy hesitating because he asked him to kill someone from his family? Lucas replied that he simply didn't trust other people's words, and the next moment he rushed at breakneck speed straight up the mountain to see for himself. After some time, Lucas climbed the mountain and noticed a huge castle which was guarded by many knights. Lucas was able to reach the castle gates with just one jump, remaining unnoticed. He immediately noticed the huge number of slave cages throughout the castle. There were elves, dwarves, beastmen, and even monsters. The young man realized that the bastards were not very picky about races and took everyone in a row. At that moment, he noticed how two guards threw the body of a slave into the pit with the other corpses, who had been tortured to death by one of them. Lucas couldn't believe his eyes at the number of bodies that were already in the pit. Even if they were slaves, they must be a precious commodity to them. So why were they treating them like this? One of the knights told his companion to tone down his ardor, because even Marquis Dalaman was unhappy that too many slaves were dying lately. He laughed, because the Marquis only cared about expensive elves, but he had just killed one of those. Lucas realized that these freaks were using slaves to satisfy their sexual desires and making them tools to relieve boredom. At that very moment, the young man came down straight to these two scoundrels, who clearly did not expect to see a stranger here. Lucas said that Rue Noble is called the country that adopted the pride of knights. But do they have that same knightly pride? The young man took off his disguise and repeated his question once more, but the idiots only laughed. Then Lucas realized that it was all useless, and a moment later he tore their bodies apart with the divine power of Indra. The other knights noticed this and raised the alarm throughout the castle that there was an intruder on their territory. The knights surrounded Lucas, but the young man was only thinking about the fact that people like them dress up in armor and pretend to be knights. He wondered what Rushid would do if he saw all this. Lucas knew he would do what he had to do instead of his old comrade Rushid. At the same time, one of the knights came to Marquis Dalaman and reported that one of the elves had died again. The Marquis ordered them to treat the elves with care. Does the idiot even know how much each of them costs? The old bastard ordered his servant to get out, and at the same time one of the cooks asked the Marquis how he was going to get rid of the elf's body. The Marquis replied that, as always, he wanted excellent meat from his body, and also basil sauce. The cook immediately went to start cooking, and a moment later one of the knights flew into the Marquis's room again. He dropped to one knee and said that they had discovered an intruder on the castle grounds. The Marquis began to shout at him that he didn't need to report such things to him, but to deal with it themselves, since that's what he was paying them for. The knight tried to explain that all the knights had already been killed, when the next moment the ceiling began to collapse right on the old bastard's head, and at that very moment Lucas appeared and knocked the Marquis off his chair. The old bastard ordered his cook to deal with the guy quickly. He immediately took out his knives and attacked Lucas, but he was stopped by a protective brayer, which he was unable to penetrate. And a moment later, the bastard's body was torn apart by lightning, leaving not a wet spot of him. The knight who reported everything immediately realized what a shitty situation they were in and decided to take advantage of the moment to escape, but Lucas incinerated him with lightning. Here Lucas was left alone with the Marquis, who begged him to spare him. He was ready to give the guy any amount he asked for. Lucas stepped on the bastard and said that he was a little angry now, and would be that way for quite a long time. The young man didn't just want to kill the bastard, he wanted to torture him to death. Lucas finished with the bastard and left his office, where he was already met by Ricky, who thought that the guy had already dealt with everything, and they could go. But that was not all, because there were still slaves left. Ricky was at the cages in an instant and cut each one down with just one swing of his sword. He turned to the slaves and said that they could leave, because from now on they were free. One of the beastmen admitted that he had never experienced anything like this, and asked Ricky what freedom was. He said that all his comrades, close people, and family had died. He no longer had a reason to live, and he asked to just kill him. Ricky was ready to fulfill his request. He promised that he would do it completely painlessly, that he would not even realize what had happened. But he was stopped by Lucas, who said it was dangerous. Lucas explained to the slaves that neither anger nor sympathy would bring them peace. He asked them not to be mistaken, because he saved them, not because he considered them pathetic. Lucas said he can't kill them. He's just taking them with him because he wants to use them elsewhere. They might think they just have a new owner. The young man said that from that moment on, and for 1 month, he would destroy those who did this to them. He said that there are still many places where there are slaves like them who also think about death. Lucas admitted that he didn't care about their mood. He just wanted to kill the greedy pigs filling their fat bellies. The guy asked the slaves why they were asking them what freedom was, if they could go and see everything with their own eyes, and then decide what it was. The boys left, leaving the slaves alone with their thoughts. And Ricky admitted that he was surprised that Lucas told them to try to somehow survive, although he himself looked like a villain. Lucas replied that he simply said everything so that it would be easier for them to understand, because they know nothing but despair, so hope, on the contrary, can only bring unbearable pain. The young man believed that giving freedom to those who knew nothing about it was tantamount to a death sentence, so what they needed now was not freedom, but time to think. Lucas hoped that as he saved other slaves, they would find meaning in the freedom they had been given. After some time, Lucas again attacked another slave camp, but this time he was accompanied by slaves who sided with the young man and followed him. They quickly dealt with all the scum and freed the slaves. This continued until they destroyed all the slave prisons throughout Ruinoble. Lucas turned to his new comrades and admitted that they had worked hard this month and that their work was finished. That same beastman back and asked the guy, "Or does this mean they are free?" Lucas walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He replied that it was something he had to determine for himself. Bakken said that he had acquired a new large family, so he would have a lot of work to do to feed them all. He remembered Lucas's words that they needed to look at freedom with their own eyes and decide what exactly it meant to them. Bakken cried from the realization that this was freedom. Lucas asked Bakken what they were going to do next. He said that they were thinking of going to the Spanish mountain range and establishing a village in a place where people could not go near. Lucas warned them that it wouldn't be that easy, because the place was teeming with incredibly strong monsters. Bakken said that no matter how things turned out, it would be better there than here, because there couldn't be monsters that were more terrible than people. Bakken immediately realized that the boy was also human, and began to apologize and say that he didn't mean him. But Lucas replied that he said everything correctly. The newly freed slaves thanked the boy and promised that they would never forget his kindness, and they all went their separate ways to build their new lives from scratch. Ricky turned to Lucas and said that they had managed to find the meaning of freedom after all. Just like he said, did the guy really know from the beginning that everything would turn out like this? Lucas replied that he knew nothing, but only believed in the spark that was burning inside them. Ricky thought about the fact that people can become more evil than the devil, and can be kinder than an angel. After all, people are extremely curious creatures. Lucas interrupted him from his thoughts and asked if it was time for them to gradually move on. Lucas said that during this time he had already gotten rid of enough traces of his mana. The meeting would start very soon. If they didn't leave now, they would definitely be late. Ricky admitted that he had not told the full reason for their coming here. After all, the meeting place of the demigods will be right here. As it turned out, the members of the circles had been watching Ricky and Lucas when they were freeing the slaves, but they did not understand what they were planning. At that very moment, the heavens began to split, and Charles was afraid that they had entered the barrier erected by the demigods. This meant that they would never be able to leave here until their meeting was over. But on the other hand, Charles said that as long as they were not noticed, they would be able to hear the entire conversation properly, being very close. Lucas put on the mask and a huge fiery creature appeared in the sky. Ricky explained to the young man that this was the Lord of Fire, the Apocalypse Agnius, and also that from that moment on the young man should remain silent. He took on a more human form and descended to the ground towards Ricky and Lucas. The young man was surprised that Agnes could so easily change his appearance to such an extent. This meant that most likely Ricky also had his own true form. Agnia approached Ricky and said that he was surprised because he didn't think that he would volunteer to come here first and restore order here. Agnes turned his attention to Lucas and gave Ricky credit because his apostle looked surprisingly good. Ricky was surprised that Agni also had an apostle, and he admitted that he had finally found someone to his liking. Lucas took a closer look at the apostle and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand why he was here. At this time, the rest of the apocalypses appeared. Among them was Rayron, who created the Blake family in female form. Also present were Nasdaq and Ananta, whom he recognized immediately, for they looked exactly the same as they had 4,000 years ago. It was Ananta who he couldn't defeat even after joining forces with Shui, Iris, Kassajan, and Rushid. Ricky asked the three why they all came together. They said they had found something interesting and went to check it out. Ricky became curious about what it was. But Rayron said that he himself would soon find out about everything. The members of the circle continued to sit in hiding and watch all this, but did not understand why the Lord was still not there. Nasdaq was still able to notice their presence and warned the others that they had intruders at their meeting. The guys just couldn't believe they were noticed because they hid their mana perfectly. Lucas realized that it was those idiots from the circle who had come here for them. Nasdaq said that even if they managed to enter, they were trapped in the Lord's barrier, from which there was no escape. But as it turned out, Nasdaq said that they were behind the gate, and Lucas also felt the energy coming from there. The energy was coming from several hundred people, and the young man realized that these were not members of the circle. He came to the conclusion that this was a squad of black dragons sent by Ra Noble to cover up the traces of the slave prisons. Nasdaq turned to Ricky and said that it was somehow strange because he couldn't help but notice it. Ricky replied that he knew about them, but there were too many of them, so he was worried about God's punishment. In this case, Nasdaq decided to deal with them himself, but Ricky warned him and said that with such a number, it would also be difficult for him to evade God's punishment. Nasdaq only laughed in response and a moment later completely disappeared. Ananta decided to reprimand Ricky for not being able to handle something like this despite having Ruinoble under his control. Rayron also supported Ananta's words and asked to draw Ricky's attention to this, because it was not for nothing that the Lord suggested meeting here. At the same time, Nasdaq had already appeared above the army of knights and with just one wave of his finger killed each of them, turning them into walking corpses. The members of the circle could not believe their eyes that Nasdaq had dealt with a knightly squad of black dragons, consisting of hundreds of people with such ease. Nasdaq returned to the rest of the demigods and their apostles, and admitted that for the first time in a long time he was able to enjoy interesting murders. Lucas realized that the apocalypse was completely different from Hydra. There was not a single opponent among them that he could even try to fight, but the young man was distracted from his thoughts by a voice behind him, which invited them all to come inside. Lucas felt something strange, and when he turned around, he noticed a bright silhouette of a man. He realized that standing before him was the very Lord who had trapped him for 4,000 years. Lucas recognized that same unchanging face, the features of which appeared and disappeared depending on the sharply changing emotions. Nasdaq turned to Ricky and said that they could rejoice, because now they did not need to fear God's punishment. Ricky didn't understand what was being said and asked what it meant. The next moment, the Lord, with just one wave of his hand, completely restored the destroyed building. The Lord approached Ricky and greeted him as his oldest friend, and later even hugged him. Lucas was very surprised that Ricky was Lord's oldest friend. Ricky turned to Nasdaq and asked again what he meant when he said that they did not need to fear God's punishment. Nasdaq was surprised that he didn't even answer the Lord. But the Lord silenced Nasdaq by raising only one of his hands. Rayron turned to Ricky and handed him a melic substance called illuninium. This was the first time Ricky had heard of it, but Rayron said that it was no surprise since they were the ones who first discovered it and gave it that name. Rayron said that it might seem like a simple metal to him now, with nothing special about it, but he should still take a closer look. She broke off a small piece of metal and then licked it. Ricky immediately noticed that her sacred power disappeared after that. But Rayron said that this was not so, because as he himself saw, she remained with her. She explained that the original purpose of its creation was to temporarily put sacred abilities to sleep, all because she was tired of the people from the circles constantly harassing her. However, the result was different from what she expected. She created an item that perfectly concealed the signs of strength, but at the same time did not eliminate the abilities. Rayron said that if they eat it, they can cheat God's rules for a certain period of time, meaning no matter how many living creatures they kill, God's punishment will not affect them. She also added that because the research is not yet complete, the quantity is still limited. In the future, she plans to make it in liquid form to make it easier to take, but right now the process is too much of a hassle, and the materials are hard to find, so she asked Ricky to use it sparingly. She told Ricky to break off small pieces and eat them, but soon they would be able to use it in everyday life. Ricky knew full well that if metal became ubiquitous, then the creation of apostles would no longer be necessary. Things were taking a bad turn. Nasdaq noticed that Ricky reacted rather coldly to this. After all, they got a chance to get rid of annoying bugs to their heart's content. Wasn't he happy? Ricky admitted that he didn't really, which surprised Nasdaq. Nasdaq said that Ricky had changed a lot, namely 4,000 years ago. After the destruction of Icolium, he became quite strange. Lucas couldn't believe that it was Ricky who destroyed Icolium. The young man remembered Krugeral's words that the master of the Rushid sword spent his last moments of life together with his homeland, Icolium. The guy immediately became furious because he realized that it was Ricky who killed his old friend. Ricky replied to Nasdaq that what he found stranger was his unchanging nature. Nasdaq asked him not to talk such nonsense because such perfect beings as they could not have changes. Ricky said that this is where their differences in thinking began. He believed that they were all far from perfect. Nasdaq couldn't believe what he was hearing and became very angry, but Ananta intervened in the conversation and told him that the Hydra had died. Raren was surprised and immediately began asking about the details, but Ananta admitted that he did not know, since he himself had only recently learned about it. Lucas knew perfectly well that all three suspected Ricky. At the same time, the Lord smiled and said that they all belonged to the same family, so what are they doing now? All three began to ask for forgiveness from the Lord and said that they had been too hasty in drawing conclusions. The smile disappeared from Lord's face and he turned to Ricky. He asked him to forgive them and understand, because lately everyone had become too sensitive. Raren understood perfectly well that such behavior of the Lord was justified, because Ricky was literally like a younger brother to him, and all because the first conscious part to emerge from the huge lump of energy called the rules of this world was the Lord, and immediately after him appeared none other than Ricky. However, when Ricky gave up his rule over Ruanoble, built a small hut in the forest, and began to live a reclusive lifestyle, the Lord did not make any remark to him due to his obviously different attitude towards him. Others had no choice but to feel dissatisfied. Ricky turned to the Lord and asked him to get down to business and the purpose of this meeting, which was to identify the traitor. He said it was obvious that Nasdaq and Ananta suspected him. The Lord asked him once again not to take everything so seriously. He said that there were still demigods who had to come, and just waiting would be boring, and he just had the idea to play a game of truth between them. Raren didn't understand what was going on, and the Lord suggested that everyone reveal their apostles, which surprised her greatly. Lucas understood the whole situation perfectly well, because revealing his only weak side, the apostle, in an environment where everyone suspects each other, would be tantamount to suicide. But what was more important was that if they exposed him now, it would be much more difficult for them to operate in the future. Lucas didn't understand what Ricky was thinking now. Why was he so calm? Raren laughed awkwardly and asked the Lord, or was this some kind of joke? The Lord realized that many did not like this, and decided that he would reveal his apostle first. No one present could believe it. It was some kind of madness, but Lucas realized that this was a chance. He understood that if they recognized the apostle of Horde, they would be able to kill him. Agni intervened in the conversation and asked the Lord not to reveal his apostle, because he is the core of the demigods. He explained that if there really was a traitor here, then he was participating in this meeting, despite all the danger, for only one reason, to recognize his apostle. Ananta and Nasdaq supported Agni's opinion and asked the Lord not to do this. Following them, Raren, who was also against it, agreed. The Lord admitted that he felt very awkward in front of him now, because he himself had suggested it. But Lucas understood perfectly well that he had known from the very beginning that everything would turn out this way. The young man understood that the Lord's goal was to put pressure on Ricky. The situation had become much more complicated. What was Ricky going to do now? Ricky replied that he didn't care, but if the Lord didn't show the apostle, then he wasn't going to do it either. Nasdaq started yelling at Ricky that he was crazy. How could someone like him really mistakenly think that he could compare to the Lord? Ricky replied that it was Nasdaq who was thinking wrong here, because all demigods were equal, and the Lord was called such only to distinguish the first demigod. It had no other meaning. Nasdaq grabbed Ricky by the cloak and said that he couldn't just quietly pass by his statement, because only a Lord could handle all the responsibilities. Ricky agreed with this, but they also fill roles that are beyond his control. This angered Nasdaq even more, and he was about to attack Ricky, but the Lord intervened again and asked them to stop. Nasdaq said that it was clear that Ricky was too suspicious, and he wasn't the only one who thought so. He believes that if they don't take this chance and uncover the truth to the end, they may never find the traitor again. The Lord turned to Nasdaq once more and told him not to suspect anyone like him until they found out that very truth. Nasdaq finally let Ricky go and said that what irritated him most was that even in such a situation, Ricky didn't think to try to avoid suspicions against him. Ricky's behavior seems to say that he doesn't care whether scum like them suspect him or not, which is what makes him so angry. The Lord heard Nasdaq and promised that by the end of this meeting, he would definitely find out whether Ricky was a traitor or not. And until he achieved his goal, he would not lift the barrier, even if they sat here for a month or even a year. Agni understood the whole situation and decided to reveal his apostle first, and he took off his mask. As Lucas had thought from the beginning, it turned out to be the phoenix he had saved when he visited Shuhei's dungeons. But he could not understand only one thing. For what reasons did she become an apostle? Was it her desire or someone else's? Raren noticed that she had a human shell, but the insides were different. Agni said that she was a phoenix. He found her near the mountain range of Spain, and this individual turned out to be several times stronger than other phoenixes. Raren praised Agnia for finding such an interesting child, and Ananta was the next to open up. His apostle took off his mask and he said that the man's name was Genta and he was an assassin. Next was Nozdok, but as soon as his apostle took off his mask, everyone present was stunned. After all, his apostle was the devil and in his real form, but how did he manage to call him into this world? Lucas thought so, because he initially found it strange that Oideen somehow knew the Asura summoning circle. This only meant that Nozdok was somehow connected with Iris. Rhyren was the next to reveal herself, and Lucas was sure that her apostle would be someone from the Blake family. He knew Heinz was chasing them, so it would be either Isaka or Michelle. But the next moment he was stunned. Under the mask was Lytia Blake, Frey's mother. The Lord said he was pleased to see them all. They all brought interesting friends with them. He thanked them for revealing their secrets despite the danger. The Lord addressed Lucas as Ricky's apostle and said that since he had arrived here first, he should know better than anyone about the structure of this fortress. He asked to take the rest of the apostles to a suitable place and wait there. The Lord turned to the other demigods and said that they could rest for now, since he and Ricky needed to talk a little. The next moment, Lord and Ricky found themselves in a separate room. The Lord asked Ricky not to be offended by this. There were simply too many people interested in their private conversation. The Lord said that even now he clearly remembers the joy of their first meeting. He admitted that when he left the support of the world and gained self-awareness, what tormented him most was loneliness. The Lord said that everything that existed in this world was wild. Even knowing that he had the power to subjugate all of this, he did not feel any interest, because no matter how absolute the power was, without a goal, it had no meaning. It was then that the pillars of the world released another piece that had self-awareness, and that was Ricky. The Lord admitted that Ricky didn't even know what he felt when he first discovered him. He was no longer alone and had finally found a purpose. He said that after Ricky, the demigods began to be born one after another, and they were the reason why he lives. Ricky decided to ask why Lord suddenly started talking about those times. The Lord admitted that Nozdok and Ananta's complaints were reasonable, even though all the demigods were equal. But he could not treat everyone equally. It was Ricky who was his greatest happiness and his greatest reason to live, so no matter what he did, he had to close his eyes to it many times. He forgave him every time, even when he lived in a hut as a recluse, and did not take care of the territory assigned to him, even when he behaved inappropriately with him, when he ignored his requests, and even when he was killing his brothers and sisters. The Lord directly asked Ricky why he betrayed them. At the same time, the apostles were all sitting in one room, and Genta, the apostle of Ananta, approached Lucas and ordered him to take off his mask. Lucas decided to make fun of the guy and said that he was not going to take it off, and if the guy was not happy with something, then he could try to take it off himself. The devil, Nozdok's apostle, intervened in the conversation and ordered them to be silent before he killed them both. The devil asked Lucas if there was anything to eat, and the young man replied that there was bread and beer. The boy brought the devil food and he immediately began to eat. Lucas turned to the phoenix and said that she could use a snack too. The girl hesitated, and Lucas was glad to see that she looked healthy. At the same time, Ricky confirmed his suspicions that the Lord had already guessed about his betrayal. Ricky thought that when the Lord suggested that the apostles take off their masks, he already knew everything, so he deliberately provoked them even more. He understood that if he didn't know anything, he would definitely get angry. But the Lord didn't do that, but on the contrary, reacted as if he was sure of everything. The Lord told Ricky that killing one's own kind cannot be forgiven. He asked what is the reason for such actions. Ricky replied that the reason was simple. It was all because he was wrong back then. The Lord realized that Ricky was still angry about his mistake, made 4,000 years ago. He assumed that Ricky still couldn't forgive him for interfering in his fight with that knight back then, the first time Ricky had gotten so angry at him. The Lord said that he would make it look like nothing had happened, but Ricky couldn't believe it and asked him again what he had just said. The Lord repeated that he would make everything as if nothing had happened. Ricky can think of this as some kind of apology for having interfered with him 4,000 years ago. Ricky didn't understand how he was willing to do this, since he was killing their relatives. The Lord understood that even if he declared now that there was no traitor, he would not be able to convince anyone, especially Nozdok and Ananta. Moreover, because Ricky had attracted too much of their attention, he promised that during this meeting, he would at all costs identify the traitor. The Lord explained that this is precisely why a replacement is needed, and he already has someone in mind, one of the demigods heading here. Ricky admitted that the Lord had changed so much during the time they had not seen each other that he was even ready to falsely accuse his kinsman. Ricky asked, wasn't it he who created the rule that all demigods are equal and there is no one higher and no one lower? The Lord became very angry and shouted that Ricky was so special to him. He ordered him to kill his apostle in front of everyone with his own hands, and then Ricky would go into hibernation for about 1,000 years. In any case, their life is eternal. So for them, it is not such a long period of time. Ricky can think of it as a vacation, and until then, he will personally take care of his safety. The Lord said that in a few days, a guy named would come, who would be his replacement. And as soon as he was here, Ricky should do as he had just told him. Finally, the Lord said that after this, he would take care of everything necessary, and a moment later, he disappeared. Ricky panicked. He didn't believe that they could be replaced, both the Lord and the demigods. He understood that if he killed the young man, no one would blame him anymore, and together with the Lord, he would be able to change all the demigods, starting from within. Ricky knew that in that case he wouldn't have to fight them all alone. There was no more ideal situation than having the Lord on his side. At the same time, Ricky entered the room with all the apostles and asked Lucas to leave. Lucas followed him and thought about the fact that he knew from the beginning that Ricky couldn't be trusted, and this was confirmed because he was the one who killed Rashid. Ricky walked up to some wall and broke it. Behind it was hidden a warehouse with jewelry hidden by Dalaman. Lucas didn't understand where they were going, and he asked Ricky about it. Ricky didn't answer the question, but instead asked the guy himself if he knew what kind of power the Lord had. Ricky explained that the Lord controls space, and Lucas understood that the fact that his consciousness was locked in the abyss separately from his body also happened because of this power. Ricky asked, or did the guy understand what he was talking about? He explained that this meant that even if he reached 9 stars, he would not be able to defeat the Lord. Lucas didn't understand why Ricky was talking about this again, because that's why they were hunting the apostles. Ricky replied that the young man had seen the Illuninium himself, and if they could only obtain this stone, the demigods would no longer have to fear divine punishment, meaning they would not have to create apostles. Lucas didn't understand what that meant, but Ricky just asked for forgiveness. Ricky said it was time for them to say goodbye. A moment later, he pulled out his blade and Lucas couldn't even react to it. Lucas was already preparing to say goodbye to life, but as it turned out, Ricky attacked Ananta, who was standing behind the young man. Ricky cut off his hand and pointed his sword at him. He said that the hobby of eavesdropping is not so good. Ananta thought it was Ricky who killed Hydra. Ricky didn't try to hide it and admitted that he was the one who killed her. And the next moment, Ricky cut Ananta's body in half. Lucas didn't understand what Ricky had just done, but he explained that it was a fake and that the Lord would be coming here soon with all the other demigods. They didn't have time for this. Ricky took out his sword again and stood in a stance, and a moment later he managed to open a spatial breach. Lucas couldn't believe that he had managed to cut through the Lord's barrier with just the energy of his sword. Ricky admitted that he put all his strength into the blow, but only managed to make a small crack. He kicked Lucas right into the gap and remained in the room. Lucas tried to go back to him, but the passage was already closed. Ricky did say that it was time for them to break up. Lucas was screaming to let him back in. He didn't agree with this decision. Did Ricky even ask him? Before the rift closed, Lucas managed to tell Ricky to come back alive. He would be waiting for him. At that very moment, the rift closed and all the apocalypses in their true form came into Ricky's room. They didn't understand why Ricky betrayed them, but Ricky was more worried that the Lord wasn't with them. Did something happen? Nasdaq asked him if he really thought the Lord would side with him, even in such a situation. Nasdaq said that the Lord didn't come and tell them to leave him alive. His jokes went too far. Ricky admitted that he said goodbye to his apostle as if he was going to die very soon. But because of this, he became the last liar. He said that the Lord is gone, and that means that in the end, only he will survive again. All the apocalypses started getting angry. Does Ricky really think he can stand up to the 4 of them? Ricky knew that he was the second demigod from birth. He didn't feel jealousy or inferiority, but what created him was emptiness and loneliness. Always felt to the point of trembling in the teeth. Ricky said that the guys from the circle call them the 5 apocalypses, the strongest demigods related to the Lord. Ricky admitted that this made him incredibly angry, because how dare they put him on the same level as such worthless people as them. Rayron didn't understand what all his self-confidence was based on. Ricky replied that he was basing it on the fact that he had no trust in them, and a moment later, he went on the attack with lightning speed. At the same time, Lucas found himself near some old grave, next to which was someone's sword. Lucas looked closer and realized that this was Rashid's grave, but he didn't understand why it was here, since this was Ricky's space. The young man turned his attention to Diukid, Rashid's sword. He knew that the sword planted next to his grave, which the knight had used all his life, was the best expression of respect towards him. Lucas remembered that the technique Ricky used when he attacked the Anana copy was Rashid's technique. The boy fell to his knees because he realized that Ricky did all this to avenge Rashid, whom he respected very much. At that very moment, someone's voice called out to him, and when Lucas turned around, he saw the Lord standing in front of him. The Lord realized that it was he who had led the true soul of his oldest comrade astray. At the same time, Ricky remembered that the very first thing he saw was the Lord's face filled with happiness. Then he told him that he finally had a reason to live. Ricky continued to attack the apocalypses and thought that even though Lord had a reason to live, he had nothing, so he decided to follow him. Ricky continued to dodge all the attacks of the apocalypses and thought that he considered the Lord's goal as his own goal, but the loneliness only grew. The next moment, Ricky walked towards Ananta, who said that his death powers could not be stopped with just one sword. But Ricky didn't even listen to him and struck with lightning speed. He was only thinking about the fact that his sword, called Power, was asking him every time why he was swinging it and what he wanted to get thanks to his power. These questions were a real horror for him, because it seemed to him that if he found the answers to them, then his blind trust in the Lord would be destroyed. Ricky continued to cut down the demigods one after another, who didn't even think that he was so strong, even though he hadn't returned to his true form. Ricky knew he was afraid to admit that the place he was looking at was a road different from the Lord's. But one day, one man gave him an answer. He said that a sword that you don't trust is nothing more than cutlery. It was Rashid who fought Ricky in his true form. Ricky then asked him why he was even saying that, since such words should only be spoken by someone who is stronger. Rashid admitted that Ricky was much stronger than him, and he would not be able to win this fight. However, he said that it was not a question of winning or losing. He said that Ricky was senselessly weak. Ricky asked not to make him laugh because the winner will always be the strongest. Then Rashid asked him, or did he trust his life to the sword in his hands? Ricky knew it wasn't the look of a man on the brink of death, maybe because of the sincerity in his eyes. But he couldn't answer his obvious question. Ricky knew that he knew it even then, knew what he was missing and what exactly he wanted to get. He remembered Rashid's eyes again. They were the eyes that knew everything. Rashid was the one he could not defeat. Ricky continued to strike hundreds of times, and remembered Rashid's words that the time would come, and in order to protect something, he would have to entrust his life to the sword, and when that moment came, he would realize what true strength was. Agni realized why Ricky doesn't return to his true body. It's because he uses the sword's abilities with human techniques. He realized that he simply couldn't return, because if he returned to his true form, he wouldn't be able to use these techniques. But that didn't change the fact that Ricky was incredibly strong. Agnes was sure that since Ricky was in such a body, he was not able to surpass human limitations. And this meant that in a human body, he would never be able to go against his flame. He understood that there was no need to attack him personally. Even if he simply covered the entire area with flames, Ricky would simply burn and disappear forever. At the same time, Lucas was dumbfounded in front of the Lord. He would never have thought that he would follow him. The Lord said that the young man had done something that should never have been done, and that he would not see an easy death. Lucas realized that the Lord was now speaking completely differently than he had 4,000 years ago, which meant that Ricky's betrayal had been a huge shock to him. The young man was not confident in his abilities, but he understood that he simply had to win. But as soon as the Lord raised his hand, Lucas immediately realized that he was about to die. At that moment, some dark cloud of energy appeared between them, which asked the Lord to stop. A moment later, a girl appeared, which surprised the Lord, and he asked her why she was here. Lucas understood that even though the girl looked different, he could recognize her at one glance. It was Ari Fizbin. Iris asked Lord not to kill the guy, but Lord was determined, and he warned that if she did not get out of the way, she would simply die with him. Iris continued to stand between them, and Lord was about to kill them both. But the girl reminded him of something. She said that the Lord promised her that he would fulfill any one of her requests for her. Iris said she wanted him to leave the boy alive. The Lord did not understand why she wanted to use now the opportunity that she had been saving for all these 4,000 years. Iris didn't explain it in any way, and Lord lowered his hand because promises must be kept. He turned around and was about to leave, but warned that when they met again, he would definitely kill him. The Lord said that it was getting more and more interesting because Iris, following Ricky, had also put her life on the line to protect the boy. He is so interested in the reason for this that it seems he's about to go crazy. A moment later, he disappeared and promised that they would meet again. Lucas and Iris were left alone, and the girl asked him to show her his true face. Lucas immediately remembered that it was Iris who killed Shui. He refused her request, explaining that he could not trust her, which greatly upset the girl. Lucas asked her why she saved him. The next moment, Iris opened a portal and simply asked him why he needed to know this. And a moment later, she disappeared, leaving Lucas alone, who continued to think about why she killed Shui. At the same time, Ricky continued to fight with all the apocalypses. He barely managed to cut the fire of Agnia. Agnes began to mock him, because he would not be able to withstand this flame with such a body. How about quickly returning to his true form? Agni said that in any case, he cannot use his abilities and will still die at their hands. Ricky continued to hold back his flame, and he himself knew perfectly well that he would not have any chance. But he again remembered Rashid's words about trusting his life to the sword in his hands. Ricky stopped holding back the flames and stood up, and the others thought he was giving up with such an address. But Ricky wasn't going to give up just like that, because he finally realized what true strength was. He used Rashida's sword technique, Heaven's Rupture. He struck an incredible blow, and the Apocalypse noticed that the power was so great that he managed to cut the heavens. The Apocalypses could not believe that this was truly human technology. Ricky didn't give them a chance to come to their senses, and a moment later he had already chopped off Nozdok's head. A few moments later he cut Ananta and Agnya apart, leaving only Rayrin as the last one. But before she had time to come to her senses, Ricky was about to attack her from the side, and she had no choice but to cover herself with her hands from his blow. But when she opened her eyes, she realized that she was still alive. But she did not understand why. The next moment, she noticed that Ricky was stopped by the Lord, who stopped him by stabbing his hand right into his stomach. The Lord asked Ricky to stop, and later even admitted that this was the saddest day of his life. The Lord began to cry and asked Ricky if he really had no other choice. Ricky only asked to kill him, but he decided otherwise. He used Agni, Ananta, Nozdok, and Rayrin's techniques on all of his limbs. This is the first and last punishment given to him. Thanks to it, he will feel all the wrath of his relatives. The Lord held back his tears and told Rayrin that if they hurried, they could still be revived. He asked her to take care of Ananta, Agnya, and Nozdok. Rayrin asked what she should do with Ricky, but the Lord just remained silent and left. She did not understand what he wanted, what she would do. Rayrin decided to use her power to finish off Ricky, who had already asked for it. He doesn't understand why she still doubts it. Rayrin barely held back her tears and still decided not to kill Ricky. She justified it by saying that she did not want to dirty her hands on someone who would die anyway. She asked him to go to a place where she would never see him again and die quietly, and a moment later she was gone. Ricky was left alone, but still continued to crawl somewhere, despite the hellish pain in his whole body. At the same time, Lucas was only thinking about the fact that the difference in his strength with the Lord was incredible, that he even instinctively sensed his death. He understood that he would have definitely died right there on the spot if Iris had not stopped him. Lucas took off his disguise and walked closer to the grave. He admitted that he was ashamed in front of Rashid because he had managed to change even Ricky, but he himself, after 4,000 years, had not managed to change even himself. Luca touched Rashid's sword and asked what he did to Ricky. At that very moment, Ricky appeared behind him and said that Rashid had simply lectured him. Lucas turned around and saw Ricky covered in wounds, and a moment later, Ricky fell into his arms. Ricky asked the boy to hold his hand a little. He just wanted to lie down next to Rashid. Ricky realized that the Lord came here and asked for forgiveness from the guy. It was all because of his carelessness. Lucas didn't even want to listen to him, because first he needed to take care of his wounds. Ricky explained that the demigod's body is different from a human's, and it can't be cured just like that. Without the Lord's power, he will have no choice but to disappear. So they don't have time. He asked the guy to listen to him carefully. Ricky said that he was able to earn about a year of time for him and inflict mortal wounds on Nozdok, Ananta, and Agnya. He said they wouldn't be able to move properly until they were fully recovered. Lucas couldn't believe he had managed to take on these three on his own. Ricky continued and said that the Lord was forced to act only by the demigods, and despite this whole situation, he was unable to take his life. It can be said that he is at least a philanthropist towards the demigods, and this is the Lord's main weakness. Lucas decided to ask Ricky why he betrayed someone like him. Ricky merely repeated Rashid's words that a sword without trust is just a table knife. He admitted that 4,000 years ago, this one phrase changed absolutely everything in him. Ricky revealed that he was busy striving for power to fill the void within himself. And in order to make his sword techniques even stronger, he took them from people. That battle, like all the others, was started in order to take away the man's technique, and as always, his victory became more and more obvious. But even when Rashid was in a fight with no chance of winning, his gaze never dropped for a second. It was then that he realized that Rashid was an incredible person. It was then that he saw resilience for the first time. Ricky realized that if he didn't have the powers of a demigod, he wouldn't be able to compare even to his toe. Ricky told the boy that Rashid had told him then about what was missing in his sword and what he should fill that void with. Lucas admitted that he had been wrong about him all this time because he had killed Rashid not just like that, but during a duel. But Ricky replied that this was not true because that was when the Lord appeared and killed Rashid. Ricky revealed that he did not use his powers and only fought him with sword techniques. So the Lord became worried that he would lose to him and entered into their battle. Ricky admitted that he was very ashamed. He still can't forget his gaze, which he did not lower even in his very last moment. He then decided to ask Rashid one last time what he believed in, and he laughed and answered that he believed in friends. After all, if he has friends to whom he can trust his back, then such nonsense as death will not frighten him. Ricky then realized that this was not a simple philanthropic shell like Lord's, with which he wants to achieve only his own peace of mind. He confessed to Lucas that it was only then that he could understand why all existing life forms were precious. Ricky asked the guy to go to the Blake estate where he would need to find clues to prevent the production of alunium. After all, if the demigods can use it without hindrance, then everything will be over. Ricky also said that after this, he would need to go north to the snowy lands and find a demigod named Elia. This weirdo, not interested in either the demigods or humans, is the only demigod that even the Lord gave up on controlling. Ricky said that if there was a demigod who would agree to stand by his side, it could only be her. Ricky admitted that he was glad to disappear after he had said everything he wanted to say. He said that for the demigods, there is no such thing as death, they just disappear. Ricky only dreamed of facing Rashid again in battle, at least in heaven. He wondered what he would say to him if he saw him now. Lucas interrupted Ricky and said that he was worthy of praise and that he really was a fine sword, which surprised Ricky greatly. The young man was sure that this idiot would definitely say something like this. Ricky admitted that at some point the guy began to look like Rashid. Lucas admitted that Rashid was a friend he could trust with his back and revealed that his real name was Lucas Trauman. The young man said that he was an archmage who returned after 4,000 years to destroy the Lord. Ricky just smiled because he realized that the guy was the one he finally understood everything. Lucas said he was sure Rashid would be proud of him, but so would he. The guy said that Ricky was not only Rashid's friend, but also his friend, but Ricky wasn't ready to hear that. Lucas said that he had to go through a lot of hardships alone, so he should get a good rest. Ricky cried. But these were tears of happiness. He admitted that everything was exactly as Rashid had told him. He realized that the last moments were not at all frightening, and a second later, Ricky disappeared forever. He left only his crystal for last, as if to tell Lucas to take care of the rest. Lucas placed Ricky's sword next to Rashid's sword and left the area. At this time, the members of the circle came to the ruins that remained after the battle between the demigods. Shral didn't understand the reasons for the disagreements among them, but this was a completely different level. Even if all the living beings in this world combined their forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. She didn't understand what they could do against them. Suddenly, they noticed how the Apostle of the Sword, aka Lucas, rose into the air. Jerome said that this was their chance. They could all attack him together and get the information. Shepard stopped him and said that he did not think it was a matter that could be discussed so simply. He asked his comrades to leave it to him. A moment later, he too found himself in the air right in front of Lucas. Shepard turned to the boy and said that he should already know who they were, and said that he would only ask one question. He asked Lucas, or is he their enemy? Shepard admitted that they had already figured out that he was the Sword Apostle, but he had begun causing trouble for the other demigods. Shepard also said that he knows that the sword and he freed the slaves who were in this territory. They are completely different from the demigods and apostles that they know about. He asked the guy to answer again if they should really treat them as enemies. Lucas looked down and noticed Hines, which made him smile. The young man began to use the divine power of lightning, and Jerome immediately attacked him because he warned Shepard, but Lucas easily blocked his blow, using a protective barrier. The rest of the circle couldn't understand how the Sword Apostle could use lightning. Lucas expanded the barrier and everyone noticed that he also had the ability to control mana. The youth used space seizure and everyone realized that he was a mage who had reached the 8-star level. Lucas turned his attention to Hines, but Charles decided not to hesitate and bit her finger to summon the succubus queen. But the young man did the same and everyone realized that not only did he use magic and divine powers at the same time, but he could also summon a demon. A moment later, the succubus queen herself and the demon Asura appeared. The queen greeted her old comrade, but Asura asked not to make him laugh, because only a few days ago she appeared in the dream of the young man who signed a contract with him. She decided to pretend that nothing like that had happened, but Asura didn't care. He just wanted to beat her up good. The queen just laughed and asked him to help her relieve her fatigue for the first time in a long time. They clashed in battle, and in the meantime, Lucas was already standing in front of the rest of the circle. Charles ordered her comrades to leave here, because they would only interfere, but Jerome did not agree with this. The girl asked not to make her repeat it twice because she ordered them to disappear. Shepard understood the whole situation and asked Charles to be careful, and a moment later they left her alone with Lucas. The girl admitted that she didn't think that the guy would let them go from the barrier so easily. She noticed that the young man was quite relaxed. Lucas admitted that she had been his target from the very beginning, which made Charles nervous. The next moment, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she ordered the guy to tell her everything that happened between the demigods. Lucas said that he was not the one who could succumb to such simple magic. She had already tried it on him once and should know it well. Charles realized that the soul capture did not work on the guy at all, just as Queen Rillis said. She understood that the strength of this young man's spirit was not at the human level. Charles asked Lucas what he meant when he said that she was his target from the very beginning. Lucas knew that the powers of the vampire race were devoted to the connections of the high and the low, so he wanted to subjugate her and make her his servant. Charles was very angry at what she heard. She said that because he had lived too little, he was still completely stupid. The next moment, Charles summoned a multitude of bats that surrounded Lucas, and he admitted that the girl liked attrition fights more than he thought. The young man simply clenched his fist and, with the help of lightning, destroyed all the mice around him at once. Charles didn't stop there and summoned a hellhound behind the guy, which attacked him from behind, but Lucas defended himself again using a protective barrier. The hellhound jumped back to Charles, next to whom the evil spirit and nightmare were already standing. Lucas admitted that he was truly incredible as he summoned 3 demons. Charles said that she had warned him, and the next moment sent the demonic trinity to attack. Lucas stretched his hand towards the sky, and the next moment, a huge bolt of lightning struck all 3 of them, leaving no trace of them. The sun was already beginning to rise, and Charles used the shadow that fell from Lucas to catch him off guard. But the young man immediately reacted to this and stepped on her with his foot, pinning her to the ground, and admitted that Charles was quite skilled, but her attack patterns were too simple. She asked him to stop, and Lucas let go of her leg. He said that he had never intended to kill them in the first place. The vampire didn't understand what he had planned this time, since he himself was the one who provoked them first. Lucas admitted that he only wanted to test their abilities, whether they were up to the task of confronting the demigods. Charles didn't understand what the guy was talking about and asked if he really wanted to say that he was going to fight the demigods. She said that she would never believe it, because he sold his beliefs and became a supporter of the demigods. Lucas replied that he was not asking her to believe it, but only to accept it, because he was stronger than all of them put together. At the same time, the Lord came to the icy lands to Elia and greeted her, but she didn't understand why he was here. She had warned him not to barge into her territory like that. The Lord only said that Ricky was dead and that he was the one who killed him, which surprised Elia incredibly. She asked why Lord did this, and he explained that Ricky had betrayed them. The Lord said that dozens of demigods had died, and he had only punished him as he should have. She noticed his face, which looked extremely upset and downcast. The Lord only asked her to take over what Ricky was doing. Elia replied that he should already know her answer, even if she didn't say it, and asked him to get lost. Finally, the Lord said that he would return, and then she would have to give him the answer he wanted. When the Lord left, Elia fell to her knees. She just couldn't believe that Ricky was really dead. At the same time, Charles noticed that Asura was winning the battle with Rillis, and the vampire asked her to stop and go back, because she could not win. The vampire confessed to Lucas that he had every right to say that he was going to subjugate her. She admits her defeat and will obey him from now on. At the same time, Rillis disappeared and told Asura that they would meet again, after which Asura himself disappeared, leaving Lucas and Charles alone. The vampire explained to the guy that she couldn't just obey, even though he looked like that. In fact, she was the queen of vampires before. Lucas realized that she wanted to make a pact with him on his own blood. He said that if he didn't have enough skill, she wanted to make him her blood relative and subjugate him. Charles asked him if he was afraid for an hour. Lucas replied that no, and said that we could try. The next moment, Charles bit the guy's neck at incredible speed. She said it was the end for him, but the young man remained steadfast. Frey's true form appeared in the dark dimension, where Charles was already waiting for him. He asked what this place was, and the vampire said that they were in a space of emptiness. In this place, the time of the real world does not affect them. She explained that she could leave him here for several hundred years until he swore allegiance to her. This only made the guy laugh, and he apologized for it. He explained this by saying that if compared to the empty space that he knows, it is so pleasant here as if it were paradise, because his body is here, she is here, and besides, all his senses are just as active. Charles didn't understand what he was talking about. She thought he was just bluffing. Did he really not care that he was here? She knew that no matter how strong his spirit was, she didn't think a person could spend even a year in such a place. Charles asked the guy who he was anyway. Lucas was behind her in an instant and said that he would tell her who he really was. The young man touched Charles' head, and a picture of the place where the young man had spent the last 4,000 years appeared before her. She saw all the torment that Lucas went through and immediately passed out. Lucas said that if it was only 1 year, then he just let her feel that despair for a little bit. He said that having existed like this for about ages, he completely forgot to continue counting time, and when he returned, It turned out that 4,000 years had passed. Charles lay on the ground, crying from what she saw. She couldn't believe that these were actually memories of what he had been able to endure. She fell to her knees and began to cry because she realized that Archmage Lucas Truman was standing in front of her. She couldn't believe it, but Lucas sat down next to her and stroked her head. He asked again, or would she obey him? Charles promised that she would do anything. She would follow any of his orders. They returned to the normal world, and Lucas asked her to send Heinz Blake here when the sun went down and not to assign him an escort under any circumstances. Charles said that she would do everything and asked if Lucas had returned here to destroy the demigods. Lucas replied that that was exactly why he was here, which made the vampire cry even more. Sometime later, Lucas stood on the edge of a cliff watching the dawn, but suddenly a phoenix appeared behind the guy, which he had been waiting for. Lucas admitted that she had changed a lot during the time they had not seen each other, and he came to her because he wanted to ask her something. He admitted that he never imagined that their second meeting would take place at the meeting of the demigods. Lucas asked her why she became the Apostle Agnes. Is it her decision, or is there a reason why she couldn't tell? He asked her to give him an honest answer because he was going to destroy all the demigods in this world. So depending on her answer, he would have no choice but to kill her right there on the spot. Phoenix just laughed at what she heard. His eyes turned black and she said that a worthless person like him could never kill her. Since that day, she had only been waiting for the moment when she could tear his throat to shreds. Lucas immediately guessed that Torquato had taken over her body, and he admitted that the guy really guessed quickly. The young man admitted that he was very surprised, because he was sure that this form was a phoenix, but Torquato replied that he could not die until he twisted his head off. At the same time, his head began to hurt badly, and he began to ask for forgiveness for his behavior. Torquato admitted that he could no longer live with that fool phoenix. He said that when she absorbed his dead body, his consciousness also went with it. So they fought fiercely for control of that body, and he lost. Torquato fell to the ground and began to freak out that because of his defeat, he lives in some corner of his consciousness, and if only the Phoenix wants, she can drive him out of here at any time. Lucas couldn't believe that in front of him was really Torquato, who was feared and trembled with fear. Torquato said that now everything has changed, and he's become Agnia's subordinate, because the Phoenix told him not to meet with Lucas directly, because they can be identified, but to act in such a way that it does not harm you. Torquato said that after he turned into an apostle, this fool, but Lucas didn't even listen to him. He keeps calling her a fool. It's uncomfortable to listen to. Doesn't she have a name? At this time, the Phoenix directly addressed Torquato, and he told the guy that she was asking him personally to give her a name. Lucas thought about it and named her Nyx, which she liked very much. Torquato continued and said that after his death, Nyx took over all these territories. But one fine day, Agni appeared. Torquato admitted that he had never been so scared in his life, but Nyx was going to fight him. She even put her life on the line. It was then that Torquato gave her some wise advice. He suggested that she lay low and take care of her life. Torquato explained that Agnias had never seen other strong life forms other than the demigods, so he became interested in the Phoenix. And in order to survive, they had to become his apostle, so they couldn't refuse. Lucas was disappointed in him because Torquato was the king of the drakes, and now he is an apostle, which made him very angry. He reminded that the young man was also an apostle of Ricky, although he admitted that he was incredibly strong, since he was able to cope with 3 apocalypses alone, which could not help but cause admiration. Lucas asked Torquato if he was always this talkative, but he explained that he just hadn't talked to anyone for a long time. Torquato asked Lucas what happened to Ricky, and the boy replied that he died. The guy said that Ricky was going to suppress all the demigods. They acted together because they had the same goal. Torquato turned to the boy and said that he and Nyx were joining them too, which surprised Lucas. Torquato said that they joined that idiot Agni not because they liked it. He said that they know where Agni is now. He is in the Silked Desert, but the exact location will only be found out upon arrival there. This greatly surprised Lucas, and he admitted that Torquato was surprisingly useful, although this was most likely due to Nyx. Torquato promised that he would definitely kill him, but also said that in order for Agnias to fully recover, he would need 1 year, and they needed to act before that time. He promised that if they received any more valuable information, they would tell him everything. Lucas thanked them for this, and finally Torquato asked the guy to be careful, which surprised the guy, because he did not expect to hear such a thing. Torquato said that it was Nyx who asked him to give this. Lucas also asked them to be careful and not go beyond the mountain ranges, but without his advice, they would not have done so. Later in the evening, Lucas was again at the site of the ruins where the battle between the demigods had taken place. As he had requested, Charles did as he had asked, and Heinz came to his place. not very surprised to see his younger brother there. Heinz realized that Lucas had eventually absorbed the Lucas crystal, and he had heard rumors that immediately after the boy began contacting Banyan from the Truman Circle, he began to cover his tracks. Heinz was only interested in why he chose the path of the Sword Apostle, but Lucas did not answer this question and said that he heard about the secret of the Blake family. He said that the Blake clan is a place for experiments, where they become subordinates of Rayrin, research divine powers, and mana compatibility. Lucas decided to ask Heinz directly, is he closer to the circles or to the demigods? Heinz replied that he had no one to ask, he was just trying his best to stay alive. Lucas said that was a good answer, and asked his brother to take him to the Blake family estate. But Heinz did not understand why he needed this. The young man replied that he just needed to find something. Heinz asked what it was, but Lucas replied that he didn't need to know. But still, the young man said that the Blake family could not escape destruction, which caused fear in Heinz. He asked his younger brother why he wanted to go there with him, since his home was there too. Lucas knew perfectly well that everyone would think it strange if he suddenly returned alone. The young man said that the Apostle Rayrin was in the estate, which amazed Heinz. Heinz even wondered for a second if it was really his younger brother Frey standing in front of him. Heinz nevertheless decided that he would do as the young man wanted, and besides, Charles also showed active support in all his desires. He said that Charles also ordered not to ask him anything, but what happened, and why did Charles recognize him so easily? Lucas decided not to answer this question, but just joked. After some time, he arrived with Heinz at the Blake estate. Lucas immediately felt Frey's feelings boiling. It was his fear. Finally, Frey returned to the place where he gave up on his life on his own. The guards greeted young Master Haina, who praised them for doing their job well. But the knights did not understand what kind of guy was standing next to him. Lucas asked them if they had already forgotten his face. The guards immediately realized that in front of them stood Mr. Frey, who had returned home after so much time. Heinz noticed the carriage that was standing nearby and realized that there was someone else at home besides his family. The knight said that Her Highness the Third Princess had arrived at the estate. The boys entered the estate, and Heinz said that for several years now their family has often met with the Third Princess, although she usually only talks to her mother. Lucas said that if he's not mistaken, the princess's name is Fiore, right? Heinz confirmed the boy's words and said that the Third Princess is beautiful and wise. So she actually has influence due to the fact that the Emperor loves her more than anyone else. He also said that she turns 25 this year, but is said to be postponing her wedding in order to build up her political power. Lucas was even upset that she would be 25 years old, but Heinz asked him to be quieter because you can't just tell a girl about her age, which has long since crossed the marriageable age. The young man didn't mean it that way. He admitted that she was quite to his taste, but if she were 10 years older, it would be even better. The princess noticed Heitzen, and he immediately bowed to her and greeted the lady. But suddenly, the eldest of the brothers, Michel, noticed that Heinz had not come here alone and had brought Frey with him, which made him very angry. The young man greeted his father and said that quite a long time had passed since their last meeting. Isaka said that they had an important guest now, so he suggested that they discuss all the details later. The princess turned to Lucas and greeted him. Her name is Fiore d'Arcastcao. Michel immediately turned to her and told her that she could ignore his wayward brother. But at that very moment, Lucas knelt down in front of Fiora and kissed her hand, which surprised everyone, and he said that his name was Frey. He was the third son of the Blake family. It was an honor for him to meet the princess, called the Sapphire of the Imperial family. He also added that he would be incredibly happy to personally accompany her, but his clothes were too dusty for that now, so he asked for forgiveness. Lucas asked her permission to leave this meeting first, and Fiore replied that the young man looked very tired after the journey he had endured, so let him do as he wished. This behavior of the guy angered Michel, who did not expect such a wayward brother of his. Heinz also asked to be forgiven, and they both went into the house. Fiore turned to Isak and said that she didn't know that he had a third son. The head of the family replied that even if he did exist, he was still lacking in comparison to his brothers, but Fiore thought differently. The two brothers entered the room, and Heinz asked Lucas what he was going to do next. The young man said that since he had returned home for the first time in a long time, he should do what a third son should do. Heinz replied that he had no need to act, but rather to be himself. He said that rumors about him had reached here to some extent. Having suppressed the pirates, become Pierre-Jean's friend, and even visited the magic tower, forcibly trying to pretend to be your past self, on the contrary, will look even more unnatural. Lucas remained silent and said that he would take the information he received into account. Later in the evening, Lucas was left alone in the room when the door suddenly opened, and one of the servants said that the boss was calling the boy to dinner. The servants only thought that this outcast had suddenly returned and made everyone work even harder. Lucas called out to the idiot, but before he could turn around, the young man was already standing next to him. The guy warned him not to forget to knock when entering his room. He would endure it this time, but it would not happen again. The servant was stunned with fear. He could not believe that he was afraid of this outcast. He did not even believe that it was really Frey in front of him. Lucas sat down at the table, and the silence was broken by Michelle, who said that his father had sent his man to the magic tower a long time ago. But why did the young man appear only now? The young man remembered this, but all this time he had so many things to do that he completely forgot about it. Michelle said the boy didn't seem to know what it meant to ignore his father's call, but Isaka asked him to stop. He asked Lucas where he had been all this time, since after that incident he had left the tower. Lucas replied that he had returned immediately after going around the world. Michelle laughed after these words, as rumors said, during this time the younger brother became quite the braggart. Michelle said that after all, the stupid stories that followed him couldn't be true. He knew that he was kicked out of the academy, so maybe he was kicked out of the magic tower too? Lucas didn't react to these stupid provocations, and only thought that not even a quarter of a day had passed since he returned. But there really was nothing good in this family. The young man replied that he had not run away, but Michelle did not believe him and asked him to tell what he had received while going around the world. This was exactly what Lucas was waiting for, because in order to act comfortably, he needed a reputation in this place. The boy answered his older brother that during this time, at the very least, he had become stronger than him. These words surprised everyone, and Michelle admitted that there was some benefit from the trip after all, because the kid, who couldn't even look him in the eye, suddenly became incredibly brave. But Michelle replied that the young man still could not distinguish between self-confidence and arrogance. Lucas said it was the first time he'd eaten with his family in a long time, so he'd hold his tongue for now. Michelle turned to his father, but he only replied that this was a matter between brothers, so he could do as he knew best. Michelle got up from the table and told the guy to follow him, because there was nothing wrong with doing sports after eating. Everyone followed them, but the mother noticed that Heinz continued to sit at the table. She asked why he wasn't going with them, but he only replied that he wasn't interested. Heinz realized that his younger brother thought that the family's prejudices against him would hinder his future actions. Although Michelle is strong, he is not an apostle, and even without a fight everything is obvious. He does not want to personally watch how his older brother is defeated. But he was more concerned that Lucas wouldn't kill Michelle. At the same time, Lucas and Michelle went out onto the field for sparring. Michelle noticed that just a few years ago, this little fellow would fall over even from a slight breeze brushing his shoulders as he passed by. But now he dared to challenge him to a duel. His calm expression infuriated him. Was his brother hiding his feelings like this, or had he really gone crazy? Michelle turned to Lucas and told him to use magic first, but the boy did not understand what it was for. Michelle didn't understand if Frey really thought he would fight him seriously. Lucas didn't understand what he should do. Because he was in front of the Apostle Rayron, it would be better not to show more strength than the necessary level. Lucas used a magic missile, which didn't surprise Michelle much, because since the guy had some confidence, he expected the third star. But he didn't think that he would still be on the first. Without letting the idiot finish, Lucas sent the rocket straight into the wall behind Michelle, which was completely destroyed by his magic rocket. Michelle couldn't believe this incredible speed and power. Was this really a magic rocket? At that moment, Lucas rushed towards him, but Michelle noticed this and began to attack him with ice arrows. But the young man smashed each of the arrows, not allowing them to even touch him. Michelle was shocked because the guy destroyed his ice arrow with his bare hands. Lucas didn't give the idiot time to think and immediately attacked him with a kick, but he still managed to dodge. The next moment, he grabbed his brother by the chest, and Isaka noticed that the young man had learned the techniques of the warrior mages. Michelle became even more angry after this and used the soul flame, covering his entire body in fire. He grabbed his hand and asked his younger brother not to be offended. Just one hand was a small price to pay for standing up to his older brother. Lucas just smiled and told the idiot that he wasn't hot at all. And the next moment, he hit Michelle right in the face, sending him to eat the ground. Lucas turned to the part of Frey that was still inside him and asked if he felt any better after this, since no one would dare treat him like an insect anymore. The servants immediately ran to Michelle to provide first aid, and Isaka said that he noticed that the young man had learned the techniques of the mage warriors to replenish the mana he had been missing since birth. He praised his son and said it was a very impressive fight. Lucas replied that he decided it would be difficult for him to level up using magic alone. But Isaka noted that magical martial arts were another way to use mana. Even the boy's mana generation level had become much better. He admitted that the boy had really grown during this time. Even his mother said that she was proud of him. Lucas didn't understand them because they spoke so calmly about their pride in the child they themselves had kicked out. He realized that this was indeed a disgusting family, but he hid his true feelings and only thanked his mother and father. When Lydia and Lucas were alone, the woman asked him if he remembered Princess Fiore, whom he saw during the day. The young man replied that yes, and Lydia told him that Fiore had come here for the engagement. She revealed that the emperor's most beloved daughter, the third Princess Lydia, would be connected to their family. The mother also added that Michelle and Heinz are of the right age to get married. But Lucas only thought that Rayron's apostle, Lydia, was going to contact the imperial palace. He knew that her goal couldn't just be politics, which meant that she was planning something else. Lydia said that although Princess Fiore is not so young, she is a beautiful bride who has both intelligence and beauty. She added that Frey could be her husband and added that Fiore is so great that she even feels sorry to give her to him, although he is her child. Lucas quickly replied that it was all too sudden and he was not ready, but Lydia said that the princess also considered him a good person. She immediately notices such things. Lydia said that there was no need to think about it, because it meant that now he too would receive recognition as a worthy member of the Blake family. Lucas didn't understand what this recognition and non-recognition within the family was. He decided to ask her how his life would change if he was recognized as a member of the family. Lydia smiled and said that a lot would change, and that they would even share their family's secrets with the young man. Lucas realized that Lydia was saying that the Blake family was a place for demigods to practice combining mana and skills. Lydia said that she would give the guy 3 days, during which time he should put his thoughts in order and accept this, and after that she left the young man. When Lucas returned to his room, he was already met by the same butler, who said that while the guy was gone, he had thoroughly cleaned and tidied his room. The young man thought only that everyone in this family, even the servants, showed themselves weak only in front of the strong. Lucas told the butler that he was already going to bed and asked him to leave, and also warned that he was very sensitive during sleep, so he asked not to let anyone into the room until the next morning. When Lucas was left alone, he summoned his spirit Darkman, who sat on his legs. The young man asked Darkman to wake him up if someone hostile approached him. Lucas used the ghost technique and separated his physical body and soul. He knew he had to act carefully, even though no normal life form would be able to sense him, but Rayron might be here. Lucas passed through the floor and saw Lydia talking to Isaka about Frey being betrothed to Fiore. The young man realized that this was some kind of secret room for conversation. He had never even thought that there was something like that in the estate. Lydia told Isak that they couldn't send Michelle away with a completely broken nose. Isaka asked the reason for her strong obsession with Princess Fiore, since she always maintains neutrality, and wouldn't her entering their territory be dangerous for them? Lydia replied that they needed Princess Fiore, only she could give them what they wanted. Lydia also told Isaka that Lady Rayron said she needed more of that, and Isaka immediately realized that they were talking about the Illuninuma. The woman hastened to tell him not to speak about it so simply, because Rayron had ordered that everything be kept in absolute secrecy. Isaka asked Lydia why they should depend on Princess Fiore if the alloy was created by Rayron. Lydia said that Fiore is the only one who can get a large amount of the most important ingredient, Harkon, for its production. The woman also said that Fiore also doesn't know yet why they need it in such quantities. If in the future they order even more, in a situation like now, it is unknown when she will figure them out. Isaka realized that if he made the princess a member of the Blake family, there would be no problems with it. Lucas finally put the pieces together and realized that the Blake family's weakness is Princess Fiore. Isaka decided to ask another question and asked Lydia where Lady Rayron was now. The woman said that it was none of his business and left the room. At that very moment, Lucas returned to his physical body where Darkman continued to guard him. The young man thanked the spirit and thought over all the information he had just received. He understood that Lydia was currently producing more Illuninuma under Rayron's orders, but judging from Isaki's reaction as expected, Lydia was the real head of the Blake family. In order to obtain the Harkon she needs, she wants Princess Fiore to join the family, which means she is the key to preventing the production of Illunium. Lucas realized that he would first need to determine how much the princess herself knew, and he would also need to prepare a place where they could meet alone. He knew Fiore had to be very vigilant, so he didn't think it would be easy. The next day, Fiore met Lucas herself. She even remembered that his name was Frey and said that she was glad to meet him again. She asked the young man to show her the estate, and Lucas realized that the chance had come to him on its own 2 feet. Lydia whispered in the guy's ear that everything was going as she said. The princess was also interested in him. Fiore noticed that the young man was behaving strangely and asked if she had arrived too suddenly. Lucas hastened to justify his behavior by saying that he was very worried about not being able to greet her properly yesterday. Lucas and Fiore went inside, and the princess said that she heard that the guy was Pierre-Jean's friend, and also admitted that they themselves often spent time together as children. At that moment, Fiore stumbled and began to lose her balance, but Lucas was able to catch her without much difficulty. The young man did not understand what was wrong with this girl. Although they say that she has abilities in politics, her acting is simply terrible. The girl took the young man by the hand, and the next moment said that she forgot that she had an important meeting scheduled, so it was time for her to go, but they would definitely see each other again. Lucas looked at his hand and realized that Princess Fiore was not someone to be taken lightly. In her hand was a note left by her. She wrote that she would wait for the guy today at 2 o'clock in the morning at the Millikid Hotel in room 3. When the princess returned to her home, the servants noticed that the girl was even fixing her makeup so late at night. She believed that this was truly an incredible man she was supposed to meet. Fiore also advised the girl to do this sometimes, but the girl said that the guards should not leave traces that are not necessary. The princess told Veronica that sometimes beauty becomes the main weapon, and often the right facial expression suppresses the enemy better than 100 spoken words. At that moment, Lucas entered the room, but still changed his appearance. The princess said that Frey had arrived quite early, but also noted that his changed face was not so bad either. She said that she had heard a lot about his fictitious name, because they say that he is the new deputy head of the Truman Circle. Lucas removed his disguise and said that he did not know that the princess was interested in the Truman Circle. Fiore admitted that it was not she who was interested, but her mentor, and it was thanks to him that she also learned that the young man had superbly revived the almost completely destroyed circle. But she also noticed that even after doing this, the guy still left the circle and began to wander alone. She suggested that he was planning something incredibly important, but Lucas denied it. At the same time, Bennion and the rest of the circle fought off the invaders who had broken into their territory. Bennion suggested that they surrender and capitulate, as now was the time to unite their forces. The bastards were not going to agree to her terms so easily because the whole world is subject to natural selection. At that very moment, one of the bandits, who was hiding behind her back, attacked the girl directly. But immediately he fell from a lightning strike. It was Isabel who covered Banyon's back. Isabel told the scoundrels that the Truman Circle was different, and offered them the choice of either dying now or joining them and doing their bidding. At this time, Lucas told the princess that one of his very strong friends was replacing him as the deputy head of the circle. He also said that having a friend you can trust is much more reliable than it seems, isn't it? Fiore didn't understand what the young man wanted to say, but Lucas did not answer and said that he was a little sorry because he was hoping for a secret meeting alone with her. The princess said that this was it, but the guy turned his attention to the ceiling and said that if this was really the case, then the man on the ceiling was an intruder. A moment later, Veronica removed her disguise and immediately attacked Lucas, but he managed to easily block her attack with a protective barrier. Fiore ordered them to stop and told them that the girl was her guard. Lucas stopped immediately, but said that something like this should be warned in advance, because another moment and her face would have flown to pieces. The young man knocked the dagger out of Veronica's hands and admitted that he was surprised to see an assassin among her guards. After all, Fiore was much more perceptive than the others. The princess couldn't believe that this guy had just recently turned a little over 20. Lucas sat down on the bed and said that since this wasn't a sweet secret date, he would get straight to the point. He asked the princess directly how much she knew about Letia's plans. The young man assured her that she could tell him this, since he was not a supporter of the Blake family. The girl realized that he had understood everything from the very beginning and said that she only knew that Letia and Asaka were planning to add her to their family and isolate her from the palace, as well as get some resources from her. Lucas asked her why exactly she thought they needed some resources from her. Fiore said that in the past few years, the Blake family's order volume has more than tripled. Although they say it's for the sake of studying magical techniques abroad, but they can't fool her. She also said that they skillfully increased the amount of imported troll blood, 10-year-old mountain ginseng, Harkon and emeralds, as well as the bloody hands of beauties. Even though she still hasn't been able to figure out what exactly the Blake family's goal is, she doesn't believe them. Lucas said that Fiore is as sensible as they say. He said that among the resources she named was what Letia wanted. Fiore thought that it didn't seem to her at all that the young man was younger than her. Only his appearance and style of speech were similar to a young man. But the calmness was inherent in a sage. It felt like she was having a dialogue with a mentor. She asked Lucas what kind of object he was talking about, but Lucas was first asked whether the princess was going to continue to remain neutral. Fiore asked him not to answer a question with a question, and the young man amazed her by saying that the demigods' conquest of the continent would soon begin. He said that they have at least 1 year, if it drags on, then about 2 years, which means that if they leave things like this, during this time he could lose his life. Veronica decided that the guy was threatening the princess and again rushed to attack. But Lucas, with just one movement of his hand, immobilized her with lightning, causing the girl to fall to the ground. Fiore asked the young man how he could prove his words, because why did the demigods, who had lived peacefully for 4,000 years, suddenly want this? Lucas said that now what was bothering them had disappeared. He said that Lydia wanted the Harkon and said that only Fiore could get it. The princess was very surprised, although she, of course, guessed about it. Lucas also explained that this material will speed up their plans. The girl assumed that if she did not fully side with the demigods, they would intimidate her, looking for a way to obtain the Harkon. She understood everything and asked Lucas if in that case he recommended her to join the circle. Lucas laughed and replied that no, because the circle couldn't protect her. But the girl did not understand what to do, and the young man came closer to her and simply asked her to always be near him. He would become her shield. The girl even blushed from this and couldn't even put a couple of words together. All she could think about was that this young man suddenly said that he would become her shield. How could he not be ashamed to say something like that so easily? Fiore answered Lucas that she was not afraid of death, which is why she was going down such a dangerous path. The young man asked her if she was going down this path because she had someone to rely on. Lucas said that he knew about the owner of the 11th Magic Tower, and the princess admitted that he really knew absolutely everything. The guy said that he himself would like to meet him once and see what kind of person he is. Fiore meanwhile approached Veronica and helped her to stand up. The princess also said that she was very sorry, but it would not be easy, because in fact she also did not know where he was. Lucas asked her, does that mean even she can't keep in touch with him? The girl took a ball out of her pocket. This is the only way to contact the master, but even so, it only works when the master himself wants it to. A moment later, the ball began to glow and a hologram of the master appeared, greeting the young man, which greatly surprised the girl. Lucas noticed that his face was not visible, and it was not because of the cape. He was using a magical item that concealed his appearance. The master said that he heard his words perfectly well. He understood that the guy also believed that the demigods would begin to take over the continent within 2 years at most. He admitted that he thought exactly the same, but Lucas even laughed at this. He said that judging by what he said, he also had some guesses, didn't he? Fiore told the young man that the master was at such a high level that she could not even compare to the tips of his toes, and asked him to be more polite. Lucas asked for forgiveness from Fiore, but said that he did not see the face he should show respect to, so he could not do it. The master asked Fiore not to worry about this. He said that the young man was saying the right things, because one cannot judge a person only by what the eyes see. He said that not long ago in Ruinoble, a squad of Knights of a Black Dragon was destroyed in one day. He suspects that the demigods are behind this. Lucas confirmed his suspicions and said that it was the demigod who controlled death who did it. The master immediately realized that they were talking about Nasdaq. He thought that someone from the apocalypses would be the culprit, but he didn't think that they would actually go for it. Lucas realized that the master was well aware of the inner workings of the circles, because he did not think that with the help of this ball, it was possible to eavesdrop even on them. The master laughed and asked the guy what his guesses were about him. Lucas said he had a hunch that the man standing before him was the former head of Straw Knuckles. He realized that this ball and the magic weapon placed in his body were a technique that was developed in straw necklaces about 50 years ago. It was precisely at that time that a change of their leader took place. Someone of his level would not occupy other more insignificant positions, which surprised the master. He admitted that he had indeed been the head of Straw Knuckles 50 years ago, but Lucas was more interested in why he had left the circle. Did the master ask the guy, or does he know the name Osel Argento? Lucas immediately remembered Banyan's words about the previous master of the Truman Circle, Osel Argento, being her biological father. The master continued and said that Osel was Banyan's father and also his old friend. He told that his death was a strong incident that truly led the circles to decay. It was then that the 3 strongest circles decided to strike from behind under the pretext of destroying the apocalypses. They got rid of the master of the circle, Truman, in order to reduce their forces. The master admitted that in the end, he was unable to prevent his death, even though they had sworn an oath that together they would save this world and humanity from the demigods. He admitted that when he looked into the young man's eyes, he was reminded of Osel. The master also asked Lucas to take the Truman Circle and join them. Lucas did not understand who they should join, and the master said that after his exit from the circle, For 50 years, he gathered people who completely inherited the will of past heroes and formed an alliance with them. Unlike the now rotten circles, this is a strong alliance, focused only on a sincere goal, the destruction of the demigods. Even Fiore was surprised that the master personally offered the young man to join the union. It was the first time she had seen such a thing. Lucas thanked him for the offer, but he was still forced to refuse. He explained that he joined the circle because he wanted to transform the rotten organization from its very roots. The master asked him if he really thought it was possible. Lucas confidently answered that this question does not require a determination of the possibility or impossibility of its implementation. He believes that the sincere goal that the master himself spoke about was also present in the circles at their very beginning. During the time when people gather and form organizations, this sincerity stagnates and rots. It is then that a new faith or a new organization appears on the outside, just like their alliance. The master assured the boy that they would not rot or stagnate, but Lucas says that this is the human nature and it cannot be denied. The guy said that it was necessary to meet her face to face and think about it. Only then would it be possible to escape from the hands of the demigods. The master admitted that the young man was indeed an exact copy of Ocel. He said that he would hope that his last minutes of life would be completely different. The master ordered Fiore that from that moment on she should no longer spare help to the young man. He told the guy that it was nice to meet him and also admitted that he was overwhelmed with emotion from the feeling that he had met his old friend again. Finally, Lucas asked him his name and he replied that his name was Cairo Weissman. Cairo said that his offer today would always remain relevant. If the young man needed strength, they would gladly become his weapon. A moment later, Cairo disappeared, and Lucas couldn't believe that the master's last name was Weissman. Was he really a direct descendant of Shui? The next day, Lucas returned to the Blake estate and they all sat down to eat. The silence was broken by Lucas himself, and he told Letia that he would accept her proposal. He would marry Princess Fiore. Lucas remembered telling the princess that he had 3 requests for her. First, he asked to postpone her engagement, but she can't look like she has absolutely no feelings. Fiore became embarrassed and asked the young man not to worry about it, since playing with feelings was her specialty, but Veronica didn't think so. Lucas also said that they needed to stop selling the Harkon for a while, but Fiore explained that if they wanted to do that, they would need a good reason so that Letia and Isaka wouldn't know anything. She asked to leave this to her, since this area is also part of her specialization. She asked about the young man's 3rd request, but Lucas remained silent. Sometime later, Fiore and Veronica stood on a mountain near the Blake estate. Veronica asked the princess if she was really going to do what the guy asked her to do. Fiore said that she had to do it because even the master said not to skimp on helping the young man. Veronica asked if everything would really happen as he said. The princess replied that sometimes it is possible to make the right decision only when you go beyond common sense. They say that such people change the world. At the same time, Letia told Lucas that he made the right decision, and now he too will become a worthy member of the Blake family. Isaka asked Heinz to tell the young man the secret of their family, and he would wait in the underground office. When the brothers were alone, Heinz said that he had nothing to tell him, because he already knew everything. So he asked him to stall for time a little, and suggested that he go down to Letia in about an hour. Lucas told Heinz to call Charles Laurent here, and he replied that he would convey his wish, but even he did not know if she would fulfill it. The young man confidently declared that she would do it, and Heinz asked his brother who he was, but soon decided not to raise the topic. Soon, Lucas went down to the basement under the estate and met with Letia, who asked him how he felt about learning the truth of this world. The young man replied that, frankly speaking, he still could not comprehend that this was reality. Letia asked him not to worry, because he would slowly, one by one, learn all the details. When they entered the room, Lucas immediately noticed a lot of people who were undergoing the most brutal experiments. He asked Letia who they were, and she replied that he should get used to it. They were just bodies for experiments. Letia said that the people in the robes are part of their family. They are magicians and alchemists, and in this place they are also researchers. Lucas remarked that their condition did not seem good to him, and Letia admitted that it was she who had deprived them of the ability to think. The young man did not understand what this meant, but Letia explained to him that when managing a group, personal conceit is only a poison that harms their work. So the most effective and safe method is to force them, like machines, to follow orders. Lucas barely contained his anger so as not to finish off this bastard right there on the spot. Soon they came to some door, and Lucas immediately felt that behind it was an incredible divine power. Letia warned him to watch his words because their master was in this place. Lucas immediately panicked. He realized that Rayron was there. Okay, he knew that she was in this house, but he couldn't even imagine that Letia herself would personally bring him to her. He didn't know if he would be able to keep himself from revealing himself in such a situation, because there were too many disturbing factors. He had Indra's divine power that had taken up residence in his body, the mask he had taken from Hector, and even the bead he had received from Rakia, and he knew that Rairin would easily figure it all out. He didn't know what to do, because he understood that even if he gave up now, everything would burst like a soap bubble. Letia noticed that the young man was not looking very well, and she approached him to ask if he was feeling well. Lucas realized that this was his chance. If he could end Letia's life first before Rairin learned of his nature, then he could end the apocalypse with his own hands. He knew he had to try. This would have to be done someday anyway. He had to be able to pull it off. When the door opened, the young man saw Rairin sitting on a chair. Rairin asked Letia who was this cute baby next to her. She saw him for the first time. Letia immediately knelt before her and asked if everything was okay with the true mistress of the continent. Lucas, who was bursting with anger, finally pulled himself together and bowed before Rairin as well. Letia said the boy's name is Frey, and he is her third child. Even Rairin didn't know about his existence. She asked how things were going with what she had entrusted her with. The woman said that they were halfway to reaching their goal. Rairin was angry because she couldn't believe that this was all she had managed to do during this time. Letia apologized to her and said that they were currently preparing for Frey's engagement to the third princess of Fiore. She said that if only they could make her a member of the Blake family, they would be able to achieve their goal in the shortest possible time. Rairin said that there were too many problems with this princess. If only it weren't for Paragon, the master of the 11th magic tower, then everything would have been solved already. The first time Lucas heard the name Paragon, he thought Rairin was talking about the ally Cairo mentioned. Rairin approached Lucas and said that he wasn't much of a talker, but that made him even cuter. She came close to him and looked at his face. Rairin said that in fact all people have approximately the same appearance, but he really is different. When she looked at him more closely, she immediately understood everything. She grabbed Lucas by the neck and he immediately knew he was caught. Lucas thought that he needed to end Letia's life in one go. From such a distance, he could definitely do it. But Rairin instantly knocked him to the floor. Lucas realized that in this way she was blocking his opportunity to attack. Rairin told the guy that he was indeed a good resource. Letia also intervened in this and said that the young man was more talented than even her eldest son, Michael. Lucas understood perfectly well that Rairin had guessed everything perfectly well. Even now she was covering Letia and restraining his movements. Rairin asked him to leave the room because she needed to talk to his mother alone. Lucas didn't understand. Would she really let him go? Rairin let him go and Lucas left the room. When the door closed, she asked Letia if the young man had already received divine powers. Letia started to deny it, but Rairin immediately grabbed her by the throat. She said that if the woman had not been her apostle, she would have killed her right there, tearing her to shreds. Rairin threw Letia, breaking the experiment capsule with it. She told her that only idiots make mistakes. Rairin asked her if she had become a team with a dumbass. Letia was almost out of breath, but she was able to answer that this was not so. At the same time, Lucas was drawing a magic circle on the floor in his room and thinking that Rairin couldn't help but notice Indra's divine power within it. There could only be one reason why, despite this, she didn't do anything with it. He realized that Rairin was not inactive, but simply unable to do anything. Come to think of it, even now at this moment, the mortally wounded apocalypses continue to recover, so Rairin provides them with the enormous divine power they need. He understood that if the current Rairin was nothing more than a weak shell, then that would explain why she was stalling for time. Lucas realized that this meant that now was the chance to get rid of Rairin, which would never happen again. At that very moment, Heinz entered the room and asked the boy what that circle on the floor was. Lucas only answered him that he was going to kill Letia today, which surprised him greatly. But he quickly pulled himself together and guessed that Rairin's apostle was, after all, his mother. Heinz confirmed his suspicions, as he thought it was not Frey standing in front of him. He asked Lucas to tell him what really happened to his little brother. Lucas immediately grabbed him by the chest and said that Heinz really pronounces those words well with his dirty mouth. He said that Frey was dead, and it was he and his family who killed him. Lucas shouted at Heinz and asked if he could even imagine the feeling with which Frey lived. He was ignored and trampled by everyone who existed in his life. Even his own family abandoned him, and he along with them. Frey, who had never approved of himself for a second since birth, could only give up on continuing his life in the midst of this cruel loneliness and terrible pain. Heinz realized that Lucas was saying that Frey had committed suicide. But at some point, a piece of Frey's soul appeared next to Lucas and asked him not to do anything with his older brother. He assured that he also had his reasons. Lucas said that Frey was indeed a soft-hearted jerk, but he still let Heinz go. He told Heinz that someone like him didn't even have the right to feel sad about Frey. Heinz himself admitted this, barely holding back tears, because he hoped that at least Frey would get out of this hell. The next moment he opened his vest, and Lucas was very surprised at what he saw. At the same time, in the mountainous area of Livendark on Mount Roxo, the Lord stood near the body parts of Nozdok, Ananta, and Agnia. A moment later, Ririn appeared next to him and told him that they had a problem. She said that a man with Indra's lightning had appeared, although she was not sure who he was. The Lord immediately guessed that it was somehow connected with Ricky. He ordered Ririn to catch him alive, but she began to appear because it is not so easy to do. Because she is currently using all her strength to heal the 3 demigods, she is weak like an empty shell. She admitted that, frankly speaking, she was scared, although she did not understand why she should shake with horror in front of some little man. The Lord asked her to calm down and said that he would send her support. He said that if it was near Castkau, there were 3 demigods there, he would send them all, but warned that they did not know how to use time-space movement, so they would have to wait 3 days. Ririn realized that she had to evacuate Letia first. At the same time, Heinz undressed completely, and Lucas saw all the wounds and abrasions on his body. Heinz said that this physical body, which embodies the harmony of divine power and mana, has been used as a model for research since birth. He explained that this meant that being born into this family, having abilities, was equivalent to existing as a test subject your entire life. He asked if Michelle had also succumbed to such experiments, and Heinz confirmed his words. Heinz also explained that Michelle's character became exactly what it is now. If he had not been overcome by a false sense of superiority and thoughts about being the chosen one, he would not have been able to endure this hell on earth. Heinz admitted that he made it so that Frey couldn't use mana. Lucas didn't understand what it meant, and Heinz said he still remembered the day he was born. He wanted to protect the angelic smile, the little brother who squeezed his finger with his soft hands. He only wanted to free at least Frey from the torment he himself had experienced, so he polluted the mana vein in this child's body, which greatly surprised Lucas. Lucas realized that the incompatibility he had first felt when he first received this body was Heinz's doing. He finally understood what was causing the feeling, similar to if someone had artificially cut off his blood circulation. Heinz admitted that he thought that Frey would be better off somewhere other than in this damn family, and that he could live happily. He said that Frey was a kind and gentle child. He was called the shame of the family, so he probably could not think of a way not to harm his family. Heinz began to cry because he didn't think that he would choose death. He asked for forgiveness from Frey, that he had been too inattentive. Lucas immediately felt Frey crying inside him because he was grateful to his brother. He pitied him and apologized for his weakness. Heinz asked Lucas to answer him. Who was standing in front of him now? Lucas replied that even if he told him, he most likely wouldn't believe him. He said that he was the very master with whom Heinz did not deserve to even meet eyes. At that very moment, Charles appeared in the room, which surprised Heinz greatly, because not even a few hours had passed since he sent her the message. Had she really run here without stopping? He also noticed her attitude towards the guy. He asked Lucas directly what his words about the master meant, but Charles answered him that when the time comes, he himself will find out about everything. That's why she ordered him to just blindly follow them now. Heinz didn't understand what was going on here, that even the deputy circle was saying such things. Lucas approached him and said he had one request. He told that there is a metal called illuninium. He needs to know that it is an item that the demigods need to take over the continent, and Ririn gets it with the help of Letia. Lucas told him that he needed to be found, and Heinz said that if his mother was hiding him, there were several places he suspected. He promised that he would try to search them. Lucas also asked Charles to track Letia down, and she immediately said that she would do as he ordered. The young man came closer to her and stroked her head. He asked her to be careful because Letia was the apostle of the apocalypse. Charles blushed and asked him not to worry about it, but it would still be nice if she had a lead to track her down. The vampire said that Letia had already guessed what was happening here and was hiding the presence of her energy. If only she could cause a small fluctuation, she would immediately find it. Heinz noticed that Charles was as shy as a little girl, and Lucas said that it was quite easy to cause hesitation. The next moment, there was a huge explosion that destroyed part of the estate. Lucas flew into the air and thought that if his assumptions were correct, then Ririn would definitely go call for reinforcements. There was no time. He needed to find the illuninium at least 1 second faster than they would come for him. At that very moment, Isaka flew up to Lucas and asked him what the hell he was doing here. Lucas asked him what it looked like. This made Isaka even more angry. What was the boy even guided by to say something like that in front of him? Lucas used territory takeover, and Isaka realized his mana wasn't responding. The young man asked the bastard not to try to pretend to be his father. It made him sick. Isaka realized that Frey was an 8-star mage, but he still didn't believe it. The bastard started to fall down, but he managed to stay afloat with the help of ice magic. The young man was even surprised because Isaka was Reiren's puppet, so he thought that his divine power would be the wind. A moment later, Lucas decided not to waste time and destroyed the support on which Isaka stood. Lucas told him that looking at him now, he realized that he probably wasn't even up to par as a puppet. Isaka finally realized that the young man had returned here from the very beginning with only one purpose. Lucas confirmed his words because why else would he need to return to such a disgusting family? Isaka began to shout that he had made a mistake by driving the young man out then. He should have killed him right there on the spot. At that very moment, the bastard summoned many monsters created by Reiren. The monsters immediately attacked Lucas with poison, but he managed to easily defend himself by using an ice wall. But suddenly his spell disappeared and the monsters continued to attack him, but he easily dodged each attack. Lucas realized that this was some form of divine power, but a moment later, dozens of monsters completely surrounded him. Isaka shouted that no matter how hard the boy struggled, he would not be able to surpass him, even if he fully understood the power of divine authority. But at that very moment, a bolt of thunder appeared above Lucas, and a second later there was no trace left of the monsters. Isaka didn't understand why an outcast like him had divine powers. At the same time, Charles summoned many rats and ordered them to look for Lydia Blake. She understood that the Blake family estate was destroyed, so even though it was only a little, she could feel the vibration energy, and by combining with the senses of the scouting spirits, she would be able to determine its exact location. A moment later, she managed to find Lydia, who at that time drew some kind of magic circle and began to read a spell in an unknown language. Charles realized that Lydia had gone mad. She had sacrificed living people and was maximizing the effectiveness of the spell. But what was she going to do? A moment later, Apheb appeared from the portal and was greeted by the woman. Apheb said that this was some kind of dirty and dismal place, but Lydia hastened to ask his forgiveness for bringing him here and said that Lady Reiren had ordered her to hide. Apheb immediately realized that she had sacrificed people and summoned him. If he had gone there himself, it would have taken about 3 days. He admitted that Apostle Reiren was truly amazing. Charles immediately realized that another demigod had appeared. She needed to urgently report everything to Lucas. Even if it was a demigod, he would not be able to notice her movement with the help of a shadow. Lydia told him that she would be able to bring the remaining 2 demigods before dawn. She said that the target was her 3rd son, Frey Blake. She said that he had already begun to act, so Aphobus needed to hurry, but the demigod only ordered her not to rush him. He said he had something to do before that, and the next moment he attacked Charles. She didn't understand how he noticed her, because the shadows are inside the barrier of darkness. Apheb asked what kind of mouse had run here. At the same time, Heinz went down to the very laboratory where the terrible experiments were being conducted. Although he had assumed something like this, he did not think that everything was so bad. He entered one of the rooms and noticed a bookcase. Heinz took out one of the books and realized that these were materials closely related to the method of making illuninuma. Heinz simply couldn't believe such madness. It was too much for him. At the same time, Lucas pinned Isak to the floor, and a moment later, Heinz himself came to him. He said that he found what he was looking for. In this bag of unification of space is everything that he managed to find. Heinz handed it to Lucas, who was surprised that there was so much of it already. Isaka said he couldn't believe that even Heinz sided with Frey. Heinz ignored his father and asked Lucas how much he knew about the materials for the illuninum. Lucas replied that he only knew that it contained Harkon. Heinz asked him to tell him what power was contained in this substance called illuninium. The young man asked him in response, does he know what the only thing the demigods fear? He said that the demigods fear only the invisible force that protects the order of this world, that is God. Heinz was speechless, but Lucas himself understood his feelings, because he was the same when he first heard about it. He told him that the demigods themselves pretend to be gods, but in reality, they live separately from each other. For the demigods who commit senseless killings, there is a god who can punish them by destroying them. Lucas said that by eating just a piece of illuninium, demigods can completely hide their divine powers. In other words, it is a miracle medicine that allows demigods not to fear God. This means that the demigods are planning to use the illuninium to close God's eyes and take over the continent. Heinz was really angry that something like this was happening in their family. He also told Lucas that among the ingredients of illuninuma were human hearts, and to create just 100 grams, it takes about 108 of them. Heinz also said that the aluminium he found in the laboratory exceeds tens of kilograms, and this is the true essence of the Blake family. He approached his father and asked how many people they had sacrificed. Isaac began to scold his son, saying that he was a brat who did not feel any gratitude for being raised. But Heinz didn't even want to listen to this. He asked in horror where they got all that huge number of people for the sacrifice. Isaka said that it wasn't difficult, because there are quite a lot of parents in the world who sell their children for 1 silver coin. They are just slaves anyway. Because even after they go missing, no one will worry about them, and no one will have problems because of it. Heinz was mad with rage, but Isaka asked him not to be a hypocrite, because in any case the blood of the Blake family also flows in his body. Lucas interrupted them and said that this blood flows in his body too. What did the bastard mean by that? Heinz finally realized and admitted that the young man was right. The Blake family simply had to disappear. Isaka couldn't take it anymore and tried to attack them again, but Lucas immediately calmed him down by pushing his face into the ground. He said that it was time for the bastard to start talking. What they needed, he asked where Rayron was now. Isaka said that he wasn't going to answer, but Lucas himself understood this perfectly well, because if he said it right away, it would upset him very much. Lucas began to break Isak's arm, causing him excruciating pain. But the next moment, a crippled Charles flew into him, forcing him to stop. And a moment later, Afeb appeared in front of Lucas along with Ledia. Afeb turned to Lucas and said that it seemed to him that he had some business with Rayron. If the young man wanted, he could tell him everything. Charles warned Lucas to be careful because Aphobus has darkness in his power, and there is no point in hiding from him inside the shadows. She said that they needed to escape quickly because 2 more would arrive before dawn. Lucas only replied that Charles had done a great job, and now she needed to get some rest, and he would finish everything himself. The young man handed Charles to Heinz and asked him to take care of her. Heinz didn't believe it. Was the guy really going to confront the demigod alone? This is exactly what he was going to do, and at the end Heinz asked him not to die, leaving him alone with Afeb. Lucas immediately used the bracelet he got from Shuhei's dungeon and turned it into a staff. Afeb only said that Rayron had become much weaker. After all, she was shaking with fear because of a little man like him. The next moment, Lucas attacked Afeb with his staff, but he easily repelled his attack. In a moment, everything around became as bright as day, as if it had swallowed up the surrounding darkness. Lucas realized that this is the power over darkness. A second later, Afeb summoned dozens of dark spheres and attacked Lucas with them. Lucas used a protective barrier, but even it didn't protect him from the projectiles. Does Afeb really ignore even the laws of physics? The boy used a lava explosion to block the bastard's view, but it was easy for him to attack him again with his spheres. Lucas summoned a huge stone wall, but even that didn't work against Afeb. He didn't know to what extent the laws of physics would affect him, but he would try to respond with white magic once. At that very moment, he used Holy Breath and launched it straight at Aphobus. But Afeb used darkness again to fight off the spell. The next moment, Lucas noticed a hole in Apheb's stomach from his spell. Even the demigod himself recognized Lucas and said that he liked the young man. But after a couple of seconds, Apheb again absorbed the darkness surrounding him and was able to restore the place where the hole had just been. Lucas immediately realized that he was using darkness as a source of energy, a truly amazing talent. Apheb confirmed his guesses. Until the pitch darkness dissipates, his power will be close to infinite. Lucas knew that even when the darkness cleared, 2 more demigods would come here, right? Apheb asked Lucas if he had given up hope. A moment later, he attacked the boy again with 10 spheres, but Lucas continued to dodge each one. He noticed that Apheb's left hand was responsible for attack and his right hand for defense. But would he have a chance of winning if he immobilized his right hand right before he started to defend? Lucas immediately realized that this wouldn't work, because if you attack him in the dark, he will immediately recover. The young man also noticed that his attacks were gradually becoming more and more violent. He did not understand what he should do at all. At the same time, Heinz was able to take Charles to a safer place, while he himself watched the fight between Lucas and Apheb. Heinz realized that the boy was incredibly good at fighting against a demigod on his own, a level he couldn't even imagine. But he was distracted from his thoughts by the tied-up Isaka, who asked what Heinz was going to do. Their conversation was interrupted by Charles, who came to her senses and headed towards Isak. She came close to him and said that she would give him a chance to atone for his great sin of betraying this world. The next moment, she bit into the scumbag's neck, completely absorbing his life force and turning him into a skinny old man. She made a full recovery from her injuries, but Heinz didn't believe what she had done. Charles asked him not to worry because she didn't kill him. Wings appeared on her back and she said that she was going to help Lucas and asked Heinz to cover her. The next moment, she flew into the air, leaving Hein alone. But at the same time, Ledia approached him and said that she was very disappointed in him. She asked her son to come to his senses because all of Frey's words were pure lies. But Heinz didn't even want to listen. He said that he was disappointed in her, in the family, and even in himself. Lydia realized that from that moment on, they would no longer be able to agree with words. At the same time, Lucas continued to dodge Epheb's spheres. He understood that at this rate they would spend the whole night here. If only he had time, he would stretch out this fight. But then Charles appeared and asked Lucas to leave Epheb with her. She would deal with him herself. Lucas asked if Charles was okay, but she only replied that she had never been more grateful to be a vampire than she was today. Lucas is of course glad that she has recovered, but this is not an opponent that she can do anything about. Charles said she had an idea if her plan worked, they would be able to get rid of this demigod. They continued to dodge Epheb's attacks, and Lucas asked what method Charles was going to use. The vampire said that she would teleport Epheb to the demon world, and Lucas would be able to instruct Asura, who was in his body, to get rid of him. She said that even if it was the demon world, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Epheb, but she was sure that in that place, Asura would be superior to him. However, to do this, you will have to draw a teleportation circle, taking Asura's summoning circle as a basis, and it will be good if Lucas draws a summoning circle right now. Charles noted that there was no time, and as soon as it became light, 2 more demigods would arrive in this place. Then they would have absolutely no chance of winning. Lucas understood that in order to use teleportation to the demon world, a colossal amount of mana would be needed. Even if it was Charles, she would use up all her life energy. But at that very moment, he remembered the words of Isabel, who had told him earlier that he should no longer say that he was lonely, because she believed him. Lucas didn't understand why he remembered her at such a moment. Had he forgotten about the trust and support of his comrades again? Charles said that everything was ready, and Lucas said that he agreed to try, but he had one condition. He asked her not to die, no matter what happened. But at that very moment, one of the spheres hit Charles right in the face, and she crashed with all her might into one of the estate's towers. Before Lucas could react, Epheb appeared next to him and continued to attack him. Epheb didn't know what they were planning, but he couldn't just leave them like that. He said he thought the young man would amuse him a little, but he too turned out to be an ordinary little man, and it was time for them to wrap things up. At the same time, Lucas tried to contact Charles using telekinesis, but she did not answer him. At the same time, Charles was lying on the floor because of just one attack she couldn't move a finger. As expected from a demigod, he was on a completely different level. She was wrong. Her body was completely motionless. She had to receive the Asura summoning circle from Lucas. But when she turned her head and barely raised herself, she saw that same circle on the floor. She realized that she was in his room. And if you think about it, when she arrived to meet him a little earlier, he was also drawing something. It was the Asura summoning circle. At the same time, Epheb grabbed Lucas by the neck, but he tried to continue to contact Charles using telekinesis. The vampire answered him. She said that she had narrowly escaped a fatal wound. Charles also said that she would complete the teleportation circle, and Lucas only needed to lure the demigod to her. Lucas noticed where Charles was, and realized that the Asura summoning circle he had drawn just in case was the teleportation circle to the demon world. The young man turned to Epheb and told him that he knew that he attacked with his left hand and defended with his right hand. This means that if you only block his left hand, Epheb can only defend himself, right? He grabbed the bastard by the arm and launched lightning all over his body. Epheb immediately realized that the young man was using Indra's divine power, and a moment later Lucas sent him straight to the estate where Charles was. While Epheb was flying, Lucas decided not to stop and use the second sun technique, directing it straight at the demigod. Epheb asked if he really intended to get rid of darkness with light. A moment later, there was a huge explosion, but when the smoke settled, Lucas noticed that Epheb was able to defend himself even from that. Epheb said that his darkness would not disappear from the light created by some little man, but that was Lucas's plan. He shouted to Charles that it was time to act. Ublulok fell right into the magic circle, and Charles sent Epheb to the demonic world at that very second. They finally succeeded, and Lucas only asked Asura to finish off this bastard. At the same time, Epheb had already found himself in the domain of Asura, who was surprised that the boy had actually sent him to him. Asura welcomed him to the hell of horrific deaths. He admitted that he was truly surprised, even though Epheb was a small thing. But he was still glad that the day had come when he would destroy the damned demigod with his own hands. The next moment, Asura delivered a powerful blow with his hammer, which left not a single wet spot on the bastard. Asura was even somewhat upset, because only one blow was enough for him. He doesn't even reach the legs of the apocalypse. Charles immediately noticed that the divine power had disappeared. Had they really defeated the demigod? But at that very moment, Lucas began to cough up blood and lose consciousness. Charles managed to catch him. She understood that it was even too much for him, because he was fighting face-to-face with the demigod, while in a human body. She thought that the legend of Lucas Troman would be mixed with fiction to some extent, because it was very similar to a lie and to something that, it seemed, could not exist in principle. However, when she saw him with her own eyes, she realized that even the legend was not enough. Even though Luca hadn't yet reached his original 9-star level, he already had such incredible energy. Lucas told Charles that dawn was breaking and they didn't have time. Before the other demigods arrived, they needed to get rid of Lydia. At the same time, Lydia attacked Heinz, who realized that they were on completely different levels. Lydia yelled at her son, "Doesn't he know about the warmth with which he was born and raised, and yet he betrayed his mother?" Heinz asked if there really was this warmth in their family. He took off his clothes and showed his scars. From birth, without missing a day, they experimented on him, during which something was cut off and attached. Heinz asked if Lydia had given birth to her children, only to provide herself with material for experiments. So where was that warmth she had just spoken of? Lydia replied that if she said so, then it was so. Doesn't Heinz know that everything done for Lady Rayrin is also a path for them? Heinz replied that he first learned about everything only after becoming an adult, and that for people their parents become a symbol of love and self-sacrifice. But for him they were a symbol of torment and fear, however. Despite this, he was able to hold out in that terrible, even more terrible than death, hell, thanks to the joy of having created a future, at least for Frey, and the belief that he would be able to see with his own eyes the bright future he had created with his own hands. He was able to continue living. Lydia asked if Frey's mana blockage was really his doing. Heinz said that it was useless because there was no way out of the Blake family's fate from the beginning. He said that Frey eventually cursed himself and committed suicide. Lydia didn't understand what he was talking about because Frey was alive. Heinz only said that the Blake family must disappear. The only way to open the future is to completely destroy it. So he asked Lydia for forgiveness, but she will have to die. She couldn't believe he was saying this to his own mother. At the same time, Lucas arrived to Heinz with Charles, and the young man said that he would finish everything himself. He did not need to get his hands dirty. Letia said that Frey looked terrible now and asked, "Where's Mr. Epheb now?" Lucas didn't even know the name of that demigod until that moment, but he said that he was dead. This amazed Lydia beyond belief. She simply couldn't believe it. Lucas repeated his words and said that he and Charles destroyed Epheb. Lydia didn't want to believe it, but if she thought about it, she didn't feel Lord Epheb's divine power. Could that really be true? She refused to accept this fact and became very angry, attacking the boys with her divine power. Heinz was able to cover Lucas and Charles with his protective barrier. He asked if the boy was okay, but admitted that in fact his body was in a terrible state, but he only needed 1 minute. This will most likely be the last spell he will be able to cast for now. Heinz and Charles said they would buy him time. Lucas turned to Heinz and said that he would definitely end Letia's life. Would he really be okay? Letia continued to attack them even harder, but Heinz only said that they had to do it. He cried and said that if they didn't do it, it would be too terrible and painful for him. Letia screamed that she would destroy them all for Lady Rayrin. Lucas asked Charles to cover her, and in the meantime he fell to the ground. The young man began to prepare the most powerful spell to finish off his mother. At the same time, Heinz continued to defend himself from the attacks of Letia, who asked him how long he intended to continue this circus. She said that it was time for her to end all this, but at that moment a severe headache forced her to stop. It turned out to be Charles, who used Soul Trap, but Letia was able to cope with this and attacked Heinz again together with Charles. Charles defended herself from her gust of wind by summoning many bats and using them as a barrier. At the same time, Letia felt some kind of huge mana behind her. It was Lucas who was preparing his strongest attack, and Letia realized that Heinz and Charles were just foolishly trying to gain time in a fight with her. At that moment, she disappeared and found herself next to Lucas. She hit the young man, interrupting his preparation. Heinz and Charles immediately appeared next to the guy. Letia told them to admit defeat. Even if they all attacked together, it would be useless. A second later, she disappeared. Charles even thought that Letia was moving so fast that her eyes did not see her. Heinz realized that this was not the case. Letia was simply hiding herself in the wind. Heinz immediately began to use divine power, which surprised Charles incredibly. The guy was able to pinpoint the exact location of Letia, who couldn't believe he was using this power. Heinz admitted that he hated using divine power because it felt like he was giving up on being human, but if it had to be activated in order to remain human, he had no other choice. He asked why Mother was so surprised by this. Hadn't she given this power so that he could use it? Letia acknowledged that the boy had indeed grown a lot, and the next moment she attacked him again with the wind. She said that even if their powers were the same, she was very different from him. because she was an apostle of the apocalypse, while he was just a test subject. Heinz tried to attack Lydia again, but she easily stopped him. Lydia admitted that despite everything, she was still going to leave him alive because they are relatives. But it is a pity, because there is no other choice. She had already said goodbye to her son, and Heinz had resigned himself to his fate. But at that moment she stopped, because she had a hole right where her heart is. She turned around and saw that it was Lucas's doing. She even thought that it was divine power, but soon realized that it was magic. Lucas admitted that he himself has not yet come up with a name for this technique. Lydia couldn't believe that the young man had created her himself. It was simply impossible. The next moment she fell to the ground and Heinz immediately ran up to her. Lucas approached them and reassured Heinz, saying that Lydia didn't even have time to feel pain. She died painlessly. She said that this was the most he could do and asked his brother for forgiveness. Heinz began to cry, but still thanked the young man. At that very moment, Heinz and Charles were thrown to the side with incredible force. Lucas didn't even have time to react before he was pierced by an unknown force. The young man realized that they were late and that 2 more demigods had arrived to help because it was already daytime. In the air, he noticed those same demigods who were discussing the fact that Aphobus was nowhere to be seen. Even though Lucas was stabbed, he still worried about Heinz and Charles. He couldn't believe it. Was this really the end? But suddenly a crack in space appeared in front of the young man, which attracted the attention of the demigods. Suddenly, from this crack, many hands appeared and grabbed the bastards, which took them by surprise. At the same time, Lucas fell unconscious, but an unknown girl managed to catch him. She said she was very glad that the boy was still breathing. It turned out to be Isabel, who immediately began to heal his wound. Lucas didn't understand what she was even doing here. Isabel reminded him of her words. If he was in danger, she would immediately run to him. And at the same time, their allies also began to emerge from the crack. The demigods asked who they were anyway. One man replied that they were Paragon, which surprised the bastards beyond belief. Isabel told Lucas that she would explain everything to him later, and for now he could just relax and trust her. The man said that he heard that there were 3 demigods, but there were only 2. Had they already dealt with one? At the same time, the other rescuers took care of Heinz and Charles. The man was even surprised that they managed to defeat the demigod with such a small number. He admitted that Cairo's words were not an exaggeration. One of the demigods could not believe such impudence and immediately began to prepare a powerful attack. The unknown immediately inserted his staff into the ground, and in a moment the dark energy captured the scoundrel. The second demigod remembered how the Lord had warned them that sometimes amazing things happen, very rarely. But even among people who would seem to be sure to die, there are those who are capable of posing a danger, even to the demigods. Lucas asked Isabel where they were going, and the girl said that they were heading towards the main Paragon base. The young man immediately realized that the girl was talking about the very alliance that Cairo, the head of the 11th Magic Tower, had told him about. Isabel revealed that it was Cairo who secretly visited her and said that he had met him. He also asked her to act as a go-between for Lucas and Paragon. She believes that Cairo thought this would make it easier for the boy to be recruited into Paragon. Lucas asked. Or did the girl want to say that she, in turn, quickly accepted this offer? Whose side was she on anyway? Isabel said that she found out that the headmaster's full name was Cairo Weissman, so that's why she did it. She remembered that Lucas himself had told her in Shuhei's cave that Weissman was his comrade's old surname. Isabel came to the conclusion that the person who might be his descendant wanted to see Lucas, and she thought she should personally observe this meeting. They entered the crack and found themselves in a different place. Charles also admitted that Paragon also offered her to join them about 10 years ago, although she refused because she was hiding too much. One of the Alliance members asked everyone to wait here and Lucas to go inside. The young man entered the house where Cairo was already waiting for him and greeted the young man. He asked Isabel to put the boy on the bed and she continued to treat his wound. Lucas thanked Cairo because thanks to him, his life is now safe. The man took off his hood and said that they should be grateful to the guy because with his help, they received a precious opportunity to kill the demigods. Lucas immediately noticed that Cairo looked so similar to Shuhei that it was surprising. The young man asked Cairo if he was sure that everything would be okay, since his people were fighting against 2 demigods. Cairo just laughed and said that 2 ordinary demigods would not be able to become Diablo's opponents. He revealed that Diablo was an archlich who had brought a group of warriors with him to save him. Lucas asked if Cairo was talking about the very same archlich that was located in the northern lands of permafrost. Cairo admitted that the guy's level of knowledge was indeed surprising. The young man said that he heard about him from Hector, which greatly surprised Cairo. He asked if everything was okay with him. Isabel wasn't all that surprised that Cairo knew Hector, and he was probably also well aware of the situation he was in, right? Cairo confirmed her words and asked the boy if he thought he would be able to defeat the Lord after he reached 9 stars. Lucas replied that it was impossible. This even surprised Cairo a little, but Lucas didn't understand why he had such a reaction. Cairo admitted that he didn't think he would say it so firmly, because usually people fantasize especially strongly about the level that they are unable to achieve. He also added that this meant that, in other words, only those who had reached the 9 stars believed that they could not defeat the Lord with this power. However, the young man objectively evaluates even the level that he has not yet reached. At such a young age, this is truly impressive. Cairo said that the more he studies it, the more he comes across the reality that no matter how many 9 stars there are, they will not be able to surpass the Lord. He admitted that he was desperate. Was it really possible that no matter how hard people tried, they would not be able to escape from the bridle of the suicide bomber? Therefore, they came to the conclusion that they needed a level of 10 stars. They would create a level that could surpass the demigods. Lucas didn't understand what kind of nonsense Cairo was talking about. Was he crazy? He said that 9 stars is the last level a human can reach. Doesn't Cairo know that? Cairo said that 10 stars exist. At least the probability of possibility is not bad. She said that they found some notes, but the young man did not understand what notes he was talking about and who wrote them. But Cairo's answer was incredibly shocking to the boy, who was dumbfounded by the shock, because the recordings were made by Lucas Truman. Cairo decided to change the subject, because they were talking about the very distant future. Now they needed to focus on the immediate plans. He said that it would be in his best interest to help Lucas reach the 9 stars if he joined the Paragon, and also said that the Truman Circle was currently facing great danger. Lucas immediately asked Isabel what she had been doing all this time. Was the Circle still in a difficult situation? Cairo interrupted him and said that the restoration of the Truman Circle was proceeding as expected, but that was precisely the source of his concern. The man said that Straw Knackles and Rushid Soth have no other thoughts than the food plate that feeds them, so restoring the Truman rings to greatness is an eyesore for them. Lucas asked Cairo to tell them that if they didn't like something, they could come to them at any time. But the man said that they were much more insidious and vile than the young man thought. Cairo also suggested that they might once again use the technique of their ancestor, Master Ozul. Lucas asked if Cairo was saying that they would force them to participate in the destruction of the demigods and have them killed. Wouldn't it be enough to just refuse such an offer? Isabel interrupted Lucas and said that she was sure that Master Banyan would definitely accept him, because someone like her would do anything if it would help avenge her father. In order to protect the Circle from the night before the storm that has been happening lately, they need Lucas's power. Lucas realized that he would probably need to warn the Truman Circle first. Isabel asked him what he was going to do. Lucas came to the conclusion that they should free Hector and asked Cairo if he could help with this. Cairo didn't understand why it was Hector and Lucas who told him that Banyan was a descendant of a dragon. Now this is also the biggest feature of the Truman Circle. He said that they would rescue Hector from the Lord's oppression and accept him into the Truman Circle. There was a need to make everyone accept that dragons were no longer a sadly losing and destroyed species. Lucas was going to go out right now, but the injury was still making itself felt, and Cairo asked him not to rush. He still needed to rest. The young man was incredibly angry because they had to act right now because the Apostle Rayron had died, and he was sure that this information had already become known to the Lord. But at that very moment, Isabel grabbed him by the face and shoved him into the bed. She started yelling at him. Did he really want to die? Isabel leaned down lower and whispered in his ear that there was a limit to how much one could push. How could a man who had lived for over 4,000 years behave like a little boy? She said the fastest path for him would be a full recovery. Lucas resigned himself to it and asked her how much time she needed for this. Cairo only thought that no matter what the guy said, in the end he still became obedient in front of Isabel. After all, Isabel's assignment to mediate was the right choice. Sometime later, Cairo was informed that the Archlich Diablo had returned. Cairo said he was glad he was okay. At the same time, Charles and Heinz also came to Lucas, and Diablo told him that they were done with destroying the demigods. This news greatly surprised the others. Diablo also said that after the battle with them, 5 were seriously wounded, 2 were lightly wounded, but there were losses. Simone and Ahid died. Cairo told Diablo that they were going to go rescue Hector right now. He asked if Diablo could join them. Diablo admitted that he even missed Hector. He said that there was no problem with that. He would immediately prepare for everything. Lucas approached Charles and said that he would like to meet with Master Fizban Amlet. Charles replied that he was not at all interested in worldly affairs, so he did not even know whether he would agree. She also added that the thing is that this man's head is filled to the brim with contracts with the demon world. Lucas realized that this was the whole point, and then asked her to tell him that he would tell him the Asura summoning circle. Charles was incredibly surprised. She was sure that he would swallow such a large-scale profit. Lucas also asked Heinz to become the head of the Blake clan, which greatly surprised the young man. He explained that even if they confiscated all of the Illinium, there was still information about the demigods hidden in that place. Instead of destroying the estate, it would be better if Heinz became the head of the family and studied everything. Heinz replied that he was very grateful for the trust, but it was too much of a burden for him. Lucas asked him not to worry, because the third Princess Fiore promised to provide them with full assistance. He explained that when Heinz returned, he should meet her first. It would be easier to understand everything in person. Lucas set off with Cairo and Diablo and said at the end that he was counting on Heinz and Charles for him. They only thought about the fact that in one moment, a whole mountain of work had fallen on them. A moment later, Lucas, Cairo, and Diablo were already at Hector's house. Diablo said that he didn't sense any demigod presence here. He assumed that they simply didn't have time to even take care of this place. Lucas asked them to remain vigilant because there might be someone inside the haberdashery. They started to make their way down to Hector, and Cairo admitted that he was actually glad they came here. Cairo said that he, like Lucas, felt sorry that the dragon race had come to ruin. In the past, they had been the strongest of those who had opposed the demigods, and he couldn't help but feel furious at the thought of them spending the last days of their lives as slaves. After some time, they found themselves near Hector's shop, and Lucas said that he was sure that this choice was harder to make than to die, because Hector was still living in hell. He said that they were going to rescue him at any cost, and a moment later they burst into the shop. But what they saw was not at all the picture they expected to see, because in front of them lay Hector, who had created another golem girl, who at the same time was giving him a massage, and the second golem was giving him fruits. Lucas immediately got angry and said that the best way to free him was to kick Hector out of there. Hector, frightened, asked them who they were and what they were doing here. Lucas used his disguise, which he had worn earlier when he came to Hector, and Hector immediately recognized him. Lucas said that this is his true form, and his name is Frey Blake. Hector replied that the young man was a more impatient customer than he appeared, since there was still time left before the moment specified during the order. Lucas replied that he didn't come today because of the golem, which surprised Cairo. The young man said that they were here to rescue him from this place, because he was sure that he spent every day in hell. But it seems that this is not entirely true, and the guys were about to leave, but Hector stopped them. He asked if it was really true he would be able to get out of here, but Lucas made fun of him because he is not poor here at all. He even got 2 golem girls. But after some time, they finally sat down to discuss everything, and Lucas said that 3 apocalypses were critically injured. Hector actually noticed that the Lord's influence had weakened. But what happened? Lucas revealed that there was a traitor among the demigods, which greatly surprised Hector. The boy said it was the demigod with the power of the sword, Ricky. This information surprised even Cairo and Diablo, who could not believe that the traitor was Apocalypse. Hector asked what happened to Ricky, because if everything is as he says, isn't he their most trusted supporter? But Lucas replied that Ricky was dead. He also said that now they have a chance, which he received in exchange for Ricky's life. They must take advantage of it at all costs. Lucas said that yesterday he got rid of the apostle of the last remaining apocalypse, Reren. She will probably go into hibernation soon too. Cairo didn't understand what was going on, and Hector explained that if you kill an apostle, his master, the demigod, goes into hibernation, then he can't wake up for about 100 years. Lucas also added that according to Ricky, at this time you can get rid of them with just a fruit knife. Cairo realized that this was the reason why the demigods hid themselves after the murder of their apostles. Lucas revealed that Ricky's last words were that he needed to get Elia's help. Diablo immediately understood what was being talked about. Was the young man really talking about the demigod of the snowy steppes in the north? Lucas said that Ricky thought that Elia could help them. Diablo also revealed that Elia had already contacted him about 100 years ago and asked him to become her apostle. Lucas realized that Diablo himself lived in the northern snowy lands, didn't he? Diablo replied that this was indeed the case, but he refused her offer, as his only goal in life was to achieve the limit of his magical mastery. He said he didn't intend to throw away mana and gain divine powers. Lucas admitted that it was a commendable decision, and Diablo actually survived it well. But he replied that this was not entirely true. He almost died and had to devote 20 years to just one treatment. Cairo came to the conclusion that Elia decided that if she did not side with her, Diablo would put her in danger in the future, and so she did so. Diablo said that she didn't mean to kill him, she just took her anger out on him. He said that she was capricious, just like a little child. There was absolutely no nobility in her, although of course none of the demigods had it. Diablo also added that if they still decide to change Elia to themselves, then he will help them, because you can be sure that there will be no one as strong as her as an ally. Lucas decided to change the subject and told Hector that they came here to rescue him and asked what he wanted to do. Hector immediately shouted that he had no doubts. He was just waiting for this day, just to get out of this hell-like place. But Cairo reminded him again of how he had recently relaxed in the company of the Golem girls. Diablo interrupted them and said that there was a spell on the stairs. It was mixed with the Lord's power, so it would take a long time to remove it. Hector said he felt a sense of security coming from those words. He even wanted to hug Diablo, but Lucas doesn't think he'll be that soft. Hector immediately remembered Lucas's assignment and invited him to take a look at the golem entrusted to him. He said that although he was still empty inside, he had created the body and the outer appearance, and since the young man had come, he thought it would be nice for him to see the result. Lucas and Cairo went into a private room, and Hector said that he had a request for the head of the 11th Magic Tower. Lucas was even surprised that there was such a luxurious space inside the antique shop, and Hector also said that it was here that they were freed even from the Lord's surveillance. A moment later, the young man was surprised by the number of golem girls that were there, and asked Hector if the golem he asked him for would not be the same. But Hector assured him otherwise. He was a professional, and it was not in his competence to mix work with personal preferences. Lucas noticed the shell of a golem that looked like a real model. The young man was incredibly angry because Hector himself had just said that he did not mix work and personal preferences. Hector noticed that the young man was not wearing a servant's uniform. Lucas asked if it was really possible to put the stamina he desired into such a shell. Hector assured that everything would go smoothly. Even though she looked like this, he made her able to easily withstand the power of a 1 million mana core, which amazed Cairo beyond belief. Cairo couldn't believe it. Could such a core really exist? At that moment, Lucas took out this very core, which is called Anastasia, from his pocket, and said that this is the core created by Shui. Hector took the core in his hands and admitted that even seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it after all. There could be no mistake. Shui was a genius, and there would never be another one like him. He also noticed that the name Anastasia was written inside the core, which surprised Cairo. Lucas noticed Cairo's reaction and asked if there was any problem with that. Cairo hastened to calm the young man down. He said that there was no need to worry because it was still a golem. Lucas noticed his strange reaction but still decided not to raise the issue for now. They soon returned to the main room again, and Lucas revealed that Shui left a message at the end of his diary asking for Anastasia to be completed. Cairo came to the conclusion that this core could pose a great danger to the demigods. Lucas admitted that he would be glad if Cairo helped Hector in creating Anastasia, because if Cairo does this, then it will be possible to finish the work in a couple of months. At the same time, Diablo returned, who said that he had dispelled the entire curse, and if they wanted, they could leave right now. Cairo admitted that he really was incredible because he was able to remove such a powerful spell so quickly. Cairo was about to leave quickly before the demigod suspected anything and asked Hector if he needed to take anything with him. Hector replied that he did not need anything because his body alone was enough for him. But he also said that he considered all the golems, potions, and tools to be his body, and that all of this was in the workshop, which greatly angered Cairo. After some time, Lucas met Isabel, and the young man brought her to Reynolds de Millum. She immediately began to worry. Could it be that he had brought her to the lands of the elves? Isabel had heard that it was a heinous crime for people from outside to enter here without revealing their presence. But her screams were interrupted by the appearance of the elven queen, who had once again used her disguise. Snow said she knew Frey was here. Lucas said that the elf in front of her is actually the queen of the elves. The next moment, Snow removed her mask and appeared before them, in her true form. Isabel immediately noticed her incredible beauty. She was as beautiful as if she were a saint. Snow asked Lucas if Ricky was really dead. The young man confirmed this and asked who killed him. Lucas revealed that this was the Lord's doing. Snow revealed that her tribesmen were killed by the demigod, and later she learned that Rayron was behind it. She also remembered that it was Ricky who saved her when she was on the verge of her life. Snow still can't forget the hand he extended to her inside the sudden blizzard. She confessed to the boys that Ricky was a hero who gave her a chance at a new life. Lucas admitted that the same thing happened to him. Snow asked him to wait a little and soon left Lucas and Isabel alone. Isabel admitted that she was surprised that the young man called the demigod the savior of his life. After all, many different things had happened during her absence. They continued to wait for Snow, when suddenly she appeared and announced that she had renounced the throne. Snow admitted that she should have done it earlier. She feels such lightness now. Lucas asked how she could leave so easily, and Snow explained that the elders had pestered her, trying to stop her, so it took an hour to convince them. She admitted that their nagging never stopped, so she eventually ran away, which made Lucas incredibly angry. Snow said that he was only leaving temporarily anyway, and for now she had appointed someone else to take her place and would return immediately after she had sorted out all the matters. Lucas asked what other business she had, and Snow stated that from that day on, she too would be taking the lead in destroying the demigods. Lucas was surprised at first, but after a moment he just smiled and said that he was counting on her. Snow immediately rushed into his arms, which greatly surprised the young man and angered Isabel. Isabel asked what she was doing now, and Snow said that she just decided to greet the guy in a human way. She is no longer a queen, so she should more actively get used to human etiquette. Isabel immediately separated them and said that first Snow had to correct her speech. She said that people do not use their bodies just like that, for no reason at all. Doesn't she know that the body is so precious because it was received from the parents? Snow said that the girl was really loud for a guy's maid, which made Isabel even more angry, and she said that it wasn't true. Snow approached her and asked who she was to the young man then. Isabel blushed and asked him not to ask so abruptly, and in response asked Snow who she was to him. Snow just grabbed her face and asked her to answer her question, since she was the one who asked it first. Isabel claimed that she was his girlfriend and didn't care at all about the age difference of about 4,000 years. But Lucas denied this and said that he didn't understand what kind of crazy nonsense she was talking about. Lucas and Snow stepped aside and the elf asked him where they were going. The young man said that he would tell everything on the way, and all this time Isabel pestered Lucas with questions about who this elf was. After some time they came to the main base of the Trumont Circle. Lucas greeted Banyan, who was incredibly surprised that the guy had returned so suddenly. She asked if he was hurt anywhere, but Lucas assured her that he was fine. Banyan turned around and wanted to thank Isabel for her help, but suddenly she saw Snow. Her dazzling beauty so amazed Banyan that she was speechless. Banyan asked who this beautiful lady was, and Snow introduced herself by saying that she was the queen of the elves. But Lucas reminded her that she had stepped down from that post a little earlier. They entered the headquarters, and Lucas told them that he had heard that the Truman Circle was currently in a difficult situation. Banyan replied that she had no excuse, all because she, as a master, lacked many things. Isabel intervened in the conversation and said that this was not so, because it was Banyan, because the way out of the crisis of the Truman Circle was the result of her work. Banyan thanked Isabel for her words. Snow also acknowledged that Banyan was an outstanding master, because they say that if a person at the top were to lead a quiet life, it would become poison. She added that Banyan does not hide his flaws and tries to change. She now understood why the young man entered such a circle. Lucas also revealed that Banyan was a dragon, which greatly surprised Snow. Banyan became very embarrassed and replied that the boys were praising her too much. Isabel decided to ask Lucas what he intended to do next. Since two of their opponents were in the top 3 circles, and now that they had no concrete evidence of their ill will, they were not in a position to awkwardly provoke them. Lucas merely replied that there was no need for provocation. He explained that it was only necessary to show them properly that it was too late to contain the Truman Circle. The night before, Snow and Lucas were alone, and the girl began to pray. Lucas admitted that it was quite unexpected to see something like this, because he didn't know that elves also have a culture, because of which they sing the souls of the dead with the help of prayer. And the elf replied that all elves are born in the forest, so after death they only return there again, so they only imitate people. As it turned out, they made a grave for Ricky, but Snow regretted that they were so hasty, because they didn't even have the sword that belonged to him. Suddenly, Lucas noticed a bat, which turned out to be a familiar. The young man realized that it was the mouse Charles, who told him that Master Altan had agreed and wanted to talk to him personally. Charles also said that Altan said that he would come to where Lucas would be. The Asura summoning circle had greatly increased his appetite after all. Lucas said that in that case they could move towards the shelter of the Truman Circle. When they reached the Finisco forest, he would personally come out to meet them. At the same time, Lucas told Banyan that tomorrow a guest he had invited would come to the circle. She understood that since this was the young man's guest, he should be greeted accordingly, but Lucas replied that this was not necessary, but he would still like her to greet him with him. The girl agreed, and the next morning there were full preparations to meet the guest. Banyan tried to decorate the table as beautifully as possible so as not to fall flat on her face in front of Lucas's guest. At the same time, Lucas came with Altan, which incredibly surprised the girl. Altan greeted the girl, who still couldn't recover from the shock. Lucas walked up to Banyan and said that he told her not to worry, and not to prepare too much. They all sat down at the table, and Altan decided to get straight to the main point. He asked Lucas if he would tell him the Asura summoning circle. The young man admitted that he enjoyed such a quick conversation. After all, it was indeed Master Fizban Amlet in front of him. The next moment, he proposed an alliance to him, which confused everyone present. Altan replied that the rumors were true after all. He was talking about Straw Knuckles and Rashid Saad, because he knew that the Trauman circle was receiving pressure from these two circles. But he still decided to refuse because entering into an alliance with them in such a situation would be tantamount to becoming enemies with those two circles. As Master Fizban Amlet, he has no reason to sow chaos in his circle unnecessarily, does he? Lucas admitted that contrary to rumors, he really is an outstanding master, because he heard that he pushes the circle into the background and is only interested in the world of magic. These words touched Altan, and he said that they had better be well prepared, because if those two circles decided to join forces, even if they covered them, the Trauman circle would not be able to stand. Lucas smiled a little and said that they didn't need cover. He was definitely proposing an alliance, and that was an agreement for hard work with equal conditions. Altan was surprised by such insolence. Did the young man really think that they were equal to the circle of Fizban Amlet? Lucas stood up from the table and said that from now on he was going to stop the useless battles of attrition between circles that went against each other, whether it was Straw Knuckles or Rashid Saad, would not stay okay. The boy came closer to Altan and said that he would just show mercy and exclude Fizban Amlet from this sudden mess if he promised that they would be on their side. Altan asked the guy if there was any basis for this arrogance. Lucas took out Ricky's crystal from his pocket, saying that he was the one who defeated him, which greatly surprised Altan. The youth also said that this is the current strength of the Truman Circle. Altan replied that he found it hard to believe. How could he know that he destroyed it with his own hands or simply got it from somewhere? Lucas said that Altan himself must be well aware that this would not work with this item. Charles intervened in their conversation and added that the guy actually personally destroyed the demigod. She was a witness who was nearby and helped him. She said that everything the young man said was true and asked Altan why he thought she had chosen to play a connecting role for the sake of this meeting. The vampire said that this was all because she decided that this union could become a reliable force for them too. Altan thought for a second and said that he actually came here out of interest in the Asura summoning circle, but he didn't think that he would learn something much more interesting. He walked up to Banyan and extended his hand to her, saying that he accepted the offer of an alliance. He also said that Fizban Amlet was promising the Truman Circle absolutely flawless alliance relations, which left Banyan shocked. Closer to the night, Lucas finally demonstrated Asura's summoning circle to Altana. But in reality, Asura wasn't very happy that the guy had called him out for such a trifle. Was he really some kind of street dog to him? Doesn't he know that the unauthorized distribution of such secret data to third parties outside of the contract he signed is prohibited? Lucas asked Asura not to be so serious, and Altan asked him not to worry about it. He just wanted to see him in person. He promises that he won't tell anyone else about it, but Asura was sure that Lucas himself would do it calmly. Lucas told Asura that this was all for the sake of destroying the demigods. His face immediately changed and he calmed down, trusting the guy. When Lucas was left alone with Banyan, she started yelling at him and asking him to explain to her what happened today. Lucas felt sorry for himself. He was being scolded all day today. Why did everyone hate only him? He told Banyan that everything had gone smoothly, that from that day on, Truman and Fizban Amlet were an alliance, and asked her to announce it to the rest of the circle. But this was not what Banyan had asked to explain to her, but their conversation was interrupted by Charles, who reported that she had seen off Master Altan. Banyan remembered Charles. She was the girl who spoke informally even to the circle master. Why did he only treat the young man with such respect? Lucas thanked her for intervening in his conversation with Altan back then. She really tried hard. Charles immediately became embarrassed and turned from a formidable vampire into a little girl, saying that he was praising her too much. She bowed to him and said that she would be only glad to be useful to him in the future. Banyan was even more surprised by this behavior. She didn't understand what the hell was going on here. The next day, Lucas met with Isabel and the girl asked him where he was going. Lucas said that Banyan still can't fully release his power. The structure of dragons is different from humans, so it's quite difficult. But if the dragon Hector also helps her, I am sure she will understand everything at once. Suddenly, some child appeared in front of them, and Isabel said that she was seeing her for the first time. Did he have some business with them? The child decided to ask something, but Lucas just looked at him and immediately remembered his friend Ivan. But the girl was only interested in where the young man learned the techniques of a warrior magician. She said that this is very unusual because their techniques are passed on to only one student. Lucas realized that there could be no mistake. This child was the same master that Ivan had spoken of, the previous successor of the warrior mage techniques. He remembered how Ivan told him that the master had a fierce character, and he was terribly strong. It was impossible to negotiate with him. If you somehow touched him, you would die immediately. Lucas understood that passing on the knowledge of techniques to only one single student was an old rule of the techniques of the warrior mage Kasajin. He was only able to master these techniques on his own, only thanks to a strong friendship with their creator, Kasajin. Still, it is impossible for more than two people to know about these techniques. If suddenly someone other than the student personally chosen by the master finds out about them, in order to protect them, one will even have to kill that person. The girl became very angry and said that she had chosen only one person to whom she decided to pass on these techniques, so let the young man tell everything. The ground beneath her feet cracked from her power, and Lucas and Isabel flew apart in different directions. The girl could not believe that such powerful mana emanated from just her spirit. Who was she anyway? She said that depending on his answer, she might even end their lives. Lucas immediately replied that Ivan had taught him, and the girl immediately calmed down. And the young man admitted that he had heard a lot about her. The girl immediately smiled and apologized for her rudeness in front of Lucas. She was late with the introduction. Her name is Nora. They all came together to a more secluded place, and Nora asked the guy what kind of relationship he had with Ivan. Lucas said that they were friends. They first met near Demilium. A lot happened, but in the end they even defeated the Apostle Nozdok together. Nora has come to the conclusion that Ivan has grown up since they last saw each other, and she believes that he is now ready to accept her teachings. She asked where he was now, and Lucas replied that Ivan had said that he was heading to Silkid, looking for Kasajin's weapon, following his instructions. Nora admitted that despite all the noise he made, he listened well, which even made the guy smile. Isabel asked Lucas if this girl wasn't completely the opposite of what he had heard about her. Nora admitted that she didn't think that Ivan would teach the Archmage their techniques, because the techniques of a warrior mage should only be passed on to one person. She doesn't think that he intended to make the young man his student. Lucas immediately understood what was going on and wanted to cover for Ivan, saying that it was his fault. But Nora didn't even want to listen, and said that during their next meeting, it would be necessary to beat a firm rule for the transfer of these techniques into his bones. The young man mentally asked for an apology to Ivan. He would be responsible for mowing the grass on his grave every year. At the same time, Ivan was in the desert, thinking that he had been tormented by chills all day, as if someone was constantly remembering him. Nora asked Lucas if he had joined Paragon. The young man replied that this was true. They were simply in a normal union relationship, nothing more, nothing less. Nora also said that she was in Paragon, but Lucas had heard that she was in some circle, hadn't he? The girl admitted that it had been like that before. Her expression immediately changed, and Lucas decided to support her, saying that her circumstances were similar to Cairo's problems because the current circles were rotten to such an extent that it could no longer be fixed. Nora said she heard from Cairo that Lucas intends to reform the circles from within. She admitted that his determination to not give up and restore them was commendable, but she saw it as the young man's blind faith in human reason. Lucas just laughed and said that he wasn't that good of a person, which made Nora smile. She said that the young man really interested her. She will watch him from the side for a while to see if his determination is real or just bravery. Sometime later, Hector arrived at the main headquarters of the Truman Circle. He had not felt this fresh aroma of fighting sides for so long. Lucas said he would take him to Master Banyan. Hector understood that everything about this guy was good, but there was no relaxation. It would be good to live his only life a little more leisurely. Nora said that the young man simply knows that it is impossible to return the past. Hector turned to the girl and said that he wanted to ask her for something. He wanted her to become his model, the charm that blossoms just before the flowers bloom, and the calm yet mature beauty that conflicts with this pity. She is the ideal model for creating the appearance of his golems. Nora asked if this would help in destroying the demigods, and Hector immediately assured her of it. But Isabel knew perfectly well that it would have nothing to do with that. In that case, Nora decided to refuse him, and at that time Lucas brought Banyan. Banyan immediately asked if Hector was really a dragon. She introduced herself and said that her name was Benian Argento, and that she was a master of the Truman Circle. Hector also introduced himself, and Lucas said that Hector would be able to give her the necessary instructions. He asked him to take care of her. Hector examined Banyan and said that the dragon's heart had taken its place well within her. He immediately took Banyan by the shoulder and suggested that they change the environment first. Firstly, he would like to check her mana usage level. Hector hurried to take Banyan away and said that they needed to practice their dragon language and check their level of communication with the spirits. They had a lot of things to do, so they better hurry. He offered to discuss all the details in his workshop, and Lucas and Isabel immediately realized that this idiot planned to make Banyan a model for his golem. Lucas approached Nora and said that he would visit Straw Knuckles. She asked what was the reason why he was telling her this. The young man invited her to go with him. Nora assumed that the guy was going to use her to show them the power of the Truman Circle. Isabel intervened and said that it was only to avoid unnecessary fights and once again asked her to assist in this. Nora finally agreed, as she had an unpaid debt to Straw Knuckles. After some time, Lucas and Isabel came to an incredible giant mansion. The guy could not believe that this was his home. Isabel understood that even though he had said that they didn't need such a large shelter, he had been talking about the impossibility of meeting and leaving the deputy head of the circle in an ordinary house. Besides, whenever he returned, he had to be suitable for them to spend time alone with her. But Lucas didn't say that, and at that moment, Giselian came up to him from behind and said that this was the decision of all members of the circle and asked the guy to accept this gift. Lucas said that even if it was, isn't it too big? How many rooms are there anyway? Giselian replied that there were not that many of them. Lucas and Isabel entered the house where Snow, Charles, and Nora were already waiting for them. The young man was incredibly angry that they were all here, and they had even chosen separate rooms for themselves. Snow argued with Charles about the fact that she should take the third room on the first floor, because this place is too shabby for her, and that room is simply the most spacious. And besides, she likes the view of the forest, which can be seen at a glance. Charles was angry. Hadn't she heard about how exactly she had taken her? Lucas asked Isabel why they were all here, and the girl replied that they were his guests, so it was ordered to accommodate them here for a while. Charles asked the young man who this rude woman was, and Snow replied that she was the queen of the elves. But Lucas reminded her that he had resigned from that post. Charles said that it was an amazing coincidence because she was actually a queen too, but of vampires. Snow suggested that vampires had a notion that the shorter you were, the higher your title, which angered Charles even more. Isabel couldn't take it anymore and screamed that if they were going to continue arguing, they should leave here and sleep somewhere else. They think that if they were invited here, then someone liked them. Snow asked why this human girl decided to measure her strength with her, and Charles also added that it was better for her not to interfere, which made Isabel even more angry because this is where she lives. After some time, the entire leadership of the circle gathered together at one table. Bennion said that the demigods have finally shown their true colors. Meanwhile, Lucas was thinking about how Rayron had fallen into hibernation, and the Lord was focused on curing the 3 apocalypses, now in such difficult times that they had never had before. For what reason were they so impatient to show themselves? One of those present said that all countries are demanding explanations from the circles, and they, in turn, cannot sit idly by and just watch indifferently. He said that in 3 days an emergency meeting would be held in the Cast Cow Empire. He heard that the presence of not only the heads of the 3 most powerful circles, but also other influential people would be necessary. Lucas asked about the exact location and was told that it would be held at the June family estate, located in the capital, Cosmphonia. Banyan said that if this happens in 3 days, then we need to move there immediately. Lucas reassured him and said that he knew the coordinates of the Jun family's ancestral estate. They would not be late even if they went out on the day of the event. Banyan assumed that the young man had business for these 3 days, and he confirmed her suspicions. In that case, Banyan decided that they would postpone their departure, and she also suggested that the other leaders prepare in advance and enjoy their vacation to the fullest. After some time, Lucas came to Diablo and said that he needed to reach the level of 9 stars. He needed his help. Diablo laughed, because the boy spoke as if he knew what needed to be done to become a 9-star. He told Lucas to follow him. They needed to go somewhere together. A moment later, he opened a portal and said that they were heading to the northern lands of Permafrost. They needed to meet with Elia. His condition for helping the boy achieve the 9 stars was to get Elia's consent to cooperate. Diablo asked Lucas why he was hesitating. Didn't he ever plan to go to her himself? Lucas confirmed his words. If we talk about those lands, he has just the right friend to show the way. He thinks that he should ask Diablo to be his guide. Lucas also took Nora and Snow with him, and in a moment they found themselves in the northern lands. Snow pulled ahead and Lucas asked her if they were going in the right direction. The elf replied that these lands were just like the front yard of a private house for her, although they were not in the polar region, and the blizzards here never stopped. Due to the impossibility of knowing the reason for this, entry to these lands was prohibited from childhood, but when he heard his words, he immediately remembered him. If there was a demigod named Elia living here, then he was sure that she should be in this place. But Lucas could hardly hear anything because of the strong wind. Did Snow really want to say that Elia was causing this storm? Snow noticed that the snowstorm was gradually getting stronger. This must be evidence that they were approaching the center. A moment later, the storm stopped, and Snow explained that it was because they had entered the very center of it. The next moment, Lucas noticed Elia in front of him, who asked Diablo if he had really decided to come to her. Elia also noticed that Diablo brought friends with him and asked who they were. She immediately became angry and raised another incredible storm. Elia assumed that Diablo was very unhappy with her leaving him alive. Now she will kill him as he wants. At that very moment, she summoned ice spears, and Diablo realized that there was nothing to talk about with her. Just before the spears were about to plunge straight into them, Lucas shouted out that he came here after hearing Ricky's will. Elia immediately changed the trajectory of the spears and asked the guy to repeat what he had just said. Lucas said that Ricky, before he died, said that she would be their strength. After Elia heard Lucas's words, she immediately stopped her storm and laughed loudly. She said that Ricky did whatever he wanted until the very end. A moment later, she raised a strong storm again. She said that Ricky would not give his life for such people. This cannot be a sufficient reason. Elia cried and screamed that she would kill them all. They would disappear in this place forever. At the same time, Agnes came to his senses, where a healthy Ananta and Nozdok were already waiting for him. Agni asked how much time had passed, and Nozdok replied that only a few months had passed. Agni himself understood perfectly well that the wounds were much more serious than could be restored so quickly. At the same time, the Lord appeared from the breach and told them to rejoice, for the time had come to act. The next moment, the Lord transported them all straight to the capital of Silkid Talhadun. People immediately noticed them in the sky, and Agni nevertheless asked the Lord to explain, to begin with what he was suddenly going to do. The Lord handed Nozdok a piece of illuminum, which Rayron had desperately protected until the very end, and asked him to use it sparingly. At the same time, the local city guards attacked them with guns. They did not understand why the great demigods invaded their airspace. One of the men understood that the rumors about the demigods concentrating on destroying the countries connected to the circles were true after all. As expected, such an attack did not leave a scratch on them, only angered Nozdok, and the man ordered all civilians to evacuate. In a moment, all the people around were dead, and Nozdok only laughed. The Lord finally had the desire to clean up from the pathetic insects. The Lord noticed that same man and wanted to finish him off, but Agni stopped him. The Lord remembered that this was his territory. Does he really want to stop him? Agni said that the Lord can destroy Silkid, let him do as he pleases, but before that he wants to ask something. He asked where Rayron was now. The Lord did not understand what he was talking about and pointed his finger directly at his heart, because Rayron was right there. It has become a strong energy circle and flows in the bodies of Nozdok, Ananta, and also him. If it were not so, they would not be able to recover in such a short time. The Lord admitted that he had absorbed her and shared this power with them. Agni couldn't believe it. He asked the Lord to leave this place to him. In a trembling voice, he said that it still belonged to him, and he wanted to finish it all himself. The Lord, together with Ananta and Nozdika, left Agnia, and the Lord finally told him to do as he saw fit. Agni turned to that same surviving man named Tuareg. He asked him to gather all the inhabitants of the country who remained alive and leave from here. If he has the courage to be a soldier and choose death, then let him protect the people as a commander of the troops. Agnius ordered him to disappear immediately before he changed his mind. At that very moment, Iris appeared behind him, surprised that Agni had disobeyed the Lord's order. He said that if she was going to report it to him, then she should do so. Iris replied that she was not such a cruel person. Apparently what happened to Rayron was an incredibly strong blow for him, although she herself thought that there was nothing strange about it. She said that Lord, even knowing about Ricky's betrayal, decided to simply turn a blind eye to it. Agni himself guessed this, but Iris doesn't know what happened after that. Iris said that the Lord even prepared another demigod, with whose help he covered up Ricky's sins. This amazed Agnius so much that he asked her to repeat what she had just said. She said that this was a warning she could give him as an apostle of the Lord. There was a definite order in his love for his brothers, and he would do well to beware of this unconscious order of the Lord. Finally, Iris said that the Lord wanted to forgive Ricky, even if it meant creating victims. But Ricky resisted his will until the very end, and in the end, the Lord had no choice but to kill Ricky with his own hands. She feels that the primacy of the disobedient Ricky has superseded the principles that Lord spoke of. Agni asked her what she had in mind. Iris replied that she had no intention of inciting chaos, but that she too was confused by her inability to understand the Lord to whom she was subordinate. All the demigods are equal. This great principle is the reason why all the demigods call him Lord and follow him. She asked Agni if he could continue to call him Lord, even knowing about all this. Agni asked her to stop. If she continued to chatter, he would smash her head. Iris left Agnia, leaving him alone. At the same time, Snow tried to cut through Elia's ice, which was as strong as a giant star blocking her path. Lucas cast a fire spell on her sword, and Snow managed to destroy her protective barrier. Elia was even surprised by such insane power that was able to break through her forces, and even at such a great distance and nothing more. She became incredibly interested and again attacked the boys with her ice spears, one of which was heading straight for Snow, who didn't have time to dodge. But at that very moment, Nora appeared in front of her, using one of the warrior mage's techniques, and literally split him. A moment later, Nora was right in front of Elia and attacked her head-on, but she managed to dodge. The girl was immediately behind her and attacked her with incredible force using a kick. And at this time, while she was distracted, Diablo immobilized her with his spell. And when she couldn't get away, Nora literally trampled her into the ground. But even so, Elia managed to dodge. She admitted that the guys still have minimal skills to show their impudence. Especially the Lich and the Warrior Mage have excellent vessels. Okay, Lich, but the girl has risen well to a level where she can compete with someone. And a moment later, Elia found herself in front of Snow and also recognized her strength. She said that she could feel Ricky's habits from her sword. Was she his apostle? Snow admitted that Elia quickly figured it out. She didn't even use her divine powers, and she saw right through her. Elia asked her not to lie. She simply cannot use these powers, because after Ricky's death, all his powers should have passed to her. In other words, these are no longer forces that can act as a mediator with Ricky. If she doesn't become stronger than she is now, then someday this power will strangle her. But what puzzled her most was Lucas. She said that he had terrible magic, and the divine power he received was incredibly weak. But it seemed to her, despite this, he had a huge amount of combat experience. Judging only by strategy and command, he seemed so perfect that it was impossible to think of him as a boy who had lived a little more than 20 years. She asked Lucas who he was anyway. The young man said that sometimes it happens to him too without him knowing it. Elia decided she thought she should make him a 9-star. He can be happy because if she hadn't liked him, she would have killed him right here. Lucas laughed. He didn't think he would hear about the 9-star from the lips of the demigod. He asked how she even knew how to reach the 9 stars. Elia admitted that she didn't even know this, which shocked everyone. Lucas asked if she didn't even know that. How was she going to make him a 9-star? Elia said that although she didn't know the method, she had experience. She had seen several guys who had reached 9 stars during battles with her. She also pointed to Diablo and said that he was also one of them. Diablo admitted this, and it was partly for this reason that he brought the boy to Elia, although he was never able to find out what exactly was required to reach this level. Elia said that there was also one common similarity, because they all almost died at her hands. Lucas didn't take her words very seriously, and she immediately put him on his knees. Does he really think this is a joke? This means that from this moment on, he will find himself on the brink of death time after time, and there are only 2 ways to end it. Either he will become a 9-star or he will truly die. She asked him to remember this well, but Diablo intervened and said that there was an important meeting in 3 days, and they needed to start training later. In that case, Elia said that he would have to reach this level within 3 days. Is the guy sure that he can handle it? Lucas replied that it was not exactly enough time, but it was not too little either. Elia said that this was exactly how he should have answered, because no matter what the situation was, without reaching 9 stars, he would not be able to keep up with everyone in the next battles. She wouldn't let him die a dog's death. These words even surprised Lucas. Elia admitted that she would not be able to forgive the guy who took over Ricky's will if he died without her permission. All Lucas could think about was how Ricky was involved with a woman who was causing him a huge headache. 3 days later, on the day of the emergency meeting held at the Jun family manor, all the important guests had already arrived. A man named Steve approached Shepard and asked if he wasn't expecting this. This is the day when the renewed Truman Circle will show itself for the first time at an official meeting. Shepard said that the capital is now completely destroyed. He asked him to be careful with careless statements. Steve apologized to him and said that according to rumors, the Truman Circle changed a lot after Frey Blake joined them. He also met with him, didn't he? Shepard confirmed his words, although this happened long before he joined the circle. Steve admitted that he had seen him too when he had gone to him to lure him into his circle. But in truth, the young man had not seemed so incredible to him. Just at this time, the leadership of the Truman Circle had already arrived at the estate. Deputy Sven approached them, which made Gisellen incredibly angry. He greeted Banin and said that he was now the leader. As it turned out, this man was Sven Heimodrik, the former deputy head of the Truman Circle and a scumbag who had conspired with the other circles to destroy them. Gisellen admitted that he didn't think the bastard would speak first, but Sven asked why he was being so rude, Weren't they once comrades who shared the same will? Giselin got angry and asked how he dared to say such things with his dirty mouth. Benyon calmed him down and also greeted Sven. She too was glad to meet him again. Sven admitted that the girl had grown a lot, but he would still warn her. But Benyon interrupted him and said that the head of the Truman Circle stood before him, and she thought it would be better for him to mind his manners. She showed him her dragon eye and said that if he didn't want to be so disgraced right here that he would never forget it in his life, then he should keep his mouth shut. This scared Steve incredibly, and Banyan said that she would forgive him once, because after all, once upon a time, they were comrades who shared the same will. They left the idiot alone and moved on, and Giselian admitted that the girl had indeed become stronger. But these words only embarrassed her. She asked if Frey had contacted him since he left. Giselin replied that no, it seemed they would still have to resolve all issues at this meeting without him. Banyan said they would try anyway. They had already taken too much from him. Once everyone was in place, Shepard announced that they had all been waiting for this for a long time. They were starting an emergency meeting. First, he wanted to thank everyone for responding to the sudden invitation and coming. But Jack had asked him to spare them useless introductions, as now was not the time for it. Shepard agreed and used the visualization mirror. He said that now they are all looking at what is happening now in Jotunbul. Jotunbul was a maritime state that took good care of its defense capabilities, making it one of the strongest countries, but even such a country was destroyed in just one day. Shepard said that the demigods have begun to act. They no longer intend to hide themselves. He constantly receives reports from former members of the Circle who witnessed what was happening and were located on different continents. One of those present asked why they suddenly started behaving so extreme. Shepard said they were still determining the cause. One old man also asked to be forgiven for interrupting Shepard, but he had been worried about something for some time now and could not concentrate. He said he found it hard to believe that such an important meeting would involve people wearing robes. Benyon turned to the old man, whose name was Rezil, and said that she was solely responsible for their status. He just laughed in response because her responsibility was useless. Rezil ordered them to take off their cloaks. He believes that he should see them himself and make a decision. Nora took off the first cape and said that the old man was still just as careful. Rezil said he thought she had cut ties with the Circles a long time ago, but why was she with the Truman Circle? The old man admitted that Benyon had indeed surprised him with this, but he still asked the second man to take off his cape. Nora intervened and asked him to stop there, as they were not obliged to continue answering his dirty intelligence questions. This only angered the old man, and he slammed the table with all his might. Did she really want to say that she liked living in this mortal world again? Nora replied that she had not joined the Truman Circle but supported their deputy Frey Blake. So she hoped that he would remember that being tactless towards the Truman Circle was also being tactless towards her. Steve told Shepard that he couldn't believe that even the last successor of the warrior mage, who had already left the mortal world, had joined the Truman Circle. At this time, an unknown man in a cloak was already standing on the hill near the Jun family estate. Everything was only getting more interesting. One of those present decided to stop this quarrel and return to the main topic of the meeting. He said that we need to go right now and stop the demigods. What are they even doing here? Nora admitted that there are still adequate people in the circles. She asked Banyan about this man, and she told her that his name was Gomez, and he was the master of the Dicelic Gauntlet. This circle is the largest in power of the middle and small circles. Jack had interrupted him and said that it was impossible to say that the right answer was to act without a specific plan. Gomez then asked what level the demigods' power was, how many of them were there, and why they suddenly started acting. Jack had replied that they didn't know any of that, but Gomez wasn't going to sit back while they found out. Jack had told him not to take it that way because he was only suggesting that they observe changes. This made Gomez even more angry. Did Jack had really dare to say such a thing after Jotunbul was reduced to ruins? Jack had explained that the circles were the last fortress on the continent that could stop the demigods, and that destroying them would mean destroying the continent. So how could they act without thinking? Rezil supported his words. They, Straw Nakles, also fully agree with the opinion of Rushid Soth. Gomez didn't believe in such things. Could they really continue to carry on this nonsense, even after the death of hundreds of thousands of people? Rezil just laughed. He said that they would not act even if millions died. These words hurt Gomez deeply, and in his rage he broke the table he was sitting at in half. Giselian considered that although Rezil Voyman was just a filthy old man, he was not so stupid as to create meaningless noise. Something was wrong here. He deliberately encourages the opposition of circles, but what is his purpose? At that very moment, the second person in the cape, who was sitting next to Nora, decided to take it off. She listened well to Rezil's position. It was Snow who put on her mask, and everyone recognized her as Sadna of the Hero Guard. Steve was surprised that it wasn't Frey Blake. Hadn't he come to the meeting, but why? Snow pointed out that Razil said that he would never act until he found information about the demigods, but what does he intend to do with the circles that do not follow his will? Razil replied that there would be no such circles. The opinion of Straw Knuckles, Rushid Soth, and Fizban Amlet, it is the opinion of these three strongest circles that is equivalent to the great truth. If someone does not agree, he will need to be properly set on the right path, and Gizelan realized everything. Rezil's goal was to find dissenters and repress them, and he intends to use this crisis as an opportunity to strengthen his power. Snow said she doesn't think the three strongest circles will agree. Rezil and Jacket immediately asked Altan what he thought. Altan immediately asked Benian what she thought had taken her by surprise, as she had not expected anything like that. Jacket laughed. It seemed that Master Altan had gotten confused and asked the wrong person for his opinion. Altan told him to sit quietly, because now he is interested in the opinion of the Master of Truman, Benian Argento. Is there any problem with that? This astonished Jacket, and everyone present realized that the rumors about the alliance between Fizban Amlet and the Truman Circle were true. Benian said that the most important thing now was to stop the demigods first, which could not but please Gomez. Razil asked her to be careful with her statements. Had she really learned nothing from the death of her ancestor? Gizelan immediately boiled over and asked the old bastard what this meant, but Benian asked him to calm down. She thanked Razil for the advice, but she never forgets about the death of her ancestors. But apparently he forgot about the purpose of creating the circles, because they were created to suppress the demigods and protect humanity, because it is not a fortress that needs to be protected by hiding behind humanity and using it as a shield. Razil didn't like her words. Is she going to lecture him now? Banyan said she was only correcting what he had been mistaken about. Gizelan realized that the girl had become truly very strong and wise. At that very moment, Benian immediately felt incredible psychological pressure from Razil. When Razil told her that it was very rude of her, having the same status did not mean that they were equal. Benian realized that Razil was spreading this pressure covertly, so that no one nearby would notice. The bastard said that he could not under any circumstances pass by such childish and vile behavior. At this point, a man in a robe at the next table interrupted him and said that it was so disgusting that he could no longer watch. It was the first time anyone present saw someone sitting there. The man in the robe stood on the table and declared that he had known from the very beginning that the circles were rotten. But after watching such a spectacle, he really does literally have tears in his eyes. Razil is one of the worst scum of all the people he has met, which can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Snow immediately realized that this was the same sneaky kid, but when did he come here? Lucas stood in front of the old bastard, but still decided to use his disguise. Razil said he didn't know who he was, but for such a young man, he was incredibly daring. Apparently, he wanted to die. The next moment, Lucas removed this disguise as well, and everyone realized that it was Frey Blake. Lucas said that first he would pay him back for the rudeness he had shown to Master Banyan. In that same second, Razil was already on his knees, as if an incredible force of gravity had pulled him down. Lucas said he was pleased to see how deeply he bowed, but this only made Razil even more angry. The young man said that this old bastard had no right to bear the name Straw. How about stepping down from his position? At the same time, Elia was thinking that she would never have thought that she would be so amused by a guy who had one foot in the grave. Everything for this is worth living a long time. How lucky Ricky was to find such a funny boy. She understands why he treated him special. Experience and reputation are infinite qualities that have nothing to do with the common sense of the dying person. It didn't even take Lucas 3 days. He was able to reach the 9-star level in just 1 day. At the same time, Lucas continued to watch Razil lying on the floor and muttering something. Razil asked the boy if he really thought he had the right to take charge of the future of the continent. Charles only thought that Lucas was the only person who had any rights at all. She understood that Razil was saying all this only because he didn't know who was in front of him. The old bastard became very angry and used several magical techniques to attack the young man. Snow noticed that he didn't even use the same magic, but completely different spells. Nora also noticed that the old man, even without training, simultaneously used dozens of different types of magic. Benian was frightened and realized that this was Master Rezil's power. Everyone present begged Razil to stop. If he continued, he would destroy the entire estate. But Razil didn't even intend to do that. He wanted to teach the impudent boy a lesson. Even Lucas was surprised by his strength and said that they might even get along. The young man smiled and said that he had actually been thinking about that. At that very moment, all of Rezil's magic disappeared, which left the old man in incredible shock. The rest of the circles didn't understand why Rezil stopped attacking, but soon everyone realized that his magic had simply canceled out. Nora told Banyan that it was Lucas who destroyed his equipment, which surprised the girl greatly. Snow was also surprised after all. The guy really did return, becoming a 9-star. Regressed couldn't believe it. She asked Lucas if he really reached 9 stars. He didn't believe it because he considered it impossible at such a young age. Lucas approached him and said that he was very disappointed in him. Regressed didn't understand what kind of feeling of superiority was coming from the young man. Even though they were both 9 stars, he couldn't describe it in any way. The old man realized that they were on different levels, but he still didn't want to believe it. Lucas told him that no matter what path one takes, if one does not have firm conviction, then drama will never open a solid door, be it magic or the art of warriors. Lucas told the old bastard that he would never be able to see this drama. Regressed literally lost his power of speech and was frozen with fear, realizing that he was no match for the young man. Lucas asked everyone why they joined the circle. He recalled what Banyan had said about the circles not being shields to protect their lives, and if there were any scum here who thought like that, he suggested that they leave this place immediately. Snow realized that the reason he was hiding was because he was waiting for Regressed to take over the place. The young man wanted to surpass Regressed and gain the opportunity to convince in an instant. Lucas said that the demigods have already begun to act. Jacket asked the boy if he really meant to say that since the circles were not a shield, they should step forward and fight. He said that their opponents were gods. They were not the kind that could be defeated by a simple counterattack. If that were possible, they would have done so already. Lucas came closer to him and said that the demigods have nothing to do with the gods. These scum are not so perfect, they think, get angry and shake with fear. This fear is the reason why they began to act so hastily. Their goal is the extermination of those who must be destroyed. This is literally a cleanup that leaves no one behind, and it is not a situation that can be easily ended by retreating and doing nothing. The only way left for humanity to survive is to fight and win. Lucas said he came here today to find people who shared his opinion. Let them choose for themselves whether they will fight for survival or decide to wait for death in order not to be wounded. Altan said that Fizban Amlet fully supports the young man's decision. Gomez also immediately supported the guy, and finally a meeting began in which one could normally understand each other. Everyone else followed their example and supported Lucas. Only Jacket and Regressed remained, and they had not yet made a decision. The old man thought that he could easily lead the course of this meeting, but this boy destroyed absolutely all his plans. Towards nightfall, Regressed gathered all the members of his circle and asked if Rashid Saad, led by Jacket, had arrived yet. The old man was incredibly angry. It was all because of that bastard. He ruined the whole game. Regressed stated that demigods were not beings that could be opposed. They are equal to the sun. No matter how much people wave their arms and legs, they will not be able to escape from their hands. This is the conclusion he reached after finding the 9 stars. Today he declared that they will all leave the circle. They will go to the place where the Lord is, which surprised everyone after all. The old man has some kind of connection with him. Regressed said that initially it was necessary to grow the circle's powers a little more. Then the Lord would be more pleased with their surrender and would promise them more care. One of the circle members asked if this meant that Regressed was throwing away the circle's name from that day on. The old man confirmed this, but the man asked another question. What would he do if the demigods gave an order that made no sense? Regressed got angry and shouted, how much longer did he want to make him answer the same thing? The man took off his robe and it turned out to be Lucas. The young man said that he hoped the old man would dodge as much as he expected, which left Regressed in shock. A moment later, a powerful earthquake began, which was created simply by activating his mana. The young man said he was very sorry. Regressed started yelling at him that he was a fool. It seemed that being stronger than others, he did not notice what was happening around him. The old man ordered the members of the circle to kill the guy, and they immediately rushed to attack. Regressed said that it was his mistake to come here alone. Lucas said that he actually really wanted to come alone. The next moment, a powerful blow struck most of the members of the circle, causing them to fly apart in different directions. And a moment later, some members of the circle were literally cut into pieces. Someone also sucked out all the life force from the rest of the circle, turning them into corpses. Regressed was left completely alone, and Lucas said that the old man was probably glad that his friends listened to him. But his comrades are known for not listening to him at all. The old man fell to the ground in fear, and Lucas came up to him and said that this was the end. Regressed understood that he was absolutely unable to resist him, but why was there such a huge difference between them? Lucas stated that the bastard would never be able to see drama, and Regressed realized that he was nothing more than a dropout. Regressed confessed to the boy that he really did look a lot like his older brother, and Lucas immediately realized that he was talking about Cairo. The old man said that Cairo Voiceman was the most magically capable person he had ever seen. He said the same thing as the young man. Demigods are not absolutely perfect creatures. Lucas said so because it was true. Then Rezel will ask one question. Is the young man sure that he can defeat the Lord? The young man remained silent, and Rezel noticed this. The old man agreed that the demigods were not an absolute power. The circles also attacked them from time to time, but the Lord was different. The Lord is a perfect creation. He himself is a god. If he decided to destroy them all, then they would have already come to an end. Lucas asked, so he was going to flirt with him personally to become his slave. But Rezel didn't see anything wrong with this. It was all just precautionary measures for survival. The old man asked the young man why he didn't know this simple truth. Charles intervened in the conversation and told Lucas that the old man did not want to save his life. He wanted to cast aside his pride and become livestock. Rezel laughed. They say that only because they haven't seen the Lord. But Lucas replied that he had seen the bastard, that he knew him so well that it disgusted him. He admitted that he had to fight once and he lost. The young man said that he eventually found himself locked in the Lord's abyss, and for 4,000 years thought of only one thing. All his thoughts were only about destroying the Lord. He confessed that his real name was Lucas Truman. He was an archmage who had clashed with the Lord 4,000 years ago. Snow and Nora couldn't believe it, because it was the first time they heard about it. The old man was also shocked. Could the kid in front of him really be the legendary Lucas Truman? Snow asked him to repeat what he had just said. Charles confirmed his words. He really is a hero of the Age of Light, who returned after 4,000 years and borrowed the body of a man named Frey. Snow said that all the questions that had interested her up to that point were resolved. Rezel was shaking in fear of Lucas. But why did he appear only now? Because if he had come a little faster, he would have been different too. But still, he doesn't think he was wrong. Lucas said that in that case, it means he has no regrets. The guy said he would be glad to meet him, and a moment later he shot the old man in the head. Before his death, Rezel sincerely asked the boy to be right in his words. At that moment, Cairo appeared behind Lucas and approached his brother's corpse. Lucas asked him for forgiveness because he got rid of his younger brother with his own hands. Cairo said that the guy shouldn't ask for forgiveness because he was the one who killed Rezel. For if the younger brother takes the wrong path, it will be the elder brother's duty to prevent him, even if it means half killing him. Cairo cried and said that before things turned out this way, he should have guided him properly. If the young man hadn't stopped him even now, Rezel would have sold his soul to the Lord. Cairo thanked Lucas for allowing Rezel to end his life as a human. After some time, Lucas came to Jacket. Jacket immediately asked what was wrong with Rezel. The young man didn't answer him, and Jacket immediately guessed what was going on. He asked the boy what he was going to do now. If he didn't follow him, then the boy was going to progress. And him? Lucas said he didn't need a puppet. Let Jacket act according to his own thoughts. If he decides that the young man is wrong, he can stab him in the back at any moment. Jacket said he was looking forward to the future. The next day, another emergency meeting was held, and Lucas said that the demigods were currently in a critical condition, the likes of which they had never experienced before. In other words, for them, this is the kind of lucky moment that never happened before. Lucas began to talk about things he had never talked about before, just like a wandering poet telling stories little by little to children who were unable to sit still in their seats. He spoke of the death of one of the 5 apocalypses, of one demigod falling into hibernation, of the fact that the life of one in hibernation can be easily cut short. Lucas also spoke about the development of the substance illuminum, with which the demigods can escape God's supervision, and even that they use it to kill those awaiting inevitable death. The participants of the circles could not hide their defeat from the information they had heard, because before that, they did not even have a way to find out about it. Everything was as if yesterday's argument had never happened. At some point, all the circles began to feel the same thing. The very unification that had been dreamed of for a long time has finally become a reality. Altan asked if the demigods would be destroyed by the ways of this world if they were to commit indiscriminate killings. Is this the very fear of the demigods that the young man had already mentioned? Lucas confirmed his words and said that the demigods call this order God. He stated that from now on they must find the apostles of the apocalypses and get rid of them. The young man said that he knew about at least 2 of them. One of them is a hired killer named Genta, and the second is a demon named Kalthud. He said that if they could get rid of them, the 2 apocalypses would go into hibernation, and then changing the current hopeless situation would no longer seem like a dream. Jack had realized that Genta was the king of assassins, a legendary man who killed not only aristocrats, but also members of the royal family. He admitted that they, too, had had incredible difficulty in getting their hands on the witness's evidence and the contract, and in finding out that he was not a fictitious character. If their information is correct, then he must be a native of Hitume Icarus. Genta thinks it would be best to look for his traces there first. Charles also admitted that she knows a little about Kaltuda, a demon who had made a contract with her in the past. If he were to perform such a ritual, then tens of thousands of lives would have to be sacrificed in order for a high-level demon to appear on the continent. Lucas asked her if he could track him down. Charles said that it was quite possible because the special energy of demons cannot be hidden, and Altan then stated that they would take it upon themselves to track it. Lucas only thought about how he had managed to regain the 9-star level and realized the unification of circles. He also now has comrades who share his will. From this moment on, his real war with the Lord begins. After some time, Banyan decided to demonstrate her current strength to Lucas and Isabel. She screamed with all her might that the boys even had to close the door and leave. Even though they were standing far away, it felt like the whole world had burst into screams. This is the dragon spell. Banyan is already at a level where he can use it twice a day. Lucas admitted that this girl really had good potential. Just at that moment, Hector approached him. The young man knew that Banyan's dragon spell was a weapon they couldn't be without during the battle with the demigods, although to be honest, he would have liked a little more. Hector asked why he was talking about the demigods. Isn't their target now the apostles? Lucas remained silent and did not answer anything. He knew that Nixel was not following Agnes of her own free will. She became an apostle because of threats. There was no other choice. At least Agnew simply must destroy with his own hands. Hector noted that it was already quite late and maybe they should go already. After all, his development of the golem is finally ready. After some time, Hector and Lucas came to look at her. The man could not contain his emotion from just one look at her. He declared that she was a masterpiece, created from the raw material of dreams by the combined efforts of 3 of the best masters. Hector asked the young man that, with the core that was the masterpiece of Shui Stroh's entire life, in the future, no golem would be able to compare even to their cutie Anna's little finger. Lucas handed the core to Hector, and a moment later, the man had already inserted it. The golem completely absorbed the core, and a moment later the golem literally began to glow. Lucas could hear the sound of the heart even from a distance. After all, it really was a core the size of 1 million mana. Hector laughed and said that 1 million was not the level. The power of this girl, born in the best body, is at a level that cannot be measured by the methods available at this time. Lucas realized that this mana energy was beyond common sense after all. Looking only at the original value, he naturally thought that it was superior to Diablo. Hector screamed and declared that this was the best work of his entire life. It was the best art. A moment later, the golem came to its senses and sank to the ground next to Lucas. Hector even cried after she came to her senses. The golem didn't ask where she was and why her hands were so thin, but soon she realized everything, and Lucas noticed something incredible. He couldn't believe it. Lucas immediately grabbed the golem by the hands. Isabel couldn't believe what the boy was doing. But the next moment, Lucas asked the golem if this was really his comrade Shui. No one present could believe it. Was this guy really talking about the sage Shui Stroh? The golem said that 4,000 years, 7 months, and 23 days had passed. He hugged Lucas and asked if it had taken too long. Cairo was just in shock. Could Frey really be Lucas Trom, and what else does he know? Shui said that even though Lucas looks like this, he can recognize him at first sight. While they hadn't met, the guy became so young and handsome. Isabel finally understood what it was. Shuhei's cave itself was a message for only one person, Lucas Truman. This cave was Shuhei's last hope and last wish. Shuhei in the golem's body said that he thought that someday, when he opened his eyes, it would definitely be Lucas standing in front of him. Lucas said that Shuhei was so soft that he even felt disgusted and asked him to move away. Shuhei didn't understand what was wrong with his voice because he thought that he was hoarse from not being able to speak for 4,000 years, and also that his body was strangely thin and white. He used the illusion mirror and looked at himself. Shuhei said that Lucas's tastes had indeed changed a lot during this time, but the guy immediately stated that it wasn't his doing, but that idiot dragon's, pointing his finger at Hector. Cairo asked if it was really Shuhei Straw in front of him. Shuhei confirmed his words. Hector could not even imagine that the core would contain the soul of the greatest sage. Shuhei said that the man was almost right, but it was not entirely true, because the core did not contain a soul, but a copy of memory and personality. Hector didn't understand how it was even possible to copy memories and personality. Shuhei himself didn't know how it worked, but he really is incredible. Cairo asked the guy if he was really Lucas Truman. Isabel confirmed this. Frey is Lucas Truman, who disappeared without a trace 4,000 years ago. Cairo couldn't believe it, and Isabel said she felt the same way. But doesn't a man feel better because all the questions you had up until that moment are gone? Cairo just smiled and confirmed her words. It was all really true. It was the best feeling, but he still can't believe that he is in the same place with the heroes of the era of light. Sometime later, Lucas stood alone with Shuhei, and Cairo confessed to Snow that he still couldn't believe that Lucas Truman and Shuhei Straw were here. He admitted that it was difficult to understand how such skill could be possessed by a young man who had only recently crossed the 20-year mark. Isabel revealed that Frey was originally her classmate at the academy, and she doesn't know why Lucas ended up in the same body with him. But according to Lucas himself, he was locked in the abyss for 4,000 years, when one day he suddenly heard Frey's voice. Snow admitted that she had also heard about the abyss. One can understand that it is a place in which there is absolutely nothing. She had heard that living in that place while conscious was even more torture than death itself. Cairo said that in any case, they also began to see chances for success, because with them, there are two heroes of the era of light who know the Lord well. Snow said that it would be better not to speak about it so thoughtlessly. She would continue to treat Lucas as Frey and ask them all to do the same. At the same time, Lucas told Shuhei that Ruhiral showed him his memories, namely the moment when Iris took his life. Shuhei himself forgot that it was Iris who killed him. He himself didn't know this because his memories are records copied in advance even before his death. Shuhei said that it was strange. Even though Iris was rude, she wouldn't betray them to save her own life. Lucas explained that Iris was now the Lord's apostle, but Shuhei did not understand what this meant, and the young man realized that he would have to start everything from the very beginning. At the same time, one of the orcs came to Ivan and said that he was truly an incredible warrior. If it weren't for him, they would have already been destroyed, but Ivan was thinking about something else. He did not understand what was happening to the world. More and more settlements were appearing that literally in one day were completely destroyed. At the same time, another of Ivan's comrades came to him and said that he had a guest. It turned out to be a phoenix who introduced herself as Torcuda. Torcuda asked Ivan to kill him. Meanwhile, Lucas had already told Shuhei that demigod Ricky had betrayed the Lord, which greatly surprised Shuhei. Lucas revealed that Ricky was very impressed with Rushid, which surprised Shuhei even more. Shuhei noted that Lucas had survived quite well and had even reached the 9-star level again, starting from the very bottom. Still, his will remained the same, but Lucas said that he did not achieve all this alone. He owes a lot to the people living in this world. But Shuhei said that these are all his abilities too. Shuhei guessed that the most important thing now would be to determine the Lord's actions. Lucas replied that this was the problem because demigods move freely in time and space. But Shuhei said he had one idea. They would just use Iris's power. Lucas immediately started yelling at him. Doesn't he understand that if he asks her, she will immediately tell the Lord everything? He said that she betrayed them and killed him. Shuhei smiled and said that she did save Lucas after all. Even though she was ill-mannered, she would not betray him. After some time, Lucas and Shuhei were already in the Spain mountain range. Shuhei admitted that he missed this view. Everything here remained the same, as if time had stood still here for 4,000 years. He asked the guy why they came here at all. Was there any other business in his cave? Lucas said that he met here with the Apostle Agnia, one of the select army of the Lord. He is one of the apocalypses, who controls the power of flame. He also added that his apostle was the savior of his life, who put her life on the line for this, and she is also his friend. That is why he is obliged to destroy at least Agnia with his own hands. Lucas noticed that something was wrong here, because before he could meet her at any time, whenever he came here, at that very moment, a huge goblin appeared and asked Lucas if she was his girlfriend. Lucas didn't understand what was being discussed, and the goblin addressed him again as the master of the master. The guy immediately asked the goblin if he was Nyx's subordinate. The goblin told him that the master had warned him that a dangerous situation had come, and it was no longer possible to hold on. Shuhei said that if she wanted to convey something, she could have asked someone who was better at speaking. The goblin said that Nyx created a crack and entered it. He kept repeating that she went to Silkid. Lucas didn't fully understand everything the goblin wanted to tell him, but the next destination had already been determined. They were to go to Silkid. At the same time, Agni met with Nozdok to discuss something important. Agni asked Nozdok what he thought about Rayron's disappearance. Nozdok turned around and was about to leave. He only replied that Rayron had sacrificed herself to save the three of them. Agni then asked him if she really didn't even want this, was it right? Nozdok then asked him what he wanted to say by this. Agni said that until now the Lord had never demanded sacrifices from them. Perhaps he was changing. Nozdok became angry and declared that the will of the Lord was equal to the will of the demigods. He also noticed Agni's anger and asked him not to follow in the footsteps of Ricky's failures and not to commit such stupidities. It was enough to have one disgusting incident when they had to fight with their own brother. At the same time, the Phoenix attacked Ivan, but he managed to dodge each attack. In an instant, he was already next to her and dealt a crushing blow. Torcuda understood that this man was not even using all his strength, but was only irritating him, thereby forcing him to attack him. Torcuda attacked Ivan again, but he immediately appeared behind him and slammed him straight into the ground with his incredible kick. Ivan grabbed the phoenix by the throat and said that this was its end. At the same time, Nozdok asked Agni how he was watching over his apostle. He is worried about the young man Frey Blake, because at the last meeting that scoundrel figured out all the apostles. He is a pretty smart guy, so he will not leave them alone. Agni asked him how he watches over his apostle. Nozdok replied that his apostle was such that a man would not even dare to touch him, and Agnius remembered that his apostle was the devil. Nozdok said that the apostle of Ananta seemed to be very good at hiding his body, and there was no need to worry about the apostle of Lord. He worries most about Agnia. Agni said that if they were talking about this, then he was one step ahead of his thoughts. Agni asked if Nozdok really thought that he would simply appoint a phoenix he picked up off the street as an apostle. Does the very fact of the necessity of appointing an apostle, which is a huge weakness, make any sense at all? Agni said that he intended to completely get rid of this disgusting weakness. Nozdok didn't understand how he wanted to achieve this. Agni explained that this phoenix harmonized very well with him. If only certain conditions came together, perhaps he would no longer need the apostle at all. And at the same time, Ivan finally released the phoenix and ordered him to get out of here. Torquato started yelling at Ivan. He asked to kill him. But Ivan's attention was no longer on the phoenix, but on the hole in the sand from which dozens of demigod creatures were crawling out. Ivan said that Kuruksar is in that direction. He didn't understand how they follow them to every place they go. It only meant that there was a traitor among them. Ivan started walking towards these monsters, but Torquato asked the man to kill him before that. Ivan just ordered him to shut up. He doesn't know what his reasons are, but he doesn't have a hobby of killing whiners and begging for it. If he wants to die so badly, then let him go somewhere and end his own life. Torquato became angry because if it were possible, he would have done it a long time ago. At the same time, Lucas arrived in the desert, accompanied by Nora, Isabel, Snow, and Banyan. Snow asked him why Shuhei wasn't with them. Lucas replied that Shuhei said that he had to get used to his new body and went to train, and added that he would join after he got used to everything to some extent. Nora noticed that the divine power was scattered in this place. It was hard to believe. Even though she saw everything with her own eyes, she couldn't comprehend that the times had come when the demigods acted so openly. Isabel asked why the demigods were heading to Renee. Nora said that there were members of Paragon there. That would definitely explain the current situation. Lucas suggested that they hurry before Silkid fell completely. At the same time, two men were discussing the fact that out of 17 cities, 7 were attacked and defeated, and 4 surrendered. It could be said that Silkid was completely finished. But one of the warriors turned to a man named Urha and said that guests had arrived who said they were from Paragon. Urha was already glad that reinforcements had arrived. Even if it was Cairo or Diablo, they would be able to overcome the lack of numbers. But in front of him were not those he expected to see. It was Lucas along with Nora, Isabel, Snow, and Banyan. Nora greeted Urha and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But Urha didn't expect to see them. He thought that they were finished because there was no Cairo or Diablo here. Nora said they came here to assess Silkid's situation. Urha replied that it would be faster to see everything in person and asked them to follow him. They saw all the terrible consequences after the demigods' attack. It was hell. Benyon couldn't even believe that something like this actually happened in just one day. Urha said that it was only a small part, and Lucas immediately realized that they were not attacked by demigods. Urha confirmed his words. They were attacked by monsters. Lucas himself understood this perfectly well, because not everyone had been killed yet. The man said that the monsters were brought by only one demigod who controlled the flame. Although he had already faced off against several demigods, he was on a completely different level. Lucas said that it was not surprising, because the demigod was the apocalypse. The young man realized that Agni had finally recovered. According to Ricky, a year should have passed, but what did the Lord do? Urha said that of the 17 cities of Silkid, 7 were destroyed, 4 cities surrendered, and only 6 cities continue to fight, including this one, Renea. He admitted that in such a situation, even the head of these lands, Mr. Sarman, is thinking about submission. Urha shouted that if only he had a great warrior with him, they would be able to fight back. He said that in Silkid, the only strongest person is called a great warrior. Although the great warrior is not from these lands, he is an excellent commander and instantly created the best army of resistance of Silkid. Urha said that his name was Ivan, which greatly surprised Lucas. Nora was incredibly angry. She admitted that this guy was still making a lot of noise. At the same time, the bell rang and all troops were ordered to evacuate. Urhi was informed that the demigod monsters are attacking again. A crowd of monsters is approaching them, completely filling the horizon. Aha just laughed nervously. He said that this was the end. Lucas asked one of the warriors if there was a demigod with these monsters. He replied that the demigod was not with them. And then Lucas wanted to know from which direction the monsters were approaching. The warrior said that monsters were attacking from the southeast, but asked him who they were anyway. Lucas said they were their reinforcements. A moment later, Luca was already on the observation tower. He was thinking that this bastard Agni had sent a lot of these monsters after all. Urha asked Lucas if he was really going to stop this huge army by himself. Lucas said he noticed Urha's distraught face when he first saw them. He assumed the man was hoping to see Cairo or Diablo, right? Lucas said that Urha should be happy because he was not someone like their subordinate. Urha said that now is not the time to bluff. There are several thousand enemies. It is not even easy to resist more than 100, so how can he do it alone? Lucas responded that given how much he relied on Cairo and Diablo, Urha somehow knew too little about mages. The young man said that for a magician, the number of enemies does not play any role. It is enough to simply lure them to the desired place. When the monsters were already near the tower, Lucas began to use his spell. Urha couldn't believe it. It felt like the world was shaking. Could this really be human mana? Lucas flew into the air and also said that for a 9-star mage, coordinates do not matter at all, because all the spaces known to him are under his control. Lucas began to use an incredibly powerful snowstorm and froze all the monsters in an instant. And a moment later, just by clenching his fist, he literally crushed the bastards into small pieces. Because of the unnatural cold that covered the entire desert, there were those who could not believe their eyes, and those who felt determined, and still others who were simply surprised. In the future, what happened on this day became known as the Silked Snowflower, and it became a signal rocket that announced Frey's name throughout the country. After some time, Lucas was already enjoying his well-deserved dinner. Snow said that such a commotion would definitely reach Agni's ears. She walked up to him and asked him, banging the table, if he had really drawn attention to it on purpose, what his plan was anyway. Lucas said that Agnius never leaves Taladoon, and if they don't get him out of there, they won't have a chance of success. He also said that he was going to clean up the entire territory of Silked with Isabel, even though she would only be acting as a porter. Lucas also stated that even if they encountered the demigod, he had no intention of avoiding battle. He said that at this time, Snow, Benian and Nora will meet with the head of Silked and propose an attack on Agnia, and it would be better to reunite with Ivan, because this guy, as it turned out, is quite authoritative here. Nora promised to take care of it personally, but she can't say for sure whether he will be alive until he meets the local leader. Lucas even began to worry about Ivan himself. He asked Nora to think about not ending his life. Snow stated that she still couldn't agree with everything, because confronting a huge number of monsters without a mage would become an incredible scale war of attrition. Lucas didn't understand what she was talking about because they already had a magician with them, and he pointed his finger at Banyan. The girl immediately began to worry a lot and said that it was too much for her. She couldn't replace the guy. Lucas asked her to give him some time. He needed to talk to her alone. After some time, Lucas and Benian went to the observation tower, and the girl said that because it is a desert, the night wind here is really cold, although this is probably because of its ice. She admitted that she was surprised that he had actually reached the level of 9 stars. The young man always did just that. Time after time, he turned dreams into reality, like clouds that were impossible to reach. Banyan said Lucas is truly an incredible person. She has been thinking for a long time that she is still not up to the level of the head of the True Man's Circle. Banyan believes that it is the young man who should become it. Lucas interrupted her and said that not long ago his old friend had awakened from a very long sleep. He was much more incredible than a guy like him, because he was correct, unwavering, and wise. He always respected his beliefs. Banyan said that's exactly what she feels when she looks at him. She would like to meet this friend once, and Lucas said that they would meet soon. Lucas also added that the guy was unusually unlucky with students. He was much smarter than him, and his teaching method was outstanding. When he woke up from a long sleep, he had to immediately tell him about all the circles. The guy admitted that he couldn't believe that after 4,000 years, there were those who had adopted their will and those who continued to fight the demigods. He asked if there could be anything that would make them even more content and happy. Lucas continued and said that the guy, as expected, was interested in Straw Knuckles, but he was unable to answer him. After all, if he found out how rotten Straw Knuckles is now, he would definitely be disappointed. Benyon didn't understand what the guy was talking about, and Lucas said that the guy's name was Shui Stro. Lucas said that when he first stepped foot on the grounds of the Truman Circle, he immediately thought that he was incredibly lucky. After all, even though 4,000 years had passed, his will was followed and carried out as he wanted. He was proud that it was Benyon who took over his name. He wanted to tell her those words from the very beginning that made the girl cry. Lucas thanked Benyon, and she immediately rushed into his arms, literally choking on tears. Bennion tried to explain something, but Lucas replied that he already knew everything. He admitted that she had done a good job and he was genuinely proud of her. Lucas, who had returned to everyone, began calling Banyan Master again and addressing her with respect. She knows his secret and is sure that he wants to protect her nobility as the master of the Troman Circle. Just the words that he was proud of her were worth giving her whole life for. At the same time, Sarman began to sincerely thank Lucas. Seeing what he had done, he immediately calmed down. After all, they have hope that these lands will not be enslaved. They all sat down at the table together, and Lucas told Sarman about his plan to split into 2 teams and prepare to hunt the apocalypses. Lucas also said that during this time he was going to clean up the entire territory of Silkid in order to piss off Agnius. Sarman said that in that case he advises heading north. He explained that almost all the cities in that direction were under the control of the demigods. That is, they belonged entirely to them. Sarman said that this is a very big risk because the rules have been destroyed. So now these are territories of absolute lawlessness. Lucas wanted to ask him something. He was looking for a woman. She looked to be a little over 20 years old, and she also had red hair that fluttered like flames. Lucas noted that Sarman had some guesses, but said that it was unlikely to help him in any way. He simply remembered one terrible and unpleasant story, known to everyone recently. Sarman told him about a woman who wanted to die, and Lucas immediately guessed everything. Sarman continued and said that there is a woman who wanders around Silkid and asks to be killed, and when someone tries to do it, she suddenly lets out a terrible scream and burns in flames. Isabel said that it was indeed a scary story, but it was still worth checking out. Sometime later, in the city of Altara, several bastards caught up with a defenseless woman who begged them not to touch her. But one of the scoundrels grabbed her by the hands and ordered her to stand still, because he had already paid her husband. But at that very moment, Lucas appeared and with one kick sent the bastard to eat the earth. He ordered them to disappear, but the bastards did not take him seriously. Did the young man really want to die? Lucas said that because of the actions of the demigods, these lands were left without laws, but this area is even worse. The young man suddenly noticed the bastard's clothes and immediately remembered that the girl had the same ones. Before he had time to think about it, the scoundrel had already attacked him from behind and was about to kill him with a knife. But Isabel appeared and grabbed her hand, not letting her finish what she started. She said that everyone here seemed to have given up on being human. The next moment, she threw the girl to the ground, causing the scoundrels to run away in fear for their lives. Lucas told her that he already knew perfectly well that this was an area where no one could be trusted. But suddenly they were distracted by some noise, and they decided to approach the crowd, which was clearly watching something. What they saw shocked Isabel. Right in the middle of the square hung 3 bodies of men, chained to sticks, who had neither arms nor legs. Isabel asked one of the residents what the hell this was. One old man replied that this was a purge, the death of those protesting against the government of Mild. Lucas decided to ask Mild about this, and the old man told them that Mild is the most influential person in the entire city, who controls everything here. Even the owner of the lands of Porto cannot do anything to him. The old man said that those poor fellows who were brutally killed became like that after they spoke out against the creation of punitive troops organized by that same Mild. Isabel did not understand why this punitive detachment was needed here. For whom was Mild gathering them to punish? What the old man answered shocked Lucas, because they were needed to eliminate the great warrior Ivan. The old man said that the boys themselves had probably heard about him. This is a man who has been wandering around the Silkida desert lately and gaining strength. He also warned them to be careful, because if they do something wrong, they will end up in the place of those dead guys. Lucas noticed that there was something strange here. He was sure that a demigod ruled in Altark, but not Agni, because if it were him, no matter how strong Ivan's power became, he would not be able to think of him as his enemy. But another demigod also cannot arbitrarily occupy these territories belonging to Agnius. And this means that Agnius controls Silkid, leaving his puppet here. This shows that he doesn't want to budge even one step until the very end. Lucas decided that they should look at this Mild guy first. At the same time, some unknown man woke up right in the middle of the desert. He remembered nothing, knew absolutely nothing, but he was sure of only one thing, that he had not just been born. Now he has absolutely no memories. He got to his feet and set off on his way. At the same time, Iris was visited by the Lord himself, who noticed that the girl seemed busy lately. Arya said that she went to Silkid because Agnius summoned as many as 10 demigods. The Lord did not understand why the girl said that she thought he was planning something terrible. The Lord asked her what was the name of the guy she saved, but soon he himself remembered his name was Frey Blake. He won't ask the reason why she saved him because there was no such condition, but he promised that next time he would kill him at all costs. This young man will regret that he couldn't die then. The Lord admitted that he was actually very angry at this boy. Iris held back her emotions and asked him if that was all he wanted to tell her. She said that Lord was somehow strange. She couldn't believe that he was really having empty conversations with her. A moment later, the Lord disappeared, and Iris began to cry. She wants to take a break from all this, at least for one day. At the same time, Lucas and Isabel had already made their way into Mild's domain. They noticed that there was an incredible caution in this place, that it couldn't even be compared to what was outside. Isabel noticed something strange. If they were afraid of something from the outside, then the guards should have concentrated on the upper part. But for some reason in this place, the lower they go, the more guards there are. Lucas was even surprised, but the girl did not understand why, and the young man replied that he was surprised that today she suddenly began to think well. He confirmed her suspicions that what they wanted to hide was located below ground. The young man said that they shouldn't move noisily, otherwise they would fly further. They flew over the wall and Lucas managed to pull Isabel aside. She didn't understand what he was doing, but the guy saw some kind of barrier and said that if they went further, they would be discovered. Behind this door, one of the servants reported to Mild that they had done everything as he had ordered. They had put the corpses on display in the square. Mild asked if there were any who spoke out against it, and the man confirmed this. In that case, they must seize them and execute them. After a while, the man rose up, breathing a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Lucas knocked him out with just one blow to the neck. They tied him up and took him into some room, and when he woke up, he saw Lucas in front of him. The boy used mind control and ordered him to tell who he was. This technique gives Isabel the creeps, even though they are on the same side. The man said he was Porto, the head of the Altark lands. Then Lucas asked him how he ended up under the control of the demigods. Porto responded that he had to make this choice in order to protect citizens. Lucas said that the man no longer needed to be afraid, he would have help, thanks to which he would no longer need to obey the demigods. Porto said he refused, which surprised them, and Isabel asked him why. At the same time, Mild himself entered the room and declared that they could not defeat him. Isabel didn't understand how he ended up here. Mild said that they had guessed that he was a demigod. Did they really think that he wouldn't notice their presence? Mild admitted that he knows more about them than they imagine. After all, they are looking for the Apostle Agnes. Lucas asked the bastard if he knew where the Apostle was, and Mild said that already 3 of their kind are pursuing the phoenix that struck Lucas. Mild said that the last trace she left was found in Nempatala, and that they would be able to catch her very soon. Lucas just smiled and grabbed Isabel, immediately disappearing. Mild couldn't believe that these people thought he was weak. Did they really think that they could escape using teleportation? A moment later, Mild himself used the teleport. But this was exactly what Lucas had been counting on, finding himself behind him. Lucas stated that he was glad that for a demigod, Mild was very slow-witted. He admitted that he didn't think he could lure him out so easily. Mild immediately turned his hand into a weapon and prepared to fight. Lucas asked Isabel to keep her distance. He would deal with this guy himself. Mild said that these were 2 bold words for someone who would soon be destroyed. He drew his bowstring and was ready to attack the guy. Lucas used a protective barrier, but it was unable to withstand the attack and was instantly destroyed. Lucas noticed a huge hole in the landscape behind him. He couldn't believe that he had managed to do it with just 1 shot. He understood that this was the same type that Rikia had. Mild's strength was in his weapon. Lucas used the barrier again, but Mild said it wouldn't work. Turns out the guy is a complete unteachable idiot. The youth declared that this was his charm, and when Mild attacked him again, he heard the sound of the bowstring being released 3 times. And then he used a multiple barrier, but all 3 shots penetrated his defense. He managed to dodge every shot again, which even Mild admitted he was pretty good at dodging. Isabel watched all of this and knew perfectly well that even if Lucas hadn't told her to stand aside, she still wouldn't have had the courage to try to intervene. She didn't believe that the young man was dodging invisible arrows, guessing their direction and the right time. This was a fight on a completely different level. But even she understood that his opponent was an archer and that it was impossible to close the distance with just dodging. Isabel didn't understand what Lucas was even planning to do. As Mild prepared his attack again, Lucas attacked him with ice, which he summoned right below the bastard, causing him to jump into the air. This was Lucas's plan. He summoned a huge number of fireballs right above Mild, but he had no trouble evading them all. Isabel noticed that Mild had summoned an arrow for his bow this time. The next moment, the bastard fired his shot, which was incredibly powerful, straight at Lucas. Even Lucas himself understood that this time things were really dangerous. When the dust from the shot settled, Mild couldn't believe his eyes, because Lucas was still standing in the same place. The bastard couldn't believe that he had managed to absorb his arrow. Isabel wasn't in incredible shock either, because this black and scarlet mana that was around the young man was absolute magic. This was the first time she saw something like this with her own eyes, and she realized that the words about this being a level that could even tear apart space were not a lie. She still can't believe that Lucas is actually fighting a demigod on equal terms all by himself. Mild even praised the guy. He was one of the most troublesome people he had fought in the last 1,000 years. In an instant, he summoned an incredible number of arrows that were impossible to even count. Mild told Lucas that he could not live for even 100 years and would soon be completely destroyed. But did he really dare to think that he could defeat him? Mild admitted that he had been tempering this power for thousands of years. Their combat experience is very different. Lucas asked him not to talk such nonsense because demigods are not such a diligent species. He said that if they had really been tempering their powers for thousands of years, this world would have been in their hands long ago. It was only by chance that they acquired absolute divine powers. Lucas said that the demigods are a race that is mired in self-glorification and is incapable of even thinking about developing these powers. The guy admitted that if they had acquired qualities commensurate with the time that had passed, he would not have had a chance. If that were true, they would have no reason to fight like this. These words made Mild even more angry. He will make sure that the little man will never be able to open his mouth again, and next time he will attack Lucas again with one of his arrows. Isabel couldn't see anything because the sandstorm made it impossible to see anything. She was about to cover him, but suddenly noticed that Mild was no longer in the air. Then she immediately rushed to Lucas, but saw only that Mild was kneeling in front of him. The bastard couldn't believe that some little man could hurt him. Lucas told him that he was actually the one who had been tempered for thousands of years. Mild asked him what his words about thousands of years meant. She asked him not to talk nonsense, because he was some mortal who could live for hundreds of years. Mild remembered the Lord's words about asking all the demigods not to lose their vigilance. The Lord then declared that he would recognize everyone, starting with the human race, as their enemies and would come out against them with all his strength. It seemed to him then that the Lord had gone mad. Could it really be that not even dragons, but some little people could become a threat to them? Man cannot defeat God. That was the common sense that was within him. Mild just smiled and told Lucas that he recognized him as his enemy. A moment later he disappeared. Lucas thought that he had actually escaped. But everything was different. Now the real fight will begin. An incredible number of arrows were already flying straight towards Isabel. Lucas managed to fight off almost all of them, but one arrow still pierced his arm. He did this to protect Isabel, who begged him to forgive her. But Lucas asked him not to make a fuss, because it was just a fracture. She was going to start treating his wound right away, but there was no time for that. Lucas said that Mild had completely hidden himself. He must no longer be in the direction from which the arrow came. Isabel said he would shoot from such a faraway place that he wouldn't even be visible. Lucas knew that if they couldn't find his location, their heads would roll off their shoulders. Isabel suggested that Lucas use divine power, which shocked the guy. She said that she also knows that he is against using divine abilities, and he respects his pride as an archmage, which is why he does this. Isabel continued and said that if he had the same divine power, he would eventually be able to determine the location of the demigod. The girl immediately began to justify herself and ask for forgiveness for saying such nonsense. Lucas walked up to her and flicked her and said it was a great idea. At the same time, due to the energy of their mana, Mild could see where they were as if in the palm of his hand. He will make them regret that they sinned by daring to look down on God. Mild was already preparing for the next attack when he suddenly noticed that the guy's energy had disappeared. Suddenly, clouds began to appear above him, and a moment later, lightning destroyed the bastard's right hand. Mild screamed in pain and thought that the young man was below, but suddenly noticed that the mana had disappeared again. Was he hiding it on purpose? But how? Suddenly he noticed another thundercloud again, and he finally realized that it was Indra's lightning strike. But it was too late, and Lucas had already rid the bastard of his left leg. Mild fell to the ground and thought only about how a person could simultaneously and completely freely use both mana and divine power. He remembered Isabel's cries that the guy's name was Frey, and immediately guessed that he was from the Blake family. This is really dangerous. He can't believe that there is a guy with divine abilities at the 9-star level. He needed to tell Agni about everything as soon as possible. But at that very moment, his head literally evaporated, destroying this bastard once and for all. Isabel couldn't believe that Lucas actually defeated the demigod on his own. She hugged him and told him that he was truly incredible, but Lucas asked her to let him go because his arm still hurt. Isabel immediately began to heal her, and Lucas thought that there was no mistake. His last attack was indeed mixed with a lightning strike. He did it unintentionally, as if a magnet, divine power, and mana were attracted to each other. A moment later, his hand was intact, and he continued to think about how at some point the mana inside him and the divine power were in harmony. Even though this is a change happening in his body, he still finds it hard to believe. He realized that perhaps Frey's body was his greatest gift. Today it has greatly surpassed the level it was at 4,000 years ago.